Chapter 1. A group of muscular women with green skin gazed at me with lewd expressions as they spoke. Come on, say kill me. You're a male knight. Hurry up and say it. Logically speaking, that line belongs to the female knight. I wanted to retort, but regrettably, in this world, the words of the female half-beast are deemed correct, which is quite perplexing. After all, this is a world where the norms of chastity are inverted, a peculiar realm where women chase after men. By the way, in this world, there are only female half-beasts. Not just half-beasts, but also the common male supporting monsters like goblins share the same fate. I was sweating profusely as I glared at them. Aside from their skin color, they appear to be nothing more than female giants with particularly well-developed muscles. Their attire resembled tattered tribal garments, exposing skin in astonishing amounts. To someone like me, who still held onto the values of my previous life, they appeared quite lascivious. Should I say it was a feast for the eyes? Hurry up. Does it not matter how this guy ends up? The half-beast remained oblivious to my inner turmoil as they pressed a filthy dagger against the neck of a girl bound with ropes, clad in leather armor. The girl had cat-like ears atop her head, giving her a fantastical appearance. She was an adventurer hired by me to act as a guide. The cat-eared girl's charming face turned pale, and she let out a soundless wail. Her expression stirred my sadistic desires, but unfortunately, the half-beast's carnal instincts were directed solely at me. Don't kill me. What do you mean, don't kill me? I have no desire to die. Damn it. I've played many erotic games in my past life, yet I never imagined I would utter such lines. Yaha, she really said it. I never thought I would live to hear someone shout, kill me. The half-beasts were ecstatic. In this world, when one speaks of warriors, they invariably refer to women, with hardly any male knights. In the face of such a rare creature, the half-beasts were positively exhilarated. I understood their feelings. If I were to be reincarnated as a half-beast, I would also be confident that I would be thrilled by a female knight's kill me. Then, being gazed at with lustful eyes would indeed excite me greatly. I have remained a virgin in both my past and present lives. To be frank, even if the object of desire were a half-beast, I wouldn't feel much resistance. Hey, show us your little man. Finally, I was being asked to do something outrageous. I have no inclination towards exhibitionism, please spare me. If you dawdle, it'll break this little girl's fingers one by one. Oh, please do not engage in such painful-looking acts. With no other choice, I lifted the armor around my waist. After struggling to pull down my trousers, the half-beasts cheered at the sight of my revealed underwear. Hey, look at those plain undergarments. Are you saying you've already abandoned your identity as a man? Yaha. Don't worry, they'll educate you on what it means to be a man. If I were a woman and the half-beasts were men, such lines would fit perfectly into a scene from an erotic game. However, the reality is the opposite. Not only the half-beasts, but even the cat-eared girl, who was a hostage, stared intently at my underwear. For the women of this world, it seems that men's undergarments are exceedingly thrilling. It's quite unfair that they only get to see my underwear. They should reveal their own as well. No, the sight of the half-beast would be even more embarrassing than showing my underwear. Hey, why are you coming over here too? The half-beast grinned lewdly and poked the girl. She let out a faint cry of despair. Upon hearing her voice, my mind returned to normal. Stop it, do not lay a hand on that child. Hi, you're so kind. I excel at maintaining a poker face, so the half-beast seemed unaware of my turmoil. If discovered, I would appear utterly foolish and directly fall into a path of degradation. Thus, I secretly sighed in relief. The half-beast wore a lascivious grin as she slapped the girl's cheek with the back of her knife. Rather than a half-beast, this behavior resembled that of a petty thug. How long can you keep up that pretentious face? They'll have you screaming in no time. The half-beast lewdly twisted her waist while issuing threats. The tightness of a half-beast is quite remarkable, you know. It'll make your body unable to satisfy both humans and beasts alike. Even with the roles of men and women reversed, the half-beasts remained the dominant force in matters of sexuality. Will I be forced to strike in a hay pose like in erotic games in the end? I truly do not wish to imagine my hay face. Yet the process is undeniably intriguing. It's the nature of a virgin. However, I became a knight not to play pretend I must not yield so easily. That said, from the moment I was taken hostage, I was forced to disarm, leaving me with no means of resistance other than glaring. Yet, for the half-beasts, even my glare seemed to serve as a source of excitement, making it difficult for me to cope. How long can you keep up the bravado? Come on, show us your little man. Stop pretending. Since the hostage was taken, we had no right to object. As I uttered lines akin to those of a female knight in an erotic game, I reached for my underwear. Yoa! With a crisp gunshot, the head of the half-beast holding the hostage exploded. At the same time, a shout of charge rang out. More than 10 knights, fully armed and wielding swords or firearms, rushed towards me. They were my subordinates, who had split up to act. The inattentive half-beasts were swiftly overwhelmed by the knight brigade. It seemed I had been saved. Thank you for your hard work, Albert Blondin. The elderly woman seated on the throne spoke to me. Albert, of course, is my name. I greatly prefer this handsome name over my previous one, which was rather unfortunate. I am currently in the audience chamber of the Gallia Kingdom, surrounded by somewhat luxurious decor and furniture. A band played solemn music in the background. Yes, I'm deeply grateful. I knelt before the elderly woman, responding in a respectful tone. She is the queen of this nation. However, more than this prominent figure, I was concerned about the gazes around me. Hostile stares pierced me incessantly, even causing me discomfort. After all, the bureaucrats and nobles waiting around were all women, most of whom had horns on their heads, reptilian tails, and peculiar pupils, appearing vastly different from the norm. Just this alone was enough to make me feel intimidated, and coupled with the scornful and mocking expressions of most, it became unbearable. I felt utterly isolated, trapped in a dire predicament. I hear you have completely expelled the half-beasts near Rasha City. It's remarkable that you achieved this with so few people. Whether the queen understood the cold sweat pouring down my back, she spoke with an ambiguous smile. That said, I genuinely believe I performed admirably on this mission. Due to insufficient prior intelligence, I was forced to rely solely on 2 companies of cavalry, totaling around 100 troops, to confront the half-beast bandits. Even though I nearly fell into a crisis of being cut off by the enemy at the very end, I managed to complete the task safely. Not only for this mission, but your dedication and loyalty are exceptional. It is necessary to grant you a corresponding reward. Upon hearing this, the surrounding nobles exchanged glances, revealing expressions of has it finally come? I could faintly hear whispers like the king's sycophant. My lineage is indeed not prestigious, and I am still quite young. Although my command is not large, it is rather peculiar for someone like me to lead a troop. For the conservative nobles, this must be quite displeasing. I intend to grant you the title of Baroness and appoint you as the governor of the frontier region. What do you think? The title of Baroness is equivalent to that of a baron in my previous world. While it may be considered a lower nobility, I, as a mere knight, achieving hereditary nobility is quite a remarkable feat. I struck a victorious pose in my mind and respectfully responded. I have no objections. I'm deeply grateful. Your Majesty. However, of course, there were those who were dissatisfied. A middle-aged woman in a splendid gown shouted in an agitated tone, she is a stronghold of the conservative nobility. To grant a mere human, especially a man, a noble title is unprecedented. I cannot allow such a thing. Voices of agreement rose in chorus. However, it is a fact that Lord Blondin has made significant contributions. The one rebutting was a youthful beauty present, resembling me, a mere human, not too different from those of Earth. If no reward is given, it will impact our nation's prestige. The Gallia Kingdom would be a foolish nation that lets capable knights suffer in silence, only to be ridiculed by the Holy Empire, wouldn't it? She said, turning her gaze towards me. That look, compared to the half-beasts, was equally lustful, sending a chill down my spine. She is the chancellor of this nation. I am grateful for her extending a helping hand, but her intentions, as evident from her gaze and expression, were quite transparent. I was expecting something more profound from the lecherous raccoon. Elevating men to the status of deities is truly more disgraceful. Wouldn't you agree? The conservative stronghold exhibited a distinct expression of contempt as he spoke disdainfully. Although his words belittled men, over half the nobles nodded in agreement. Such sentiments are exceedingly prevalent in this world. Indeed, those who cherish antiquated values as though they were timeless classics would utter such nonsense. The mockery of fools is hardly worth heeding. You dare to mock me? Please, refrain from such behavior. In the midst of the tense atmosphere, the queen intervened with a heavy voice, urging the two to cease their quarrel. Regardless, Sir Blondin has indeed achieved remarkable feats. If we do not uphold a clear system of rewards and punishments, the order among the nobility will descend into chaos. No matter what Duke Allian may assert, I have no intention of overturning this judgment. Duke Allian, the noble who had just been complaining incessantly, twisted her wrinkled face into a sneer directed at me. Ah, a clear system of rewards and punishments. How very important indeed. She placed particular emphasis on the notion of punishments, seemingly harboring ulterior motives. Duke Allian, a woman clad in bishop's robes, whispered to her. Though I did not know her name, her visage was familiar. She was one of the attendants of the high-ranking nobles. Ah, I see. What a splendid idea. The high-ranking noble displayed a cunning grin and cleared her throat. Your Majesty, are you familiar with the region of Lisbon, the remote area in the south? If I recall correctly, that is where you provided funding, is it not? Precisely. Might I suggest recommending Lisbon to Sir Blondin? What say you? This was glaringly suspicious. The queen glanced around, yet nearly everyone remained in tacit agreement. Duke Allian, as a prominent figure, wielded considerable influence. Even the queen could not simply dismiss her perspective unilaterally. With a brief sigh, the queen cast me an apologetic glance and nodded gently. To someone of my lowly status, both the queen and Duke Allian stood as lofty figures, and I felt utterly powerless to interject against their decisions. Resigned, I merely nodded in response. Very well. We shall address these formalities later. Let us proceed with the ennoblement ceremony first. Thus, it seemed my destination was destined to stir up a tempest. Several hours later, having completed the ennoblement and other ceremonies, I walked through the particularly spacious corridors of the palace. After enduring lengthy discourses from the high-ranking officials and facing the envy of conservative nobles, my spirit was utterly exhausted. I longed to escape this hostile environment and return to the comfort of my own bed for a well-deserved rest. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Ugh, alas, my wishes were ruthlessly shattered. I collided with a woman possessing long black hair, who emitted a sound akin to a squashed frog. She was the Chancellor, her overly symmetrical visage adorned with a lascivious grin as she approached me with purposeful strides. Your treatment is rather poor, is it not? Wouldn't you agree, Al? The Chancellor wore a smile, affectionately draping an arm over my shoulder. Her ample bosom pressed against my back, delivering an unexpectedly sweet sensation. Without hesitation, she began to caress my backside, a blatant act of sexual harassment. The warmth of her breath brushed against my ear, sending a shiver down my spine. Her hand continued to roam my posterior in a decidedly indecent manner. Given her status as a breathtaking beauty, it was a formidable challenge to suppress any excitement. After all, I had no experience interacting with women in my previous life. Resistance was nearly impossible. Please, Chancellor, have mercy. However, the notions of chastity in this world were entirely antithetical to those of my former existence, and were steeped in archaic ideals. Female harassment of males was often dismissed as mere jest, while man's compliance was deemed as lecherostrally a fearsome reality. Regardless, it was utterly unreasonable. Why should one not desire to reciprocate when approached? No, I certainly lack the fortitude for such matters. Ah, you call me Your Excellency again. Did I not request that you address me as Adelaide in a more relaxed manner? Chancellor Adelaide de Castanier flashed a sticky smile, her fingertips delicately tracing my cheek. I began to wonder if she might be a potential route for conquest, a means to an end, but given her high rank and my status as a lowly noble, it was evident she was merely toying with me. Even as a virgin perhaps, because I was a virgin, was hesitant to engage with someone I knew would discard me once the initial excitement faded. If I had been a notorious libertine in my previous life, perhaps I would have been more open to such pursuits. Ah, Adelaide, everyone is watching. Please forgive me. Desiring neither to be discarded nor labeled a fool, I attempted to resist, seeking to distance myself from the Chancellor's proximity. Naturally, given her stature, I could not employ brute force. Fortunately, she released me with a reluctant expression. Honestly, you remain as chaste as ever. Given our close friendship, I believe a little service wouldn't be amiss. To describe our relationship, it was akin to that of creditor and debtor. I owed her a substantial sum, primarily for the purpose of equipping my forces. Regrettably, my impoverished, noble background did not afford me the means to procure high-quality war horses or modern weaponry. No, I cannot speak harshly to her, I thought, for the mere thought of being harassed by such a captivating beauty ignited a peculiar excitement within me. However, as a nobleman in this world, I felt compelled to uphold an image of chastity. It was indeed a dilemma. I wished I could be more honest with myself. That said, considering my peculiar position as a male knight, any rumors of debauchery would severely hinder my prospects for marriage. Should that occur, my career as a noble would come to an abrupt end, as producing an heir is one of the pivotal responsibilities of nobility. Very well. I shall let you off for today. Come with me. I have something to discuss, the Chancellor remarked, her expression devoid of enthusiasm as she shrugged and turned away. I simultaneously savored the relief of being liberated from harassment, alongside the sorrow of the delightful physical contact coming to an end as I followed her. She had summoned me, an indebted individual, and I had no authority to refuse. How troublesome, I inwardly lamented, observing the Chancellor's retreating figure. My struggles stemmed from the juxtaposition of being a man and a knight. Yet, the reason I became a knight was of my own volition. Thus, I was reaping what I had sown in my previous life. I was an ardent military enthusiast. My obsession led me to leave Japan and serve as a soldier in foreign lands. Although I ascended to the rank of captain, my life was cut short one fateful day during a peacekeeping mission when I fell victim to a terrorist organization's suicide bombing. Had I persisted, it would not have been impossible for me to rise to the rank of colonel or even general. In my reincarnation, I set my sights on becoming a soldier once more to redeem myself. This is the place. The Chancellor's voice pulled me from my reverie. She cast a glance in my direction before entering a room at the corridor's corner. Although the atmosphere was somewhat intimidating, I had no right to decline. Cautiously, I stepped into the room. It was a small tea chamber, adorned with a tasteful little table and chairs. The Chancellor cheerfully seated herself and gestured toward the seat opposite her. "Thank you for your hospitality," I replied as I took my seat. A male servant, clad in a waiter's uniform, adeptly placed cups of herbal tea before the Chancellor, and in this world, serving as a maid is a role typically held by men, referred to as squires rather than maids in palace settings. "You are quite well prepared," I remarked, glancing at the steaming cup of tea. Was evident that the tea had been freshly brewed, likely prepared before my entrance into the chamber. "I didn't want to keep Al waiting," she said, a line that sounded rather narcissistic. Yet, coming from the Chancellor, it bore an oddly ulterior motive, which was quite remarkable. Was it her usual demeanor that rendered her a mere beauty when she refrained from speaking? "I appreciate it, so you summoned me for that matter, didn't you?" Surely, she wouldn't have called me over merely for idle chatter. My inquiry. The Chancellor rolled her eyes in exasperation. "You are as impatient as ever. Can't you take a moment to relish the joy of conversation?" "I sincerely apologize. It's simply my nature. If I were to indulge this woman's rhythm, I could not predict when I might again fall victim to her harassment. Should she continue to cling to me, my self-control would inevitably shatter, plunging me from a path of honor into a realm of debauchery." The Chancellor sighed, dismissing the servant from the room, indicating that the topic she wished to broach was not one she wanted widely known. "Ah, Al, you must have an inkling by now, right? I intend to discuss Duke Orlan." The Chancellor's expression turned distinctly bitter as she uttered the name of that troublesome bastion of conservatism. "As expected," I replied. Duke Orlan was the most prominent noble in the realm of Galeria and a significant figure within the political landscape, leading the conservative faction. Naturally, individuals like myself, who had distanced themselves from noble society, were viewed as thorns in their side. It was anticipated that they would oppose your ennoblement, but I never expected them to suddenly change their stance and begin negotiating your assignment. You must understand, they are undoubtedly concocting some scheme. The Chancellor's demeanor shifted from flirtatious to gravely serious. Regardless of the circumstances, she remained my supporter, and in this situation, she was genuinely considering my welfare. It was this quality that prevented me from harboring any disdain toward her, an innocence unique to a virgin. Indeed, that is true. However, the problem lies in my ignorance of the traps they may have laid. I have never heard of Lisbon until now. Lisbon was the region I was slated to travel to. Apart from knowing it was a southern frontier, I had no further knowledge, and while lack of information was not due to negligence. Rather, the central nobility scarcely recognized the name, indicating just how remote the area was. Lisbon is a pioneering territory on our southern peninsula. Although the peninsula itself is not small, the presence of the elves, led by the barbarian tribes, has hindered immigration efforts, the chancellor being in charge of the nation's foreign and domestic affairs. Possessed a wealth of reliable information. Moreover, it borders the Holy Empire, compounding the situation that it is flanked by both our Galeria Kingdom and the Holy Yulugo Empire, with the local populace being predominantly barbarian, creating a veritable powder keg. How concerning, I remarked, furrowing my brow. The news of the elves in that area was particularly alarming. They would lie in wait within the forests, employing their superb magic and archery to ambush the inhabitants of the plains. Seizing food and captives, they were more troublesome than the half-beasts I had recently engaged in combat with. This world is inhabited by a plethora of exotic races, including the Drago, reptilian in nature. Within the Galeria Kingdom, while the neighboring Holy Empire is ruled by Ceresian lobe, resembling wolves or lions. So, I'm to be exiled to a tumultuous frontier? Am I? Indeed, that's correct. Even at a swift pace, it will take over half a month to travel from the capital to Lisbon. Should any unexpected events arise, it would take a considerable amount of time to summon aid. Such conditions would indeed facilitate assassinations or ambushes. I sincerely hope they do not resort to such overt measures. The Chancellor said, sipping her herbal tea as she gazed out the window. By the way, your assignment to such a distant location troubles me. You comprehend the implications? What will become of my daily solace? Haha, I chuckled, not overly concerned. While I felt a tinge of regret at the cessation of the beauty's harassment, her lofty status rendered it impossible for me to take the matter seriously, given that I was being tempted by someone I could not regard seriously. It would be wiser to sever all ties, such as the thought process of a virgin that my capacity for restraint had its limits. The troublesome cases are being foisted upon me, deliberately orchestrating my failure. Their objective is likely to propagate the notion that a male knight is utterly useless, thereby diminishing my standing. That seems plausible. However, the opposition is composed of shrewd politicians, and it is quite likely they harbor even more troublesome schemes. I would surmise as much. While the woman before me was equally cunning, such sentiments were best left unspoken that I nodded gravely in acknowledgement. Indeed, Duke Orlan was a cunning and seasoned noble. One must tread carefully to avoid falling victim to his machinations. I will subtly relay this to my subordinates. Fortunately, my current aides could accompany me directly to my new assignment. They comprised 24 fully armed knights and their supporting squires, who had proven their mettle in vanquishing overwhelming hordes of beastmen brigands. Their training was exceptional, making them remarkably dependable allies. That is prudent that I recall that ever since that loathsome bishop was ensnared by Duke Orlan, he began advocating for your assignment to Lisbon. The Holy Realm may very well be involved. I have connections within the church. I shall conduct a discreet inquiry. Thank you. Despite her penchant for harassment, the Chancellor proved to be quite reliable in certain matters that I lower my head in gratitude. And she graciously waved it off, continuing, however, even if I can provide intelligence, lending military support poses a challenge. Your current combat strength consists of merely 2 cavalry platoons and the local militia that in an emergency. There would be little capacity to conscript from the civilian population, would there? Are you not somewhat apprehensive? At her words, I could only fall into silence. And no matter how elite the troops, there were countless means to neutralize their effectiveness. Given the complete uncertainty regarding the methods that the enemy may employ, no level of vigilance can be deemed excessive. Thus, the Chancellor revealed a sly smile, retrieving a piece of paper from within her garment. Her countenance still adorned with that same grin as she placed the document upon the table. But let's consider the interest to be particularly favorable for you. After all, I share such a good rapport with Al. My expression inevitably stiffened. What she handed me was a check, the amount inscribed upon it staggering to the point of dizziness. How immensely grateful I was, truly. With such a sum, I could prepare for any eventuality. However, this was a loan, and it came with interest. Furthermore, I'd already borrowed a considerable amount from this woman that if this continued, I would find myself immobile due to debt. This was no trifling matter. I've always been indebted to you, I managed to say. Yet, I had no option but to accept it. After all, I'd already resolved to travel to Lisbon for my appointment, with no retreat available. Truly, this woman was exceedingly unscrupulous. Oh dear, do refrain from displaying such a countenance. I shan't compel you to repay. Fret not. The Chancellor chuckled wickedly, her fingers caressing my neck in a lascivious manner. Well then, I sighed deeply after watching L's subordinate depart. That was splendid. Wasn't it rather dashing? Right? Was it? Replied a diminutive knight who had just entered the tea room, brushing past L's subordinate. Nehru was not only my bodyguard but also my confidant. Not only did you attempt to impress, but you merely succeeded in accruing more debt. Where's the dashing quality in that? Detecting the sinister schemes of all nobles and extending a gallant hand in assistance. Surely that qualifies as dashing. Nehru scoffed, taking a seat across from me. How could this individual speak so venomously to her superior? At the very least, the fund should have been provided without charge, rather than in the form of a loan. To the other party, there should be no distinction between Duke Orion and Lord Adelaide. How could that black-hearted crone possibly be equated with me? What nonsense was this sharp-tongued knight uttering? Had it not been for you, I would have dismissed you long ago. Moreover, aside from borrowing money, are there no other methods to win over Al? That man is quite the paragon of virtue. No, it would be disheartening if you were too easily deceived. Indeed, Adelaide, harbored feelings for Al. I had pursued him with fervor in hopes of making him mine. Yet progress had been scant thus far. Once he is burdened with insurmountable debt, unable to repay, I shall seize him as collateral. I acquire a delightful son-in-law, and AL's debts are wiped clean. A win-win for all parties involved. Wouldn't you agree? Master, are you conflating a brothel with conventional romance? Spare me the lectures. I have pursued him in the most ordinary manner. Yet he remains indifferent. I have no recourse but to resort to the power of wealth. I had devoted my entire life to my work. Naturally, I lacked experience in romantic affairs, nor did I dare visit a brothel, finding it rather intimidating. While it was true that my romantic prowess was lacking, I was unwilling to relinquish my feelings for the man I adored. That my weapon was my financial means. I had ascended to the position of Chancellor of the Gallia Kingdom primarily through my wealth. Thus this strategy should also be applicable in matters of the heart. Alas, Nehru sighed, her shoulders drooping in resignation. Though I nearly lost my temper, she was a married woman. Even at over 25, I still clung to my maidenhood. And any retort would only deepen my sense of defeat. Very well, that is acceptable. However, what do you intend to do? Your beloved has departed for distant lands. Precisely. That was my intention. I had originally planned to appoint him as the governor of a territory just 3 or 4 days' journey from the capital. Yet that scoundrel Duke, if this continued, I and AL's subordinate would only be able to meet once a year at most. Once it evolved into such a situation, I would be utterly incapable of pursuing him. And more critically, my mental state would surely crumble. That I loathe long-distance relationships. Surely there must be a solution. While it is indeed a long distance, it is hardly a romantic relationship. Is it? After all, it is purely one-sided. Nehru squinted, exhaling a weary sigh. If I were to respond to every barbed comment she made, progress would be impossible. That I glared at her silently, and she sighed once more, even disregarding those frivolous rumors. His Excellency Al is a commendable knight. His subordinates are equally capable, among the strongest combatants within our faction. Since he has been separated from us, the situation is indeed unfavorable. I personally do not wish for him to engage in perilous endeavors. Indeed, weapons, merely possessing them, hold significance. The same applies to talent. I understood what Nehru was attempting to convey, simultaneously targeting individuals while undermining the strength of our opposing faction. Duke Ola is indeed a woman not to be underestimated. The harassment directed at His Excellency Al is merely a ruse. The true target may be you. Master, we must remain vigilant. Personal desires, alongside the theories of politicians and faction leaders, simultaneously occupied my mind as I contemplated the course of action I should take. Is there any way to procure a wyvern without Duke Ola's knowledge? The wyvern, a creature reminiscent of a flying lizard, can be domesticated. Our nation regards wyverns as invaluable aerial combat assets, and the entire country encourages their breeding. However, the costs associated with their care are exorbitant, and even among great nations, the number that can be maintained is limited. If it's merely a few, there should be a way. Excellent. Although Lisbon is quite distant. The geography consists of mountains, forests, and rivers. As long as one takes to the skies, it should not require excessive time. Understood. Leave it to me. Nehru responded with utmost seriousness, bowing deeply before a mischievous grin spread across her face. By the way, Master, you plan to use the wyvern to visit His Excellency Al occasionally, do you not? Indeed, yes, that as long as I claim to be on a discreet inspection, it provides a valid pretext. I also intended to gift a wyvern to Al, so inviting him to the capital was not out of the question. However, I felt it might leave a less than favorable impression, unless circumstances demanded otherwise. It would be better for me to go alone, that a journey through the skies can be quite arduous, so please prepare yourself mentally. Nehru remarked, her expression tinged with mischief. It had been a week since I resolved to travel to Lisbon for my appointment. I hurriedly packed my belongings and, accompanied by my subordinates, departed the capital, walking silently along the road. What splendid weather! The cobblestone path was flanked by vast meadows, the gentle breeze of late spring caressing the tall green grass. The only sounds to be heard were the whispering wind, the chirping of birds, and the rhythmic hoofbeats of our steeds. That I turned my gaze backward, where my subordinates were positioned, clad in full armor. They rode robust war horses. The members were all female dragonkin, with me being the sole male. Though it felt somewhat awkward, the sight of the fully armed knights forming a line, sunlight gleaming off their plate armor, stirred within me an indescribable thrill, an enduring habit from my previous life as a martial enthusiast. Lord Al, we must not let our guard down that we cannot ascertain where Duke Ola's subordinates may be lurking. The warning came from a dragonkin woman with distinct blue hair tied in a ponytail. She was tall and sat astride a horse of similar stature, her gaze surpassing mine in height. That is prudent. It was hard to fathom that trouble would arise so soon after leaving the capital, yet one must always be prepared for contingencies. After all, in my previous life, it was sheer carelessness that led to my downfall. I had no desire to experience a second such calamity. Even aside from that, the recent situation is quite volatile. The likelihood of attacks from monsters or other creatures is significantly heightened, as Sonia mentioned. We must not relax our vigilance. This woman, Sonia, was my aide and also the vice captain of this squad. That I cast a glance at her, and she quietly nodded in response. Yura, my subordinates responded energetically to my command. The term Yura signifies understanding. Though they were knights, they were undoubtedly professional soldiers, and thus the military customs I had cultivated in my previous life could be seamlessly applied. Now then, Lord Al, how much intelligence have you gathered regarding Lisbon? Sonia approached me on horseback, inquiring in a volume inaudible to our surrounding subordinates. Given that unrest was almost a certainty in that region, it was only natural for her to be concerned. Certainly, I have not squandered the time leading up to our departure. Well, to a certain extent, that is true. The land is comprised solely of mountains and forests, and it is said that habitation only began a few generations ago. However, to the south lies a vast peninsula teeming with barbarians, such as elves and birdmen, hobbits, who seem to frequently come over to plunder. It is indeed a typical frontier settlement. Given this, one must assume there are also monsters and similar creatures. I have heard there is no complete expulsion of such beings in this world, inhabited by creatures such as elves and half-orcs. Many entities labeled as monsters dwell. They are far more perilous than ordinary beasts like wolves or tigers, rendering them exceedingly frightful that I see, and coupled with the fact that Duke Orion is spearheading the development, it appears we must remain vigilant not only against the barbarians and monsters, but also towards the local populace. Is it nearly tantamount to being in enemy territory? How frustrating. My role is not merely that of foreign military officer. I am essentially a local magistrate, wielding considerable authority, yet bound by the duty to govern my domain effectively. Having been a soldier in both my past and present lives, this is my first experience in such a position. Even if Duke Orion does not interfere, I cannot help but worry about my ability to assume office smoothly. Moreover, I find it impossible to trust even the local officials who are meant to assist me in administrative matters, which leaves me feeling quite apprehensive about the future. Yet, however, Chancellor Adelaide has also pledged to assist me as much as possible. So it is not solely a matter of unease. No, that woman cannot be trusted at all. Sonia's cold expression warped momentarily in extreme displeasure. Her relationship with Chancellor Adelaide is so fraught that it could be described as irreconcilable. Prompting a bitter smile from me, I understand that depending on the circumstances, it may sometimes be necessary to cooperate with such a despicable and shameless individual. However, relying solely on her is indeed too perilous. After all, that person seeks to ensnare me in a significant debt, which is undoubtedly dangerous, and my mother has also expressed her willingness to assist. No. To be frank, she is a woman whose cunning rivals that of the Chancellor, making her someone not to be underestimated. Sonia hails from a rather prominent noble family. Since we were childhood friends, I naturally share a considerable rapport with her mother. Her mother is indeed a formidable figure, difficult to contend with, and comparable to the Chancellor. I cannot fathom why the daughter of such a grand noble would occupy the position of my aide, yet she never complains and diligently fulfills her duties, making it difficult to voice my inquiries. Nevertheless, it is certainly preferable to relying solely on the Chancellor. We should strive for balance and utilize her appropriately. In addressing her own mother, her tone was markedly frigid. One cannot help but worry about the relationship between this mother and daughter. Perhaps this factor influences her decision to remain with my forces. However, it would be inappropriate to meddle in the personal affairs of my colleagues. So, I deliberately chose to overlook this matter. IT is indeed grateful to have the Duke of the Borders willing to assist. After all, he is an expert in this area of work. My apologies, but could you write a letter requesting his assistance? As you wish. Sonia elegantly bowed. This request should naturally fall upon my shoulders. Yet, given the familial connection, it is perhaps better for her to take the lead. However, the Lisbon territory is indeed quite distant. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, it is only we who can manage it. We must remain vigilant. After all, that area is technically bordering an enemy nation. We cannot solely focus on the barbarians and monsters. It appears this task will be quite arduous. I exhaled softly and directed my gaze toward the road ahead. Rugged mountains and tumultuous rapids lay before me. To reach Lisbon, I must navigate through various natural hazards. After nearly a month of travel, my armor was now coated in dust. At last, we have arrived. I gazed at the humble fortress city, its walls resembling earthen mounds, and murmured in reflection. This is the central city of Lisbon. Carrera, although it is a fortified city, it remains a frontier. From a modern perspective, its scale is difficult to categorize as either a town or a village. Even so, having traversed paths and forests fraught with the potential for monster attacks, I felt a considerable sense of relief that IT is more prosperous than I had imagined. I had expected a settlement filled with makeshift huts. The streets are encircled by towering earthen mounds, obscuring the view from the outside. However, the towering spires of the church and lookout tower are still visible, suggesting that the city maintains some semblance of urban structure. Carrera is situated on the mountainside, alongside a relatively large river. Looking southward, one can observe cultivated fields and forests interspersed in a mosaic pattern, with what appears to be smoke rising. It seems there are also several rural communities. I had mentally prepared myself for the worst-case scenario, possibly spending the night in a stable, but it appears this should not be necessary. Upon saying this, I also felt a sense of relief. Although I am accustomed to camping, I still prefer the comfort of a proper bed. As we discussed these matters, we arrived at the town's main gate. The simple yet robust gate constructed from massive logs seemed designed to guard against monster incursions. That flag belongs to Lord Albert Blondin, does it not? A guard emerged from within the gate, deeply bowing upon seeing one of my men holding the banner aloft. Indeed, I nodded and dismounted. My subordinates followed suit, although they were merely lower-ranking guards. Adopting an air of superiority from horseback would only create a poor impression. IT is astonishing. I never expected a male knight to actually arrive. The guard scrutinized my face with a hint of confusion in his tone. After all, male knights are a rare sight indeed, and I have grown accustomed to such reactions. Many have remarked upon this. Now, I have brought a letter from His Majesty. Could you please assist in delivering it to the local magistrate? Upon saying this, Sonia retrieved the envelope from her satchel and handed it to the guard. After confirming the royal seal on the wax, the guard saluted and stated, "It has been duly received. The magistrate will be here shortly. Please wait a moment," but of course, we had notified them in advance. They should be prepared to receive you as I had anticipated. It was not long before a young female knight appeared at the main gate. "Oh dear, I apologize for keeping you waiting." The young knight approached me with buoyant steps, smiling broadly as she extended her hand for a handshake. "I am the acting magistrate, Aristine Feek. Welcome to Lisbon. I'm Albert Blondin." After I shook her hand, Miss Aristine waved her hand energetically with a smile. Her exuberance was almost unsettling. "I have long admired your name. It is an honor to meet you. I shall refrain from inquiring about the rumors. Thank you for your kind words. After all, I am considered somewhat of an anomaly in the royal court, and peculiar rumors seem to circulate. The harlot who sold her virtue for promotion is a prime example. I certainly do not believe one can sell their virtue while still a virgin. That not a scam. Ha ha ha. To be honest, I have also heard some unsavory rumors, but meeting you in person has clarified that those are mere baseless fabrications. That is good to hear." Miss Aristine patted my back and laughed heartily. Did I, too, don my armor for the purpose of cleaning the knight's quarters, so I did not feel any discomfort. That said, I was still taken aback. Why is this person so excited? Just as I was feeling perplexed, my reliable aide, Sonia, suddenly stepped forward. "While you refer to yourself as the acting magistrate, the handover has not yet concluded at all. Indeed, I am still technically the acting magistrate. Come now, let us hasten the handover ceremony. Come on, come on, come on." The local magistrate waved her hand and turned back toward the main gate. We bowed to the guards and hurriedly followed. The magistrate's demeanor was certainly rather peculiar. I glanced at Sonia. Shall we eliminate that woman? To suggest such a thing so suddenly is exceedingly dangerous. Sonia whispered a rather alarming statement. Why would such a thought suddenly arise? I, too, am utterly baffled by her thinking. Because she seems to harbor some ulterior motive. Even so, that is far too impulsive. This aide, who is usually quite composed, why is she suddenly advocating for such reckless measures? Frankly, I cannot comprehend her reasoning in this situation. For now, I merely find her suspicious. She may take some action, but do not act until then. That is an order, understood? As you command, I sighed and stepped into the city of Caroria. We passed through the wooden main gate and entered the town. Before me lay an unpaved avenue, flanked by wooden houses on either side. It was midday, and the avenue was bustling with residents. I observed them closely. Most of those on the street appear to be young people. Despite being on the border, it was only natural that those eager to participate in exploration would predominantly be youthful. However, for what I could see, nearly all the residents were dragon men, with perhaps a few mixed in orcs. These so-called subhuman races predominantly give birth to females, necessitating the presence of human males for reproduction. It was evident that not only were there no males, but the absence of human presence suggested a surplus of females in this town. This situation seemed rather precarious. Even if only the young were present now, without the birth of a new generation, the town would inevitably decline. This is quite a fine town, is it not? Perhaps sensing my sentiments. The cheerful modern official, Miss Alishton, turned to inquire. She maintained her ever-present smile. Frankly, what could she possibly find so amusing? Indeed, to be honest, I am rather astonished. This place is more vibrant than I had envisioned. Nonetheless, he was not speaking untruths. Currently, this town indeed thrived with vitality, utterly unlike a border settlement. The rugged wooden houses and unpaved roads exuded a spirited energy. A group of armored individuals leading horses into the town drew the attention of the residents. Yet, they merely observed from a distance, not approaching. Perhaps they harbored a mix of curiosity and caution. To be frank, I did not sense any goodwill in their gazes. The relationship between the residents and local officials seemed rather strained. Right? It was precisely this that rendered the local officials' cheerful praise of the town peculiar. Since we have this rare opportunity, could you please tell me various things about this town? However, I could not act preemptively as Sonia suggested. For the time being, I resolved to gather intelligence while testing the waters. Of course. The local official nodded in agreement, but then scratched his cheek, troubled. That said, this is hardly a grand metropolis like the capital. I can at most inform you that the church's construction has finally concluded or that the bakery's oven has been updated. Isn't that quite good? Precisely because it is a small town. The rulers can attend to even the minutiae. The role of the local official is to govern the region on behalf of the king or lord. Even if suddenly appointed as the local official of a bustling city, I would likely struggle to cope. Speaking of which, the feudal system, wherein military officials directly oversee governance, seems rather cumbersome from my pre-modern perspective. However, as the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. If I wished to thrive as a soldier in this world, I could not avoid such duties. Quite right. The local official displayed a smile that seemed more bitter than genuine, letting out an empty laugh. That said, governing this town is no simple task. After all, the town's functions are not yet fully established. Brawls and thefts are commonplace, and the barbarians can be annoyingly disruptive. Only this statement resonated with authenticity. Given his previously cheerful demeanor, it was hard to imagine such dark sentiments lay beneath. This seemed to be the local official's true feelings that I see. I shall keep that in mind, and I nodded, yet remained vigilant of my surroundings. It was indeed true that the work of a local official was arduous, but the possibility of being entangled in some conspiracy was also quite high. The thought of having to juggle both matters weighed heavily on my mind. From what I could observe, there were no suspicious individuals among the residents. That said, if they were seasoned intelligence operatives, they would likely not be so careless as to reveal themselves with a mere glance. I began mentally simulating how I would respond were an attack to occur. Well, let us put aside these matters for now. This town is not large. The local official's residence lies just down this road. The local official gestured across the dirt road. His finger pointed toward the stone mansion surrounded by a small moat. It was a rather rugged structure that seemed to blend a fortress and residence into one. This facility served as both the local official's home and office, and in times of emergency, it would become the last bastion of defense for the town. It seemed this was a border town that faced threats from monsters, barbarians, and enemy nations, exuding a rough, utilitarian atmosphere. Please, do share more with me. As you can see, I am quite young. I feigned a friendly demeanor. Although I was uncertain of the local official's intentions, I wished to avoid any conflict with him. After all, my duty was to govern this Lisbon region smoothly, necessitating the avoidance of any upheaval. However, Sonia and the others standing behind me had already entered a state of readiness. I stole a glance at them and noted the fierce glint in their eyes. It seemed matters would soon become quite complicated, and I sighed inwardly. Subsequently, we were taken to the local official's residence, where we completed various formalities related to the handover. Thus, I officially became the local official of this area. Following that, we held a banquet that served as both a welcome party, allowing me to savor long-awaited delicacies. I had originally worried that the other party might set some trap, but the day passed without incident. The event unfolded the next morning. The former local official has vanished? Yes. The pale-faced servant nodded in a state of utter confusion. At a time when the sun had barely begun to peek over the horizon, someone rudely knocked on my door. What followed was a shocking report that was sufficient to banish any lingering drowsiness. It appears he is neither in his room nor in the training ground. Moreover, all the horses in the stable have also disappeared. Not even the horses. If that is the case, could it be that our horses are also missing? Yes, not only the horse that Lord Al rode, but even the pack horses have vanished. That I see. I understand now. My head began to spin. Military horses require significant resources for both management and maintenance, and they are comrades that have shared numerous trials in battle and training. Their sudden disappearance was a blow of unimaginable magnitude. That said, as the commander, I could not afford to display any signs of chaos amidst the turmoil. That I took a few deep breaths to steady my mind, and then nodded to the servant. Is it only Miss Ernestina and the horses that are missing? I do not know. As I rush to report, I see that no. This is fine. Reassure the apologetic servant. I offered him a smile, rather than delaying the report for the sake of confirming the situation. It was better to bring the first report quickly, even at the cost of some accuracy. In any case, please gather my subordinates in the hall at once. Also, kindly check for any other anomalies. Understood. I did not watch the servant dash away, but instead returned to my room. I swiftly grabbed the sword belt hanging on the wall, secured it around my waist, donned my favored military knife, and then picked up the revolver resting on my pillow. All right, why revolver was what one might call a revolver pistol. However, its appearance differed greatly from the modern revolvers popular in my previous life. This was an old model known as a percussion revolver, which directly loaded gunpowder and bullets into a lotus-shaped cylinder. Even so, in a world where handguns were typically single-shot, its maximum 6-round firepower should hold a significant advantage. This was designed based on knowledge from my previous life and crafted by a highly skilled blacksmith. It was a form of modern knowledge enhancement. After confirming that the revolver was indeed loaded with bullets, I stowed it in the holster attached to my sword belt. But what on earth is Miss Ernestina plotting? Lisbon is directly governed by Duke Orlon, so as the local official, Miss Ernestina is surely under the Duke's patronage. Therefore, it was within expectations that she might cause us trouble. However, I never anticipated her to vanish so suddenly. What could she be scheming? Regardless, the loss of our horses severely hampered our mobility, and a multitude of thoughts swirled in my mind. Yet I could not conjure any viable solutions. After all, the intelligence was far too scant. For now, let us gather information. I sighed softly, roughly arranging my disheveled hair, and then burst out of the room. Lord Al. Thus, the reliable aide, Sonia, appeared before me. She likely rushed out upon hearing the situation. Clad in a light nightgown and bearing minimal armament, her appearance was akin to mine. Her expression remained as composed as ever, though her brow was slightly furrowed. This particular demeanor manifested when she was in a foul mood. That woman has truly caused a great calamity, she remarked, her tone suggesting, indeed, she ought to have been eliminated beforehand. With Ima under scrutiny, which could be deemed one of the nightly spirits, I comprehended her ire. She is not targeting us. Rather, she is aimed at my horse, and it appears that this has displeased you. This is what they call striking the horse before the rider. The horse? Ah, indeed. You speak the truth. For a fleeting moment, Sonia displayed a peculiar expression, but she quickly nodded solemnly, while we remain uncertain of the opponent's intentions. Given their explicit hostility toward us, it is highly probable that they may have set other traps beyond just the horse. That is likely. Point one could assert it as a certainty. The adversary would not simply conceal the horse without ulterior motives. If we were to pursue Miss Ernestina as a horse thief, she would undoubtedly not escape unscathed. It was plausible that the opponent might strike preemptively before the central authorities became aware of this incident. It seems prudent to act swiftly. Even if we contemplate countermeasures, we cannot devise any without knowledge of their actions. Regardless, without clarifying the situation, strategizing proved futile. Discussing such matters here would be ineffectual, so we resolved to proceed to the hall of the magistrate's residence. Not only the magistrate, but even the officials responsible for administrative affairs have vanished. This method is rather thorough. Approximately 30 minutes later, the majority of my subordinates, whom I had brought from the royal capital, gathered in the hall of the magistrate's residence. Sonia swiftly consolidated the findings of the investigation. Merely listening to her elucidation was enough to induce a headache. Oh, my astonishment. Not only had the former magistrate, Ernestina, disappeared, but even the lower-tier officials had vanished. The only individuals remaining in the residence were us and the local hired servants. This was unequivocally an extraordinary situation. Moreover, the document archives have been ransacked, and a significant number of documents have been discovered burned in the backyard. It is speculated that someone has systematically destroyed administrative records. This is dire. No, it is indeed extremely dire. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the essential documents and materials have been nearly obliterated. The practical personnel have vanished without any handover, and I must assume governance over this town starting today. Frankly speaking, this is immensely problematic. From the perspective of the citizens, this scenario resembles that of public officials abruptly fleeing overnight. This is not a matter that can be dismissed with a mere unfortunate. Since they were able to execute their plan overnight, it can be deduced that this incident has been in the works for quite some time. As anticipated, we have been outmaneuvered. The complete incineration of important documents and the discreet escape of numerous individuals from the residence suggest meticulous prior preparation, aside from the horse and the documents. Are there any other losses? If weapons, ammunition, and our funds have also been taken, then we are truly beyond salvation. There are no issues in that regard. Following your instructions, we have dispatched personnel to monitor. Upon hearing Sonia's report, I breathed a sigh of relief. I had anticipated that if they were to act, they would likely target weapons or finances first. Thus, I had prepared countermeasures in advance. However, it was also possible that my focus on vigilance led me to overlook the collective flight. Sonia, do you believe those individuals remain in this town? No, I deem the likelihood to be quite low. They have likely fled beyond the town's borders. I concur. Those individuals not only took humans, but also a considerable number of horses. It should be exceedingly challenging to procure sufficient fodder for those horses without our notice. Even if they intended to eliminate them, disposing of the horse carcasses discreetly would be immensely difficult. Captain, we must apprehend them before they escape too far. They should regret engaging you in addition to interrogation. They ought to be publicly executed. My enraged subordinates voiced perilous sentiments. Setting aside the public execution, I too desired to capture Ernestina, as I wished to interrogate her regarding her motivations for such actions. However, reality dictated otherwise. No, we cannot proceed in that manner. If we leisurely search for Ernestina, the administrative functions will remain paralyzed. Such a situation would severely impact the lives of the citizens. My ultimate task is to govern this land with stability. I must not allow the events before me to sway me from my original purpose. The personnel at my disposal are primarily skilled in wielding swords and riding horses, along with their supporting retainers. Compared to administrative officials, they are likely more proficient in emulating police work. Nevertheless, even so, I must now implore them to undertake unfamiliar tasks that I foresaw such a scenario and thus prepared a guideline manual. For the time being, let us split up and endeavor to restore administrative functions. I had not anticipated such an exaggerated flight, but I had already foreseen the local officials' lack of cooperation. Therefore, I had requested Chancellor Adelaide to create a guideline manual that would allow my subordinates to barely maintain the magistrate's duties at the cost of a rather compromising situation. This should suffice to manage the minimal necessities. However, is this truly acceptable? The opponent's actions appear primarily focused on restricting our maneuvers. Could there be a real attack as well? It is highly likely. Upon hearing Sonia's admonition, I furrowed my brow, given the extent of their outrageous harassment. Should this incident come to the attention of the central authorities, Miss Ersteny would undoubtedly not let it go easily. Of course, Duke Erline might be orchestrating things behind the scenes to facilitate their escape. Yet we also have Chancellor Adelaide as our backing. They should not believe we would quietly endure this situation. That Duke Erline is not one to be satisfied with petty harassment. He is likely to set a trap that would prevent us from making a comeback. Indeed, you are correct, Sonia replied with indignation. In any case, we cannot predict what methods he might employ. If he were to dispatch spies for an assault, last night would have been the optimal moment. The fact that he did not suggests he may be planning a more extensive strategy. The burning of documents and the abduction of public officials were all measures taken to buy time. What could he possibly be planning if he is willing to go to such lengths? I pondered, scanning my subordinates, that I wish someone would propose a good idea, but all present merely wore troubled expressions, tilting their heads in silence. After all, the intelligence at our disposal was exceedingly scant, and we lacked the capacity to allocate personnel for information gathering. Frankly, we were utterly at a loss. No. If we are lacking in personnel, we can simply increase our numbers. That moment, I suddenly recalled Chancellor Adelaide's offer before leaving the royal capital. It was a loan of considerable funds. With such a sum, many problems should be resolvable. Very well, let us hire mercenaries. Mercenaries? Sonia looked at me with admiration. In times of urgency, they can serve as a buffer. I see. You truly are Lord Alda. A splendid idea. There should be a more tactful way to phrase that. Although I had grown accustomed to her dramatic expressions, I refrained from commenting. Setting aside the notion of using them as buffers, at this rate, we won't even be able to conduct reconnaissance or gather intelligence. It is not advantageous for us to remain passive against the enemy. We must reorganize our structure and take action proactively. Indeed, you are right. Let us expedite arrangements for the mercenaries, Sonia nodded with a smile. But at that moment, a knightly subordinate raised his hand to speak. He inquired, "But captain, in such a remote area—" "Ah, pardon my rudeness." The knight glanced at the servants and rephrased his statement. The servants remaining in the residence were those employed by this town. To belittle their hometown in front of them was rather thoughtless. Given his sensitivity to this matter, I would have preferred he had refrained from using such terms as remote area from the outset. Correction, is there a way to hire suitable mercenaries in this developing region? If I intend to employ them as subordinates, I wish to enlist a sizable mercenary group that it would be quite challenging in this town. The scale of the town in Carlira is rather small, and with inconvenient transportation, it likely does not present a profitable venture for mercenary groups. Therefore, we must hire mercenaries from other locations. After stating this, I took out a detailed map of the region that in this world. The accurate map remains a rare treasure, elusive even to knights. This predicament compelled me to solicit the assistance of Chancellor Adelaide. The cost of such a request, however, was that I once again became a target of unwanted advances. Not only did I acquire the map, but I also found myself subjected to the attentions of alluring women. An unexpected reward, one might say. Yet the prospect of developing a deeper relationship with any of them seems utterly bleak, a rather disheartening realization. Beyond the northern mountains lies a town called Lima, with a round trip that should take less than a week. I remarked as I laid the map upon the table, drawing the knight's keen interest. Their expressions suggested a high morale. After all, we currently find ourselves ensnared in a precarious situation, and their ability to maintain composure amidst the turmoil is truly commendable. I silently exhaled a sigh of relief. It appears to be a well-developed town, and the lord there belongs to Chancellor Adelaide's faction. If we send an envoy to inform him of our circumstances, we should be able to enlist some formidable mercenaries, I continued. Including mounts, a journey to Lima would likely replenish our dwindling supplies. Given the circumstances ahead, sending an envoy to Lima is not merely advisable, but imperative. The Chancellor's faction, indeed. While we must seek their assistance, I implore you to keep your distance from that town, my aide warned, a vigilant expression on her face. Surely, she does not believe that all of the Chancellor's associates are lecherous fiends. No, I recognize her concern for my well-being. Nevertheless, it seems I will require some time before I can venture into the territories of others. Perhaps. That is a relief, Sonia replied, reassuringly stroking her ample bosom. Yet for me, who is bound to be overwhelmed with the busyness that lies ahead, this is quite unbearable. Why expression inevitably stiffened. That said, Lima is rather distant. I hope nothing untoward occurs before the mercenaries arrive. After all, there is but a single route leading to Lima. If I were Duke Aurelian, I would position assassins along that road. Should the central authorities learn of Miss Iristhene's actions, they would undoubtedly become a significant threat. He must have devised a solid countermeasure. Truly, Duke Aurelian lives up to his reputation. Indeed, horses are crucial. If the envoy were to be attacked by Duke Aurelian's men, traversing on foot would be exceedingly difficult. While it might be feasible to send a larger retinue, given our current situation, we can manage only 1 or 2 individuals, and we have lost only our horses. Let us seek out suitable mounts in the town and requisition them. Is this truly unavoidable? If we must resort to requisitioning, it is essential to offer the owners more than the standard fare and gratitude. Resorting to such bandit-like tactics could engender resentment among the townsfolk, which would be disastrous for a local official. Nonetheless, the expenses of hiring mercenaries are considerable. Our military funds are sustained through loans, and we currently have no other sources of financing that it would be prudent to conserve resources wherever possible. Now is not the time to be frugal. Very well, find someone who appears idle and have them search for anyone with horses. I retrieved a pouch of silver coins from my waist and tossed it to one of my subordinates. Labor that can be purchased should be utilized vigorously. For now, I shall set aside thoughts of saving. The worst-case scenario would be to offer my body as a plaything to Chancellor Adelaide after this ordeal concludes, perhaps enticing him to extend additional financing. The notion of being a toy for a dark-haired beauty is not entirely unappealing. I leave that matter to you. I shall first explain our situation to the town council. After all, we are novices in this regard. Without their assistance, we cannot function properly. The council operates akin to a city council. However, in this fantastical world that still clings to feudal systems, its members are not elected, but rather composed of influential figures such as guild leaders from various trades. They likely harbor their own ideas and pride, making negotiations quite challenging. Though my spirits are heavy, this task cannot be entrusted to others. It is solely through my efforts that we will succeed. Everyone else should follow the manual to fill in the gaps left by the departing officials. Though the unfamiliarity of the work may prove arduous, I must rely on you all that I entrust this to you. Upon hearing my words, the knights enthusiastically responded, "Understood." After delegating the task to my subordinates, I hurriedly arranged my appearance. The town council, responsible for municipal autonomy, can sometimes be quite obstinate, standing in direct opposition to the Lord, making them a difficult entity to manage. Since I must enlist their cooperation, I must exude the spirit of one prepared for battle. Otherwise, I may risk being overshadowed by them, clad in my beloved plate armor. I departed the local official's residence alongside Sonia. Why must such troubles arise from merely changing a local official? What on earth is the central authority contemplating? Please do not embroil us in the squabbles of the nobility. Ultimately, why appoint a man as the local official? Is it a sign of disdain towards us? 30 minutes later, I found myself in a small conference room, subjected to a torrent of verbal assault from the council members. These council members are the influential figures within the town. When administrative functions falter, they're the first to suffer the consequences. Alas, I sympathize with their grievances. It is maddening. I too am a victim. Though I yearn to retort in such a manner, uttering such irresponsible words would obliterate the last remnants of my credibility. Patience, patience. The key lies in earning their trust and persuading them to accept my role as the local official. If I were to make a fool of myself and be abandoned by the council, even if this incident were to resolve smoothly, it would undeniably cast a long shadow over future municipal operations. Regarding the actions of my predecessor, I intend to conduct an investigation. However, at present, I have heard that the guards are also in a state of dysfunction. If those miscreants become aware of this, they will begin to steal and kill with impunity. Indeed, what does the local official intend to do about this matter? I plan to regain control of the situation, yet the council members paid no heed to my words. This manner of discourse renders it impossible to solicit their assistance. Perhaps we should apprehend a few individuals as an example that should compel them to comply. Sonia whispered in my ear, her gaze fixed upon the burly dragonkin council member who had previously remarked, "He's just a man." Absolutely not. However, it is not uncommon for a man in the role of knight to be looked down upon. I had anticipated such a reaction that I drew my revolver from its holster and fired a shot into the ceiling. The sharp crack echoed throughout the conference room, causing nearly everyone to instinctively cover their ears and take a step back. "What on earth are you doing?" one council member shouted, his face flushed with indignation. But I paid him no mind as I cocked the hammer and fired again. His face paled, and he nearly buckled at the knees. In a world where swords and magic abound, the use of firearms is a rarity. Particularly among common folk, they likely have never heard a gunshot before, and the effect was remarkable. In truth, I was firing blank rounds. Had I used live ammunition, the ceiling would have been punctured with a gaping hole. I reduced the powder load to prevent them from becoming temporarily deafened by the noise, thus hindering any discussions. In other words, I had intended to employ this tactic from the outset. My apologies. From the sudden cacophony to the now eerily silent conference room, I offered the council members a smile. Had I attempted such a feat in my previous life, it would have resulted in calamity. However, in this world, it poses no issue. The thought alone filled me with delight. Time is of the essence, and, as you all rightly pointed out, the order of this town is currently under threat. We cannot afford to squander time on futile inquiries. You wretch. One council member began to cast aspersions, yet his gaze remained fixated on the firearm I held in my right hand. Indeed, the current situation is dire. Yet there is no definitive evidence to suggest that the calamity befalling this town has concluded. I returned the gun to its holster and stepped forward. The council members appeared poised to voice their concerns. Yet they refrained from the previous barrage of complaints. I waved away the dense, white smoke emitted by the gun and continued. Those ruffians may seize the opportunity to incite chaos, or tribesmen may come to plunder. This borderland has long existed in a state of instability. The likelihood of my concerns materializing is quite high. The expressions of the council members grew noticeably tense. Moreover, the nations beyond the northern mountains are not limited to the Galaric kingdom. The Holy Empire, precisely the very nation of the Beastmen. 1, need only imagine the consequences of exposing vulnerabilities to innate hunters. Although the Lisbon territory may not be the most alluring of lands, there should be no hesitation to launch an assault if it means seizing the agricultural land painstakingly cultivated by our adversaries through sheer labor. I asserted this with an admonishing tone. Thankfully, my gunfire had rendered the council members amenable to my discourse. However, this was merely a tactic to unnerve them. I needed to instill a sense of urgency before they regained their composure. This city has been built with your sweat and toil, yet now it is threatened by the malevolent grasp of scoundrels. I spoke with the poise of an actor on stage, addressing the council members. Whether in this life or the last, a soldier is often afforded numerous opportunities to deliver speeches that I recalled fragments of those memories as I continued my oration. Shops, homes, or family. Each of you possesses something worthy of protection. The invaders covet those very treasures. They intend to destroy everything, plunder your belongings, slay your kin and friends, and violate your lovers and spouses. Can you permit such a fate to befall you? I shouted with an air of feigned rage. Anger is a contagion easily transmitted. By leveraging their unease to project fury, most individuals would readily take the bait. Alas, this was but a ruse as expected. The initially perplexed council members' eyes sparkled with newfound determination. A portly woman clenched her fists, shaking her head vehemently. I cannot condone this. Absolutely not. Indeed. Excellent, I thought, relieved that I had ensnared them. Inciting anger is a simple endeavor, yet it is precarious. Should the ire be redirected towards me, I would find myself in dire straits. Before being strung up as the wolf in a game of deception, I had no choice but to retreat, that we must unite. If we descend into infighting, we will play directly into their hands. The moment we reveal even the slightest weakness, the enemy will seize the opportunity. I raised my arm and shouted. What else could this be but a manipulation? My inner calm berated me for such tactics. Yet, appealing to emotions proved far more expedient than rational persuasion. Even if the methods were disingenuous, the necessity of preparing for a crisis remained undeniable. Suppressing my self-loathing, I continued. The former instigator has evidently orchestrated this incident to sow discord among us. While I cannot ascertain their motives, they are surely nefarious. I shifted from a brusque tone to a more composed one as I addressed the council members. She is likely just a pawn of Duke Orion, but let her bear the brunt of the blame for now. It is improbable that she merely seeks to stir trouble to such an extent. Someone has set their sights on this town. In truth, the enemy's intentions remain unclear. Nevertheless, I deliberately framed it as this town being targeted. If I did not evoke a sense of crisis, I could not hope for their cooperation. Speaking of which, that woman seems to complain every time she is assigned to the border. Could it be dissatisfaction with her demotion? Might she be instigated by spies from the Holy Empire? The council members began to murmur among themselves, suspicion gradually taking root. It appears that Miss Aristina indeed has a poor rapport with the townsfolk. Yet, I was prepared to turn this into a conspiracy by Duke Orion. Such a possibility cannot be dismissed. There are too many troubles at hand, and I could feel a knot forming in my stomach. Regardless, we must remain vigilant against threats. We must prevent panic and maintain order. Of course, I need not remind you of this. You're surely aware that— Yes, you are correct, they replied solemnly. If bandits run rampant in the town, commerce will come to a halt. For now, let's set aside matters concerning the Holy Empire and the barbarian tribes. The council members nodded gravely. They each have their own livelihoods, be they merchants or craftsmen. A desolate town renders their work impossible, and they would undoubtedly wish to avert such a fate. In any case, let us first strengthen the self-defense corps and have them patrol the town. Do you agree? Acting officer? Yes, I will permit them to officially arm themselves. I will also provide assistance as much as possible. And I hope you will support me until the situation stabilizes. According to the laws of the Gallia Kingdom, only nobles or those with special permission are allowed to bear arms. The self-defense corps in the town can only equip themselves with feeble weapons such as short swords or clubs. However, illegal arms circulate among the underworld, a reality that remains unchanged from my past life to this one, that if we wish to suppress these weapons, we must bolster our armament. Frankly, considering future implications, I am reluctant to entrust weapons to these guards who are not of the profession. Moreover, I hope you can also dispatch personnel to the local government office. After all, apart from my subordinates, there are only servants left there. If this continues, administrative operations will come to a standstill. Indeed, that poses a significant problem. And I understand, the elderly woman replied with evident reluctance. Upon hearing her words, the surrounding council members began to express their willingness to assist. Excellent. It seems a solution may be at hand. Wait a moment. Just as I thought this, a council member glared at me. It was the woman who had previously referred to me as just a man. IC. I truly understand the necessity of our collective effort. However, how could a mere man possibly lead us? Men are far too weak that if such a person were to take charge, we would all be belittled. The woman spoke haughtily, her voice dripping with disdain toward me. A man could not possibly be suited for leadership. Yet, I had anticipated such remarks. The notion that men should remain at home is a deeply ingrained value in this world that I in the face of such a tide. It is only natural that some would feel aversion toward a man suddenly assuming authority. Men are weak. The crux of the issue lies in the fact that the race composed solely of women. The demi-humans are evidently more capable than us mortals, humans. The ruling class of this nation, the dragon folk, not only possess superior physiques, but also immense strength, while the elves harness magical abilities, showcasing exceptional magical prowess. In this regard, mortals, humans, are indeed lacking. They are physically frail, and many possess no magical power whatsoever. Nonetheless, a considerable number of mortals, humans, have achieved success as merchants or skilled tradespeople. However, due to the inherent nature of demi-humans, society inevitably centers around women, placing men in a rather awkward position. Indeed, by the way, how did men become knights? Did they sell their pride to their superiors? A council member remarked with a lewd smile. Are you a den of iniquity? I found it somewhat amusing internally, yet Sonia, murmuring enough, behind me was quite fearsome. Before this devolved into a violent altercation, I needed to find a way to quell the situation. Shall we put it to the test? I replied with a deliberately provocative smile that a cowardly response would only serve to reinforce their contempt. In this feudal society, the most valued quality of nobility is martial prowess. By demonstrating this, it will be difficult for them to openly complain. Yet, such sentiments are merely emotions, and I may find it hard to accept, but I must endure the whispers behind my back. In summary, the male knights are too weak, rendering them unfit. That not the case? Indeed. Even if someone like you were to step on a battlefield, you would likely be captured by the barbarians. Pleading, kill me, while being violated, if I were to exclaim, kill me, I would have done so long ago in the presence of the half-beasts. Regrettably, I must correct myself. I was fortunate to be rescued before suffering such indignities. From this perspective, the woman's words do possess a semblance of truth. Though I've often mused that had I not been taken hostage, or had I not been separated, ultimately, I am the one responsible for orchestrating that operation. All responsibility falls upon my shoulders. Whether it truly unfolds that way, we shall see. I remarked, glancing at Sonia. She nodded and handed me 2 wooden swords from her back. These were training swords designed for sparring, wrapped in thick felt to cushion the impact. And no matter what I say, you likely will not accept it, will you? In that case, let us prove your strength through the proper means. I took one of the wooden swords from Sonia and offered it to the council member. She looked back and forth between the sword and my face in confusion. No. I am merely a craftsman, and if the acting officer were to sustain an injury, it would cause great trouble. They had initiated this confrontation, yet now they appeared so timid. To be frank, I am rather incensed, but to exhibit such an attitude during these times would render one unworthy of the title of commander. As an officer, it is imperative not to display emotions before subordinates. I offered a slight smile and replied, how unfortunate. However, under the circumstances of my unclear capabilities, you must be unable to dispel your unease. Considering future matters, I believe it would be prudent for you to ascertain the extent of my combat prowess. Rest assured, regardless of the outcome and any potential damage to my side, I do not intend to hold you accountable. Should I continue to be underestimated, not only would it hinder my own actions, but it would also impede my subordinates. From the outset, I felt it was essential for the influential figures and counselors of the town to acknowledge my strength as a knight. It is a process that must be traversed. For this reason, I deliberately brought along a wooden sword. You are indeed correct. Speaking of which, did not Lord Rander recently boast about hiring a highly skilled bodyguard? If a test of strength is to be conducted, let him come forth. One of the counselors said this with evident delight. It seems Rander is the very counselor who has come to trouble me. Indeed, to be defeated by a mere bodyguard would be quite disgraceful for a knight. Perhaps it would serve as a fitting touchstone. Upon hearing that he would not have to fight, Counselor Rander immediately perked up. How pragmatic he is, to be so underestimated. This has escalated to a matter of a duel. My Lord Al, spare me the wooden sword. Let us use real blades. That would be disastrous to have a knife-wielding incident so soon after taking office. Exercise restraint. I stiffened my expression, halting Sonia, who was whispering dangerously close to my ear. Then, I endeavored to present a smile and turn my attention back to Counselor Rander. Regardless of whether he is a bodyguard, I will accept the challenge. However, should I emerge victorious, you must formally acknowledge me as a local official. Agreed. Rander replied with a sly grin, nodding in affirmation. Although it was I who proposed this, I did not anticipate that showcasing my combat abilities would become a condition for gaining recognition as a local official. This world is truly perilous. No, given the rampant presence of barbarians and monsters, such a reality is perhaps inevitable. Thus, we ventured outdoors to test our strengths. After all, this is not a dojo. One cannot wield a wooden sword indoors. A male knight indeed exists. The bodyguard displayed a crude smile, appraising me with a scrutinizing gaze. The bodyguard accompanying Rander is a towering bear beast man, while my aide, Sonia, is of considerable height. This bear beast man is even taller. Clad in chainmail with an iron breastplate, she is adorned in impeccable battle attire. Yet, the most striking feature is the bare ears atop her head. This is the most prominent physical characteristic of beastmen. In a nation predominantly composed of dragonkin, she's quite a rare breed. I have never seen another male knight aside from myself. That is because men cannot become knights. Your only role is to grovel before women. I too wish to grovel before women. I am not voluntarily remaining a virgin. I nearly lost my temper internally, but someone was even more incensed than I. Sonia. She stood directly behind me, whispering in a tone too low for others to hear. That woman shall witness as I reduce you to a pulp, which filled me with considerable trepidation. Whether or not I possess the strength of a knight will soon be revealed, although I was clearly being looked down upon. If I do not defeat her, the council will not acknowledge me. Rather, being underestimated works to my advantage. Therefore, I must not display an expression that suggests I would launch myself at the bodyguard. Sonia doubt if you were to fight in my stead, the situation would become exceedingly troublesome. Hence, I stepped forward, countering with a provocative smile. What an arrogant man. I eagerly anticipate witnessing you getting thrashed by the big sister. Crying for mercy. The one shouting this was a girl perched on the waist of the bear beast man. Judging by her ears and curled tail, she appears to be a squirrel beast man, with an appearance reminiscent of a small animal. She evokes an irresistible urge to pet her. Quite adorable. That sounds delightful. Hey, male knight. What is it? The bear beast man wore an unwholesome grin, casting her gaze my way that I attempted to retort, but I already surmised what she was about to say. Are you a virgin? Indeed. The assembly hall is positioned along a bustling street, with numerous passers-by. To be compelled to publicly disclose my virginity is nothing short of a punishment game. That said, if I attempted to evade the question, it would only play into their hands that I feigned nonchalance and nodded. However, as expected, the onlookers and counselors regarded me with the same leering expressions one might associate with a sexual harasser. It was profoundly unsettling, and I sincerely wish they would not look at me that way. Oh, splendid. If I win, let me embrace you for a night. No, for me, that would also be a form of reward. After all, the beauty standards in this world are exceptionally high. And this bear beast man, despite her crude remarks, is quite the wild beauty. While I prefer petite women, the prospect of sharing a bed with her is an appealing alternative. For a fleeting moment, the thought of perhaps I should surrender at the onset of the match crossed my mind. But upon witnessing Sonia silently seething with anger as she grasped her sword's hilt, I could not simply stand by and watch. I hastily stepped forward to intervene. Calm down. But that is an order. Do you understand? Yes. Though her temperament is impulsive, she is still a soldier. Once I framed it as a command, even her unwillingness would yield to compliance. She displayed a highly reluctant expression as she saluted me. I sighed in relief and redirected my focus to the bodyguard. In any case, it is imperative that I personally defeat this seemingly formidable warrior to prove my strength. If Sonia, who appears to be a first-rate knight, were to vanquish the bear beast man, it would fail to leave a significant impression. Moreover, this would lead to me being labeled as a weak individual who allows subordinates to fight in his stead, unfit to serve as a local official. Thus, I cannot entrust this to her. Very well, I accept your condition. The mere thought that there might be a reward should I lose brought an inexplicable sense of joy. It evoked a dangerous allure, akin to deliberately choosing a tragic ending route in an adult game to witness the exclusive CG. That said, I am a reincarnator, not a reincarnation ability wielder. To intentionally lose in order to confirm the route is something I cannot bring myself to do. What a regrettable situation. No, have I become somewhat unhinged from being a virgin for too long? Despite having reached a marriageable age, I have yet to find a partner. Perhaps this has accumulated too much pressure. After all, there are myriad creatures that would love to take advantage of my body. Conversely, should I win, you shall temporarily assist my troops, as we are rather short-staffed, and even if it is merely to help with moving things. Your assistance would be invaluable. Assist with moving? How dare you belittle me? Yet, should you underestimate my retribution, you shall learn your lesson well on the betting. Should I lose, I wonder what fate awaits me. I am exceedingly curious. Halberg, I have paid a substantial sum to hire you. Should you unilaterally assist another, I will be quite troubled. Counselor Rander, observing the proceedings from the sidelines, interjected with a tone that resembled jest. He likely does not believe his bodyguard could possibly lose. Ha! Counselor, keep your eyes wide open. I shall ensure this arrogant man understand his true worth. She wore a malicious grin, lightly swinging the wooden sword she held in one hand. Although the wooden sword was of standard longsword dimensions, in her grip it appeared akin to a short sword. Truly impressive. Moreover, this shall be my first time in bed with a man of the interior tribe, which is rather exciting. The term interior tribe refers to the common folk adopted by demi-human nobility. When an interior tribe gives birth to a boy, the nobility takes him as a foster son. This system is established to ensure a steady supply of suitable husbands for the nobility. Nobles must keep clearly defined men close at hand for political marriages. That said, there remains a distinct divide between the interior tribe and the nobility. In essence, the existence of the interior tribe is merely a shadowy one, unable to stand in the limelight. I am not of the interior tribe. I am of noble lineage. However, I can claim to be of noble birth, rather than of the interior tribe. While common, nobility is rare, to mistake me for an interior tribesman is a grave insult. Even my modern sensibilities feel a surge of anger. Had my mother been present, she would likely have forgotten the match and simply smashed the opponent's skull. Nevertheless, I wished to avoid responding to such blatant provocations that I deliberately maintained an air of composure and replied, "Is that so? Regardless of whether you belong to the common folk or the nobility, I am indifferent as long as we can share a bed." Although I vehemently denied it, the bodyguard continued to smile with an insidious glint in his eyes. He raised his wooden sword, pointing the tip directly at me. "Let me introduce myself. I am Walyabogia Fai Lugan, a wandering bodyguard. I am Albert Blondin, a knight. I too stated my name, lifting my wooden sword. Positioning the tip of my sword skyward, I gripped the hilt, adopting a unique stance with the sword's point beside my face. "Are both parties ready?" The witness, acting as the arbiter, inquired of Mr. Walyabogia and me. I nodded in affirmation. "Excellent. Then let the match commence with the witness's decree." I inhaled deeply, drawing air to its utmost limit. Simultaneously, I infused a magical power, absent in my previous life, into the two magical runes inscribed on my wrist. In less than a second, I was prepared for battle that I expelled the air from my lungs, unleashing a primal scream. Gaihiya. My scream, reminiscent of a monkey's, took Walyabogia aback momentarily. Ignoring her reaction, I propelled myself off the ground. Kicking with all my might, accelerating like a bullet, I swung my sword fiercely towards the bewildered Walyabogia. TSK. Yet, Walyabogia was no novice. She intercepted my descending sword with her own wooden weapon. The collision of the felt-wrapped Japanese wooden sticks reverberated like the sound of cannon fire throughout the street. Nevertheless, my sword would not relent merely because it was blocked. I exerted pressure on her wooden sword, striking fiercely against her breastplate. The impact shattered her weapon, sending Walyabogia flying. She spun 3.5 times in the air before crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. It seems she has fainted. This, therefore, counts as a victory. The witness hurriedly approached Walyabogia, slapping her cheeks to check for consciousness as he spoke. Indeed, Walyabogia's eyes rolled back, and she appeared to be unconscious. Thus, I have emerged victorious. I raised my broken wooden sword, displaying a triumphant expression to Counselor Landon. Despite achieving an impeccable victory, the street fell into an eerie silence. Both the counselors and the onlookers stared at me in disbelief. The only exception was Sonia, who clapped her hands and took the sword from my grasp. Although we had known each other for quite some time, she remained consistent in her demeanor. I had long since grown accustomed to it. Thank you for your efforts. Your skills remain as exceptional as ever. She was adept at flattering me. Truly a commendable subordinate. Yes, your commander. Such trivial matters are nothing. I waved my hand dismissively and approached the still unconscious Valvides. After rolling several times on the unpaved road, his once glimmering chainmail was now covered in dust. I found the prospect of cleaning it rather daunting. Is he all right? He seems not to be dead. The vitality of orcs is extraordinary. He should be fine. The witness regarded me with a wary expression as he explained. His tone carried a palpable disdain for orcs. After all, the kingdom of Galia was a realm of dragonfolk, while the neighboring Holy Empire, traditionally at odds with our nation, was home to orcs. Many humans, particularly dragonfolk, harbored prejudices against orcs. To be candid, from my perspective as a mere human, the vitality of dragonfolk also appeared quite formidable. Given my distrust of the witness, I checked on Walyabogia's condition myself. Her pulse and breathing seemed normal, and her head appeared uninjured. She should be all right. Let us take a photograph as evidence of Lord Albert's victory. Sonia swiftly approached, retrieving a wooden box roughly the size of a tissue box from her backpack. The box was equipped with a large lens. This was a magical item known as a mirage device. Essentially a camera. Perhaps due to her interest in photography, she often carried this device with her. Isn't that interest rather trivial? It's somewhat. This is far more peaceful than severing a head. Now, say cheese. Unfazed, Sonia aimed the camera at the fallen Mr. Valvides and me, pressing the button. Unlike cameras from the previous world, this one emitted no shutter sound, and I couldn't help but wonder about the underlying principles behind its operation. However, the exorbitant price of the camera deterred me from any desire to dissect it. In any case, with the photography concluded, I turned Mr. Valvides onto his side to assume a recovery position. I would be quite troubled if he were to die. Ugh. Wow. The iron breastplate is all dented. Counselor Landon remarked as he approached cautiously. Just as she had stated, Mr. Valvides' shoulder armor appeared as if it had been struck directly by a war hammer, completely caved in. Then, did that knight truly use a wooden sword? Is there perhaps an iron core hidden within? Counselor Landon, clearly shaken, had abandoned his earlier levity and now spoke with reverence. Sonia? Yes, here, you can verify for yourself. Not wishing to be suspected of foul play, I decided to present the broken sword to the counselor. He took the splintered weapon and began to unravel the felt cloth wrapped around it, inspecting it closely. This is indeed just an ordinary wooden stick. Isn't it? Does Lord Albert truly need to resort to despicable means? Such a hulking brute poses no threat to him. For reasons unknown, Sonia began to speak with an air of pride, though it felt somewhat exaggerated. After all, the capabilities of the human race are essentially a lower-tier version of that of the demi-humans. Generally speaking, they cannot hold a candle to demi-humans. Hence, the nobility tends to be comprised of demi-humans. So why was I able to achieve victory so easily? It was because my swordsmanship is specifically tailored to combat unfamiliar opponents that I have particularly honed my ability to deliver maximum strikes over the shortest distance. Moreover, I possess magical powers that I utilized the spell to enhance my physical abilities and adjusted its duration to amplify my output for a mere 30 seconds, during which my magic was in effect. I could match the strength and speed of a demi-human warrior as long as I could keep pace with my opponent physically. The outcome would then be determined by technique. No, you are mistaken. If we repeat this 2 or 3 times, the results should change. After all, I had poured all my strength into that initial strike. If it were to be blocked, the ensuing battle would become exceedingly arduous. Thus, with a time constraint, I would find myself at an overwhelming disadvantage. Especially in real combat, one must remain vigilant. Otherwise, one might either perish or become a slave, with no other fates in sight. Therefore, I could not afford to be careless. Once again, you exhibit false modesty. Witnessing her expression of utter disbelief, I could not help but chuckle. Although my aid was exceptional, her unwavering trust felt rather burdensome. Let us put that aside for now. To divert the conversation, I purposefully approached Counselor Landon, making my footsteps audible, and then, somewhat brusquely, I patted his shoulder, my gauntlet hand striking against it. She was also a dragonfolk, thus taller than I, which irked me considerably. Thus, you should recognize that I am a worthy knight and a fitting steward of this land, correct? Counselor Landon's face paled, and he cast a pleading glance towards the other counselors, having initially appeared combative. He now appeared quite timid to control such individuals. It seems necessary to assert one's combat prowess from the outset. If the nobility's affairs are perceived as trivial, that would be quite dire indeed. Of course, I knew from the very beginning that Lord Albert is an exemplary knight, that it seems some individuals have been blinded by their own biases. I feel truly ashamed. Instantly betrayed by the other counselors, Counselor Landon, despite the veins bulging on his forehead, nodded in agreement. At this point, he likely dared not refuse. Should he do so, it would not be surprising if I were to fly into a rage due to his breach of contract. In truth, I had already exhausted my capacity for rage. The magical enhancement of my physical abilities had left me with sore muscles due to the backlash. I was presently in considerable pain. Though I feigned nonchalance, putting on a brave face, thus, if there were to be any fury, it would be left to Sonia. Such is the situation. Our council is willing to assist you, Lord Albert. Excellent. Now, let us discuss the details. The reinforcement of the self-policing corps, the alteration of the command system, and the restoration and maintenance of administrative functions, among other tasks, require ample assistance from the Parliament. The current state of fear exhibited by our adversaries presents a prime opportunity to negotiate favorable terms for us. At this moment, my gaze shifted to the distance, where a bewildered squirrel beast girl stood, staring at me. She was none other than Miss Valvadez's attendant. I understand that my brother has acted incorrectly, and with your sister having been defeated, you are understandably shocked. However, it is high time for you to attend to her, is it not? You are her attendant, after all. Due to the discrimination faced by beast folk in this country, the members of Parliament have no intention of providing medical care for Miss Valvadez. We are also preoccupied with our own affairs and lack the capacity to tend to her, if possible. I would like to entrust the care of Miss Valvadez to this squirrel beast girl. If funds for treatment are lacking, I shall cover the costs. After all, she must contribute to our troop by transporting supplies. I jested, approaching the squirrel beast girl with a smile. Oh dear, she is utterly adorable. With her origins as a squirrel, she possesses a mascot-like cuteness that naturally eases my expression. How can this be? However, the beast girl slumped to the ground, murmuring in a state of profound dismay. That lying male knight. What? I was left utterly perplexed and glanced around. Noticing my confusion, Counselor Landau remarked with a tone of "I told you so" when it comes to male knights in stories. Everyone envisions them as figures of beauty and grandeur. I have not encountered such tales, but perhaps there is some truth to it. And what of it? The treatment and impression of male knights in this world largely mirror that of female knights from my previous life. Having played numerous erotic games featuring female knights in my past, I can somewhat comprehend the sentiment. However, The reality of male knights is that they often emit sounds akin to monkeys, and it takes considerable effort to fell a bare beastman. It is a struggle for a hero to avoid feeling diminished. Lord Albert, you have shattered the dreams of a child that I grasped the essence of their words, yet it seemed excessively unreasonable. Following this, I formally commenced discussions with the council members that we deliberated on matters such as the requisition of administrative personnel, the reinforcement of the self-policing corps to replace the guards, and the mobilization of essential supplies for future preparations. The success of my match with Miss Valvadez facilitated a relatively smooth negotiation process. However, our counterparts were cunning merchants and craftsmen, eager to exploit any opportunity to expand their own interests. I navigated and concluded the discussions, only to realize it was already afternoon. Oh dear, I have committed a grave offense against my brother, and I sincerely apologize. As I wearily exited the assembly hall, I was met by Miss Valvadez, who was bowing her head in continuous apology. What does brother mean? Although I found her drastically different demeanor perplexing, I chose to set that aside. Seeing her in good spirits brought me relief. After all, I had struck her quite forcefully, and I genuinely worried for her well-being. Such things are commonplace. As long as she is willing to adjust her attitude, that will suffice. That I wave my hand with a slight smile. Truly, such troublesome matters seem to arise wherever one goes. Male knights are indeed held in low esteem. If I were to be outraged every time, I would surely suffer from ulcers. Thank you. Upon finishing her words, Mr. Valvadez bowed deeply once more in gratitude. His straightforwardness in apologizing was somewhat surprising, yet given the stubborn aura he exuded, I worried there might be another altercation. That I glanced at Sonia with curiosity. Although beast folk are considered a savage race, they inherently possess a respect for the strong. That individual likely acknowledges Lord Albert. I see. She spoke in a volume inaudible to the others, confirming her capability as an aide. After expressing my thanks, I turned my gaze toward Mr. Valvadez. Sister leader. There stood the squirrel beast girl, her eyes glistening with tears as she clutched Mr. Valvadez's chainmail. The betrayal of her esteemed sister leader must have dealt her a significant blow. Hey, Rot, you have spoken disrespectfully to my brother. Perhaps you should offer an apology? Well, the girl, seemingly named Greedy, exchanged glances between me and Lady Huabogia, her expression clearly one of reluctance. However, given her adorable demeanor akin to a small animal, my initial reaction was warmth rather than anger. Cuteness truly is a treacherous weapon. Yes, I apologized. Greedy's face contorted with evident discomfort as she offered a half-hearted apology, her head barely lowered. I contemplated forgiving her, as she was merely chastised for being arrogant, but before I could voice my thoughts, Sonia stepped forward. Your attitude is quite audacious, is it not? Do you genuinely intend to apologize? While not as imposing as Lady Huabogia. Sonia was still quite tall. Her intimidation caused Greedy to cower, emitting a small cry as she hid behind Lady Huabogia. Please do not be like that, I hastily intervened, aware that nobility places immense value on face. Therefore, if insulted, one must respond accordingly. However, excessive demands for apologies can backfire, as some may retaliate when pressed too hard to avoid such a scenario. A measure of compromise is essential. Nevertheless, let us consider this matter settled. Shall we? Understood, I sighed in response to Sonia's crisp salute. I still had an abundance of other pressing matters to attend to and wished not to squander time on trivial disputes. However, now that you comprehend your position, it is imperative that you adhere to your commitments. Do you understand? Yes, of course. Upon hearing Sonia's serious inquiry, Huabogia nodded earnestly. As a woman, I, Huabogia, shall never renege on a promise, whether it be carrying luggage or any other task. Please feel free to command me. Given our current manpower shortages, your assistance is invaluable. The other party was a bare beast man, brimming with inexhaustible strength. Her demeanor, which belied the fact that she had recently fainted, was a testament to this. That in a world devoid of powered machinery, physical strength is indispensable for any task. That in this respect, Huabogia is exceedingly reliable. What a fortunate find. Shall we escort her back to the magistrate's residence? Sonia proposed. Indeed, Those stationed at the magistrate's residence must be struggling with unfamiliar duties. I had a strong desire to assist them, but no, bringing someone unfamiliar with the work would only cause complications. Over at the magistrate's residence, the council members still needed to dispatch clerks. If we sent more people, it would only lead to chaos. Moreover, Harabahu does not appear to be someone suited for administrative tasks. It would be better to assign him to other duties. In any case, we also have work to attend to in the town. You may accompany us. Yes, understood. Both Harabaku and Greedy nodded seriously. Subsequently, we proceeded to the guard's duty room to explain the situation and commission merchants to procure necessary supplies. As a rare male knight in this world, I encountered several troublesome matters, but remarkably, through Lady Valvades's mediation, all were resolved with ease. It seems her reputation still holds weight in this town that I see. Indeed, having finally completed the essential tasks, I was met with a troublesome report regarding the failure to procure new horses. After all, this is a rural area. There is little need for a standing cavalry. The explanation came from a casually dressed village girl. Due to a complete lack of manpower, we could only gather intelligence by hiring ordinary people with money. It seems the few standing horses were entirely requisitioned by the former local official a week ago. Such thoroughness! Oh, what a relief. Thank you. I tossed a small silver coin to the girl, who caught it one-handed and beamed, thanking me before turning to leave. That I watched a retreating figure and sighed softly. This appears to be a calculated crime. They must have intended to ensnare us from the start. It seems they are determined to confine us to this town at all costs. This makes it impossible to send messages. Regardless of how one interprets the situation, the former official and his accomplices were acting with the objective of isolating me and this town. Naturally, they would implement measures to prevent the central authority from learning of our predicament. Delivering a message under such circumstances is akin to sending subordinates into a trap. Fully aware that the enemy is thoroughly prepared, at the very least, making such a low-probability wager is inadvisable at this moment. Though we have the option of releasing pigeons, the enemy is certainly prepared to counteract carrier pigeons as well. It is best to assume that not a single one will reach its destination. I concur that I end this fantastical realm. Carrier pigeons serve as the swiftest means of communication. Regrettably, the convenience of communication magic is absent here. Ultimately, pigeons are still vulnerable. By unleashing a multitude of raptors, one can easily obstruct them. Moreover, this world teems with aerial monstrosities, rendering the skies far more perilous than those of my previous life. Even on ordinary days, the likelihood of pigeons arriving safely at their destination is exceedingly low. The current situation is indeed dire. The opposing forces have resorted to such chaotic maneuvers, confining us within this town, and the subsequent onslaught will undoubtedly be of a grand scale. My course of action is limited to two primary tasks. The first is to report the situation and request reinforcements, ensuring the protection of this town until aid arrives. The second, and most crucial, is to safeguard the innocent populace from harm. It is imperative that the trivial power struggles do not lead to the suffering of the blameless. Let us return to the commander's residence and assist with the matters at hand. Without completing the immediate tasks, we cannot proceed. Even as I yearn to confront the encroaching threats, the overwhelming workload before me prevents such actions. Truly, the enemy is adept at playing their cards. While I ponder these matters, I notice a woman approaching with unwavering determination. Her hood obscures her eyes, rendering her features indiscernible, and she appears quite suspicious. Sonia's expression shifts to one of severity, her hand resting upon the hilt of her sword. Mr. Valvades, stationed nearby, also displays signs of vigilance. Tiske, the hooded woman, evidently intimidated by the palpable danger emanating from the two of them, halts approximately 10 meters in front of me. I have a question. The hooded woman inquires in a barely audible whisper, her voice almost lost amidst the clamor of the bustling street. Yet, something about it seems eerily familiar. What question? What color are your undergarments? Hey, it's a pervert! Capture her! Capture her! I cannot help but exclaim. Like a fierce hound, Sonia lunges forward, colliding with the hooded woman. Yua! The hooded woman shrieks, tumbling to the ground, but Sonia, undeterred by such trivialities, seizes the woman's arm and tightens her grip. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Stop! Who do you think I am? This woman intends to utter lewd remarks. I must silence her. Ugh, ugh. Utilizing one hand to apply a joint lock while the other covers the woman's mouth. Sonia demonstrates formidable combat prowess. She is just an innocent pervert, right? Can't you be a bit gentler? No, she is a dangerous deviant that I am well acquainted with the mindset of such individuals, so I can tell. Despite her words, Sonia's grip remains unyielding. Observing her, Mr. Valvadez draws the club hanging at his waist, a formidable weapon adorned with a spiked iron ball at its end, and states, let us subdue her first. Shall we? Of course not. Above all, we must take this person to the commander's residence. No, we must seize her, quickly. Even among the knights who are often underestimated, I only know one friend with a pink-haired head who would brazenly inquire about someone's underwear color in broad daylight. Why has this person appeared in such a place? I escort the apprehended female pervert back to the acting commander's residence and lead her into the interrogation room. This chamber, illuminated solely by a skylight, is well suited for discussing unspeakable matters. I request Mr. Valvadez to step outside temporarily, leaving only Sonia, the female pervert, and myself in the room. Now, why are you here? I ask the woman as she removes her tattered hood. As expected, the hooded figure reveals herself to be Chancellor Adelaide. She's a key figure in this nation and, presumably, my benefactor. She should be in the royal capital. Why has she appeared here? I am utterly perplexed. After all, the Lisbon territory is not a place one can enter freely. As an important national figure, she ought not to be absent from the center for an extended period. You are indeed surprised. I made this special trip just to see that expression on your face, Chancellor Adelaide declares, her laughter ringing with delight. Perhaps in a foul mood, Sonia clicks her tongue in irritation. Given how distant this place is from the royal capital and how it is practically enemy territory, I was concerned that Al would be struggling, so I wanted to present you with a gift. What do you mean? Chancellor Adelaide's tone is oddly tantalizing, prompting me to urge her to continue. Though I have other inquiries, Sonia's expression has darkened, and I sense she might erupt in anger at any moment. After all, the rapport between these two is exceedingly poor, if I do not hasten to conclude this conversation. Matters could become troublesome. It is a pterosaur, dragon. With this creature, you can soar from the Lisbon territory directly to the royal capital. Is that true? Of course. You are my confidant. If we were part ways, I would be quite troubled. Hence my desire to gift you one. It is certainly not because I seldom see you and feel a pang of loneliness. How wonderful! The Chancellor is the best. I cannot suppress my exclamation of joy. With a pterosaur dragon, many problems can be effortlessly resolved. This gift is simply marvelous. Splendid. Praise me more. You may even embrace me in your overwhelming gratitude. Very well. Then I shall embrace you. The stoic Sonia then envelopes the Chancellor in a hug. Clad in plate armor, she's undoubtedly robust, far exceeding the physicality of a commoner-esque Chancellor. Being embraced by such a formidable opponent is surely not a matter to be taken lightly. The Chancellor's face turns crimson as she emits a cry of distress. Release me at once. Sonia, behave. It is rare for her to bring such a precious aerial combat asset. Yet what is this aide so agitated about? I hastily pull Sonia away, though I have grown accustomed to it. What does this woman think I am? I'm a Chancellor, a figure of great significance. Does she believe it is acceptable to treat me in such a manner? I'm the daughter of the border count, so it is permissible. Even the Chancellor's authority holds no sway over a noble of a stronghold. This has become abundantly clear in the course of this incident. This aide speaks to the Chancellor without even employing honorifics. Why does she harbor such animosity towards the Chancellor? You severed ties with your family, did you not? We still communicate, with our arms crossed. Sonia replies. Though her expression remains impassive, there's an inexplicable air of pride about her. Enough of that for now. I understand about the pterosaur dragon. However, the fact remains that you uttered lewd phrases to a knight in a public setting. You must surrender without resistance. That was merely a tactic to ensure a smooth arrest. If I had approached in a conventional manner, I would have aroused the enemy's suspicions. Indeed, I had anticipated this. After all, enemy spies have infiltrated the city of Carlera. This is a reasonable assumption. Meeting in an inconspicuous location and executing an arrest is the most prudent course of action. Then, You do not care about the color of AL's undergarments? Of course I care. You've revealed your true colors, so she's indeed concerned. Were you hoping to catch a glimpse of them directly, given the chance? Naturally. Chancellor Adelaide's expression morphs into one of lascivious delight as she gazes at me. If you require payment, I possess ample funds. How many silver coins must I stack for you to allow me a glimpse of your undergarments? Speak. This woman is undoubtedly dangerous. We must eliminate her here. Stop. Chancellor Adelaide is indeed Chancellor Adelaide, and Sonia is unmistakably herself. Why are there so many peculiar women surrounding me? Setting that aside, if I can obtain the pterosaur, dragon, I would be immensely grateful. However, why has Chancellor Adelaide personally come to Lisbon? Indeed, if she were to utilize the pterosaur, dragon, the journey from the royal capital to here should not take long. Nonetheless, it is indeed peculiar for Adelaide, the Chancellor and a prominent minister of the Gallia Kingdom, to venture to the border alone. Even if one were to suggest she is merely a stand-in, I could accept that. How should I put this? Chancellor Adelaide forced a stiff, artificial smile, turning her head aside and even emitting an unpleasant whistle. This woman has come to harass Lord Al. She must undoubtedly be an incorrigible sexual harassment addict. That seems rather excessive, I stammered. Even someone as mild-mannered as Chancellor Adelaide would likely be displeased to hear such words that I glanced nervously at her, and she wore an expression that seemed to say, "Since I've been discovered, there's nothing I can do," and nodded. Her brain directly connected to her lower half. Don't let my appearance fool you. I am quite devoted that I wouldn't resort to seeking the company of attendants for amusement. After all, the male attendants within the royal palace are primarily noble orphans, essentially apprentices. If I were to act indiscriminately towards them, it could lead to considerable trouble that I, in this regard, my status as the son of a mere court knight, should make matters somewhat easier. I see. Thank you. However, is it not rather dangerous for you to come to the border unaccompanied? After all, I too have many enemies. Should I show any weakness, assassination could very well follow. Bringing a large entourage would, from a counterintelligence perspective, be counterproductive, as it would reveal our movements. Moreover, I do not wish for the opposition to learn that I have given Lord Al a dragon. Such adaptability is truly remarkable. Although the truth will eventually come to light, the ability to surprise in a short time frame is indeed captivating. Furthermore, having Neil as my sole guard is sufficient. She should currently be on standby outside the magistrate's residence. I understand you have brought her along as well. That puts my mind at ease. Neil, Chancellor Adelaide's trusted aide, is one of the kingdom's foremost swordsmen. She is likely a far safer choice than bringing along 5 or 6 mediocre knights. There is one more matter I wish to address in person. This is of utmost importance. Even the swiftest dragon might not suffice for the urgency of this message. Chancellor Adelaide's demeanor shifted from jest to one of grave seriousness. What is this significant intelligence? I straightened my posture, returning her gaze. The fact that the Chancellor herself has come to relay this news indicates a matter of considerable importance that IT concerns a mithril mine. A vein of mithril has been discovered in the Lisbon territory. Wah! Mithril is a unique metal in this world. While it bears resemblance to silver, it is lightweight and incredibly resilient. Ordinary metals are incapable of conducting magical energy. But mithril can. Due to this property, mithril is an essential material for crafting magical items. However, mithril is exceedingly valuable that a mithril mine can be regarded as a rare treasure. The discovery of mithril in the borderlands could ignite a significant conflict. This information is unknown even to Her Majesty the Queen. That scoundrel, Duke Orls, has been secretly attempting to mine it. He likely intends to monopolize the profits, Sonia remarked calmly, as if deep in thought. Indeed, although the Lisbon territory is funded by Duke Orls, it still falls under royal jurisdiction. Thus, any discovered mithril mine rightfully belongs to Her Majesty. From Duke Orls' perspective, he will surely devise every means to seize it. The situation sounds increasingly suspicious. The rights to underground resources often lead to deteriorating regional conditions, a phenomenon I witnessed frequently in my previous life. So, am I to be the sacrificial lamb? If one wishes to claim the Queen's land, one must achieve military merit as recompense. However, given the current relative peace in the Gallia Kingdom, one must first instigate war to attain such merit. Indeed, During the exploratory dig, it appears an iron vein was also discovered. While it is merely a conjecture, Duke Orlns is likely leaking this information to the Holy Empire. The scale of the iron mine is perfectly suited to serve as bait if the existence of a mithril mine is uncovered. The Holy Empire may well dispatch a considerable army in such a case. Duke Orlns himself would find the situation unmanageable. Yet, Duke Orlns is indeed a formidable individual. This is akin to inviting a wolf into the fold. I instinctively clenched my fist. He is supposed to protect the safety and property of the citizens. What on earth is he doing? If what the Chancellor says is true, he should be arrested immediately. But, given that we have gathered such substantial intelligence, cannot we directly confront Duke Orlns, seize his estate, and sentence him to death? His misdeeds are that severe that I too wish to do so. But the opponent is quite cunning. Despite having indirect evidence, we can hardly procure direct proof. While we could pursue charges regarding his theft of former official steeds and the destruction of documents, Duke Orlns would likely find a scapegoat among his subordinates to evade punishment. On the way back to the residence, I had already outlined the current situation. I initially intended to find a way to report this matter for Chancellor Adelaide to handle Duke Orlns. But it seems quite difficult. What a pack of sly devils. Though I longed to curse them for a good while, it was hardly the time for such outbursts. After all, the threat for neighboring countries has become a reality. And as the commanding officer on site, I have an obligation to address this issue. No, for now, let's focus on what must be done. Adelaide, I have a question for you. Addressing me by my first name. Sonia muttered sotto voce, but adding honorifics would only prompt complaints from this individual, so it cannot be helped that I do not use this form of address out of fondness. Please forgive me. Adelaide, you arrived in the Lisbon territory riding a dragon. Did you not? Yes, indeed. I simply did not have the luxury of traveling by carriage. To be honest, I am quite weary of riding. Chancellor Adelaide, pale-faced, trembled slightly. Does she have a fear of heights? Then, what the dragon you rode here? It is concealed in a forest on the outskirts. How many are currently there? 3. Those creatures can only carry 2 passengers at most. 2 of them brought me and Neil, while the other remains here. 3 dragons. The thought of possessing 3 devices equivalent to light aircraft fills me with gratitude. With so many, there must be a way. Then, I wish to use those dragons to send a message to Lima City and proceed to scout near the borders of the Holy Empire. Is that permissible? Lima City lies beyond the mountain range, does it not? The Lord there is indeed trustworthy. I shall ensure the message is delivered. The Lord of Lima City is aligned with the Chancellor's faction. Since the Chancellor is present, securing assistance should not pose a challenge. But will scouting be safe? The Holy Empire possesses that renowned Griffin cavalry. While we have our elite dragon riders, will it not be perilous to attack with such a small force? The kingdom's aerial combat power consists of dragons, or flying lizards, while the Holy Empire is similarly equipped with griffins. Griffins being composite beasts with the body of a lion and the head of an eagle. Are formidable creatures no problem. While griffins excel in low-altitude combat, they are not particularly swift. As long as we focus on evasion, we should not be easily caught. The tone of Sonia, speaking as though I should have known better, is somewhat irksome. This aide, who corrects me for addressing the Chancellor by her first name, speaks to me in such a manner. I have reminded her several times, yet she shows no signs of improvement. Well, she is the daughter of a noble family. The Chancellor does not seem to reprimand her too harshly, suggesting there may be some underlying circumstances. Pursuing this too fervently could provoke unnecessary trouble. I see. That makes sense that I do indeed wish to acquire intelligence on the enemy, even if it entails some risk. It is already quite late. Chancellor Adelaide glanced at the skylight and sighed. The light streaming and has already taken our reddish hue. The dragons cannot be seen at night, making nocturnal flight impossible. We shall depart tomorrow morning. In the meantime, prepare the documents to be sent to Lima City. Compile a list of items for them to prepare and place it in a barrel. Understood. I bowed deeply in acknowledgement. Although the situation is dire, thanks to the Chancellor, it seems we may avoid the worst possible outcome. An amount of gratitude would suffice. Speaking of which, having gone to such lengths, I should be afforded some benefits, should I not? However, this Chancellor, who had just impressed me, unveiled a lecherous smile, and uttered such words. The sexually harassing chancellor truly lives up to her reputation. Once I, Sonia Salahati, returned to my chamber, I let out a heavy sigh. Due to the prolonged nature of the meeting, I found myself compelled to endure the company of that insufferable and harassing chancellor until the stroke of midnight. A sense of discomfort, akin to mud, clung to my psyche. After all, that infatuated chancellor was so oblivious that he brazenly contemplated caressing Lord Al's posterior even during the discussions. Were he an ordinary individual, I would have surely beaten him to a pulp, or perhaps even eliminated him entirely. Yet to act so violently toward the chancellor would inevitably precipitate complications, thus I could only spare him a swift blow to the head. Though deeply unsatisfied, I firmly believed that one day I would repay him in kind. That old woman is utterly incorrigible. No, it was not merely the chancellor. The Duke of Orleans, who concocted ludicrous schemes, along with all the officials who abandoned their military duties to engage in conspiracy, ignited my ire. I fervently wished for their demise, and if possible, I would gladly bury them myself. Upon hearing of our deployment to the border, I initially felt elated at the prospect of enjoying Lord Al's company in an undisturbed environment. But why had Lord Al transformed into such a vexation? It was truly disheartening to know I must remain composed. As an officer, it is imperative to maintain a steady demeanor at all times. This was the lesson imparted by Lord Al. Indulging in wild thoughts would yield no benefit. Anxiety would only hinder my performance in critical moments. I inhaled deeply, striving to calm my racing mind at awe. But Lord Al is truly remarkable that he refrained from executing anyone publicly and managed to unify the foolish souls eager to continue their plots, compelling even the most irritating bear folk to recognize their place. His deftness was undeniably captivating, seemingly surpassing that of others of our age. I felt compelled to devote myself to this extraordinary individual, even if it meant forsaking all else. Lord Aldemir, thought of him sent warmth coursing through my body. I took another deep breath, attempting to regain my composure. However, it proved futile. My affections for Lord Al had accumulated over the years, and they would not be easily quelled. Moreover, we had been on the march for quite some time. Sleeping in tents or cramped, cheap lodgings had become a norm, and such an environment offered no solace. My desires had been pent up for over half a month, making it impossible to remain placid. I essayed unavoidable. I sighed and removed my tattered undergarments. The convenience of skirt in such moments was undeniable. I felt a sense of liberation as I liberated my lower half and made my way to the wooden chest nestled in the corner of the room, with the key that hung around my neck like a necklace. I carefully unlocked the chest and slowly lifted the lid. Everything is in order. The hair sticking between the lid and the chest had not been severed. Had it been cut, it would indicate that someone other than myself had opened it. The perpetrator must be dealt with accordingly. The chest contained a multitude of albums that I extracted one, a smile naturally gracing my lips as I gently flipped through its pages. Inside were countless photographs, all featuring Lord Al. No other subject was worthy of capture. Photos of Lord Al clad in armor atop a warhorse, bathing, and engaging in various activities in his chamber sent shivers of excitement down my spine. I must hasten to prepare for photography in this residence. Lord Al's loft in the royal capital had nearly become my sanctuary, allowing me to capture precious images to my heart's content. However, this official residence could not afford such liberties. Yet, I could not suppress my overwhelming desire to photograph. I had a duty to immortalize Lord Al's gallant visage for posterity. No, these photographs belonged solely to me and must remain unseen by others. Oh dear, perhaps my desires have rendered my mind fevered, impairing my judgment, that I shook my head, slapping my cheeks in an attempt to regain my composure. I needed to calm down. Nevertheless, I shall create a peephole in the coming days. Utilizing my status as an aide, I arranged for my quarters to be adjacent to Lord Al's. With a simple hole in the wall, I could indulge in unrestrained observation of the room across from mine. Yet, if I wished to photograph, the hole would need to be sufficiently large to accommodate my lens. Crafting it discreetly enough for Lord Al to remain oblivious would require considerable effort, but it was precisely during such moments that I could truly showcase my talents. However, I shall attend to that matter later. such things could wait. For now, it was imperative to quell my heightened spirits. I opened the album and began searching for tonight as accomplice. Which one should I choose? Which is the finest? After enduring more than half a month, it would be a waste to select a photograph at random that I had anticipated that upon reaching the Lisbon territory, I would indulge freely. But due to the need to guard against that corrupt former lord, I had accomplished nothing last night. The prolonged anticipation had rendered me even more meticulous regarding the act of release. This one, I selected a photograph of Lord Al entering the sauna tea that moment. He was entirely unaccompanied, lacking even a towel around his waist, his body entirely bare, the physique of my esteemed master. Muscular and adorned with scars, belied the many battles he had endured in a nation that favored delicate men. He likely received little admiration. Yet to me, he was a feast for the eyes, a temptation that made my mouth water. I longed to devour him. Of course, I meant in the most intimate sense. No. Patience, patience. Regrettably, Lord Al belonged to the noble human class, and his spouse must also be of human descent, as a dragon man. Any offspring would likewise be dragon men. The Blunden family, Lord Al's noble lineage, would never permit such a union. Lord Al would likely choose a mundane woman to wed, and only then could I make my move, though the thought of being thwarted in love would infuriate me. Should Lord Al engage in premarital activities with another woman, it would tarnish his reputation. As his aide, I could not abide such a disgrace. I felt a twinge of sorrow, but there was little to be done. Until the day of Lord Al's marriage, I would have to rely on self-comfort, though I would never concede my first night. Alas, with a sigh, I reclined on the bed, clutching the album that my left hand instinctively groped beside me, searching for my beloved body pillow, only to find it absent. It was customary for me to hold it during such moments. While this was my habit, its absence was disheartening that I needed to procure a new pillow post-haste. Could I adhere the photographs to a new pillow? I mused, fully aware that it was an impossible endeavor. Only magical transfer paper could replicate such images. How lamentable. Very well, then, that it was futile to dwell on what could not be had. I should endeavor to find comfort with what I had at hand. The following morning, we quietly departed the town before dawn, arriving at a verdant forest on the outskirts. The pterosaurs, along with Chancellor Adelaide and her entourage, lay in wait here. The pterosaurs are indeed magnificent. Upon joining the pterosaurs and the dragon cavalry, I could not contain my exuberance. The pterosaurs were massive winged lizards, approximately 10 meters in length, slender yet imposing. Their gray scales glimmered in the dawn sunlight. Moreover, they had 3 heads. Despite the poor visibility in the forest, the sight was truly awe-inspiring. With a straight runway, they could take flight and maneuver with remarkable agility. Proving to be invaluable aerial combat assets, as a commander, nothing could be more gratifying. Indeed, there is no creature in this world more splendid than the pterosaur. The voice of a female dragon cavalryman responded. She donned lightweight, resilient beast leather armor, her forehead adorned with large goggles, her appearance distinctly different from that of the knights on the ground. After exchanging pleasantries, we swiftly delved into the matter at hand. The dragon cavalry was known for their decisive and swift actions, thus sparing me the need for excessive dialogue. We shall escort Chancellor Adelaide and her party to Rima City, while also accompanying Lady Sonia to the border of the Holy Empire for reconnaissance. Is that feasible? This was the outcome of last night's discussions. After all, Chancellor Adelaide had visited the Lisbon territory under extreme secrecy, and any correspondence issued in her name might be deemed counterfeit. Her personal presence would simplify matters immensely. The reason for requesting Sonia's assistance in reconnaissance was her proficiency in photography and map-making. Aerial photographs would provide a clearer understanding of the enemy's position than mere verbal descriptions. And should conflict arise, maps of the main battlefield would be essential, as I lacked a map of that region. This arrangement was indeed a stroke of genius. The former task is simple, yet the latter is rather perilous. However, I pride myself on being one of the Dragon Knights, so I shall not claim it is impossible. I am immensely grateful. If the Duke of Orleans' schemes were to unfold smoothly, it was likely that the opposition would soon take action. Without thorough investigation, formulating countermeasures would be impossible. Must it truly be me who goes? I've lost much of my desire to ride the wyvern," expressed Chancellor Adelaide with evident displeasure. From the outset of our discussions, she had shown a marked reluctance to journey to Lima City. It appeared she was quite averse to the idea of riding the wyvern. Given the rarity of my reincarnation into this fantastical realm, I couldn't help but envy her, wishing to experience the thrill of riding a dragon at least once. Though, to be fair, these creatures are more akin to lizards in demeanor. Would it be possible for her to swap positions with me? Unlikely, as the commanding officer must remain on site. How lamentable, my lord, on the very first day, the dragon knight was clinging to your back and weeping inconsolably. It's no wonder she is reluctant to go, Miss Nehru remarked. As a trusted confidant of the Chancellor, I was well acquainted with her. Yet her sharp tongue remained unchanged when addressing her superior. I did not cry. It was merely the wind stinging my eyes, causing me to shed tears. You were clearly wearing goggles. Seeing Chancellor Adelaide fall into silence, Mr. Nair displayed a mischievous grin, seemingly relishing the chance to tease his superior. How infuriating! I did not cry. Well then, you wouldn't refuse such a simple task, would you? Fine, I understand. I'll do it. The Chancellor exclaimed in a fit of resignation. Mr. Nair turned his gaze towards me and winked. I could only manage a wry smile in response, grateful for his willingness to assist me, that if we could unravel Duke Orion's scheme, we might just seize the mithril mine for ourselves. In turn, the Chancellor could reap substantial rewards. Despite her constant complaints, her unwavering support stemmed from this very reasoning. My apologies, but I shall trouble you with this matter. Yes, but remember, this is a debt you owe me. Understood? Of course, I found myself accumulating favors from those I would rather not be indebted to, such as the nature of this world, fraught with discontent. What would happen if I ultimately could not repay them? The thought was rather daunting. By the way, Chancellor, what do you intend to do after completing this task? Will you return directly to the capital? Suddenly, Sonia interjected with her customary lack of formalities. No, since this is a prolonged assignment, I can remain here for some time that I believe I can be of assistance. Thus I plan to temporarily return. Oh dear, you lot. I'm the Chancellor, you know, a person of great significance. Is your attitude not rather poor? My sincerest apologies, my subordinates. No, it is not their fault. They're simply of a twisted disposition. AL has done nothing wrong. Chancellor Adelaide hastily shook her head. Although she maintained an arrogant demeanor, her surprising generosity was indeed a virtue of hers. However, my heart is deeply wounded. You understand what is needed to heal such a wound, do you not? Just as I was beginning to gain her favor, Chancellor Adelaide subtly moved closer, beginning to inappropriately touch me. As I wasn't wearing armor today, he brazenly made advances through my trousers. It seems your education has been lacking. Please refrain from such behavior. Before I could voice my protest, Sonia seized the Chancellor by the collar. Standing at an average height as a mortal woman, her imposing presence made her appear childlike in comparison to the towering Chancellor. Even he seemed intimidated by her, his eyes glistening with tears as he emitted a feeble whimper. Eek! Deputy Sonia, I understand your feelings, but bullying this person is my prerogative. My apologies. After being admonished by Miss Nair, Sonia released her grip. The Chancellor, now tearful, hid behind Miss Nair, who regarded him with disdain, patting his long black hair while cooing. Good boy, good boy. That said, my lord, we have no time to waste. If we delay too long, there may be passers-by on the streets, Miss Nair reminded us, though wyverns do not require lengthy runways like the aircraft of my previous life. They nonetheless cannot take off vertically. In the densely forested territory of Lisbon, a runway on the streets is necessary. While this area is primarily trafficked by farmers and traders, it is not devoid of pedestrians. Given the uncertainty of where Duke Orion's spies may lurk, I hope to avoid drawing attention during takeoff and landing. The Chancellor murmured, gazing at me with a longing expression, only to quickly avert her eyes to Sonia. Crossing her arms anxiously, no, you're right. Well then, let us proceed. With Sonia present, she could not actively harass me. It seemed the Chancellor had wisely decided to retreat for now. The expressionless Sonia flashed a victory sign towards the Chancellor. Thank you, Sonia, that it may be time to draw the line. More importantly, I entrust the reconnaissance task to you. Of course, that I shall deliver flawless results. Do not overextend yourself. While intelligence is critical, your life holds greater value. Unlike the Chancellor's journey into his own territory, our flight would clearly infringe upon another's airspace. The level of danger was undoubtedly different. Regardless of whether in a personal or official capacity, I must absolutely prevent Sonia's demise. Leave it to me. Placing her hand over her heart, Sonia bowed deeply. This was a knightly demeanor that would not disgrace her, no matter the location. However, due to the nature of this task, the return to the capital may take several days. Please be mindful, Lord Al.As she spoke. Sonia cast a pointed glance at the Chancellor. After bidding farewell to Chancellor Adelaide and Sonia, I was left with a flurry of tedious tasks awaiting me. Though there were advisors to assist, the shortage of personnel remained unchanged, and none were familiar with the work at hand. Thus, I found myself entangled in a web of boredom and labor. The responsibilities of a local official closely resemble those of a mafia boss. Resolving territorial disputes with the backing of force, protecting residents from the transgressions of rival factions, nobles, and collecting protection fees, taxes, as compensation to IT is not uncommon for those who collect fees without fulfilling their obligations to exist in abundance. Mirroring the mafia's operations. Consequently, as a local official, I received numerous reports. There are individuals cultivating vegetables in the alley without permission. Neighbors have unlawfully consumed our free-range pigs. Robbers have appeared on the road to Lima City, indiscriminately attacking passers-by. Various grievances, ranging from trivial matters to those requiring prompt attention, flooded in. Although it is merely a small town, the seeds of trouble are endless, tightening my stomach with anxiety, despite the immediate threats looming before me. The relentless daily duties left me no respite, causing immense distress. The pressure I accumulated was somewhat alleviated by feeding Valverd's subordinate, the squirrel beastman Rot, whose adorable demeanor, munching on cookies, was utterly charming. Yet, this relief had its limits. Oh, they have returned. 3 days later, upon receiving a report from my subordinates, I felt an overwhelming urge to leap with joy. Both Sonia and Nair had returned to Corilla City almost simultaneously. Setting aside Sonia, who had undertaken the reconnaissance mission, the journey to Lima City should have been a mere day's round trip for them on the Wyvern, so they must have accomplished quite a bit there. Eager to hear their report, I hastily completed my paperwork and made my way to the interrogation room. I have returned, Lord Al. Upon entering the room, Sonia immediately rose and bowed. The illusion device, camera, suspended by a rope swayed before her chest. Ah, I am so relieved that you have returned safely. Thank you, Adelaide. How do you fare? I first smiled at Sonia before directing my gaze towards Chancellor Adelaide. She lay slumped over the table, her complexion ashen and trembling uncontrollably. I am not well at all. I detest wyverns. It seems she was suffering from motion sickness. They had likely come directly to this official residence upon landing, with the wyvern still concealed in the surrounding forest. Let us wait until you calm down. For now, I would like to hear Sonia's report. The current aura surrounding Chancellor Adelaide was perilous. It felt as though she might vomit at any moment. Though I harbored concerns, my desire to learn the results of the reconnaissance outweighed my apprehension. For the time being, let us allow her some peace. Your superior is in distress. At the very least, you should offer her a comforting touch on the back. All right, of course, I shall respectfully caress her back. I managed a wry smile and complied. Her back was remarkably smooth, clearly devoid of muscle. I then turned my gaze towards Sonia. Regarding the results of the reconnaissance, she spoke, casting a resentful glance at the Chancellor. Her expression remained utterly unchanged. Despite having just concluded a 3-day reconnaissance mission, she exhibited no signs of fatigue. It was truly commendable. As anticipated, the enemy has begun preparations for war. Specifically, it involves the forces of Count Diesel, who commands the territory adjacent to our Lisbon domain. The Emperor's army is indeed unwilling to intervene. The neighboring Holy Empire is a federal state where local lords wield greater power than our Galerian kingdom. Unless a severe situation arises, such as a full-scale war, the Emperor would refrain from taking action. Indeed, we apprehended several individuals for interrogation. It appears that Count Diesel has not informed the Allied lords or the Emperor of this matter. He likely believes he can conquer the Lisbon territory on his own. After all, having a smaller party assigned would be advantageous. Duke Aurelian must also be aware that if the main forces of the Holy Empire were to mobilize, his schemes would be thoroughly thwarted. Even if war were to be initiated, it would be adjusted to conclude as a minor skirmish among local lords. Speaking of which, she even undertook the interrogation herself. I would prefer she not take such significant risks. However, observing solely from the skies likely leaves many unknowns, so there is little that can be done about it. Due to witnessing a substantial number of supply wagons transporting hay and food, it is evident that the enemy harbors intentions for battle. They are expected to complete their preparations and march towards us shortly. While this was anticipated, the situation is rather dire. We must formulate a countermeasure promptly. The adversary is, after all, a count. Our formal fighting force consists solely of 2 cavalry squads without horses and their retinues. Engaging them head-on without a strategy would lead to immediate devastation, especially since the loss of our horses would be even more detrimental. The former official, Elns de Echeverria, likely foresaw this and instigated that incident. In any case, I have captured several photographs and created a simple map. Please utilize them. This is immensely helpful that I seized my gentle caress of Chancellor Adelaide's back and accepted several sheets of paper from her hand. Acquiring a map is truly appreciated. Without it, crafting a sound battle plan would be nearly impossible. Even a rudimentary map makes an extraordinary difference. The photographs have also been sent for development and should be ready by tomorrow morning. Well done, Sonia. Truly commendable. My compliment. She rarely broke into a smile and bowed deeply. Naturally, for I am your aide. Her candid declaration of "because I am your aide" caused my face to flush with embarrassment. I merely patted my cheeks and replied with a simple thank you that I then directed my gaze back to Chancellor Adelaide. Though part of my intent was to mask my embarrassment, I was genuinely concerned for her well-being. Adelaide, how is your health? She remained slumped over the table. Her complexion appeared poor, yet slightly improved compared to before. I truly wished for her to rest, but given that Count Diesel had commenced war preparations, we could not afford to hesitate. Regrettably, I would have to request her to muster her strength once more. I'm terribly sorry. Could I trouble you for a glass of water? Certainly. I shall fetch it immediately. I poured a glass of water from the pre-prepared jug and handed it to Chancellor Adelaide. She offered a weary smile and shook her head. If possible, I would prefer you to feed me with your mouth. My Lord Al, this one is quite spirited. Perhaps we should douse her with water instead. Stop. I truly feel unwell. I was joking, merely joking. Don't take it seriously, even as a jest. That is exceedingly distasteful. Ugh. Chancellor Adelaide slumped back onto the table. Her antics hinder my ability to continue speaking, and I hoped she would refrain from further disruptions. Although the idea of feeding mouth to mouth did possess a certain allure. So, how is the status of the mercenary corps? I inquired about the most pressing matter, that if the Count's forces commenced an attack, given my current troop strength, even engaging in direct confrontation would be quite challenging. As Lisbon is a border region. Even if we requested reinforcements from our homeland, they would require some time to arrive. The lords of the Galerian kingdom, wary of provoking imperial lords by diminishing their own forces, would likely be reluctant to offer assistance. Thus, the only means left to bolster our military strength lies in hiring mercenaries. This front is progressing smoothly. I have secured a contract with a mercenary corps of a company size that is the type you requested. One that possesses a squad of pikemen. Splendid that I could hardly contain my excitement. Nearly leaping from my chair, a company of infantry represents the minimum required strength for this defensive operation, and the presence of pikemen greatly satisfies me. That being said, it seems there are only about 30 individuals. Nevertheless, Al, you have always had a penchant for pikes. This world of swords and sorcery also accommodates pikes. That said, they're quite similar to the matchlock guns utilized during Japan's Warring States period. The range and accuracy of matchlock guns are notoriously poor, rendering them cumbersome weapons, often regarded as low-tier substitutes for offensive magic and arrows, thus lacking widespread adoption. That I am as proficient with a pike as I am with a sword, if not more so. Regarding pikes, I have been familiar with them since my previous life, and I wield them with great skill. The grip on the pike requires more adaptability than my own. As I was advised by my instructor during my training days, the challenge lies in the unique difficulties posed by matchlock guns, which can be mitigated through certain techniques, leading to significant improvements. I have harbored an interest in vintage firearms since my previous life, and I've collected quite a few that I never expected this experience to prove useful, even surprising myself. The new style pikes I fashioned in this manner, in anticipation of such a situation, were prepared in ample quantity. Given the current circumstances, there is no time to place new orders or make modifications, so I shall have to rely on those pikes for the mercenary corps. Moreover, achieving victory against a larger force in close combat would be miraculous. I believe that in situations like this, establishing a defensive position and instigating a shooting war offers the greatest chance of success. I see. Well, I may not fully understand, but if Al believes it to be thus, then it must be. Chancellor Adelaide nodded with a genuinely perplexed expression. After all, she hailed from a family that had been ennobled for its accomplishments in revitalizing commerce. Possessing little knowledge of warfare, in any case, the military aspects must be entrusted entirely to you. For that reason, I hope you will take charge of the support. Aside from the requests regarding the mercenary corps, I have generally taken care of everything else, so you need not worry. Upon completing her statement, Chancellor Adelaide handed me a sheet of paper. It was a list of essential items that I had previously provided her, detailing military horses, gunpowder, and other items unattainable in this town, that I have also made arrangements with the civil officials, and it is expected that they will be dispatched along with the mercenary corps. This should alleviate some pressure on the administrative side. That is indeed a tremendous help. Relying solely on outsiders to manage administrative matters was nearing its limits. Once the civil officials arrive, I should be able to focus on military issues. Given the current state, it is simply impossible to commence preparations for a counteroffensive. Indeed. After all, this is all for my beloved you. Of course, I shall eventually seek reimbursement for my investment. Chancellor Adelaide narrowed her eyes, her gaze wandering over me as if savoring the sight. A shiver ran down my spine. It was astonishing how overtly one could feel the gaze of the opposite sex. If we were to turn Count Aurelian's strategy against him, we could seize the mithril mines that in that case, the Chancellor would also stand to profit handsomely. Would she not? Would that suffice? However, Sonia was still present. Under the weight of her glare, Chancellor Adelaide broke into a cold sweat. Averting her gaze, no, you may be correct in that, but I desire other benefits above monetary gain. Enough already. This is not detrimental to you. Stop spouting nonsense and focus on your work. You have no time for frivolous thoughts. Ugh. Chancellor Adelaide grimaced, clearly displeased but resolved to thwart her superior's advances towards me. I find myself feeling as if I had been saved, yet simultaneously, there lingers a sense of regret that renders my emotions quite complex. That said, Sonia's remarks do hold merit. It is imperative that I now concentrate on matters concerning Duke Orlon and Count Diesel. I have been relentlessly pursued by work throughout the year, which perhaps explains why I remain unmarried. Although the activities of the Wyvern have significantly advanced the situation, there is little I can do until the mercenary group and the civil officials arrive. Consequently, I am compelled to remain on standby in the city of Carorilla for over a week. The journey from Rima to Lisbon requires traversing mountains, which consumes considerable time, yet the mercenary group has yet to appear beyond the scheduled date, causing me considerable anxiety. Nevertheless, as the commander, I must not exhibit any sign of unease. I maintain a facade of indifference while attending to the daily affairs of the local officials. During this period, my only course of action has been to dispatch personnel to monitor the vicinity near the border with the Holy Empire. Given the current state of affairs, we are lacking in manpower regardless of the endeavor. Welcome to Carorilla. Upon receiving the eagerly awaited report of the mercenary group's arrival, I hastily made my way to the city gate to greet them. I refrained from inquiring about their tardiness, as their appearance alone made the reason for their delay abundantly clear. Many of the mercenaries bore fresh bloodstains on their uniforms, and the acrid scent of blood was palpable. They had evidently experienced real combat. Are you the client? You truly are a knight. The speaker was the leader of the mercenary group. She was a strikingly beautiful young Drago with deep-set features and dark golden hair tied back casually with a hair tie. She exuded an air of both wildness and intellect, clad in imposing plate armor that marked her as a formidable woman. Even standing alongside Sonia, she would not appear inferior, in this world, regardless of where one gazes. There is an abundance of handsome men and beautiful women, which is quite perplexing. Indeed, I am Albert Blondin, the local official of this town. I am Valerie Torbray. As you can see, I serve as the captain of this mercenary group. The captain, who introduced herself as Valerie, extended her hand, which I clasped firmly in return. She then flashed a smile and patted my shoulder. Face soldiers just returned from the battlefield without a hint of trepidation. If it were an ordinary man, he might have already succumbed to nausea. Their attire was smeared with splattered blood, and they had not bathed properly, persisting in their march. The odor of humanity was overwhelming, bordering on the grotesque, of course. It was not just the captain in this state. Her squadron, comprising over 100 soldiers, was equally so. As a result, a peculiar stench lingered at the front gate, and those unaccustomed to such an aroma might find themselves overwhelmed with tears and mucus. I have found myself in similar predicaments on several occasions. Even counting all the fingers and toes wouldn't suffice that I have grown accustomed to it. Did you hear that? It seems this gentleman is quite different from those posers who only know how to wield swords and armor and make a ruckus. It appears I have won my bet. Damn it, the captain has made quite a profit. I thought he would definitely scream and flee. The mercenaries appear to be engaged in some banter, seemingly treating my reaction as a wager. Not that I was particularly concerned. I smiled wryly as I observed the mercenaries. Most of their armor consisted solely of hard laser helmets, and their weapons were simple spears or battle axes. Only a few donned proper armor, with most clad in leather or chainmail, indicative of inexpensive gear. Only a handful, including the captain, were adorned in plate armor. Beyond their equipment, their posture and demeanor suggested a significant gap between them and elite soldiers. They emanated a unique sense of weariness reminiscent of a gang. Internally, I lamented, did I draw the Joker? Yet I kept my thoughts concealed from both my demeanor and speech. Now, may I ask what you have been fighting against? Those individuals resembled thieves, but were inexplicably well equipped. Had you not warned us in advance, we might have faced dire consequences. I suspected. The emergence of thieves on the highway between Rima and Carorilla was a report received only recently. However, I had anticipated the possibility of such bandits, and in my letter to Chancellor Adelaide, I had cautioned there may be heavily armed forces attacking. Please exercise caution during your visit. The true nature of the armed faction was certainly not mere thieves. They were likely subordinates of Duke Orlon. She would undoubtedly wish to prevent me from contacting the central authority or other lords, thus sealing off the highway, which was no surprise. And what was the outcome? Knowing we would be attacked, there was little to fear. Although their equipment and skill exceeded that of typical thieves, we executed a counter-ambush and eliminated them, ensuring the safety of our accompanying guests. An impressive result. I thank you for your efforts. The mercenaries appeared indeed unscathed. I wish to conserve our fighting strength for the main conflict, hence my sincere gratitude, while I was unaware of the enemy's scale. The ability to lead this motley crew to repel an attack suggests that this captain may be a remarkably competent commander. The traveling merchants were attacked by those ruffians, resulting in considerable damage. Your swift eradication of them has been immensely helpful. I shall arrange for your reward. Please accept this. Immediately, Sonia presented a leather pouch filled with coins to Captain Valerie, after confirming the weight of the pouch. She whistled in appreciation. Thank you for your promptness. I admire a client who understands the value of fairness. Naturally, that if compensation is not adequately provided, mercenaries can swiftly transition into bandits themselves, should they not be treated well. Not only would reinforcements be jeopardized, but it could also potentially bolster the enemy's ranks. I too appreciate capable soldiers. While I would love to deepen our camaraderie, you must be fatigued. No? Regrettably, the city of Carorilla lacks sufficient inns to accommodate everyone present. However, I have arranged for you to stay in private residences in any case. I hope you can rest well today. To be frank, I yearn to dispatch them promptly to the border of the Holy Empire. But alas, I could not. Overworking the soldiers would hinder their performance when battle truly commenced. It is essential they rest both mentally and physically to rejuvenate. Upon their arrival in town, I immediately compensated them for this very purpose. I hope they indulge themselves, allowing for a change of mood. Thus, this money will circulate back into the local economy, effectively serving two purposes. I must ask, are you truly a man? While you profess to favor understanding clients. This level of generosity is quite surprising. Captain Valerie tilted her head, appearing somewhat perplexed. Even the most generous of lords rarely extend themselves to such lengths that I deliberately donned a mischievous smile and retorted, "Of course, what I provide you must be repaid with your labor. I look forward to your performance, esteemed captain of mercenaries." After outlining various points of caution and distributing the rewards, I promptly directed the mercenaries to the private residences designated as their encampment. The mercenary group consisted of over 100 soldiers, and with support personnel included, the number was quite substantial. Accommodating such a large group under a roof necessitated the assistance of the populace. The expenses incurred for their lodging and the deployment of guards to prevent any disturbances, while considerable, were deemed necessary to maintain morale, as forcing them to sleep in tents could lead to a decline in their spirits. The hot water is truly delightful. Thank you. After directing the mercenaries to their designated lodging, I accompanied Captain Valerie and several senior members of the mercenary group to the residence of the local official. After all, one cannot allow officers to sleep on makeshift straw beds. Seizing this rare opportunity, I also arranged a small, welcoming gathering for their arrival, though they had just returned from the battlefield. To wash away the scent of blood and sweat, I requested they first take a bath. Fortunately, the residence boasted a relatively spacious bathing area. "I am glad you enjoy it," I replied with a smile to the steaming Captain Valerie. The mercenary cadre consisted of about 5 individuals. With this number, they could be somewhat comfortably entertained in the modest dining room of the official residence. The meal is ready as well. While I could not prepare a full feast, "I hope you find it satisfactory." I gestured towards the dining table. The dish presented was ginger-glazed pork. That said, the flavor was distinctive to this country, as Garia Kingdom does not possess soy sauce. This dish holds a status equivalent to that of a commoner's feast, yet, in the context of a meal prepared by a local official for distinguished guests, it appears somewhat meager. Nevertheless, we find ourselves in straitened circumstances. The extravagant expenditures for war preparations have left us with little to spare, even for ostentation. Nobility thrives on appearances, and thus the situation is rather dire. Compared to hardtack and moldy cheese, this is quite a banquet. Amused, perhaps sensing our predicament, Captain Valerie offered a surprisingly amiable nod. She took a seat beside me, and a servant promptly appeared to pour wine into our goblets. Let us celebrate the valiant mercenary's arrival. Cheers! After raising our glasses, we continued to partake of our meal, engaging in trivial conversation. Perhaps it was a mutual desire to avoid topics that might dampen our spirits during this repast that I, too, understood their sentiments. While sipping my red wine in small sips, I listened to the mercenaries recount tales of their battlefield valor. Just as the atmosphere of the banquet reached a crescendo, the situation shifted. Captain Valerie approached, a wine bottle in hand, and sat beside me. "It seems the local magistrate can hold his liquor. I have some fine wine here. Would you care for a glass?" "Why not? I'll join you for a drink." Whether in this life or the last, I have always had a penchant for wine. Given the recent circumstances, which could change at any moment, I had refrained from indulging for quite some time. While I would not allow myself to become excessively inebriated, a few drinks should be permissible. "Lord Al," Sonia cast a concerned glance my way, her eyes laced with apprehension. She was likely wary of the possibility of poison. Although the mercenaries were appointed by Chancellor Adelaide, there remained a chance that agents of Duke Orleans had infiltrated their ranks. She seemed to be warning me of the dangers of consuming anything offered by the others. I met Sonia's gaze with a reassuring nod, indicating that I was unfazed. If one wished to poison me, there were far simpler methods. After all, the servants in this estate had been in place since my tenure as the previous official. To administer poison, one would merely need to introduce a spy among them. Our long-standing camaraderie allowed us to understand each other intuitively. Sonia slightly bowed her head in acknowledgement and instructed a servant to prepare 2 new goblets. Soon, pristine silver cups were placed before Captain Valerie and me. "This is a rare vintage sourced from Avalon, and I believe both of you will enjoy it." With that, Captain Valerie poured an amber liquid into our cups and added water from a jug on the table. The ratio of wine to water was 1-to-1, a mixture known as twice up. We gently clinked our glasses and brought the drink to our lips. The ethereal aroma of floral and pear notes wafted into my nostrils. The liquid slid smoothly down my throat. Even diluted, the alcohol content seemed quite potent. Judging by the flavor, it must have been a well-aged whiskey, while it should have been a rather palatable drink. The dilution softened the sharpness of the alcohol, rendering it a veritable lady killer. Or, in this world, perhaps a boy killer. This wine is exquisite. Your taste is commendable, Captain. Indeed, I have a fondness for this particular variety. Captain Valerie replied, beaming as she raised her goblet and downed its contents in one go. Goodness, must she consume it so wastefully? However, she displayed no signs of intoxication, suggesting that her tolerance was quite impressive. I lifted my goblet as well, feigning readiness to drink. Captain Valerie grinned widely and immediately refilled my cup. Come, drink to your heart's content. It appeared she intended to intoxicate me, perhaps hoping that inebriation would loosen my tongue regarding my vulnerabilities. Very well, I would accept her challenge. With my past life experiences contributing to my wisdom, I had developed a strategy to counter those who sought to intoxicate me. This time, a woman. First, I would flatter her to lower her defenses. Then I would provide nothing but drinks, creating an environment devoid of distractions, and feign pouring her wine, disrupting her drinking rhythm. Such tactics often led even the most resilient drinkers to succumb to drunkenness. This was my approach. Let us kiss, shall we? Come on. A kiss won't cost you anything. Captain Valerie slurred, her inhibitions thoroughly abandoned. She was already down to her undergarments, clinging to me as she attempted to press her lips against mine. The sensation of her body against my arm sent shivers down my spine, and I was taken aback. In my previous life, such an experience would have required substantial finances to engage the services of a professional. No, I imagine the youths enjoying their youth would not resort to such measures, but regrettably, as a socially awkward individual, I never had the opportunity. Therefore, even in her drunken state, being pursued by a nearly naked beauty filled me with an unexpected delight. Please, just one kiss. It won't hurt. No, wait a moment, I protested, but Captain Valerie pouted, inching closer. She was a Drago, and, as a mere Hume, I found myself utterly defenseless. Thus, succumbing to her kiss would be a surrender beyond my control. Of course not. You imbecile. Unfortunately, my earnest and stern aide was on hand. With an expression devoid of emotion and veins bulging on her forehead, Sonia forcibly pulled Captain Valerie away, sending her sprawling to the floor. What is the matter with you? Do you want to fight? Despite her drunken state, Captain Valerie was no novice that, as she fell to the ground, she executed a roll, springing back to her feet with the agility of a coiled spring. Adopting a combat stance to intimidate Sonia, it appears that Lord Al requires proper instruction. I shall handle this. Very well. I leave it to you. Thus, Sonia and Captain Valerie began to exchange blows. Such altercations were common among spirited soldiers. My knights and the mercenary leaders raised their goblets in support. Yet, I felt a tinge of regret. Damn it, it couldn't be helped. Would I ever find an opportunity to share a drink with Captain Valerie alone? No. If we were to drink alone, she might demand something beyond mere kissing, and I would be defenseless against it. Personally, I wish to cultivate our relationship, yet in my capacity as a public figure. Such an endeavor would be unwise. In this world, virginity holds a certain value. Depending on the circumstances, premarital relations with a lover or fiancé, he could be met with scorn, and engaging with a woman who did not even qualify as a partner would brand me as a debauched wretch, though that would be the truth. I was already not favored by respectable women. If I were to add further undesirable traits, my chances of marriage would vanish entirely. You lot even realize what you're doing, engaging in such behavior towards an unmarried nobleman. Chancellor Adelaide, his back turned to the brawl, expressed his profound discontent, his gaze utterly vacant. I am terribly sorry, the vice-captain of the mercenaries uttered, bowing his head in apology. According to his self-introduction, he was named Mariel Rugineau, a bespectacled young Drago female, and judging by her demeanor, she likely hailed from the nobility that if you wish to apologize, it must be with genuine sincerity. You understand. After all, you nearly left a man incapacitated, so you must bear the appropriate responsibility. How dare you say such a thing? You ought to bear responsibility as well. I shouted silently in my mind, though I could not voice it aloud. I could only muster an expression of indescribable discomfort as I downed my whiskey in one gulp. Well, it is reasonable to overlook a bit of unseemly behavior at a feast. What? So if I were to get drunk and do this or that to Al, you would forgive me? Huh? Chancellor Adelaide, with her long black hair flying, approached me. I would forgive you. I would be most welcoming. That said, I suspected the Chancellor would act with impunity, even without intoxication. By the way, who is this? Vice Captain Mariel inquired, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Since I could not disclose the Chancellor's presence here, I refrained from introducing her. However, it was evident that she surpassed me, the local magistrate, in stature, so her confusion was entirely understandable. Perhaps I'm being overly cautious, but you are Chancellor Adelaide, are you not? Isn't this a blunder? In this world without television and the internet, I thought that even if a chancellor were to arrive here, only those in the political sphere would recognize her. But wait, if she hails from nobility, it wouldn't be surprising if they did know her. I was too careless. You are overthinking it. I am merely a humble advisor. Before we delve into that, let us discuss the matter of compensation first. By the way, since we have this rare opportunity, let's talk about work. Although, given the context of this banquet, this topic may lack a certain intrigue. It will be troublesome if our relationship with the mercenary group were to deteriorate because of this. I abruptly interrupted Chancellor Adelaide. She poked my side with a dissatisfied expression, and Vice Captain Mariel naturally seized the moment to interject. Indeed, we did not come here merely to drink. Thank you for your guidance. But let's return to the matter at hand. Oh, I must say, your drinking capacity is quite impressive. Captain Valerie is also quite the drinker, but you surpass her. That is because I pretended to drink half of it. It is such a pity to have a banquet and not be able to enjoy the wine properly, I muttered to myself. I'll have to wait for the victory celebration to truly indulge, while responding with a nonchalant expression. It is not that remarkable. Ultimately, if we are to ask what we most wish to know, it is the reasoning behind our employment. Vice Captain Mariel inquired while toying with her wine glass. After all, at this stage of the commission, I still lacked information. The specifics of the commission had yet to be determined. Bodyguard duties, intimidating other territories, training opponents. However, as long as we receive compensation, we can manage most tasks. Are you familiar with Count Diesel? Is he not the lord from the Holy Empire on the other side of the mountains? Specifically from Count Schudenberg's territory? The other party also made their living through warfare. Simply mentioning the Lord's name allowed them to grasp the situation immediately. That it was a great help to get straight to the point so swiftly. It is likely just as you imagine. Based on reconnaissance, Count Diesel is preparing for war. His target is likely this Lisbon territory. I see. Vice Captain Mariel's lips curled into a slight frown as she murmured. The Schudenberg territory thrives on trade with the South. It is quite a formidable adversary. It seems so. I had already investigated matters in this regard before taking office as the magistrate. After all, understanding the surrounding situation is fundamental. Count Diesel is a major lord who commands several prosperous cities, all of which far exceed the scale of Carorella. That it is easy to imagine that the size of his army is equally considerable. Central reinforcements will take over a month to arrive. Furthermore, the surrounding kingdom lords can hardly be expected to provide assistance. This means that the forces of Count Diesel must be confronted by us and you. Essentially, even if feudal lords are loyal to the king, they are not allies. Even if other territories are invaded, without an alliance or master-servant relationship, there is no obligation to send reinforcements. Point one must face the harsh reality that neighboring lords will not provide aid. I still find it hard to adapt to this, as I retain the values of a modern individual. However, since this is the reality, there is nothing to be done. Speaking of which, the concept of a nation itself is quite vague. Upon hearing this, Vice Captain Mariel's expression grew troubled as she fell into contemplation. Their mercenary group's fighting strength is equivalent to that of an infantry squad, that on the other hand, Count Diesel's forces can muster at least double the number of infantry. If a direct confrontation were to occur, they would stand no chance. That a moment of silence enveloped us. The only sounds were the barbaric clashing between Sonia and Captain Valerie and the crowd's attempts to control the escalating altercation. What on earth are those two doing? If possible, I would like to gather more mercenaries. That we're not the only ones in need of mercenaries. After all, once the fires of war ignite in one place, it is quite likely they will spread to others. Chancellor Adelaide seemed unable to tolerate the silence. Her arms crossed as she spoke. She likely did not wish to cede this territory to Count Diesel or Duke Orleans. So she probably wanted to prepare as much combat power as possible. However, as regional tensions rise, it is only natural for more lords to hire mercenaries to bolster their defenses. The surrounding lords have likely sensed that the flames of war in Lisbon are about to spread. The result will be a scramble for mercenaries, and the only mercenary group we can prepare is Valerie's, as Chancellor Adelaide explained to me. Of course, we are professionals, even when faced with a disadvantageous battle. We do not shy away. However, they likely do not wish to engage in a battle they are clearly destined to lose. After all, even if they receive payment, once dead, nothing remains. I can understand their sentiment. Rest assured, I have no intention of fighting a battle we cannot win. I responded with a smile. Soldiers sometimes must fight even when they know they will lose, but that does not mean they should passively accept the fate of defeat. There is but one road connecting the Lisbon territory and the Zudenburg territory. Moreover, that road narrows considerably in the mountainous region, which means we can wait for the enemy in terrain favorable for a smaller force. If the numbers are extremely few, it may still be possible. But a large army cannot traverse mountains without using roads. Furthermore, in localized battles in mountainous areas, large forces cannot exert their advantages. However, Count Diesel should be aware of this and likely will take countermeasures. Won't he? Vice Captain Marielle countered, of course. Count Diesel is not a fool. Although I do not know the reality, it is best to assume the enemy is capable, so we should not assume we can unilaterally exploit the advantages of confined spaces. Indeed, he likely will in close-quarters combat. The individual equipment and training level of soldiers are crucial. Even a battle-hardened mercenary group would want to avoid a direct confrontation with fully armored knights. Exactly that we're certainly no rabble. But the disparity in equipment is indeed difficult to bridge, that if knights in full armor initiate a cavalry charge, our means to stop them are quite limited. Vice Captain Marielle nodded solemnly. Since they are also wagering their lives, they will clearly state what is unfeasible. Most members of their mercenary group are equipped with rudimentary weapons and armor. There may be some musketeers, but even with a dozen or 20 matchlocks, halting a cavalry charge remains exceedingly challenging. After all, this world possesses magic. Armored knights with enchanted armor that enhances their defenses can deflect even bullets. Knights adorned in such armor are far more formidable than those from the world of my past. Indeed, that is the case. Our fighting strength is equivalent to a company of lightly equipped infantry and 2 platoons of knights that we would undoubtedly lose in a direct confrontation. I had known this from the very beginning. However, I deepened my smile and continued. Nonetheless, I do not intend to engage the enemy head-on. I'll put it simply, all we need to do is thwart the enemy's offensive and I have my methods. At this point, a loud bang echoed from behind. I turned around to see Captain Valerie lying on the ground, rolling her eyes. Beside her, a battered Sonia, though panting heavily, still flashed me a V sign. This is a well-deserved victory. I see, Given the condition of their leader, it was impossible to elaborate on the operational plan. That IT seems we can only wait until tomorrow to hold a strategy meeting. That IT is truly vexing that there is no time to proceed slowly. The following morning, we gathered in the grasslands on the outskirts of Carlrila. The mercenary group sent Captain Valerie and the musketeer squad. The other units were still on leave, although I felt somewhat guilty for imposing additional work on the musketeer squad. We planned to offer a bonus in hopes of their understanding. Though they are a musketeer squad, it is merely an experimental deployment, and their numbers are not substantial. 2 teams, totaling 20 men. This is all the musketeers our mercenary group has. Captain Valerie, bearing numerous scars, explained. Likely due to being inebriated, he seemed to remember only the general events of last night. He came to apologize to me first thing in the morning, expressing regret for having shown me his disgraceful side. Having 20 men in a squad is quite a high ratio. That will suffice. Matchlocks are most valuable when utilized in groups, but in this world where firearms are not prevalent, having such a number of musketeers in a mercenary group is quite rare. I shall make good use of ITAS. I contemplated this. I surveyed the musketeer squad. They wielded matchlocks and bore no armor, clad in light attire. While their garments could hardly be described as aesthetically pleasing, their posture was remarkably upright, indicating they had undergone rigorous training. I heard from Marie that your battle plan involves ambushing the enemy in confined mountainous terrain, correct? In such a battlefield, the musketeers would indeed prove invaluable. If we were to engage in a conventional manner, merely firing a single shot could lead to our complete annihilation. Even in a confined space, 20 individuals would struggle to create an effective barrage. We all understand this. Upon hearing Captain Valerie's words, I nodded in agreement that in truth, matchlocks characterized by their lack of rifling, meaning they are smoothbore, exhibited an astonishingly low accuracy. A slight increase in distance would send the bullets flying in unpredictable directions. Thus, the fundamental strategy for utilizing such antiquated firearms necessitated approaching within a range where one could discern the whites of the enemy's eyes before firing. Furthermore, being muzzle-loaded, their rate of fire was exceedingly slow. It is said that even a skilled marksman could manage only 3 to 4 shots per minute, a pace that pales in comparison to that of a bow. Naturally, under the duress of battle, the rate of fire would diminish even further. However, I have a solution that a sly grin crept across my face as I approached the musketeer squad. Ladies and gentlemen, observe that target. I gestured toward a crude scarecrow fashioned from bundles of straw, topped with an old pot resembling a helmet, positioned approximately 300 meters away. From this distance, is it possible to hit the target? I believe it to be exceedingly difficult. Even if the entire squad were to fire, it is unlikely we would land a single shot, one musketeer replied, with others nodding in agreement. Indeed, 300 meters was far too great a distance for a matchlock. Aside from sheer luck, hitting the target seemed improbable. Yet, I can strike it with ease. Just watch. After stating this, I showcased my prized firearm, slung over my shoulder. It was a simple rifle, featuring an oak stock and a distinctive short barrel akin to a cavalry firearm. Visually akin to the matchlocks held by the mercenaries. The sole difference lay in the firing mechanism. The mercenaries' weapons employed a pull lever that pressed the match against the flashpan. Resembling a crossbow in design, my rifle, conversely, was equipped with a simple yet robust hammer and triggered at I assumed a shooting stance, pulling the hammer back halfway. Beneath the raised hammer, a slender metal tube protruded. I retrieved a hook-shaped container from my waist pouch and inserted a brass projectile into an match. A musketeer muttered, taken aback, that I chuckled softly, returning the hook-shaped container to my pouch. Then I fully cocked the hammer. Firmly shouldering the weapon, that I rested the stock against my cheek and aimed at the scarecrow's head. Holding my breath, I squeezed the trigger. The hammer fell, striking the brass projectile. The shot rang out, accompanied by a cloud of thick white smoke as the bullet erupted from the muzzle. The pot atop the scarecrow was blown away with a sharp crack. Oh my! This must be a trick! The musketeers exclaimed in unison, their astonishment palpable. Delighted by their expected reaction, I maintained a facade of calm as I handed the spent rifle to Sonia, who accepted it with utmost reverence and quickly retreated. This is not a matter of my superior skills over yours. It is a difference in weaponry. With this new rifle, you too can achieve the same results. The firearm I wielded was known in my previous life as the mini-elephant gun. The barrel was rifled, offering remarkable accuracy compared to older models. This rifle, much like my favorite revolver, was crafted based on designs I had drawn myself. Commissioned from a gunsmith, that I have heard of this. It is what they call a rifled gun. Indeed, you are correct. It is indeed impressive. Observing the scene, Captain Valerie placed a finger to her forehead, muttering to herself. In this world, the theoretical underpinnings of rifled firearms had already been discovered. However, firearms as a category of weaponry remained shrouded in secrecy, making knowledge of this subject exceedingly rare. It appeared that Captain Valerie was indeed a remarkably astute individual. Having gathered intelligence about the weaponry employed by her troops, that I nodded in admiration. However, I have heard that these so-called rifled guns are quite challenging to operate. The bullets fit so snugly within the barrel that they must be forced in during loading. Valerie's assertion was accurate. Although the theory behind rifles had been uncovered, widespread adoption remained elusive due to this very issue. Loading a bullet that fit tightly into the bore was a time-consuming endeavor. After firing, reloading could take 1 to 2 minutes. This was not merely a question of usability, but rather an issue of practicality that could at best be utilized for sniping a commander. This issue has also been resolved. The loading speed of these bullets is akin to that of spherical projectiles, but upon firing, the rear expands due to explosive pressure, allowing it to grip the rifling tightly. I produced a bullet design for the mini-elephant gun from my pocket, presenting it to Captain Valerie. The acorn-shaped bullet was a crucial component of the mini-elephant gun. This gun and ammunition are on loan to you. Just for the duration of this operation, please distribute the firearms to everyone. Understood. She ordered her knights to allocate the rifles, her expression serious as she retrieved several weapons from the wooden crate. I observe her distributing the rifles. I remarked to Captain Valerie, "This is the first of my secret tactics that I see." However, the Earl of Diesel is not easily dealt with. Relying solely on this will not secure victory. Do you comprehend this? Regrettably, Captain Valerie's expression was far from optimistic. That it was understandable. A commander who naively believed that a single new weapon could ensure triumph was undoubtedly incompetent. That I felt a sense of relief that Captain Valerie possessed a clear understanding of reality. Just after distributing the rifles, please proceed to instruct the mercenaries on their use. I need to discuss the battle plan with Captain Valerie. Of course, my strategy did not hinge solely on this. After issuing my orders, I offered Captain Valerie a challenging smile. That I am well aware of this, that I have prepared a battle plan. However, I would like to hear your thoughts first. As the musketeers received their rifles, they commenced test firing. Each shot produced an overwhelming volume of white smoke, utterly incomparable to modern firearms from my past life. The thunderous report of the gunfire pierced my ears. We had previously informed the local populace to steer clear of the area due to ongoing drills, allowing us to conduct live-fire exercises without concern for collateral damage. Compared to my previous life, the procedures here were refreshingly simple, for which I was grateful. Given our current strength, if we were to engage the Earl of Diesel's forces head-on, we would undoubtedly face defeat. I am fully aware of this. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, I conveyed this to Captain Valerie from the corner of the grassy field. She absent-mindedly scratched at a small scar on her cheek, presumably a remnant from a scuffle with Sonia the previous night. Contemplating for a moment, I recall that their standing army is quite substantial. If they are well prepared, they will likely bolster their ranks with additional mercenaries. In contrast, our forces consist of merely a single infantry company. While they boast 2 cavalry platoons, it appears we have little hope. That I had commissioned a mercenary group to bring horses from the city of Lema, allowing my knights and me to once again serve as cavalry. Nonetheless, this did not herald any glimmer of hope. While cavalry charges were formidable, warfare was not so simple as to rely solely on cavalry to secure victory. Indeed, ultimately, if we engage in a conventional open field battle, we will lose. Therefore, we shall not fight in the open. We will initiate a siege. I recall that there isn't even a fortress along that route. That we can only engage in open field combat, right? Captain Valerie's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, the road connecting the Lisbon territory and Earl Diesel's Schudenberg territory featured only a checkpoint for monitoring. Although there were plans to construct a grand fortress, budgetary constraints seemed to have indefinitely postponed the project. The absence of any substantial defensive structures along the border with a rival nation was a grave oversight. However, prior to the discovery of mineral deposits, the Lisbon territory had little incentive for invasion. Perhaps that was why they had become complacent. Indeed, there is no fortress, but if there is none, we shall simply construct one. Construct. Is it feasible to undertake such a leisurely endeavor? Captain Valerie's forehead glistened with cold sweat, clearly exhibiting her confusion. Indeed, the situation was quite dire. I understood what she was trying to convey. According to my investigation, we are running out of time. The Earl of Diesel's army is likely to set out shortly. That simply won't suffice. We can only attempt to catch up. If we cannot halt the Earl's forces in the mountainous regions along the border, we will have to engage them within the confines of Lisbon. However, Lisbon is predominantly forested land. For those of us unfamiliar with the local terrain, effective combat will be nearly impossible. Utilizing the forest for guerrilla warfare may seem effective at first glance, yet our recent arrival in Lisbon leaves us with little time to adapt. Engaging in combat in an unfamiliar forest without radio communication or GPS is virtually an insurmountable task. Realistically, this is our only option. Although it is a fortress, it is not as grand as it sounds. We can manage with trenches, earthen ramparts, caltrops, and barbed wire by constructing makeshift fortifications. Captain Valerie furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment. She was likely assessing the feasibility of this plan. To be honest, I believe the odds are quite low. By the way, what exactly are caltrops? Barbed wire, simply put, is wire with sharp spikes attached. We intend to use this to create obstacles. Wire itself is fairly common in this world, but barbed wire appears to be an uncharted invention. Will the enemy truly fear such a thing? Honestly, I cannot assert that with certainty due to the lack of combat data. However, as a rudimentary defensive measure, it should prove relatively effective to avoid causing unease among the soldiers. I intentionally spoke with optimism. Nonetheless, Captain Valerie, as an officer, deserved to be apprised of any concerns. Barbed wire was extensively employed during the Russo-Japanese War and World War I, demonstrating remarkable defensive efficacy when combined with machine guns and trenches. Yet, all of that belongs to the world of my past life that I in this realm, where magic exists as an extraordinary element. We remain uncertain about its effectiveness. To be frank, I share her apprehension. Well, we have no choice but to give it a try. Are we prepared? Captain Valerie let out a pained groan, yet she could no longer refuse. After all, a deposit had already been paid. Should she retreat now, her reputation as a mercenary would be irrevocably tarnished. The materials for constructing the fortifications have been dispatched. Provisions, ammunition, and fodder have also been prepared. Given our current troop size, we can sustain ourselves for another month. Your preparations are truly thorough. The outcome of war largely hinges on prior preparation. Does it not? I chuckled lightly and posed the question to Captain Valerie. When it is time to win, we must seize the moment. That is my principle. For this, I will not skimp on preparation. Before arriving in this town, I had already taken considerable measures to ensure we were ready for any eventuality oh, how surprising. You speak the truth. Captain Valerie seemed to have resigned herself as she cheerfully patted my shoulder. Meanwhile, Sonia glared at her with a frosty gaze. So, how about manpower? For such a large-scale operation, we will need a substantial workforce, will we not? This manpower refers to the day laborers, of course, to undertake such an endeavor. We certainly require assistance that I have hired quite a few people. However, even that may not suffice. You must all work diligently and be mentally prepared. Huh? What do you mean by huh? This is only natural. After all, these fortifications are meant for our own protection. Although I wanted to express this sentiment, I refrained, as the armies in this world typically do not dig trenches. Generally, trenches are only utilized during sieges. Unlike my previous life, where I was compelled to dig trenches, a personal trench, simply put, refers to a large hole. The soldiers here have a different perspective. Forming squads, marching, and engaging in combat is the norm for soldiers in this world. It is indeed improper for me to command them to perform such tasks. Yet, it is a necessity. Lisbon is a frontier with a sparse population, making it difficult to find idle day laborers readily available. Of course, we do not intend to offload all the work onto you, that we will assist the mercenaries as much as possible. You do not expect the knights to dig trenches while you leisurely avoid work before the battle begins. Do you? Sonia spoke in a cold tone. Although the military in this world does not dig trenches, those individuals are an exception. Led by Sonia, the knights under her command are nearly all acquaintances I have known since childhood. I have even taught them things about makeshift fortifications that typical knights would not learn. I understand, Captain Valerie replied, her expression difficult to articulate, nodding in agreement. With the strategy set, all that remained was to put it into action. The Valerie Mercenary Corps, having concluded their leave, along with supply-laden transport caravans and the necessary personnel for establishing defensive lines, were dispatched to the border. We could not afford to be idle either. After transferring administrative duties to the clerks dispatched from the city of Rima, we promptly set off in pursuit of the Valerie Mercenary Corps. That being said, our knightly squad, with the esteemed assistance of Chancellor Adelaide, had once again acquired military horses. Naturally, we swiftly caught up with the Mercenary Corps, who were traveling on foot. Due to the unique circumstances, we did not join them. Instead, we passed directly by. Hey, you all move quickly. I greeted Captain Valerie and her companions as I wiped the dirt from my cheek. The location was a rudimentary street nestled between steep mountain valleys that a group of casually dressed knights was using shovels to excavate the unpaved, rugged road that if we let the employer work alone, it would tarnish the reputation of mercenaries. Captain Valerie grinned and surveyed the surroundings. I see, so we will be establishing a defensive line here. This location is indeed more defensible. The surrounding Rocky Mountains were exceedingly steep, making it difficult for cavalry, let alone infantry, to penetrate. That if they wished to traverse the street, they would have to sweep through from the front. That said, in such a narrow space, we cannot maneuver effectively. This can be regarded as the first line of defense that we plan to reduce the enemy's numbers through range combat and then directly retreat to the rear. After all, the width of the street alone renders it too narrow to serve as a proper battlefield. IT is simply unsuitable for close-quarters combat. Very sound. Captain Valerie nodded and then turned her gaze backward. The mercenaries present appeared exhausted, drenched in sweat. Although this was a mountainous area, the altitude was not particularly high, resulting in elevated temperatures. Some individuals had even shed their clothing, appearing half-dash naked. IT was quite a sight for me. Once unloading is complete, take a break, then go assist the knights to W. Do you expect us to dig in this sweltering heat? We are mercenaries, not laborers. The mercenaries naturally voiced their discontent. Mercenaries are not much different from common thugs, and expecting them to work diligently is futile. Enough. You lot love digging trenches, don't you? This is merely a reversal of roles. Stop your complaints. That said, Captain Valerie was not chosen as leader without reason. With a commanding voice, she shouted, and the mercenaries reluctantly dispersed. Is this really the best approach, Captain? My apologies. That was not a remark suitable for a gentleman. Captain Valerie turned, slightly abashed. The so-called digging must refer to that kind of digging. Regardless of the army, the tendency to engage in lewd banter is universal. Frankly, I do not mind in the slightest. After all, I was once compelled to run while singing crude parodies in my past life. Is this really the best approach, Captain? Do not concern yourself. I did not become a knight out of vanity. At this point, I am not so immature as to let such trivial matters bother me. How pitiful, Lord Al, from behind, I heard Sonia muttering under her breath. Indeed, perhaps it is precisely for this reason that I remain unpopular as a virtuous gentleman. Blushing and feeling shy would be the appropriate reaction. Somehow, my mood plummeted. Well, that is quite all right. Yes, perhaps sensing the atmosphere was slightly off, Captain Valerie wore an awkward expression, patting her cheek with her hand before turning her attention back to her subordinates. Marie, I need to confer with the magistrate. Those fools are your responsibility to supervise that. It appeared she had no intention of resting, leaving her subordinates to fend for themselves. That I was truly grateful for her resolve. To be candid, I find myself in a rather constrained position as well, and I hope she can exert herself without pushing herself too far. I gently patted her shoulder and led her to the tent situated by the roadside. This serves as a makeshift command center. Inside the tent, there was a simple command table and chairs, along with rugged military tea sets and other items that I have dispatched scouts to the Zeidenberg territory. And it appears the opposing forces have yet to complete their troop assembly. Thus, we should have just enough time, I explained as I settled into a chair, given that aerial reconnaissance is conducted using wyverns. The details we can ascertain are limited. However, once the enemy begins to form ranks for an advance, we will undoubtedly notice. That said, we have only one wyvern available for reconnaissance, as the other two are designated to transport Chancellor Adelaide and others back to the capital, rendering them unusable. Chancellor Adelaide expressed her desire to remain in Lisbon until the outcome of the battle is determined, but should we suffer defeat, they too would be in peril. Therefore, we coordinated with the Knight's departure schedule and requested that they leave ahead of us. That is splendid news, Captain Valerie remarked, resting her chin in her hand atop the command table. Letting out a sigh, she gazed at the map before her and murmured, even with the utmost preparation for an assault, victory is not guaranteed, let alone engaging in battle without any preparation. I truly dread to envision such a scenario. I share your sentiments. My apologies, Sonia. Could you please brew a cup of herbal tea for Captain Valerie? Certainly. I shifted my attention from Sonia, who adeptly retrieved the teapot, to Captain Valerie. She had her feet propped up and her chin resting on her hand, exuding a relaxed demeanor, yet what turmoil lay beneath. The more accomplished the officer, the more proficient their facade. How does she truly perceive our current predicament? Regardless of how dire the situation may become, we must endure here until the central reinforcements arrive. Let us gather our spirits and formulate a solid battle plan. Days passed, and with the arrival of the mercenary band, construction officially commenced. However, complications soon arose, progress was delayed, and the reason was simple. The mercenaries were utterly lacking in motivation. Those rascals seize any opportunity to slack off. They are utterly useless, Miss Valverde exclaimed indignantly as she entered the command tent. I had requested her assistance with the troops' operations. The burly bearfolk, with their impressive strength, performed in the civil engineering tasks like a small piece of heavy machinery. It seems so. Never mind. Let us have a cup of tea, I murmured softly, pouring herbal tea into a cup and handing it to Miss Valverde. She thanked me, accepting the cup, her expression one of frustration as she slumped into a chair. The initial trench line and lookout tower were supposed to be completed today, but at this rate, it seems likely we will be delayed until tomorrow, Sonia reported. She pondered while glancing outside the tent. There, the mercenaries continued their work with an air of lethargy. Such delays will only accumulate, remarked the lieutenant, echoing the sentiment of the bearfolk. After all, we were uncertain when the enemy might arrive, and I even wished for the construction to conclude ahead of schedule. If we were forced to face the enemy with an incomplete defense line, we would undoubtedly face annihilation. That if we do not find a way to motivate these fellows, could it lead to irreparable consequences? You are correct. The mercenaries likely believe that civil engineering is not the role of soldiers. In ancient Rome, soldiers would pave roads and construct buildings. In my previous life, digging was one of the fundamental tasks for soldiers. However, the common knowledge in this world does not translate universally. Aside from siege warfare, trench construction is seldom required, partly because there are earth attribute magicians capable of manipulating soil. For minor projects, a single earth attribute magician suffices. Moreover, if this continues, our earth attribute magician, Rogina, will be overwhelmed. That said, there are not many who have genuinely studied magic. Among my subordinates, only one can wield such spells. Given the scale of the anticipated construction, relying on just one magician to establish a defense line is simply too ambitious. With manpower in short supply, we must compensate with sheer labor. Is it possible to increase the workforce? The supply system is already on the brink of collapse. The number of supply carts is insufficient, and transporting food here is quite a challenge. There is only a small river nearby, making it impossible to utilize boats for transport. Considering a prolonged engagement, to be frank, the mercenaries' food supply is running low. Even if the defense line is completed, starving soldiers cannot fight effectively. Ultimately, this is a frontier settlement, and Lisbon's population is inherently sparse. The labor force is not abundant enough to recruit additional personnel immediately. If we can only rely on the current workforce, what if we beat any mercenary found idling into submission? As long as they feel fear, they should comply with our orders. Sonia's suggestion, as usual, was perilous. I sighed softly, moistening my lips with herbal tea. While it may not come to the brink of death, if caught slacking, they would likely face severe repercussions, since such measures yield little effect. It is only natural that the punishments be intensified. Throughout the construction site, scenes of officers striking soldiers were evident. Setting aside the lower ranks, it seemed the management of the mercenary band understood the significance of this endeavor. Nevertheless, whether this approach effectively manages the troops is still debatable. However, the notion of severe punishment, I am not fond of such methods. Rather than striking, it would be more effective to have them do push-ups or run as a form of exercise. That said, mercenaries are ultimately temporary hires. I cannot voice my objections to their methods simply because I dislike them. Ultimately, the greatest issue remains the lack of accountability among those involved. They believe that if the situation turns unfavorable, they can simply flee, which undermines their motivation. Therefore, even if we were to escalate punishments from severe reprimands to near-death experiences, it would only increase the number of deserters. However, the mercenaries' wages are not high. So, their lack of motivation is somewhat understandable, that if we apply too much pressure, they may abandon their posts without a second thought, disappearing without a trace, that we lack the capacity to pursue deserters, making such an approach untenable. You are correct, but if the enemy breaches this place, Lisbon will be in dire straits, will it not? They must exert themselves diligently. On the other hand, Miss Valverde cannot afford to remain so nonchalant. After all, Lisbon is her hometown, and she cannot easily abandon it. Thus, she is wholeheartedly dedicated to her work. Although she was coerced into becoming my subordinate due to the circumstances, she now feels she has gained a capable ally and is quite satisfied. I too understand, if captured by the enemy, the outcome will surely be grim. Even if I were to risk my life to flee back to the center, I could not escape the responsibilities of defeat. The territory of Lisbon and I are bound by shared fate. Brother, Miss Valverde leaned forward with gratitude, finishing her herbal tea in one gulp. I understand that I, Valvard, am willing to lend you my strength. I shall kick those cowards into action. Did not Lord Al just say that one tea do? She stood up, her eyes aflame with determination, only to be halted by Sonia's exasperated expression. Do not overstep. Leave everything to Lord Al, and all matters will be resolved smoothly. Just follow his instructions. The trust of this childhood companion weighs heavily upon me. Indeed, Lord Al. Yes. How should I articulate this? She is certainly not a bad child. If necessary, she would even readily take the blame without hesitation. Yet her disposition is quite burdensome. If I were to overlook this aspect, she would be an earnest and capable individual, too valuable to merely serve as my friend and aid in any case. I do indeed have a strategy. If brute force is necessary, let be a last resort. I wiped the cold sweat from my brow. In truth, I have encountered such troublesome situations far too frequently in both my past and present lives. I understood from the outset that this situation would evolve into such a state, hence I prepared in advance. Please wait a moment to be why the morning of the day after tomorrow, those fellows should be working earnestly. I, Valerie Torber, the captain of the mercenary band, felt exasperated by the morale of my troops. You there, stop slacking off. All right, already, I called out to one of my subordinates squatting on the ground, smoking, but was met with a response that exuded total lethargy. The mercenary stubbed out the remaining half of his cigarette with his shoe and lazily returned to work that I truly felt the urge to sigh. The aide named Sonia comes to complain almost every day. The high platform, which was originally supposed to be completed by the third day, has only reached halfway by today, the fourth day. I can understand her urge to express her grievances. That said, we are not civil engineers. I mutter under my breath, in a volume inaudible to those around me. Such matters are better left to experts, although I am tempted to argue why we mercenaries are called upon for such tasks. The fact that we are being compensated at a rate higher than a market value makes it somewhat difficult to voice complaints. Moreover, the sluggish progress is less a result of our amateur status and more due to the lack of motivation among the soldiers. After all, when we first received the project schedule, we had ample time. The client has likely accounted for the time it would take us. What should we do? Even though we try to pose as a mercenary band, most of our members are rather inept individuals. Had they not become mercenaries, they would probably have ended up as vagrants in the slums. Frankly, getting them to work diligently is quite a challenge. Thanks to mercenary training, they can manage short bursts of combat, but once it turns into something resembling regular work, they exhibit this lackadaisical attitude. Regrettably, the fact that the client is a man has not helped matters. Some have even openly expressed their reluctance to be bossed around by men out of course. I always silence them. Should that mad dog aide hear them, it could result in a bloodbath. I was originally the third daughter of a certain noble lord, and I established this mercenary band to reform the inept individuals of the territory. Yet here we are. While it is true that I brought them in myself, thus reaping what I have sown, I truly wish they could work more earnestly. Captain, at that moment, the vice-captain, Marielle, approached with a remarkably cheerful expression. What is it? Have the soldiers suddenly found their motivation, tripling work efficiency? No, it's not that. Marielle's expression stiffened. It seems a convoy of covered wagons from Carria has arrived. I hear they brought wine, so let us gratefully accept it. Wine? How thoughtful of them. If possible, I would love to ask that knight to pour me a drink. No, wait, although I have no memories of it. That person seems to have made a fool of himself because of alcohol. Perhaps that's out of the question. Such a pity. While that individual fits my type, I shouldn't attempt to seize the opportunity. Looking back, my attempt to act in front of the aide and others was nothing short of failure, but the heat of battle and the expedition left me no choice. The convoy of covered wagons is quite large. Marielle and I made our way to the parking area of the wagons, discovering several covered wagons already there, unloading their cargo, judging by the number. It seems nearly all the covered wagons from Carria were mobilized. After all, it is a small town, so there shouldn't be too many wagons. That it appears that His Excellency, Lord Al, is someone who places great importance on logistics. Although Lord Al possesses a dazzling appearance reminiscent of a knight stepping out of a spring palace painting, his work style is remarkably pragmatic. when I first heard him propose the construction of a field fortress. I doubted his sanity, but upon reviewing the plans, I found them quite practical. Frankly, I was rather surprised. While we cannot provide whiskey or brandy, I would be immensely grateful for a bottle of fine wine. Indeed, diluted beer is hardly a remedy for boredom. Marielle and I chatted. We made our way to the location of the cargo wagons. My subordinates and members of the nightly order had already gathered nearby. Preparing to receive supplies, the atmosphere resembled that of festive celebration. That moment, I suddenly noticed something. Men, several young and handsome men, were working among the cargo wagons. What are those fellows doing in a place that is about to become a battlefield? Hey, did some clever person call for male prostitutes? I asked a nearby subordinate. The fellow, holding an exaggeratedly large basket of bread, shyly smiled and replied, No, I thought the same at first, but it seems they are men from Carlria. I heard they wish to support the soldiers defending the town as much as possible. Quite commendable, isn't it? Indeed. His words did indeed reveal the sight of young men happily chatting with our mercenaries. Yet there was an unmistakable air of suspicion. Mercenaries, after all, are merely a group of misfits who have banded together, though our group is no different. There can't be many men eager to approach such individuals. Perhaps they thought it would be troublesome not to let them exert themselves. With just a slight hint, they readily agreed to nighttime invitations. I'll let you in on a secret. Some have already started doing so discreetly. This is outright scandalous. Regardless of how one views it, those fellows are not ordinary men. They are male prostitutes. Captain, if you spot an attractive man, it would be best to act swiftly in matters like this. The early bird catches the worm. Yes, I will consider it. Having male prostitutes disguise themselves as ordinary men and sleep with mercenaries, what a clever stratagem. Even if our mercenaries are scoundrels as warriors, once in bed, they will inevitably speak flirtatiously. After all, everyone knows that unless the defense line is established, proper resistance is impossible. Thus they must labor diligently, putting words into action. What a nefarious strategy! I do not believe that the thick-headed Sonia could conceive such an idea. So the proposer must be His Excellency Al. Many in our group underestimate them simply because they are men, but that is far from the truth. While it is certainly better than being commanded by a dim-witted fool, we must not be complacent. When facing that noble knight, it is best to approach the situation with the mindset of dealing with a seasoned general. And oh way, they are men after all. After Marielle said this, she laughed joyfully. This is hopeless dough. Is this honey candy? Delicious. Just as I was thinking this, I heard a delightful sound. I turned in the direction of the sound, only to see a petite squirrel beast man happily waving her hands. Lord Al was beside her, feeding the squirrel beast man snacks with a loving expression. Is he a grandfather doting on his granddaughter? How old is that person? I felt as if I had caught her joy, and I couldn't help but laugh heartily. However, since they wouldn't betray us, it is best if our companions are as capable as possible. She doesn't seem like a bad person. Perhaps there is no need for excessive caution. My battle plan proceeded smoothly. With the gentle urging of the male prostitutes masquerading as ordinary individuals, the mercenaries rallied together, and the pace of the project accelerated dramatically. Seeing the mercenaries bustling about, carrying Mako and Impalai, I couldn't help but chuckled. Perfect. In the presence of the opposite sex, humans tend to unconsciously find themselves motivated that I instructed the male prostitutes to remain on site for the time being. Without them, the mercenaries would quickly start slacking off. Nonetheless, my emotions were quite complex. While I remained stuck in duty, the mercenaries would soon indulge in pleasures within the tents once their work was done. Of course, I orchestrated this arrangement. Though I wished to sigh, I held it back that a commander cannot display a casual demeanor in front of soldiers. I maintained a serious expression and continued working. Though I am the commander, it does not mean I can simply sit in a chair, putting on airs and directing subordinates with a nod. Coordinating supplies, assigning personnel, mediating disputes between mercenaries and knights, adjusting the workload for various units. Confirming progress. There are countless tasks to attend to, leaving scarcely any time for a proper meal. That it seems we can barely hold on. After a prolonged period of hectic work, we finally saw results. The defensive line was largely established to an acceptable state, The trenches were dug in a zigzag pattern along the street. Earthen mounds were piled high, and barbed wire was crisscrossed all around. The scene grew increasingly impressive. Commander Bintu, thank you for your hard work. While I was inspecting the defensive positions, Captain Valerie said this to me. She must have been rushing about like I was, as her face clearly bore signs of fatigue, and her clothing was covered in dirt. You two didn't know. You all have been of great help. Thanks to your efforts, it seems we can manage to... IT was truly dire at the start. Captain Valerie smiled faintly and said softly, if you hadn't tea arranged for those men, I really don't know how it would have turned out. Oh, you noticed, did you? I shrugged my shoulders. Engaging a male prostitute was a hasty, improvised measure, and it was inevitable that some hints of this plan would surface. Anyone in the know would surely uncover the truth swiftly. The morale of the mercenaries appeared to remain intact, suggesting that Captain Valerie had yet to disclose this fact to her subordinates. She offered a faint smile, gesturing towards the shadows cast by the rocks. Well then, allow me to clarify that I do not intend to hold you accountable. Captain Valerie's smile bore a hint of irony, yet she obediently followed my lead. The excavated soil and stones were carelessly discarded nearby, providing ample hiding spots. May I inquire if this strategy was conceived by you? Captain Valerie settled into the shadows of the rocks. As she posed the question, I pondered how best to respond. She did not exhibit any signs of indignation at being deceived, yet she might be harboring considerable displeasure within. After all, I had engaged in what could be construed as duplicitous behavior. To be frank, that is indeed the case. Given that such tactics would not reflect well if made public, I wished to keep it from my subordinates. Yes, I can understand that. If it were a woman like myself, it might be acceptable, but you are a male knight. Simply commissioning a male prostitute would undoubtedly incite gossip among the scandalmongers, Captain Valerie remarked with a knowing tone. In this society, where women held the upper hand, providing services for a night of passion was, of course, quite prevalent. Even in small towns, one could find a brothel or two. The task I commissioned was indeed from such an establishment in Carolira. That said, it is not uncommon for the sex industry to be regarded as a disreputable profession in this world. As a male knight engaged in a respectable vocation, any association with that realm would not bode well for my reputation. While it is not unusual for knights to frequent such establishments, it remains an egregious double standard. That being said, I am at a loss for alternative ideas that I hope you can forgive me. I have already stated that I do not wish to investigate your actions. Captain Valerie waved her hand with a wry smile. Indeed, the notion of the town's girls coming to lend a hand may be a fabrication. But in essence, we were solicited to act as male prostitutes, and gratis at that. To complain about such luxury is truly excessive. The term street boy essentially refers to the male counterpart of a street girl. I still find myself unaccustomed to such expressions. Your ability to articulate this has been of tremendous assistance. Moreover, as a man, you may not fully comprehend this, but once a woman's desires are ignited, she can engage in many unsavory behaviors, becoming aggressive or instigating troublesome conduct. It is prudent to have professionals manage such matters before they escalate into public disturbances. No, I understand, I truly do. Regarding matters of sustenance, rest, and the male inclination, it is best not to suppress these urges excessively. Even if one attempts to conceal unpleasantness, believing it will solve the problem, the internal pressure will inevitably lead to an explosion. I believe that addressing these issues in a manageable manner is part of a commander's responsibilities. As long as one remains in the military, one cannot escape the complexities of sexuality. In my previous life as officer training courses, we were frequently reminded to not turn a blind eye to such matters. Even in a world where concepts of chastity are inverted, I suspect little has changed in this regard. How astonishing! Lord Owl, you must be quite adept at pretending to be youthful, for I would not expect someone of your age to ponder such matters. I have only just turned 20. This revelation startled me. Coupled with my past experiences, my life has indeed been rich in lessons. Regrettably, I have yet to gain experience in matters of women. Surely, my identity as a reincarnated individual hasn't been exposed. Yet I feel a sense of guilt that prevents me from remaining calm. If this is true, then you are indeed an exceptional individual. You should take pride in that. As your senior, I can vouch for it. Captain Valerie beamed as she patted my shoulder. There is nothing more gratifying than a considerate superior. As you do not harbor intentions of betrayal, we shall reciprocate with sincerity in our efforts. I swear by the North Star. The so-called North Star, as the name suggests, is the guiding star of this world. It serves as the focal point of the largest religious order on the continent. The star guiding faith, making her statement akin to swearing by the divine. That is truly wonderful. I shall strive not to disappoint you. Yes, I responded. A distant voice called out, Lord Al, are you there? Lord Al. It was Sonia's voice. After nodding to Captain Valerie, I stepped out from the shadows of the rocks. This way, her normally quiet demeanor suggested that this was no trivial matter. Sure enough, upon her arrival, she conveyed critical news. The Wyvern has returned. It has confirmed the presence of what appears to be the forces of Count Diesel heading towards the Lisbon territory. It here. I murmured. The moment of conflict seemed to be drawing near. Hey, Shorty, are you listening? Who are you calling short, mother? Karina von Diesel, replied with a hint of annoyance that I was surprised by the displeasure in my own tone. Well, after a long day of marching, fatigue was unavoidable. Certainly, it had nothing to do with my own insecurities regarding my height. My apologies. My mother laughed heartily. The Diesel family belongs to the Bull Beastman tribe, renowned for their impressive physiques that rival those of Lion Beastmen and Drago, producing many warriors that my mother, too, stands nearly 2 meters tall. In contrast, how do I measure up? Aside from my horns and tail, my stature might well be mistaken for that of a halfling. Nevertheless, I'm still in my growth phase. Surely, I will grow taller. So, what brings you here? As my thoughts grew increasingly dismal, I decided to change the subject immediately. Nothing much, just that we are to advance towards the Lisbon territory for an impending attack. My mother wore a mischievous grin as she pointed down the road. Indeed, we were currently leading our kin in preparation to assault the Lisbon territory, located beyond the mountains, with over 500 combatants in formation. We marched in a column along the road. Our troop strength was excessive for dealing with rural guards that I could not help but find the enemy pitiable. Prompting a chuckle, I hear the managing officer, there is a male knight. Really? Are male knights not mere figments of coincidence in entertainment tales or risque literature? Absolutely true. How utterly foolish to be a man and yet aspire to be a knight. Indeed. And my mother laughed once more. It is said that the noble house of mere mortals failed to produce a female heir. Truly, it is a grave error for mortals to hold noble status. A frail mortal would be of no use on the battlefield. Regardless of their prowess, though I may be petite, I harbor no doubts about my ability to best any mere mortal. No matter the disparity in our sizes, that I am confident I could easily overpower them. After all, no matter how much a mortal trains, they cannot surpass the strength of a beastman. That is simply a given, is it not? Indeed, mortals such as the humans serve no purpose beyond yielding their kind to us. That is rather harsh, mother. They can at least serve as errand runners. True enough. Karina, you are quite astute. Ha! My mother exclaimed, giving my shoulder a hearty slap. That I was clad in plate armor, so it was neither painful nor bothersome. Honestly, I wish she would refrain from such roughness. My mother can be quite boorish. Therefore, it is essential for the kingdom's male knights to understand their position. Karina, you are nearing adulthood. If you wish to resolve matters personally, I can facilitate that for you. Really, truly? My heart raced suddenly. Next month, I would turn 15, transitioning from a squire to a full-fledged knight. Such an opportunity would be splendid, far more exhilarating than losing my virginity to a male prostitute or a male attendant. That said, you too must mature. That I will not offer you any assistance. That if you wish to pursue that, you must do so with your own hands. There is no greater pleasure than tasting a man on the battlefield. In other words, I must personally defeat that male knight. However, how could I possibly be defeated by a man? The only ones I need to be wary of are likely the guards surrounding me. Right? Speaking of which, my esteemed mother truly is something. How could she utter such words? I have heard that by the time she was my age, she was already wielding a battle spear on a battlefield, undoubtedly causing many tears to be shed by the men of the conquered lands. Is this what they call the power of commerce? No problem. I'm a woman of the Diesel family. 1 or 2 men are hardly a concern. Oh, you've said it now, haven't you? My mother smiled joyfully, her lips curling upward. Since you've declared it so, I shall leave it to you. Just don't mess it up. Of course, I responded with a smile. though a sudden wave of unease washed over me. It wasn't that I doubted my ability to win. Rather, I feared that my opponent might be too weak. After all, the commander on the opposing side is a man, right? It wouldn't be surprising if he fled the battlefield at the last moment. Upon reflection, the number of guards in Lisbon should be quite limited. Shouldn't it? Those fellows are likely to surrender before the battle even begins, aren't they? If that were the case, I would miss a rare opportunity. I wanted to avoid such an eventuality at all costs. As for me, I don't mind, but the source of information is rather dubious. I at least hope that the initial battle can conclude without any casualties. The latter part of her statement was delivered in a barely audible whisper, leaving me unable to discern her words. What was going on with her? Her expression appeared quite serious. Mother, it's nothing, really. My mother quickly regained her usual confident smile and shrugged. For you, this indeed presents a dilemma, but attacking those who raise the white flag would not reflect well on our reputation. Therefore, I intend to persuade the guards of Lisbon to surrender before the battle begins, appointing you as the envoy. Me, what on earth was she thinking? I had never undertaken such a role before. Then, you shall propose a duel as the condition for their surrender. If they win, the noblemen of the enemy will be released without being treated as prisoners. If you win, you understand, right? I see. Truly, my mother is brilliant. Although she may appear as rough as a bandit leader, her mind is remarkably quick that I couldn't help but feel proud of her. If that's the case. I, Karina von Diesel, am willing to accept the task of envoy. What a pragmatic individual. Why, mother laughed heartily, giving my shoulder a hearty pat. We arrived at the border of the Lisbon territory a week later. As per my agreement with my mother, I visited the Lisbon encampment alongside the nightly guards. According to reconnaissance, those fellows seemed to be engaged in some activities behind the lines, but had no intention of allowing us to see. We were taken to a location quite distant from the enemy's main camp, where rudimentary tents had been erected. So, you are the famed male knight? Oh, humph. As I observed the knight who had come to greet us, I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Just as the rumor suggested, the Lisbon guards were led by a male knight. He had short black hair and light brown eyes. His serious expression was as proper as that of a doll. Perhaps due to his dignified appearance, he suited his armor remarkably well, which was rather infuriating. If a male knight from story were to manifest in the real world, he would likely resemble this very man. I was instantly captivated by him. His expression was splendid. If I were to violate him and elicit a look of abandoning his identity as a man to live within the sword's path, it would surely be incredibly pleasurable. Just imagining it sent a thrill through me. I am Karina von Diesel, the illustrious head of the Diesel family and the third daughter of Rosvith von Diesel. I'm Albert Blondin, the governor of the Lisbon territory. We exchanged polite greetings for the time, being that Albert's hand was encased in gauntlets when we shook hands, leaving me unable to discern his grip. What a pity. Had he gripped a sword too many times, had his hands become so calloused. I rather enjoyed the sensation of a man who lived solely by the sword. Please, help yourself, a woman. Seemingly Albert's aide presented a cup of herbal tea with a distinctly displeased expression. Frankly, I detest herbal tea. It always has a foul odor. Moreover, this is originally a culture of the dragonkin. Is there no bean tea? How rude. Although the aide's expression did not change, a clear malice flickered in her eyes. Despite her feigned composure, it was quite terrifying. The aide, while not as robust as my mother, was certainly strong if a confrontation were to arise. I would need to find a way to separate them before she overpowered Albert. Otherwise, it would spell disaster. Even facing a hulking woman like her in direct combat, I would undoubtedly stand no chance. That said, this was only true in a one-on-one scenario that I had the backing of the Diesel Count family. So even if I acted a bit brazenly, they couldn't really complain. As expected, the aide begrudgingly brewed another cup of tea. After a while, a cup filled with a black liquid was handed to me. The aroma was delightful. This was it. It was far superior to herbal tea. Now this is more like a tea. By the way, where is the milk? This is a battlefield. How can we possibly procure fresh milk? Have you got a brush stuck in your head? The aide replied without flinching. This person. Besides, aren't you bovine beast folk? Why not simply squeeze some milk from those absurdly large breasts of yours? I couldn't help but reach for the hilt of my sword, but Albert preemptively halted me. Don't do that. Casually insulting the enemy is not the behavior of knight. My apologies. The one you should be apologizing to is not me. Understand? I am truly sorry. The aide pressed her lips together in silence for a moment before reluctantly bowing her head in apology. Serves her right. However, this male knight's character was as noble as his appearance. My excitement grew that is it true that the more beautiful something is, the more one wishes to taint it. Perhaps this is my quirk, that I derive immense pleasure from transforming such men into foolish creatures who merely shake their behinds. The thought of turning situations from my favorite erotic literature into reality was utterly irresistible. One violation would be far too insufficient. That I yearned to take him back to my territory as a pet. After all, I currently have no fiancé. With my mother's approval, it wouldn't be a bad idea to mold him into my ideal type and have him become my husband. Damn it. To cool my heated head, I took a sip of bean tea, only to find it overwhelmingly potent. That tea was incredibly bitter. Although the absence of milk contributed to this, that was not the only issue. That aide must have done this on purpose. Not wishing to appear embarrassed in front of the man, I couldn't help but squirmed. I hastily snatched the herbal tea from in front of Albert and gulped it down in one go. While herbal tea may have a foul odor, it was infinitely more palatable than this thick, bitter imitation bean tea. Haha, are you all right? Albert's expression was one of indescribable concern as he spoke, causing my face to flush crimson. That wretched woman dared to embarrass me. I absolutely must dismember her. No problem. Enough of this. We should get to the point. That I forced myself to steady my breath, feigning composure. All I wanted was to return to the main camp as quickly as possible. The longer I remained in this place, the more I dreaded what that wretched aide would do to me. Even if I wished to execute her for her insolence, that aide appeared formidable enough that even if I joined forces with the knightly guards, we might not prevail, and no matter how foolish you may be, you should be able to see that victory is not in your cards, right? I'm graciously offering you the chance to lower your heads and beg for mercy. You should be grateful for this opportunity. That in simpler terms, you're urging us to surrender? Albert crossed his arms and frowned. This stage, sending an envoy was unlikely to serve any purpose other than to negotiate a surrender. However, wouldn't it be quite disgraceful to surrender without fighting a single battle? Just let Lord Albert and me engage in a one-on-one duel, and at least that way, you can preserve some semblance of honor. If I lose, I will ensure that your noblemen return unscathed to the kingdom. And if I lose, well, then consider everyone as prisoners. But rest assured, I won't execute you. How benevolent of you. Albert shrugged, although his gesture was exaggerated. It suited him remarkably well, which was quite astonishing. Indeed, we are very gentle. You needn't feel uneasy, of course. I won't unleash my full strength against him. At this point, a sudden thought crossed my mind. Did this man have a fiancée, or a wife? Given his appearance, it wouldn't be surprising if he did. By the way, I would like to ask you something. Are you a virgin? If it is the first time, I would be quite delighted. Even if it is not, it is still amusing to toy with a man who has a special someone. So either way, it is fine. However, one cannot help but feel a twinge of curiosity. Can one? Albert's candid response left me momentarily speechless. He appeared somewhat bashful, which I found utterly endearing. If I were to catch him off guard, perhaps employing a strategy of embarrassment would also be delightful. I'm a virgin. Do you have a lover or fiancé? No. At your age? How utterly useless to be a man yet act like a knight. Is that why you are missing your chance at marriage? Are you a fool? I stole several glances at the aide. If I pushed too far, I might face a wrath, while simultaneously provoking Alberts to respond, only for him to close his mouth, wearing an expression that was difficult to articulate. How exhilarating. You must be pleased that I shall take your virginity. If I win in a duel, I shall violate you on the spot. That is the right of the victor. After all, violate, of course, a man. It is only natural to be in such a state after losing. That I shall utterly defeat you, leaving you in disarray before your subordinates. Sounds thrilling, does it not? Alberts fell silent again, his expression one of unutterable difficulty. It is no wonder. No man would feel anything but disdain when spoken to in such a manner by a woman he has just met. The sensation of bending a man who despises oneself is rather exhilarating. I presume that, by the way, Even if you do not surrender, the outcome will be the same. Either you will be defeated immediately or later. Those are the only two possibilities. You shall regret standing before me. You fool that I see. Alberts maintained a peculiar expression as he spoke softly. The aide exuded an aura that suggested she was ready to pounce at any moment. The subordinates of Alberts, who overheard our conversation, also radiated a palpable sense of hostility. Oh dear, how frightening. Hey, if you're concerned for your subordinates, I would advise you to surrender. What do you think? Well, regarding that, I have reached a conclusion about my response. Get lost, you wretched creature. That is all. Now, please take your leave. After Miss Karina departed, the tent was filled with vile curses. Naturally, all of them were directed at Miss Karina and the house of Count Diesel. That foul cow. What does she take our leader for? I will offer her a blood sacrifice as she demands. Although the knights under my command were the most vociferous, the other mercenaries were clearly seething with anger as well. After all, Miss Karina's attitude, no matter how delicately phrased, could hardly be deemed respectful. Anyone would feel incensed to be belittled in such a manner. On the other hand, I felt somewhat troubled. Despite Miss Karina's doll-like visage and petite stature, her bosom rivaled that of Sonia, perhaps even surpassing it, rendering her appearance quite provocative. Upon hearing her declaration of intent to violate me, my overwhelming thought was, is she serious? To be frank, she possessed a considerable allure. No, that is not correct. I am not a Lilican. It is fine. I am merely captivated by her overly ample bosom. But there is no issue in my previous life. When asked about my ideal type, I would respond, a fox lowly old woman with the ability to embrace those over 1,000 years old. But that was ultimately a notion confined to the realm of fantasy. So I'm certainly not a Lilican. My Lord Albert, I sincerely apologize. My reverie was interrupted by Sonia's voice. She appeared quite dejected, her head bowed in deep shame. She must be referring to Miss Karina's demeanor. Indeed, it was rather unfortunate. I have embarrassed you. Do you understand where you went awry? I whispered in a volume inaudible to those nearby. My principle is to admonish or reprimand whenever possible in a setting devoid of others. That said, in this situation, it is quite difficult to find a private location. To be honest, I do not wish for Sonia to apologize in front of Miss Karina. However, it is imperative to demonstrate our sincerity to Miss Karina out of courtesy. Hence the necessity of this action. I made her unnecessarily wary that I think it would have been better to feign ignorance. Allowing her to let her guard down would become quite difficult to plot against her otherwise. Indeed, that is correct. She seemed to grasp my intent, yet her phrasing was still too dramatic. However, she was not entirely wrong. It is a rare opportunity for Miss Karina to become so lax. I wish for her to retain that sentiment upon returning to the base. If she could also underestimate our battle strength in the process, that would be even more splendid. For this purpose, I deliberately set up the negotiation tent far from the defensive line, close to the territory of Zidiambo. After all, we must not allow the enemy to perceive that we are prepared for an ambush. To prevent scouts from seeing, we have indeed established a perimeter. Thus, Sonia's reflection was entirely valid. While it was accurate, I still hope she could express it more delicately. No, I mean in terms of emotional tone. As long as you understand, the battle is about to commence, so do not dwell on it too much. Let the grievances she carelessly expressed be swept away on the battlefield. Understood. Sonia nodded gently. Since I did not wish for her to carry that negative sentiment with her, I decided it best to conclude this topic swiftly. Everyone, did you see the way Count Diesel's daughter behaved? I called out loudly to the disgruntled knights and mercenaries. Since they had so rarely taken on such a quintessential villainous role, I wanted them to rally and uplift morale as much as possible. That woman treats men like mere toys. We can easily imagine the kind of behavior her soldiers will exhibit in the territories they occupy. Am I right? Indeed, that is precisely the case. Soldiers on the battlefield can easily lose their sanity. If they charge into towns or villages with such reckless abandon, tragedies are sure to ensue. Is it truly acceptable to allow that kind of person to run rampant in our Lisbon? No, absolutely not. Exactly. Let us slay those cows. Not only the knights, but also the mercenaries echoed shouts of danger in response to my words. After all, if Count Diesel's forces wreak havoc in the towns, The mercenaries' lovers would not escape unscathed, further igniting their fighting spirit. The male prostitutes masquerading as local youths served this very purpose. Even if it were merely a one-night affair, there are bound to be those who develop feelings for one another. By creating something that must be protected, I aimed to mold Lisbon into the mercenaries' home. The effect may only be temporary, but as long as it maintains morale during wartime, that is sufficient. Did you see their arrogant demeanor? Those scoundrels look down upon us. How can one possibly endure that? We cannot endure it. Kill them. Excellent. The conclusion has been reached. The Count's forces are indeed formidable, but I believe that with everyone's valiant efforts, we can assuredly claim victory. I ask for your unwavering loyalty and support, Symphophai. Upon hearing my words, my subordinates erupted in roars of Ura and UO, their spirits soaring high, while I breathed a slight sigh of relief. Only a small number of my subordinates were brought to the negotiation tent, while over 100 combatants remained on standby at the base. With Miss Karina's assistance, it was quite effortless to incite our fighting spirit. But what of the situation at the base? Although I had prepared a speech, I still worried whether it would go smoothly. Thinking of this, I noticed my hands trembling slightly. This would be my first direct confrontation with an opponent whose equipment and training surpassed that of my army. In my past life, my enemies were anti-government guerrillas and terrorists, and after arriving in this world, my primary adversaries had mostly been thieves and marauding tribes that, of course, those foes were by no means to be underestimated. But the forces of Count Diesel were a cut above. Miss Karina and her guards donned the finest enchanted armors, making them adversaries not easily vanquished. That said, we cannot afford to lose. While Miss Karina's punishment may be alluring, should it result in the deaths of my subordinates or the ravaging of Lisbon, that is simply unacceptable that I clenched my fists tightly, suppressing any signs of unease from my subordinates. All personnel have taken their positions. A messenger rushed in, announcing loudly. With the envoy dispatched, it was no surprise that battle could commence at any moment, and we must be prepared for confrontation. I was situated within a trench. Unlike the trenches previously dug with the intent of utilizing repeating firearms, this one was considerably wider. This design was to facilitate the smooth loading of front-loading guns, long spears, and slings. Conversely, the trench was not dug particularly deep, but due to the earthen walls, one could easily crouch down to conceal oneself completely. Understood that I braved the biting wind, peering out from the trench with a telescope to survey the scene. The defensive line, positioned at a slight elevation, afforded a vantage point overlooking the approach of the Earl's forces. That said, I could as yet discern no sign of the enemy. A burning impatience gnawed at my mind, prompting me to want to shout, "Hurry up!" Of course, I restrained myself. Thus, we languished in a period of stillness, during which nothing transpired. This interval was exceedingly dull. The sky was a vast expanse of blue, unmarred by clouds, and the weather was splendid, creating an atmosphere so tranquil that one might easily forget war was imminent. This tranquility, however, only served to heighten my agitation. The mercenaries and knights around me seemed to share my sentiment. Many idly smoking or restlessly shaking their legs. I too yearned for a cigarette, but held back. The prevailing ethos in the kingdom of Gallia dictated that gentlemen do not smoke. As a member of the nobility, I had been forbidden from smoking since birth. I reasoned that war was far more detrimental to one's health than smoking, and hoped for their understanding. Sir, just as I was lost in thought, I was approached by two mercenaries. Point one was a wolf beast man clad in leather armor, looking very much like a non-commissioned officer, while the other was a young dragon man, dressed in casual attire. The latter appeared to be in his teens, his expression one of palpable fear. "What is it?" I asked, wishing to discourage private conversations amidst the battle preparations, yet feeling a desire to lighten the mood. However, given that we had yet to catch sight of the enemy, I deemed it permissible that I heard from my comrades that you are still a virgin. Is that true? I nearly spat out the water I had just sipped. What on earth was he saying in such a critical moment? Fortunately, Sonia was not nearby. Had she overheard, it would surely have led to a bloody disaster. I had wisely sent her to another location that I intended to retort with, "What nonsense are you spouting?" But the veteraness' serious expression compelled me to listen to his words. "What kind of question is that? Depending on the circumstances, I might not let you off easily. No, I truly apologize, As you can see, this fellow is a rookie. The veteran lowered his head in a manner that conveyed a sense of urgency, shifting his gaze towards the new recruit, who appeared pale, trembling, and vacant-eyed, seemingly oblivious to our conversation. It does appear that way, I conceded, my anger dissipating upon witnessing her state. I did not hold her in contempt. Even among adults, few can maintain their composure in the face of battle, and she was but a girl that a wave of self-loathing surged within me, for I felt it was wrong to thrust such a child into the chaos of war. If it is true that you are still a virgin, could I ask you to kiss me? The veteran proposed, suddenly regaining his focus, his wolf ears perking up. No, this is merely a military superstition. It is said that if a virgin kisses someone before battle, that individual will not perish in the ensuing fight. Of course, it is merely a comfort, nothing more. Indeed, I have heard of such a belief. I recalled nearly being kissed by my childhood friend, who of course was a half-blood noble, thus a brother by adoption, before my first battle in this world. Naturally, I had firmly declined. I know this is an unreasonable request, but I still wish to ask you. I understood his meaning. Soldiers often place great stock in superstitions. I had entertained similar notions in the past. However, I was of noble birth, while he was a commoner. Even if I were indifferent, those around us would not be. For nobility, reputation often outweighs life itself. I, too, bore the burden of not tarnishing the Blondin family's name. I would like to assist, but being a noble comes with numerous complications. Yet, I could not simply disregard her plight. It seemed too cruel that I was all too familiar with the terror that accompanies one's first battle, a fear that lingered even now, the yearning to escape and return to my homeland gnawing at my heart. Thus, I knelt before the trembling recruit and took her right hand in mine. The once dazed rookie froze in surprise, but I paid it no mind. I gently kissed the back of her hand, and her previously pallid face turned crimson, stammering incoherently as she stepped back. Will you forgive me? If it were my past self, I would likely have faced charges. I pondered this while inquiring of the rookie. Fortunately, I was born with a certain charm, yet I felt my energy waning. This is inappropriate, sir, the veteran exclaimed, flailing his hands in panic. Such actions should be taken by women towards men. This inversion of roles is utterly abnormal. What if this fellow's character becomes twisted? I apologize. What was happening? I released the rookie's hand, and she covered her face with both hands, flustered, exclaiming, I don't dislike that. I'm sorry. The rookie, now beet red, bolted away. This was a disaster. I had let my pride get the better of me. This was precisely why I was unpopular. What a fool I was. I truly apologize. Please convey to her that I will properly apologize once things have settled. And no, she seemed quite pleased, so I think an apology is unnecessary. Pleased? How so? Women truly are perplexing. Just as I contemplated this, a dull thud echoed along the trench line. I hastily looked up to the sky, where a red signal flare dangled from a parachute, shimmering ominously. That was the signal confirming the enemy's approach. They're here. Quickly, return to your positions. Prepare for battle. I cautiously peeked from behind the earthen wall, using my telescope to scan the horizon. In the distance, a group of fully armored soldiers was marching in formation towards us, their banners aloft bearing the emblem of a bull skull, more akin to a pirate flag than a noble crest. Relay to the riflemen that they must not fire until given explicit orders. Yes, sir. There were no cavalry in sight among the enemy ranks, given that we were positioned in a mountainous pass. Any reckless charge on horseback would yield diminished returns, a fact the enemy would surely understand. Instead, they had dispatched heavily armored infantry. Though the distance was still considerable, it was apparent those armors were likely enchanted, for they could withstand bullets from a rifle. Firing aimlessly from beyond effective range would only waste ammunition. I have received word from Lady Sonia. The artillery is ready to fire at any moment. Good. Attacking opponents clad in armor impervious to bullets would yield little success, and engaging in close combat would be unwise, especially considering that the majority of our forces lacked even standard armor. With firearms and blades proving ineffective, and no mages capable of higher-tier spells among our ranks, our only recourse was to employ cannon fire. It appears all is in order, since this command post was situated to overlook the surroundings. I was able to observe the status of the artillery that I raised my telescope to inspect. noticing several knights bustling around the cannons nestled within the wide, deep trench. The freshly cast bronze barrels glimmered in the sunlight. In truth, these cannons were hastily forged by a bellmaker I had hired in Lima City. In this world imbued with magic, cannons and firearms were not particularly favored weapons, and as such, there were no specialized craftsmen. Conversely, bellmakers could always be found in towns of a certain size. Since the construction of bells and cannons bore similarities, the bellmaker's techniques could be adapted. Nonetheless, this was still an emergency fabrication, and the personnel operating them were not formally trained artillerymen, but rather my subordinates, knights. Honestly, I felt quite anxious, but given the circumstances, there was little else to be done. Prepare the blue signal flare and light howitzers. Yes, I commanded a subordinate standing near a large, barrel-like apparatus resembling a firework launcher. This device, nearly identical to a firework launcher, would serve to fire signal flares. The blue flare was to indicate to the artillery to commence firing. Next, I exhaled softly and once more surveyed the enemy forces through my telescope. The heavily armored infantry continued their steady advance, the sound of their drums echoing even to my position, signaling their approach. That was a tone that instilled a sense of unease. However, as the commander, I could not afford to lose my composure. I exhaled gently, striving to calm myself, and my gaze remained fixed on the approaching enemy. Although they were nearly within cannon range, I had yet to issue the order to fire. A smoothbore cannon, lacking rifling, would find it exceedingly difficult to hit a target even from a distance. Moreover, the artillery was manned by mere amateurs. Their archers on standby in the rear, a knight, who was also observing the enemy through his telescope, whispered. Indeed, a line of archers was positioned behind the heavily armored infantry, likely intending to provide support for the vanguard, given the narrowness of the path. It appears they can only follow closely behind. While it is a fundamental theory for shooting troops to flank the melee combatants, in this narrow passage, such a formation would be impractical that a careless mistake could result in arrows striking our own backs. To avert this danger, they would have to launch their arrows at a steep angle. Aiming for a high arc, this presents us with a fortuitous opportunity. After all, this situation had effectively blocked the retreat of the heavily armored infantry. If all went well, we could ensnare the troublesome enemy in one fell swoop. As I contemplated these matters, the distance between us and the enemy shrank to less than a kilometer. Drawing a deep breath, I shouted, "Fire the blue signal flare!" Bang! A feeble cannon shot echoed from the command trench. Almost simultaneously with the audible crackle of burning magnesium powder, the makeshift gate protecting the cannon swung open. Then came the thunderous roar of cannon fire, a sound incomparable to that of pistols and light mortars. What was launched was an iron spherical projectile. The iron ball ricocheted off the ground, hurtling towards the heavily armored cavalry, sending several soldiers flying. Had it been a shell, it might have affected more, but grenades had yet to be invented in this world, so that was beyond our means. It seems such an attack cannot intimidate them. Excellent. Despite comrades being blown away, the heavily armored infantry remained resolute. They let out battle cries and commenced their charge. The enemy commander likely understood that cannons could not fire continuously. So rather than retreating and giving the enemy time to reload, it would be wiser to close the distance and engage in melee combat. With only one cannon on our side, this assessment was undoubtedly correct. However, the very correctness of this judgment made it all too predictable. Look, those fellows are going to fly to the moon. The moment I pointed at the enemy, several explosions erupted at the feet of the galloping heavily armored infantry. Though the deafening blast caused me to frown, my eyes still caught sight of several soldiers being hurled into the air. Those locations had been rigged with a multitude of buried explosives, essentially primitive landmines. As they charged into the minefield, they were bound to suffer severe damage. Fire! On my command, as Sonia Slahati, the cannon roared with a thunderous sound. Here at the forefront of the defensive line, I was in charge of directing the artillery. Hurry and load. The rising makeshift gate shut with a clatter. The enemy was now in a position where they could not organize a counterattack, but with the archers still present, we could not afford to be complacent. If we were struck by arrows during the loading process, it could spell disaster. A large-handled rod was inserted into the gleaming golden mouth of the cannon, moving back and forth to clear the soot inside. However, the action appeared rather clumsy, causing me to break into a cold sweat. Ugh. The artillery crew consisted of our knightly order. Since they were accustomed to training in horseback riding, swordplay, and shooting, it was understandable that they were unfamiliar with the duties of the artillery. Even so, given the continuous explosions of buried explosives in close proximity, one could hardly suppress the urge to shout, "Faster!" Nevertheless, the knights retrieved the gunpowder and iron balls from the sacks, loading them into position. Two of them worked together to push the cannon's carriage, advancing it forward to counter the recoil. Ready to fire. Open the gate. A bear-like creature named Valverd pulled the rope attached to the pulley with brute strength. The wooden gate swung open with astonishing force. On the other side of the gate, the heavily armored infantry scattered in all directions. While some attempted to retreat, they were blocked by the archers behind them. Furthermore, even if they wished to advance, they were caught in a dilemma. Fearing both the landmines and the cannon. It was a veritable whirlpool of chaos. As they fled in every direction, some inadvertently stepped on the buried explosives, resulting in collateral damage to those nearby, leading to deaths. It was a most exhilarating sight. However, regrettably, due to a shortage of supplies, we could not set many landmines. Thus, we had to seize the opportunity to expand our gains while the enemy was in disarray. Fire! I ordered once more. Naturally, we did not aim with precision. After all, with makeshift artillery and hastily constructed cannons, the projectiles were unlikely to fly straight, and a haphazard launch was permissible, so said Lord Aldar. A wooden stick with a slow match attached was inserted into the cannon's mouth, and with a tremendous roar, the iron ball was fired. The projectile bounced across the ground, targeting the heavily armored infantry. Although we did not aim, the enemy was densely clustered together in the narrow street. Unless fortune was particularly unkind, it was nearly impossible to miss, even clad in enchanted armor capable of withstanding rifle bullets. They could not withstand the sheer force of mass. Many would meet their demise on the spot. Excellent. Next round, the bear-like creature hurriedly closed the gate. I peered from the trench, continuing to observe the enemy's movements. They had drawn alarmingly close, and it seemed the riflemen were about to open fire. As I contemplated this, I indeed heard the familiar sound of synchronized gunfire from the trenches flanking the artillery position. Plumes of white smoke erupted. However, only one enemy fell to the volley. The bullets had not missed entirely. Given the rifle's high accuracy, it appeared that about half had struck true. Yet, most of the bullets were likely deflected by the enchanted armor. Even the most potent rifle bullets could only incapacitate heavily armored infantry if they struck unprotected areas with precision. A bunch of amateurs. We're too close. Aim for the rear. Aim for the rear. I could not help but exclaim in frustration that it was difficult for firearms to be effective against armored foes, and any sharpshooter worth their salt would know this. They should have aimed at the archers, who wore only chainmail. The reason they had not done so was likely the belief that the archers were too far away to be worth targeting. The mercenary riflemen had been trained to compensate for the low accuracy of their matchlocks by closing the distance before firing. This was a detrimental consequence of that training. While I had attempted to instruct them in the use of rifles, it was ultimately a case of too little, too late. However, as someone accustomed to using rifles, I knew that at this distance, it was still within effective range. With careful aim, we had a sufficient chance of hitting. Shall I send a message? The trench where the riflemen were concealed was nearby. A signal could be sent to immediately instruct them to shift their target. Hey, tell the riflemen to aim for the archers. Lord Aldar likely share my sentiments and would instruct them to change their target. However, being on the front lines, I could issue commands more swiftly than Lord Aldar, who remained in the command trench. To address this situation, Lord Aldar had entrusted frontline command to me that I could not disappoint his expectations. I directed my attendants to rush to the rifleman's trench. Reloading complete. Open the gate. I mechanically issued orders. As the gate swung open, I commanded the fire. Iron balls were launched with a deafening roar. But this time they failed to strike anyone, instead crashing against the mountainside and shattering the rocks. The collective gasp arose from the onlookers. That hardly constitutes a threat. Few could maintain their composure when targeted by artillery. Our artillery's role was not merely to inflict casualties, but to instill a sense of peril in the enemy, undermining their will to advance. Nevertheless, it was apparent that a missed shot could not pose a threat. If possible, I certainly desired more formidable cannons and artillery crews. However, lamenting what could not be obtained was futile. While I pondered these matters, the riflemen fired once more. This time, they aimed at the archers as instructed. Shadows of archers in the distance fell one after another, and cheers erupted all around, and I instinctively clenched my fists. Are we to be outdone by those riflemen? Steady yourselves and reload. I felt the exhilaration of battle coursing through my veins as I shouted. Report the damage status. The voice of my mother, inquiring about her subordinates, had grown slightly hoarse, illuminated by the campfire. Her face bore a seriousness I had never seen before. Half a day had passed since the outbreak of hostilities. The sun had set, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. The dragonfolk excel in nocturnal vision compared to the oxenfolk. Due to the unfavorable conditions of nighttime combat, the assault has been temporarily suspended. 30 dead and 70 severely wounded. What does that mean? A whole battalion has been completely annihilated in just half a day. Indeed, how can such an absurdity occur? Lady Mother furiously kicked a small stone on the ground. The sound of the stone being dislodged from the rocky surface echoed in the eerily quiet position, where even the slightest noise could be heard. Everyone wore expressions of profound sorrow, remaining silent. The extent of our losses was overwhelmingly shocking. Even when engaging a force twice our number, it should not have escalated to this. Who on earth are those adversaries? They possess firearms with inexplicably long ranges. Our esteemed archers from the Diesel family were unilaterally defeated without the chance to retaliate. It is utterly perplexing. The longbow is renowned for its exceptional range and rapid-fire capabilities. Consider the finest weapon among all long-range offensive methods, including magic. Our exclusive archers from the Diesel family, meticulously trained over many years, being suppressed by mere firearms, can only lead one to conclude that our foes have forged a pact with vile demons. And then there is the issue of the underground explosives. Advancing normally is impossible when such devices are buried beneath. A knight exclaimed. The rugged terrain of the mountains in this area presents challenges. If the numbers are small, that may be manageable, but for a military unit, movement is restricted to the roads that if vital routes are laden with explosives, we find ourselves in a dire predicament. If the battlefield were more expansive, we could easily maneuver around it. By the way, what exactly are these underground explosives? It seems they're designed to detonate upon stepping on them. We had a soldier excavate one, and it was successfully retrieved. The structure appears to consist of gunpowder and nails encased in a wooden box, with the ignition fuse attached to a thin board serving as a lid. If one were to step on this thin board, the fuse would ignite the gunpowder, or so it seems, the technician accompanying the army explained. The construction was so simplistic that, even as someone who merely listened to the explanation, I felt I could easily replicate it. However, I had never heard of such a weapon before. Could it be the creation of that lascivious knight? That seems improbable. Could there be a genius alchemist among them? I understand the construction, but how do we deal with it? As long as we wait for the fuse to burn out, stepping on it will not cause an explosion. How long does that fuse take to burn out? It appears to be a specially crafted long-burning fuse. It will likely take 2 to 3 days before it poses a danger. What did you say? Veins bulged on Lady Mother's forehead, but she restrained herself from lashing out. The fault does not lie with the technician who explained, but rather with the enemy who sets such traps. Though Lady Mother is brusque, she understands this logic. If we delay too long, enemy reinforcements will arrive. That would be disastrous. Initially anticipated to resolve the situation with the Lisbon Guards in a day or two, the unexpected prolongation of the conflict would undoubtedly lead to complications. Noticing Lady Mother's furrowed brow, I pondered quietly. Is there a clever solution? That said, we cannot continue a forced assault. To be frank, the losses we have sustained during this expedition have exceeded acceptable limits. In my humble opinion, we should contemplate a retreat. An elderly official, who had served the Diesel family for many years, voiced his opinion. Lady Mother crossed her arms and fell into deep contemplation. That I understand your perspective. However, the opponents are not of equal standing. They are merely low-ranking officials, and moreover, they are men. If we concede to such adversaries, the surrounding lords will look down upon us. The lords of our holy empire, us, are even more disunited than those of the neighboring Galeria kingdom. embroiled in civil strife throughout the year. Nearby lords would not side with us, that if we are perceived as weak, the foolishness of others seeking to engage us in battle would surely follow. I understand that retreat is not an option. But what then shall we do? If we continue a full frontal assault tomorrow, perhaps we might break through the bomb-laden area. After all, during today's battle, several individuals did manage to reach the enemy's trenches. I recall they were halted by barbed wire and subsequently pierced by long spears, that I guess it not possible to force a breach through such obstructions, while some attempted to clear it with battle axes or through attack magic. It seems they could not succeed. We can only request that the engineers dismantle it. Shall we expose them to the enemy's gunfire? The enemy's firearms exhibit extraordinary performance, aside from knights clad in magically enhanced armor. Any other personnel who advance will surely be annihilated. Even those knights suffered casualties, having been struck by bullets through the gaps in their armor. Acknowledging this, the surrounding knights fell silent, that I in that case. The losses incurred during the initial engagement, which depleted our elite forces, would be too significant, a knight muttered to himself. The heavy infantry, who served as vanguards in the first battle, are the dismounted knight brigade. Within our ranks, they are undoubtedly the Armée de la Armée. Although they have not endured the concentrated fire like the archer unit, they too have suffered severe damage. It seems they will not be returning to the front lines for the time being. For now, we must rely on the combat strength at hand to devise a plan. That I will give you each a moment to propose an idea, Lady Mother declared, temporarily dispersing the assembled subordinates. Then she summoned me, who remained behind, and whispered in my ear. This battle increasingly appears suspicious. It seems I have fallen into the enemy's trap. I was taken aback. It was the first time Lady Mother had expressed such a sentiment. Moreover, the enemy's actions are all rather peculiar. Their tactics and weaponry are unlike anything I have ever encountered. It is as if we were fighting against an army from a foreign land of which I have never heard. Indeed, I pondered. Infantry forming a solid battle line, while knights boldly initiate charges. That is the quintessential image of a battlefield. In stark contrast, what of the Lisbons? Throughout today's combat, we have not even witnessed a proper close-quarters engagement. It is exceedingly abnormal. The opponents are a force against which all our conventional theories do not apply. Though I do not wish to be defeated by them, you must exercise caution. Do not become overly zealous in pursuing the men. I understand, I replied, recalling the detestable face of that male knight, that he appeared so earnest, yet his tactics were profoundly unscrupulous. If possible, I would dearly like to make him aware of his own limitations. As the sun set, the battle naturally came to a close, yet the commander cannot immediately rest. Assessing the damage, accounting for supplies, and preparing detailed battle reports, all tasks that pile up, after all, within my troops. There are only a scant few capable of assisting with these duties, including Sonia, making the process quite time-consuming. Stretching before the disarray of documents scattered across the command table, I yawned. The surroundings had plunged into darkness. Illuminated only by a small oil lamp beside me, the tent obscured the starlight, rendering even the area around the command table devoid of celestial illumination. Thank you for your hard work, Lord Al. Sonia, who spoke these words, appeared equally fatigued. She was responsible for command at the front lines and should be more exhausted than I, who remained in a relatively safer position, that I felt quite guilty for having her assist with the menial tasks. You two have worked hard, that I apologize for making you help. We are utterly short-handed. Not at all. Assisting Lord Al is my duty as an aide. Sonia, responding with a calm demeanor, epitomized the ideal soldier. To me, she is truly a talent underutilized. Do not be too indulgent with me. Without you all, I would be unable to function properly. So, does that mean we can work under Lord Al as subordinates forever? That would be splendid. Let us pamper you as much as we can. Right, Deputy Commander? That sounds delightful. Lord Al, prepare yourself. I truly cannot handle you all. The words of my subordinates drew a wry smile from me. I'd spent a long time with these individuals. They felt almost like family. Without their prompting, I had no intention of letting go, unless it was their wish. Dinner has arrived. While we were engaged in conversation, someone entered the command post. It was a soldier carrying a cylindrical pot and a basket filled with bread. The enticing aroma wafting from those items tickled my nostrils, and only then did I realize how hungry I was. When caught up in work, it is all too easy to forget to eat. All right, this is a great help. Hey, clear the table. We each said about tidying the disorder documents and ink pots from the command table, striving to create space for our meal. Since I wished to minimize our gear, I had not prepared an additional table for dining. After all, even a modular one takes up considerable space. Everyone was hungry, and before long, we had finished tidying up, and dinner was served. Though referred to as dinner, the fare is far from sumptuous, consisting only of hard, round bread, equally unyielding cheese, and a rather dry vegetable soup with a hint of bacon. After all, in this world, there are neither canned goods nor meal kits. The table is perpetually set with such meager offerings. Thank you, Polaris, for providing us with today's sustenance. I hastily utter a prayer before the meal, for in this religious society, failing to pray is deemed an act of irreverence, and we commence our repast. Even the most insipid of preserved foods can be elevated by the pangs of hunger. Dipping the bread into the broth and taking a bite. Although the flavor is faint, it is still quite palatable. Have you all finished your meal? I inquire of the soldier who has been watching us intently. His gaze is fixated on the bread, which leads me to suspect he is one of the new recruits. He appears unscathed, having seemingly survived his first day without the dreaded maiden kiss. How fortunate. Yet, the term maiden kiss carries an unsettling connotation of, is this truly acceptable? I remain baffled as to why some express gratitude for such things. Yes, we just finished, he replies at O. Yet, he seems to be quite famished. It is unlikely that the rations alone would suffice. Nevertheless, to display such eagerness on his first day at the front lines is quite remarkable. Many soldiers are unable to consume anything on their inaugural day of battle. All right, have a seat. Huh. Yes, I produce a small piece of bread, and the new recruit's eyes illuminate as he takes a seat at the command table. I present the bread. Despite being a dragonkin, he exhibits a hungry puppy's demeanor as he takes a large bite. It is astounding that he is able to consume such rock-like bread. Lord Aile's bad habit has resurfaced. Sonia remarks with narrowed eyes upon witnessing this scene that I do enjoy treating others to meals, often indulging in such acts. While treating someone at a restaurant may be acceptable, sharing my own food with soldiers on the battlefield certainly complicates matters of command that I can understand why it leaves her flabbergasted. It must be done discreetly. Hey, keep this a secret from the others. If everyone comes asking me for food, I will surely starve. Yes, of course. The new recruit swiftly devours the bread, nodding vigorously. I smile wryly, while Sonia lets out a sigh and shrugs. Hey, even if you give me that look, it won't change anything. I'm also quite hungry. His gaze, filled with longing, is fixed on the remaining bread, which I find unbearable. I cannot afford to give him more to why empty stomach would hinder my ability to command effectively. I must not allow my personal indulgences to create difficulties for my subordinates. After we win this battle, I promise you will eat your fill. Until then, you must endure. Really? I am not deceiving you. Look forward to it. That's wonderful. The new recruit beams with joy. At his age, he is in the throes of development. Of course he would be ravenous. It is truly disheartening to have such a child thrust into the chaos of war. Given that everyone is famished, our meal is swiftly consumed. Naturally, there are no desserts, and I cannot help but let out a soft sigh. How I long for a donut drenched in sugar. I would even be willing to eat the revolting chocolate that accompanies military rations. By the way, I address the new recruit, who is clearing away the utensils. What is your name? Colette. I have no surname, as I'm a child abandoned by my parents. I see. Although such a heavy response comes unexpectedly. She must have her reasons for becoming a mercenary at such a tender age. I press my lips together and cross my arms. After a moment of contemplation, I instruct her to cease her tidying and take a seat. Colette glances at Sonia, whose stern demeanor is evidently well known within the mercenary company, so she likely does not wish to be mistaken for slacking off. However, Sonia is not the type to seize every opportunity to nitpick. She nods calmly. Colette breathes a sigh of relief and returns to her previous seat. How old are you? 15. Oh, that does not sit well with me. I truly despise child soldiers, though. In this world, they might be referred to as young female soldiers. That in my past life, I witnessed numerous occasions of young ones charging forward with bombs. It feels as though I have become the one directing them to do so. If possible, I would like to find a reason to send them to the rear. However, given the current lack of combat strength, it is quite difficult to do so. Did the commanders of past anti-government guerrillas or terrorists ever consider such matters? It is truly frustrating. Yet in my current life, I too was thrust in a battle at the age of 15 that although I appear young, I possess the soul of an elder. This is a different matter entirely. A classic case of double standards. What was it like to take the field for the first time? This is what I am most curious about. After all, this new recruit appeared so terrified before the battle, yet now seems rather unfazed. Has the sound of cannon fire numbed his senses? I'm not quite sure. The enemy was mostly hit by gunfire or bombs, making it impossible to advance properly as long as we stayed in the trenches. We were safe that I didn't even see what the Count soldiers looked like. Well, that is due to my efforts in making the battlefield that my ideal combat strategy involves defeating the enemy at long range whenever possible. First, I would have bombers eliminate the majority of the enemy forces, then deploy infantry to suppress the remainder. This approach minimizes risk to the soldiers' lives and spirits that in this world, there are no ground attack aircraft or combat helicopters, nor long-range field artillery. After all, the artillery here possesses a range comparable to the infantry rifles issued to mercenaries. While I cannot implement my ideal strategy, I still strive to do my utmost. That said, the enemy will likely adopt countermeasures. It cannot continue smoothly forever. I cannot let a guard down that I see. Colette seems to recall the terrors of the battlefield, shuddering slightly, but if possible, I hope you can inform me of the enemy's tactics. I need to prepare myself mentally that I wish I knew. If I could ascertain that information, it would be tantamount to already securing victory. The enemy is also a formidable feudal lord, and I do not believe him to be an utterly incompetent fool. So he likely would not divulge such details easily. There are numerous possibilities to consider. For instance, they might launch relentless assaults without regard for losses, or send giant soldiers clad in magical armor to breach our defenses. While they're referred to as giants, they are merely oversized individuals, perhaps around 2.5 meters tall. Even so, their strength and power could easily overpower most races that pride themselves on their might. Should they charge in wearing heavy armor, it would be nearly impossible to fend them off. Although I rely on landmines and artillery, there are not many mines laid, and a considerable number have already been expended on the first day. The remaining mines are likely few. Given that the detonation mechanism is a match cord, the unexploded mine rate will only increase from the second day onward. As for the artillery, it is futile to expect accuracy. Alternatively, they might deploy a select few elite units to traverse the mountains and launch flanking attacks from our sides or rear, Sonia adds. Indeed, while the mountainous terrain is treacherous, a small number of individuals might still manage to breach it. One cannot assume that attacks will only originate from the front. In that case, would it not also be a viable strategy for us to take the initiative? I have heard that beastmen struggle to see at night. If we were to circumvent them and launch a night raid, that is a commendable idea. Upon hearing this, Colette proudly scratches her nose. However, given our current combat strength, executing this plan is quite challenging. The Valerie Mercenary Company has not trained for mountain warfare, have they? Yes. Indeed, our battles are typically on flat terrain. Mountain warfare is exceedingly difficult. In my previous life, I faced considerable hardships in Afghanistan that I do not believe these desperate mercenaries would be able to manage mountain combat. To be honest, I harbor doubts about their capabilities in night operations as well. Even though Dragon can possess relatively good night vision, it is not as if they can see as clearly as if equipped with night vision devices. If we truly find ourselves in a situation where a night raid is unavoidable, I would likely only select my direct knights to execute the operational plan. Fighting in the mountainous terrain at night is fraught with difficulty. Unless there is a significant advantage to be gained, I would prefer to avoid such an approach. Moreover, we must continue fighting tomorrow. Considering fatigue, the number of individuals who could participate in a night raid would likely be limited to around 30. In contrast, the enemy likely boasts hundreds. Even a timid attack intended merely to harass could result in a devastating counterattack that obliterates our entire force, given the disparity in our combat capabilities. Indeed, Colette replied, her expression reflecting distaste as she pondered. However, the opposing side should also recognize that dragon can excel in nocturnal warfare. They're likely to bolster their sentinels and adopt countermeasures. The advantages of actively challenging them in night engagements are minimal. In any case, that is my stance, that I have no intention of allowing you to engage in reckless battles devoid of strategy. That my plan is to secure a steady victory during daytime confrontations. Allow me to offer you a word of advice. Do not act rashly, all right? It is rare for me to adopt such a cautious strategy. Let us strive for safety in our endeavors. Understood, Colette replied, sheepishly scratching her cheek. However, it is peculiar, my lord, that I expected you to say something like, fight with the resolve to face certain death. Even if new recruits fight to the death, it would merely result in an increase in casualties. Yet, I would be equally troubled if they abandoned their mission and fled as long as they exert themselves to a degree that does not lead to fatalities. Gaining experience as seasoned veterans would be advantageous for me. Nevertheless, these individuals are mercenaries, and it is quite likely that this will be their only engagement under my command. Yet, I sincerely wish for their survival, that I detest the thought of dying myself, and I do not wish for my subordinates to perish either. I have experienced both scenarios in my previous life. That would be splendid, that if they become veterans and achieve notable accomplishments, perhaps they might even earn a kiss from you, my lord. Fool, do not get ahead of yourself. I couldn't help but chuckle, ruffling Colette's hair affectionately. She shyly rubbed her nose, but upon catching sight of Sonia's somewhat intimidating expression, she squeaked, "Ah, excuse me. I shall take my leave to avoid being struck." Flustered, Colette hastily grabbed the basket containing the utensils and the empty pot, fleeing the scene. What a remarkably courageous new recruit. Perhaps she will become a significant figure in the future. Indeed, Sonia and I exchanged glances, bursting into laughter once more. The following day, as the sun rose, the Count's forces launched another assault. Heavily armored infantry, clad in full armor, marched along the street strewn with the remains of fallen soldiers. It appears the enemy does not intend to engage in a protracted battle, I murmured as I observed through my telescope. I had anticipated that they would hesitate to attack easily due to the losses incurred on the first day. But it seemed matters were not so straightforward. I had already requested reinforcements from Chancellor Adelaide, who was returning to the royal capital. If we could maintain our standoff against the enemy until the reinforcements arrived, we might secure victory with minimal losses. However, Count Diesel likely understood that the longer this dragged on, the more unfavorable the situation would become to in any case, we could only continue to pile up corpses until either they surrendered or the reinforcements arrived. That said, the enemy does not appear to be attacking recklessly as they did on the first day. The Count's forces positioned their heavily armored infantry, likely dismounted knights, at the forefront, allowing their unprotected archers and light infantry to retreat to the rear. This was likely a response to the heavy casualties suffered by their archers on the first day. When the thunderous roar of artillery erupted, Sonia's artillery corps had begun firing. The iron cannonballs were launched with tremendous force, but failed to strike any enemies. Instead, veering off in entirely different directions, the enemy's formation had shifted from the dense ranks of the first day to a considerably more dispersed line. Consequently, our artillery, which lacked both precision and range, would find it challenging to deliver effective fire. They have enacted countermeasures. Rather than waste ammunition, it is better to reduce the frequency of fire. After all, our supply of ammunition was limited, and we had to avoid waste as much as possible. Setting aside the lead and iron used for the projectiles, the supply of gunpowder was finite. We could not prepare in excess. If we had ample supplies of firearms and ammunition, I would have confidence in our endurance. Regardless of how long the battle lasted, the Minotaurs should come charging in like Minotaurs. One of my knights grumbled. I understood his sentiment, that if they were merely charging forward without any strategy, that would be one thing. However, surely, just waving a red cloth would send them into a frenzy. Do not speak foolishness. They are not true cattle. Instead of waving something like that, it would be more effective to wave Lord Ul's undergarments. That might provoke a response that no, do not even jest. Even our own would come rushing in. Sonia will lead the vanguard. While others were engrossed in serious contemplation of strategies, it was inappropriate for the knights to speak so freely. Most of the knights were young aspirants, having known each other since their training began. Thus they spoke without restraint. What a bothersome group. How could the earnest Sonia possibly engage in such antics? Just as I was lost in thought, activity erupted on the battlefield. The heavily armored infantry began digging. Upon closer inspection, I realized they were not wielding pikes or battle axes, but rather earth-moving tools. Are they attempting to disarm the landmines? The buried fire mechanisms required a slow match for ignition. Thus, they had to be buried underground prior to use. Naturally, the ground bore traces of where they had been concealed. With careful observation and excavation, even an outsider could potentially disarm them. That it is quite impressive that they can manage this amidst the hail of gunfire. Of course, the minefield was set in an area that overlapped with the lethal range of our rifles. The riflemen had begun firing, and the sound of gunfire echoed across the battlefield. The enemy's heavy infantry continued their work amid the storm of bullets, although enchanted armor could deflect rifle bullets. Achieving that was no simple task. That I longed for snipers at this range. They should be able to penetrate the gaps in the armor. That I found myself grumbling. Yet, it was excessively demanding to expect riflemen from a novice mercenary group to possess such skill. As none of my knights had received specialized training in marksmanship, that it was futile to demand what was not there. We can only compensate for the lack of precision with sheer numbers. Inform the right flank to concentrate their fire. This was akin to a scattershot approach. Rather than aimlessly shooting at the entire enemy force, focused fire would yield better results, even with enchanted armor. It was improbable they would emerge unscathed when faced with a barrage of bullets. After issuing the command, the battlefield fell into a temporary stalemate. Even under concentrated fire, the Count's heavy infantry continued their efforts to disarm the mines. Although some were struck and killed while digging, none retreated from the front line. The enemy's morale was remarkably impressive. The enemy is quite capable that I had no desire to engage in close-quarters combat with such formidable opponents. If we were to clash with these mercenaries, whose training and equipment were inferior to ours, I had the unsettling feeling that we would face a one-sided rout, while we were currently executing long-range attacks. We had not suffered significant damage, but if our defensive line were to be breached, the tide of battle would completely reverse. Those with free time, go support the riflemen. Even the shorter-range cavalry rifles would be better than nothing. The knights in the command trench were responsible for relaying orders and assisting in command. However, we needed as many as possible to hinder the enemy's firepower, aside from those absolutely necessary to remain behind. Everyone else was sent to the front lines. However, what does the enemy intend to do after disarming the mines? If their sole objective is to launch a close-quarters assault, I believe the barbed wire and trenches will hold. Merely being pierced by a pike through the gaps in the barbed wire would pose a significant challenge for the enemy. As long as they do not breach this line of defense, they will be unable to engage in the close-quarters combat they favor. Conversely, the enemy will surely attempt to breach the trench. The knights serving as a strategist pondered, would those boisterous minotaurs engage in the subtle task of grasping the barbed wire and slowly removing it? I felt they would adopt more exaggerated tactics. Lord Al, new enemies have appeared on the left flank. What? Upon hearing the sentinel's report, I quickly peered through my telescope. What came into view was a large supply cart, laden with numerous iron plates, an imitation war chariot. A cold sweat broke on my forehead. The enemy's heavy infantry solemnly continued their work of disarming the mines, bullets, artillery, and landmines, despite a considerable number of soldiers falling to various attacks. Their disarming efforts never ceased. While the enemy's valor was commendable, we had no time to dwell on such matters. Have the reserves bring all grenades to the front lines. The path of blood had already been opened. It was only a matter of time before the imitation war chariot charged forth. The cart's wheels would likely be unable to cross the trench, but the barbed wire might very well be breached. Allowing the enemy to infiltrate the first trench line at this stage would be disastrous. I never expected that after just one day, they would prepare such a thing. Correct was indeed correct. If we launch a night raid, the enemy will likely attempt to obstruct the modifications of the wagon. Although I ponder this, it still seems rather reckless to initiate a night assault with the forces at hand. Since this is a defensive battle, we must absolutely avoid wasting our strength. If the cannon can hit, that wagon should be obliterated, the knight mused. However, despite being reinforced with iron plates, it remains a wooden cart. While it may withstand bullets, It would likely falter against cannon fire. Yet, it must strike true. That kind of cannon is incapable of such precision, I thought. After all, this is a hastily constructed artillery piece, lacking even a proper sight. Hitting a moving target would be an impossibility. An alternative flitted through my mind. The Wyvern, that if we utilized it for close-range bombardment, surely we could dismantle the wagon. Right? No, that one do. The Wyvern cannot carry a 500-pound bomb or air-to-ground missiles, Mavel. That at best, it can drop grenades or incendiary bottles from the sky, possessing minimal ground attack capability. While it might suffice for a retreat assault, it would be ill-suited for direct engagement. Nevertheless, employing the Wyvern for attack is not a poor idea. Although currently designated for reconnaissance, we should prepare it for potential offensive operations. That said, our focus must remain on the Iron Wagon for now. Must we approach and blow them up? With our artillery and aerial support unreliable, we had no choice but to rely on our infantry. That I checked the cavalry rifle slung across my back. Given the circumstances, the barbed wire might also be breached, allowing the enemy to infiltrate our trenches. That we must be ready for close combat. They recoming. Just as I was lost in thought, the Iron Wagon began to move. Iron plates were laid at the back, and two heavily armored ogres gripped the yoke securing the horses, surging forward. The wagon was in a state of disarray. Prepare to engage. I seized the brass megaphone beside me and shouted. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire and explosions, I wondered if my voice would reach the front lines, but the messenger, understanding my intent, immediately dashed from the command trench. However, the front line understood that allowing the Iron Wagon to charge would spell disaster. The riflemen swiftly aimed and unleashed a volley at the cart. It appears the rifles have little effect, I observed as the bullets ricocheted off the wagon's armored plating, proving largely ineffective. Yet the iron plates capable of deflecting bullets must be quite heavy. Remarkably, they were moved by just two individuals. How incredibly developed their muscles must be. How I envied them. As I contemplated these matters, the Iron Wagon indeed drew closer to our positions. That it seemed they had chosen a route where our frontline troops had already cleared the mines. The wheels became lodged in the uneven terrain, causing the wagon to sway precariously. Let it crash and tumble. Someone in our ranks shouted fervently. While I shared the sentiment, regrettably, such luck did not befall us. The Iron Wagon accelerated towards the barbed wire set at the front line. Die. Accompanied by such cries, grenades were hurled from the trenches in rapid succession. Although they were merely crude devices made by packing explosive powder into cast iron balls and attaching fuses. The grenades, spewing flames as they rolled, detonated in quick succession before the cart. Whoa. As expected, the wagon could not withstand the onslaught, shattering into pieces. Perhaps thanks to the enchanted armor, the soldiers pushing the wagon emerged unscathed, albeit stumbling as they desperately attempted to flee. However, they were met with gunfire, and within moments, two heavily armored ogres lay bloodied and motionless. Even the sturdiest armor cannot endure attacks aimed at it seems. Did you see that? The Empire's barbarians. Get lost, our soldiers exclaimed with satisfaction. Nevertheless, the enemy was not deterred. A second Iron Wagon began its charge. I peered through my binoculars and discerned that they seemed to have prepared a third and fourth wagon as well. If I recall correctly, we had prepared a total of 50 grenades, right? Yes, any more and we would run short on gunpowder. I see, understood. I furrowed my brow internally. We must have thrown more than 10 grenades in our previous defense. To counter all the iron wagons, our grenade stock might be insufficient. It is highly likely this will devolve into close combat. We cannot let those mercenaries take the lead, depending on the situation. We must step onto the front lines. If we allow the lightly equipped Valeri mercenaries to confront fully armored infantry, the outcome is predictable. Only our knightly order can serve as the vanguard. Though I longed to command from a position of calm, the lack of combat strength left us no choice. Prepare yourselves, be ready to retreat to the second defensive line at any moment. The rear guard's combat is our responsibility, and the retreat command will be entrusted to Captain Valeri. Understood? No one objected to my orders. Though it felt premature, the plan had accounted for a potential retreat from the outset. While I wished to hold for another day or two, we could not stubbornly defend and incur unnecessary losses. The objective of the first defensive line was merely to exhaust the enemy's vanguard. Since our archers had already inflicted considerable damage, we should be content with that. However, if we could repel all the iron wagons, that would be ideal, I muttered quietly, as long as the barbed wire remains intact. We could continue to engage in one-sided attacks from beyond effective range. Aside from the armored units, the enemy would struggle to approach that if we could maintain this style of combat. It would indeed be most advantageous, though I sensed that matters would not unfold so smoothly. After that, Count Diesel's forces continued to assault with iron wagons. Though we barely managed to halt the first four, our stock of grenades was depleted, and the fifth wagon finally breached the barbed wire. Now's the time, charge in. The soldiers of the Count's army surged into the torn barbed wire, flooding in, likely believing they had the upper hand. Reinforcements began to arrive from behind. The archers reappeared, loosing arrows incessantly. However, thanks to the trenches and earthen walls, their arrows barely found their mark, while our riflemen retaliated, forcing them to gradually retreat. Artillery team, continue firing cautiously. If the situation turns dire, do not wait for my command to retreat. Artillery is ill-suited for small-scale maneuvers, and its utility must not be squandered, I commanded loudly, all the while running through the trench. The mercenaries could not withstand the enemy's elite forces. It was up to my knightly order to respond. Mercenaries provide support from the rear. Knights crush the enemy's spirit. The defensive line was narrow, and we swiftly approached the area where the barbed wire had been compromised. The enemy had already breached the trench, and the mercenaries, wielding polearms and swords, engaged in battle, but they were clearly at a disadvantage, with some already lying bloodied on the ground. Mercenaries, fall back. Do not enter the line of fire, as he issued the command. He aimed his cavalry rifle at the enemy. In that moment, he hesitated to employ body enhancement magic. However, such magic lasts only 30 seconds and comes with the drawback of bodily pain afterward. It should be conserved for a crucial moment. Even against foot soldiers, a mere human-s frail physique could still fight, shoot, and shout afterward, charge. You're up, fire. Shouting, he pulled the trigger, and his fellow knights fired in unison. The distinctive, thick white smoke of black powder enveloped the area, obscuring vision like a smokescreen, rendering it impossible to discern whether the bullets hit their targets. Charge. With the command, he lifted his helmet visor and charged forth. The cavalry rifle was fitted with a bayonet, and he aimed the blade straight ahead, racing towards the enemy troops. Jaya. Drawing upon his swordsmanship instinct, he shouted as he burst through the curtain of smoke, confronting a startled heavy infantryman. Seizing the opportunity, I aimed for the gap in the helmet's visor and thrust the bayonet forward. The opponent, clad in heavy armor, had limited vulnerable spots. Wah! The enemy soldier hastily twisted to evade the thrust. But I swiftly released the rifle and lunged at him. I seized his chest armor, tripping his legs and bringing him down, a technique reminiscent of judo. Stab. I grasped the cavalry rifle, now dangling from a strap, and plunged the bayonet into the seam of the heavy infantryman's neck armor as he lay on the ground. Blood gushed forth, accompanied by indistinct cries of anguish. You fiend! Shouted another enemy soldier, raising his battle axe high above his head as he charged forward. She was a formidable woman, resembling an ogre, and was not inferior to Sonia in stature. With a savage roar, she lunged at me with astonishing ferocity. However, a battle won solely by momentum is no true battle that I cannot afford to lose to her. I raised my cavalry rifle, echoing my own war cry. Yuh! I narrowly evaded the low growl of the battle axe as it struck the ground, retaliating with a thrust of my bayonet into the gap of the enemy soldier's visor, eliciting a shriek as he collapsed. Leave it to us, Lord Daikan. The mercenaries shouted, swiftly dispatching the downed enemy with their long rifles. Excellent, just like that. If we were to deliver lethal blows one by one, the enemy might seize the opportunity to strike back. For now, we should concentrate our efforts against the common foe.as, I pondered. I surveyed my surroundings. Reinforcements for the enemy continued to arrive, primarily composed of light infantry. The riflemen stationed on either side of our defensive position were proving their worth, systematically gunning down the advancing foes. While artillery fire persisted, with the sheer number of enemy soldiers, Many were caught in the barrage of iron balls. The heavily armored infantry that had breached the trench were being suppressed by my knights. The enemy troops were indeed elite, but so were we, and the balance of power seemed to favor our side. Reload your ammunition and cover me, that I temporarily retreated to the rear, retrieving white paper cartridges from my ammunition pack. Some enemy soldiers attempted to seize the moment to attack, but our mercenaries brandished their long rifles to intimidate them. Seizing the opportunity, I slightly opened my visor and bit into the paper cartridge, pouring the gunpowder into the muzzle, sealing it with the paper-wrapped lead bullet. I then tore the paper, exposing only the tip of the bullet before withdrawing the rod store beneath the rifle's body and pushing the lead bullet deep into the chamber. Lastly, I fitted the percussion cap into the cap hole, completing the reloading process. This was a task I could execute with remarkable proficiency, taking no longer than 30 seconds. Even so, in the heat of battle, that span felt interminably long. Indeed, I yearned for a manually operated bolt-action rifle. As I contemplated this, I lowered my visor once more. At that moment, yet another enemy soldier wielding an axe charged at me. These fellows truly resembled bullfighters. As this thought crossed my mind, I instinctively raised my cavalry rifle and pulled the trigger. With a dull thud, the shaft of the enemy's axe was sent flying. The heavy axe soared off in a completely different direction. Though the enemy soldier flailed in panic, it was already too late. Mercenaries armed with swords and pistols surged forward, in the blink of an eye. The blade found its way into the gaps of his armor, and he let out a brief cry before succumbing to death. I caught a glimpse of his figure from the corner of my eye. Internally lamenting, after all that effort to reload, now I have to start over. The exhilaration of battle rendered me numb to the gruesome sights around me, as if shrouded in a fog. However, in retrospect, it would surely evoke feelings of disgust. Truly, it is for this reason that I detest real combat. Karina von Diesel, was panting heavily as I ran. The positions at Lisbon were continuously belching smoke like a volcanic eruption, the result of cannon and rifle fire. Several soldiers from the Earl's army lay sprawled on the narrow streets, some already lifeless, while others writhed in pain, blood oozing from their wounds. Honestly, this scene resembled hell. Eek! Bullets whizzed past me. Despite wearing enchanted armor, I would be fine even if struck directly. Nevertheless, my back involuntarily tingled with unease. You little brat, if you're scared, why not go back and let Daddy give you a hug? The one who uttered this was the knight running ahead of me, clad in ominous enchanted armor. Her physique rivaled that of our matriarch. She was my cousin, Michaela. To be frank, our relationship was far from amicable. She likely resented the affection I received from our matriarch, which I come to take for granted. She frequently derided me as a shorty or coward, making her insufferable. You are so annoying. I'm not scared at all. Yet, this woman was undeniably strong for a knight. To survive in this hellish battlefield, staying behind her was the safest course of action. I was definitely not scared. I was merely executing necessary actions to avoid death. How strange. To whom was I even explaining myself? In any case, despite enduring her incessant taunts along the way, I finally reached the area littered with barbed wire. On the other side of the mangled wire lay a dilapidated iron cart lodged in the trench. Make way, you little soldiers! Michaela pushed past the soldiers and knights rushing into the enemy ranks. Striding forward with confidence, true to her experience in battle, her movements were remarkably swift. At a chaotic melee unfolded inside and outside the trench. Soldiers from both sides became entangled in close combat, engaged in a deadly struggle. The cacophony of gunfire, clashing swords, roars, and screams assaulted my ears. As I contemplated retreating a step, Michaela raised her axe and bellowed. I am Michaela von Diesel, the vanguard of the Diesel family. Any lizard from Gallia wishing for fame? Allow me to be your opponent. This woman was beyond audacious. But your weapon is an axe, not a spear. A member of the Diesel family? Quite bold of you to come out. The enemy's response was a familiar, melodious male voice. A man. So you are the Daikin of Lisbon? How dare a man call himself a knight? You truly are ignorant of your own insignificance. This should be entertaining. Really? Is this for real? I couldn't help but exclaim. Why was a man present on the front lines? Was he a fool? Michaela would undoubtedly notice him. This fellow was a notorious womanizer, a super lecher who would pounce on any man he found appealing in the territory. If she spotted a man on the battlefield, she would undoubtedly attempt to seduce him. That guy was my prey. Hey, male knight, step forward. I will show you the horrors of battle. Hold on, stop, he is mine. Even our matriarch. Ha! This toy is too childish. You little shorty, get out of my way. I am not short. I am still growing. Just as we were bickering, an enemy soldier crossed over the trench. Though his features were obscured by a helmet with a visor, the old-fashioned design of his armor was unmistakable. It was Albert Blondin. He handed his rifle to a nearby soldier and drew his saber from his waist. So you wish to teach a lesson, do you? Very well, I shall use your chest for that purpose. Humph. Care for a duel? How interesting. Hey, you lot, stay out of this. This fellow is my prey. I declared him my prey. No sooner had Michaela said this than she strode forward, axe in hand. Even if you lose, don't say anything like, kill me. Though I cannot see what you look like beneath that helmet, as long as you have a cock down there. I won't care how it goes, that I will play with you until I tire of it. Suit yourself, Albert replied, gripping his saber with both hands, assuming a high guard stance. Upon closer inspection, the saber was a peculiar weapon with a removed guard and an elongated hilt. Resembling an Eastern katana in atmosphere alone, don't you dare forget those words, Michaela shouted as she charged forward, axe raised. Fool! 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 Run away quickly! I couldn't help but blurt out that I refused to lose my virginity because of my insufferable cousin's second-hand goods. I had finally found such a splendid target. Jiag. Just as I lamented in my heart, I heard a shrill cry reminiscent of a monkey. Simultaneously, Albert lunged toward Michaela. Huh. Was that Albert's voice? I stood frozen in shock as Albert reached Michaela. Before the axe could descend, Albert's saber cleaved downward toward Michaela. She was cleaved in two. For a moment, I could not comprehend what had transpired. That woman was clad in enchanted armor capable of deflecting bullets. The enchanted armor, no less, a high-grade item that even magical swords struggled to pierce. Why? That little one over there, is she Karina von Diesel? Eek! Albert turned to look at me, the splattered blood dyeing his armor a vivid crimson. I couldn't help but let out a small scream. Due to the visor on his armor, his expression remained obscured, yet this only added to the chilling atmosphere. The two kin of Diesel are indeed formidable. I shall send your heads back to the master, Albert declared. Raising his saber once more, in that instant, a warm sensation coursed through my undergarments, as golden liquid trickled down to my feet. Yeah. Upon hearing that anguished scream, I turned and fled. Mother, save me. Yeah. I watched the small figure of the panicked child retreat, allowing myself a quiet sigh of relief. Despite the fact that he was a knight, the thought of taking the life of a young child weighed heavily upon my heart, especially since the effects of my body-enhancing magic had worn off. Should I attempt to cast it again in a short span of time, my body would be rendered immobile due to the backlash. I had no desire to lose my ability to act on the battlefield, yet to proclaim, I seek revenge, and challenge him would compel me, as a knight, to accept. Thus, the best course of action was to intimidate him and allow him to escape. Did you see that, you barbarian of the Empire? Long live the local magistrate. Long live Gallia. Meanwhile, our mercenaries erupted in cheers. After all, for the Drago, the term lizard was a profound taboo. The knight, severed in two, had stepped on a Gallian landmine, though the Valerie mercenary corps had a relatively high proportion of orcs. Incidentally, although they are a mercenary group, they were formed and operated within the realm of Gallia. Certainly, many harbored disdain for the Holy Empire, known for its historically poor relations with Gallia. Don't fall behind. Local magistrate, drive them back, shouted Captain Valerie, standing at the forefront of the mercenaries, wielding her long sword to issue commands with an impressive demeanor. In stark contrast, the soldiers of the Earl's army visibly began to falter. Given that the knight claiming to be from the Diesel family had easily fallen, it was no wonder they reacted in such a manner. Ugh! However, I could not afford to be careless. The distinctive high-pitched sound pierced the air as a wind blade surged towards me. I immediately swung my saber to deflect it. This was an attack spell from the enemy's magic troops. Outside the trench, any moment of inattention could result in concentrated magical fire from the enemy. I swiftly turned and took refuge in the trench, wiping the blood from my saber for inspection. Although I had cleaved through the enchanted armor, the blade remained unscathed. Despite having been procured from a prominent noble of the Holy Empire by my mother on the battlefield, its sharpness was undeniably genuine. It was likely imbued with a rather potent enhancement spell. While it was sufficient against ordinary armor, to contend with enchanted armor required a weapon of exceptional sharpness. Hadat, I sheathed my saber with a gentle sigh. Though I was not completely immobilized, my body ached all over. This was a side effect of the body-enhancing magic. For mortals to surpass demi-humans in physical prowess, they must resort to rather reckless enhancements. How I longed to return to drink and sleep. I murmured to myself in a barely audible voice, before channeling strength into my body. Though I felt weary, as the commander, I could not allow such sentiments to show. A little more effort, and it seemed we could push the enemy back from our defensive line. One last push. Lord Al, the Wyvern cavalry has sent word to that moment. Night approached, clutching a small communication tube. This was a device used by the Wyvern cavalry to send messages that could be delivered from the sky. A suspected enemy detachment has been confirmed on the western slope, approximately half a squadron. Over I see it, I replied nonchalantly, though inside I was anything but calm. While longing for alcohol grew stronger. The enemy commander appeared quite capable, employing every available tactic to their advantage. Currently, the enemy forces directly opposing us numbered around 2 squadrons. However, given the narrow width of the battlefield and the effectiveness of our trench and other fortifications, we were in a favorable position. Nevertheless, despite having transitioned from defense to offense, being attacked from the side while the barbed wire was compromised would not bode well. Even if we managed to cope, considerable damage would likely ensue. It shouldn't take long until we engage with the enemy. What should we do? What to do indeed. If we redeploy the gunner team, we should be able to handle a half squadron of enemies without issue. However, this would significantly lessen the pressure on the front line, likely resulting in an influx of even more enemies than before. Shall we swiftly drive the first wave of enemies out of the trench and have the mercenaries attack with projectiles? That's a sound idea. That I had prepared slings and appropriately sized stones for such a scenario. With a bit of effort, it seems we can hold out for the entire day. Prepare to retreat. According to the prearranged plan, fall back to the second defensive line. Inform all personnel. Ultimately, I decided to reorganize our front line. The enemy had suffered an unexpected blow, and the pressure at the front had diminished. Intentionally relinquishing the front would also allow for a calm response to the detachment, which was a critical factor. This way, the enemy commander would likely become overly aggressive due to having been toyed with previously. Now was the perfect opportunity to ensnare him in a larger trap. This first offensive line was merely established to gradually reduce the enemy numbers during the initial engagement. After all, the streets were too narrow for even our own forces to maneuver effectively. Thus, we intended to hand this position over to the enemy at the appropriate moment, with the second defensive line behind it serving as the site of our final stand. Should the retreat command be entrusted to Captain Valerie? Indeed. Only we are responsible for the rearguard at IT is when one turns their back to the enemy that they are most vulnerable. Those without even proper armor cannot be entrusted with such a critical role. It seems we can repel the enemy's first wave that I peered out from the trench. The gunmen led by Captain Valerie were suppressing the Earl's army. Dispatching a dual squad had indeed been the right decision. The morale of the enemy's vanguard was evidently shattered. Commence the retreat once we push them beyond the barbed wire. Go fetch Sonia. Understood. That I will bring the vice captain at once. After reiterating my orders, the soldier dashed towards the artillery trench. According to the prearranged plan, the artillery was to be the first to withdraw, that we could not allow Sonia to remain there indefinitely. The rearguard's task was not only challenging, but also perilous. Should I fall in battle, it would be imperative for Sonia to take over command. However, it was exceedingly inefficient for the commanding officer to remain in the most dangerous position to direct operations. It was merely due to my familiarity with weaponry, such as firearms, that I found myself in this predicament. The only competent officers available were myself, Sonia, and Captain Valerie, leaving us severely understaffed. If only we had 2 more individuals, we could operate the troops more flexibly. Well, it is futile to lament what is lacking. After uttering this phrase, which I had repeated countless times since being reborn in this world, I charged out of the trench. I still needed to inform Captain Valerie to initiate the retreat. To my surprise, the mercenaries complied with the retreat orders without hesitation. That we currently held the advantage, and I had expected them to insist on maintaining the status quo. It seemed that the recent duel had indeed been effective. Had it not been for that duel, they might have thought we were merely frightened and attempting to flee. Nevertheless, all was well. Hurry, hurry, don't forget anything. Having pushed the Earl's army back beyond the barbed wire, we began our retreat in the brief interval before the second wave of attacks arrived. Weapons and supplies were a given. And we also had to recover the bodies of the fallen. In this world, the remains of enemies could be treated as refused that if one wished to pay their respects, they must retrieve the bodies themselves. New enemies are approaching. The lookout on the watchtower called out a warning. Indeed, it was swift that we could not allow the enemy to assault our retreating forces, that I concealed myself in the trench, raising the hammer of my cavalry rifle. In any case, we must buy time for the mercenaries to reposition. It will undoubtedly be a chaotic battle, but do your best that I address the knights around me. The personnel designated for the rear guard had all assembled. The main force consisted of the knight unit. Only my knights, equipped and trained to a high standard, could stand against the elite of the Earl's army, and no problem. Until now, we haven't engaged in close combat. So allow me to wreak havoc this time, Sonia declared with a cold expression. However, her cheeks were flushed as if adorned with rouge. Perhaps it was the fervor of battle that ignited her excitement. If possible, I implore you to retreat with the mercenaries. Should both of you fall in combat, the only one left to command will be Captain Valerie. In that case, we would stand no chance of victory. Judging by her tactical prowess, Captain Valerie is indeed a remarkably skilled officer. However, she is ultimately just a hired hand. Once her employer meets their demise, she may very well surrender at once. You jest. My lord, setting aside my own fate, Lord Al would never perish in battle. Thus, I contend that your trust is excessively burdensome. Having perished once in my previous life, I cannot naively believe that I alone am invulnerable. Yet, those who entertain such navet are hardly fit to be commanders. Moreover, I am merely an aide. It is only natural for me to remain by your side. However, Lord Al, Sonia is an absolute oddity. Reasoning with her is futile. Let us commence the battle forthwith. Another knight interjected, seemingly impatient. As long as I issue the order, most matters can be made palatable to Sonia. However, her obstinacy is formidable, and persuading her to acquiesce requires considerable effort. This time, I must yield. Fundamentally, it is a grave error for a commander to stand at the forefront, if given the choice. I too would prefer to remain in a place of safety. I fear pain and danger just as much as anyone else. Unless it is a pivotal battle where defeat means total loss, I could very well adopt a more stable approach to combat. Indeed, this is hardly a topic to be deliberated in front of the enemy. I let out a soft sigh and began to observe the movements of the opposing forces. Their numbers remained substantial. Yet, it seems the count of armored troops on the count of the Earl has dwindled, with sightings of lightly armored soldiers lacking helmets. This should allow us to engage for a while. Prepare to lay down a barrage with alternating fire. Hurrah! I propped my cavalry rifle against a mound of earth. Aiming as I issued commands, the enemy appeared no larger than mere specks, yet with the accuracy of a rifle, striking true was well within reach. Commence firing. The crack of gunfire reverberated in my ears. The dense white smoke belched from the muzzle obscured our vision, shrouding the enemy from sight. Black powder proves to be troublesome. We must expedite the practical use of smokeless powder. Next wave, fire. Even as this thought crossed my mind, my lips mechanically articulated the next command. I too pulled the trigger. The sharp recoil from the stock thrummed against my shoulder. The smoke thickened, rendering the enemy completely invisible. Wind magic. Yet here, in this fantastical world, there exists a means to counter it. The mage of the mercenary group intoned an incantation in a melodic voice, summoning a gust of wind that dispersed the smoke. Our fire seemed to yield some results, as several enemy soldiers fell to the ground. Nevertheless, the impact was insufficient to forcibly halt the enemy's advance. The sound of military boots trampling the earth was audible even to you in such a confined space. Even spreading out will not allow them to evade our fire. Though they are foes, it is quite pitiable. The narrow road was strewn with the bodies of fallen enemies and the wreckage of iron carts. Coupled with lingering landmines, the enemy had no choice but to crowd together as they traversed the narrow passage. For those firing upon them, this made for an excellent target. As I shoved ammunition into the depths of my rifle with a stick. I couldn't help but let out a quiet chuckle. Second rank, loaded, good, fire. We fired once more. The enemy's vanguard continued to fall, and a knight whistled in approval. Hey, these straw men truly are a delight to vanquish. Other knights joined in, sharing laughter. Nevertheless, their actions of reloading remained unimpeded. Their training was indeed commendable and reliable. Report. At that moment, a messenger burst and I continued to observe the enemy, responding, "What is it?" "The ambush unit has encountered the retreating forces. Inform them that we shall handle the front, and they should focus on their own foes. Being flanked is indeed painful, but the opposing force currently numbers only around half a company. Moreover, they are launching their attack from uneven ground. As long as we do not find ourselves in a semi-encirclement with the frontline enemy, it is not particularly daunting." Understood. I did not watch the messenger depart. Instead, I fired upon the enemy. For now, we must rely on our available forces to suppress this area, reducing the enemy's numbers before they close in for close combat. The ensuing 3 hours felt akin to hell as our fighting strength receded. The detachment successfully repelled the enemy. Yet correspondingly, the pressure from the front bore down directly upon our rearguard. In less than an hour, the first trench line in front of the barbed wire was lost, and we were forced to retreat step by step. That we were now barely managing to engage in delaying tactics within the extremely narrow streets, due to the constricted space preventing the formation of ranks. The enemy could not deploy a significant portion of their strength. This terrain served as an excellent advantage for us to impede the enemy with a limited number of troops. The mountainous paths nearby presented numerous locations with particularly narrow widths due to the topography. "Ah!" I shouted as I plunged my bayonet into the abdomen of an enemy soldier. That I kicked away the bloodied figure, emitting a pained cry, using the momentum to retreat. "You pitiful man!" Other enemies wielding axes charged forth. Hastily, I relinquished my cavalry rifle. Drawing my revolver to fire, .2 bullets were discharged almost simultaneously, striking the soldier in both the abdomen and chest. This was a technique of continuous firing by pulling the trigger in rapid succession. I quickly averted my gaze from the enemy soldier who collapsed, pierced by my bullets, and holstered my revolver. In that moment, I took a step back, dodging the thrust of a spear aimed at me, then seized my cavalry rifle again to counterattack with the bayonet. Damn it! The enemy soldier barely managed to parry the blow with his guard, but at that moment, Sonia charged at him. The soldier could not completely evade the downward swing of her greatsword, resulting in a gash upon his shoulder as he screamed and fell. Without hesitation, Sonia drove the tip of her sword into his neck, delivering a fatal blow. "I am saved." I struggled to catch my breath as I expressed my gratitude. My stamina was nearly depleted. The enemy, almost all of whom were physically superior to me, made direct confrontation exceedingly exhausting. Had it not been for the endurance I accumulated in my previous life, I would have surely perished by now. "It is the duty of an aide," Sonia responded calmly, her expression unwavering. "How enviable it is to possess such physical prowess. Advance, advance. The enemy is cornered. The Mage of Gallia is right there. Bring him down, violate him." The Earl's forces shouted ominously. What is a mage, I wonder? Is it akin to a witch? It sounds rather foolish. Yet today alone they have declared I shall take action. Numerous times, as a virgin. I cannot help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. "How dare you speak of violating our Lord Al? Come forth. I shall slay you." The bovine woman's sagging hole is something Lord Al would not desire. Upon hearing the enemy's insults, our knights became incensed and retaliated. It is indeed a good thing for morale to be high. They are angered on my behalf, and I take pleasure in that. However, I find the cow beast men to be quite alluring. Their ample bosoms and petite horns are utterly charming. Were they to approach me peacefully, I am confident I would succumb in an instant. Do not underestimate the simplicity of a virgin. Yet, it is tragically lamentable that our current relationship is one of mutual slaughter. These bovines seem eager to be made into steaks. The most alarming sight was Sonia, letting out a low growl filled with hatred as she felled the enemy soldiers one by one. Her valorous combat stance left the enemy unable to advance. Do not act recklessly. For now, buying time is paramount. Defeating the enemy is secondary. I caution my subordinates. I cast a glance at my pocket watch that if all goes according to plan, the rear's redeployment should be nearing completion. I confirmed the sighting of a green signal flare. At that moment, the sentry's voice reached my ears, prompting me to exclaim, "Excellent! The green signal flare indicates that preparations are complete. Next, we need only retreat to lure the enemy into the valley." After all, this street has but one path, prepare to retreat, that said, given the relentless assault from the front, it is not easy to withdraw, for no matter how elite the troops, they cannot endure for long if attacked from behind. Thus, we must momentarily halt the enemy's advance. Certainly, we are well prepared. "Ignite the smoke screen," I proclaimed, prompting the mercenaries behind me to arrange several large barrels along the street, after lighting the fuses affixed to the barrel lids. They shouted, "Ready? All right, let's go." Everyone begin to retreat. As the signal was given, the barrels rolled toward us with considerable speed down the slope. Thick white smoke erupted from the barrels, enveloping the street in an impenetrable fog, obscuring our vision to less than a meter ahead. These barrels contained slow-burning gunpowder and various spices, and the smoke wafting from them was laden with irritants that stung the eyes and nostrils, resembling primitive tear gas. "What is this? What is happening? Ugh! Cough, cough!" The enemy soldiers, caught directly in the smoke, began to cough violently. In this world, it seemed unlikely that anyone would resort to using tear gas as a weapon. Overcome by this unfamiliar sensation, they were rendered incapable of fighting. Naturally, we too were subjected to the effects of the tear gas. My face was streaming with tears and mucus, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Nevertheless, I maintained my composure and retreated at full speed, with my companions following closely behind. After all, our nightly order had undergone regular training amidst such tear-filled smoke. Although tears and runny noses are natural responses that cannot be suppressed, we were still able to act with a level head. Habit is truly a remarkable thing that I owe a debt of gratitude to my mentor from my previous life for instilling in me the knowledge that such training would prove invaluable in critical moments. Hooray! Despite the persistent coughing, we managed to navigate through the narrow street. Through the distorted haze of tears, I could glimpse a vast plateau ahead. The second defensive line I had established here to annihilate the main enemy forces marked the second phase of my battle plan. Roosevelt von Diesel found myself mired in confusion that I was uncertain of how to properly handle the retreating forces of the Risbon army. The Risbon army, having bested my niece Mycela in single combat, should have been riding high on confidence. Retreating at this juncture seemed decidedly unnatural. Report: the vanguard has sustained heavy fire from the enemy and failed to penetrate the plateau, as expected. Although reconnaissance had confirmed the presence of a vast plateau ahead, advantageous for our larger forces, it was apparent that the enemy was aware of this as well. The Risbon army had reorganized near the plateau's entrance, establishing a defensive posture to thwart our incursion. It was truly regrettable that we had been ensnared by the inexplicable smoke and had failed to advance alongside the enemy's rear guard into the plateau. If only we could have used the enemy as a shield, we could have evaded the gunfire. Although unspoken, the situation was exceedingly precarious. Our morale had plummeted to rock bottom. This was partly due to the exceptionally heavy losses we had suffered, and also because of the death of Mikhail. Renowned as the finest knight among the younger generation of the Diesel family, to make matters worse, my own daughter Karina, the head of the family, had fled the battlefield, adding insult to injury. However, Mikhail has actually been slain. Despite her troublesome behavior, her prowess as a knight was beyond reproach. I still could not come to terms with her demise. She was not a woman who would fall to a man's hand. According to reports, Mikhail had been bisected while clad in armor. Even a mighty orc wielding an oversized battle axe could not cleave a person in twain. The defensive capabilities of the enchanted armor enchanted plate were simply too formidable. It was a stroke of misfortune that my beloved daughter Karina had been spared from such a monstrous adversary. While I felt deep sorrow for Mikhail, this was the thought that lingered in my heart. Karina. Indeed, it was Karina. What should I do now? I had never anticipated that matters would devolve to this extent. As the head of the family, her desertion was inexcusable, yet precisely because she was the head's daughter, I could not let her off lightly. She was still a squire and should be spared from the death penalty. In the end, I was unable to make an immediate judgment. For the time being, I ordered Karina to serve as my attendant. effectively placing her under house arrest. She sat beside me on horseback, her head hung low, appearing utterly dispirited. Although I wished to offer her comfort, the events had transpired, and I had to adopt a stern demeanor. Lord Roosevelt, let us employ the cavalry. Upon hearing the words of my subordinate knight, I pondered quietly. There was no time to dwell on my daughter's plight. We needed to swiftly deal a blow to the Risbon army before reinforcements from the Galeria kingdom arrived. My initial battle plan was to suppress the Risbon forces before their reinforcements could reach us on the mountain path leading to Galeria. Time was of the essence. The enemy was relentless. Our forces could not afford a protracted conflict. The reason I was determined to launch an offensive despite the potential for losses was precisely that. While I understood it would be wiser to abandon Risbon, retreating now would render the deaths of my soldiers meaningless. Moreover, it would reflect poorly on our honor. There were no alternatives other than to continue the fight. Is it difficult for the infantry to break through? Indeed. Our forces have been cornered on a narrow path, leaving us with no option but to advance or retreat. Meanwhile, the enemy, positioned on the plateau, can freely arrange their formations. Our disadvantage is insurmountable. I end the battle on the road. Our forces, let alone the enemy's sparse troops, could not consolidate all their strength at the front line due to the limited battlefield size. Once the entrance to the plateau was sealed, only the Risbon army would be liberated from this constraint. While it may be a different story on a road obstructed by anti-cavalry structures, on the plateau, a cavalry charge should be feasible. I believe it is best to have the knights exert their efforts here. Knights had expended considerable stamina yesterday and today. After all, half of the heavy infantry were dismounted knights. They had suffered extraordinary losses due to landmines and strange firearms, and it would be unkind to compel them to shoulder additional burdens. The mobility of the cavalry is high, and their exposure to gunfire would be minimized. Since firearms require time to reload, I believe the damage sustained should be less than what we experienced in the previous battle. Indeed. However, the damage in the earlier battle was exceptionally high because the infantry's advance was too slow. It took time to close the distance to our weapons range, thereby increasing the enemy's opportunities to fire. In this regard, the cavalry's charge should reach the lance's attack range as the first and second shots are fired. Furthermore, bullets can be deflected by armor. It seems that the best option at present is indeed a cavalry charge. All right, prepare the steeds. Though I issued this command, my mood was heavy, regardless of the peculiar weapons and tactics at play. The enemy commander was no ordinary strategist. He must have anticipated my deployment of cavalry at this moment. Given my temporary withdrawal, it was certain that some trap awaited me. Even so, with no better ideas at hand, I had no choice but to trust my subordinates and give the order. I silently prayed to the North Star, hoping that no worse calamity would befall us. Enemy cavalry sighted. Excellent, they're coming. Upon hearing the messenger's report, a triumphant smile crept across my face. Since the enemy was determined to win this battle, they had no choice but to deploy their cavalry here, even if they knew it was a trap. This is our final push for today. Let us rally our spirits. Ura, hearing the spirited response from my subordinate knights, filled me with joy. Tasked with the arduous rearguard duty and subjected to the effects of tear gas, they should have longed to complain. Isn't it time we got a break? Yet, they displayed no such attitude, truly the hallmark of elite warriors. However, my own stamina was reaching its limits. The tear gas left my eyes and nose in agony, my body utterly fatigued and my head spinning. Though I yearned to return home and sleep for an entire day, a commander cannot be the first to succumb. I had to endure. Brother, I apologize for keeping you waiting. The squirrel beast woman, Lodi, approached, leading the war horses, accompanied by attendants tasked with managing the steeds. They had gathered all the horses for us. Employing cavalry against cavalry was my battle strategy. It was evident that the enemy's cavalry was no small force. A mere handful of pikemen could not contend with a large cavalry unit, and sending the pikemen directly into battle would only result in their dispersion. Constructing a formidable trench and barbed wire akin to the first defensive line would prevent cavalry charges. But establishing such a large-scale fortification would require time, materials, and personnel that we simply did not possess. Only the front bore defensive structures. Continuing in this manner would allow them to circumvent our defenses. Very well. I shall take my leave. I affectionately patted Greta's head before mounting my horse. Gunfire echoed from our position, yet the cavalry displayed no signs of fear. Horses typically detest loud noises. If each gunshot were to terrify them, my forces would be rendered ineffective. This particular steed was selected from those indifferent to gunfire during the deployment in Lima City, and special training was conducted during the construction of our defenses, ensuring a foolproof strategy. Although this would elevate procurement costs, the expenses would be borne by His Excellency, Prime Minister Adelaide, so there were no concerns on my part. After all, having endured numerous instances of harassment, it would hardly be a moral transgression to extract a little compensation in such circumstances. Nevertheless, it would ultimately become my debt. Wishing you prosperous martial fortunes, as I waved to Latte and the others. We spurred our horses forward. The plateau was characterized by a flat terrain adorned with low grass, making movement on horseback quite comfortable. Though termed a plateau, it was relatively small, and soon we could see the passage carved through the Rocky Mountains. Without traversing this passage, an incursion into the plateau would be impossible. That must be the enemy, Sonia remarked as we approached on horseback. In the middle of the passage, we spotted knights mounted on their steeds. Having commenced suppressive fire near the mouth of the passage, they were likely waiting for the opportune moment to charge forth. Our trench line was approximately 500 meters from the exit. If the cavalry sprinted at full gallop, they could reach it in under 30 seconds. Given the loading speed of muzzle-loading rifles, we would have only one chance to fire, due to the limited number of infantrymen. Relying solely on rifles would be insufficient to halt a cavalry charge. Consequently, our cavalry would need to exert even greater effort. This operation demands precise timing. Cold sweat trickled down my back as I consciously regulated my breathing. The success or failure of this assault would determine the very course of the war. It was unreasonable to expect me to remain unperturbed. "They're coming!" Sonia's sharp cry pierced the air as the enemy cavalry commenced their charge. A cloud of dust erupted as a multitude of knights surged forth from the passage. Approximately 50 in number, more than double our own cavalry strength. "Charge!" I shouted, urging our 17 cavalrymen towards the enemy's flank. Almost simultaneously, white smoke billowed from our trench line that I commanded the soldiers to utilize their old-fashioned flintlock muskets for suppressive fire, switching to rifles only once the enemy initiated their charge, beneath the precise and dense hail of bullets. Over 5 enemy cavalrymen fell from their mounts in quick succession. Those who evaded the bullets struggled mightily to control their panicked steeds, causing their formation to descend into chaos. "Annihilate them. Go forth." "You wretched creatures, Yura!" I bellowed, firing my pistol at the now diminished enemy cavalry. The knights, clad in full armor, absorbed my shots poorly, yet targeting their horses proved effective. While horse armor existed, it could never cover every inch. "Yua!" Upon being struck by a bullet, a horse reared in agony, its rider tumbling to the ground. Ignoring the chaos, I continued firing at the remaining enemy steeds, while ammunition quickly dwindled, leaving little time to leisurely reload. I drew a second pistol and pressed on with my assault. My fellow cavalrymen adopted a similar tactic. The enemy cavalry had already suffered significant losses, and my strategy was directly informed by the adage, "shoot the horse before the rider." The revolver-wielding cavalry possessed the capability to repel traditional lance-wielding cavalry. Despite the numerical disparity, our advantage was evident. Knights should wield lances. "Pick up your lances, you despicable knaves," an enemy knight shouted, raising his lance. I retorted with a loud, "Shut up," while tossing a lasso, akin to those used by cowboys, towards him. Blah! The knight, ensnared by the rope, was yanked from his mount with a pained scream, crashing to the ground. "Don't think you can escape." Just then, another knight bearing a lance charged at me with remarkable speed, leaving me no time to evade. TSK. My second revolver was out of ammunition, but my only remaining weapon was my saber. But engaging a lance with a saber was exceedingly difficult. I could see that moment. A chill ran down my spine as another knight barreled toward me. "Sonia!" As she brushed past, she swung her great sword, cleaving the enemy knight's head from his shoulders. The headless knight fell, blood gushing forth like a fountain. "I'm saved. Truly, you are unparalleled, Sonia. There's no one more reliable than you as my lieutenant." Of course, no one else is suited for the role of your lieutenant. Her nonchalant response exuded the confidence of a seasoned warrior. She was indeed a subordinate I could scarcely match, by the way. It seems we can deploy the infantry now, right? Sonia surveyed the scene and observed that the enemy cavalry's assault formation had been utterly dismantled by our unexpected attack. The knights who had managed to stay mounted were now overwhelmed by our cavalry, rendering them incapable of launching an offensive against the infantry positions. Indeed, the timing is perfect that I retrieved a large signal gun from my waist. Aiming it skyward, I fired a round containing a signal flare the size of a baseball. Under the explosive pressure of the blank round, the flare deployed a parachute and emitted a red flash in the sky. All right, it's time to bring this to a conclusion. The red light flickered in the air. Our infantry surged forth from the trenches, their battle cries crashing upon the ears like a violent tide. Think they would not form a dense line against cavalry. How contemptible! An enemy knight raised his lance in indignation, only to be met with concentrated fire from our reloaded infantry, resulting in his immediate demise. Emboldened by their success, our infantry charged towards the fallen enemy cavalry, thrusting their lances mercilessly. Even knights clad in magically reinforced armor could not withstand the onslaught when unseated and rendered immobile. Rather than a battle, it resembled a scene of slaughter unfolding across the battlefield. However, the enemy cavalry was not entirely extinguished. The surviving knights wielded their sabers against those attempting to assault the infantry, seeking to restrain them. The disparity in combat effectiveness between infantry and cavalry was stark. Should we neglect this, we risked a counterattack that could lead to our own demise. Typically, infantry would form a tight formation to counter cavalry charges. Yet the poor mobility of such formations necessitated a different approach this time. We had to quickly eliminate the enemy, and thus, we deliberately chose not to adopt a dense formation that we needed to compensate for our defensive shortcomings. The strike of the saber was deflected by my gauntlet. Lacking physical enhancement magic, I found it impossible to cleave through the armor inflict a fatal wound. I would need to target the gaps in their armor. Is that voice from that male knight? While I have no respect for slaying men, you are different. I shall end you here. The one who will die is you, scoundrel. The enemy knight discarded his lance, which was ill-suited for close combat, and drew his long sword, and I strained to parry the incoming blade with my saber, shouting back defiantly. Yet the physical prowess of demi-humans was indeed formidable. Engaging them in direct combat without enhancements proved exceedingly challenging. I might manage against an ordinary soldier, but a knight trained for battle was another matter entirely. Lord, the magistrate! At that moment, infantry soldiers rushed in from nearby, brandishing their lances at a pack of rabble. The enemy knight, realizing he was outnumbered, attempted to escape, but it was far too late. I charged forward, blocking his path, and swung my saber at him. Don't block my way. The long sword aimed to deflect my saber, struck by the spear's tip. The knight fell from his mount, quickly overwhelmed by the infantry. Well done. Remember this? I commended the mercenaries as I pressed forward. We needed to swiftly resolve the remaining enemy cavalry. Lord Al, new enemies are approaching. A soldier rushed towards me in haste. Reinforcements? Infantry or cavalry? Cavalry, 20 strong. Are there still enemy cavalry unaccounted for? 50 had already posed a significant challenge. Now we faced additional foes. Fortunately, we were fighting on favorable terrain. Had we engaged while the advantage lay with the enemy, we would surely falter within a day. All right, I'll leave this to the infantry. Bugler, sound a call for the cavalry to regroup. Before long, the clarion call echoed across the battlefield, summoning the beleaguered knights amidst the chaos to regroup. That I swiftly called the roll and reorganized our forces. Contact the gunner squad and instruct them to commence a charge and fire assault. The infantry will undoubtedly follow closely behind the cavalry. We must not allow them to breach our lines. Understood. However, reinforcements were on their way, including myself. Our nightly contingent was battered and bruised. After a day of relentless combat, even the elite among us found our stamina waning, nearing the brink of exhaustion. Moreover, our pistols had likely been depleted during the earlier skirmishes. The resounding victory we had just achieved was, after all, largely due to our firearm prowess. Under these circumstances, a direct confrontation with an enemy of equal numbers could very well lead to our defeat. If only we had the luxury of time to reload our ammunition. Should we be employing metallic cartridges, we could swiftly reload on the spot, but with muzzle-loading firearms, the process becomes considerably cumbersome. While I pondered these thoughts, the enemy reinforcements had already encroached upon us. I beheld the banner of the house of Count Diesel, emblazoned with a bull's skull. Though we were struggling, it was likely that our adversaries were more fatigued. Hence, the commander had taken the initiative to position himself at the forefront. Albert, Blondin, stepped forward. A notably tall woman from the knightly ranks raised her massive battle axe and shouted that, "I am Roswit von Diesel. It seems my niece and daughter have been well taken care of by you. As the head of my clan, I shall personally cleanse our family's disgrace, to have the general personally offer a head in tribute." How commendable! I mustered my weary body and retorted with a tone laced with disdain. Given the need to maintain morale, a war of words among commanders could not be lost. Yet, for one accustomed to modern warfare, this manner of engagement still felt peculiar to me. But before you even arrived on the scene, I had already slain knights of the Count's army on the front lines. What have you been doing all this time? Does your fighting spirit pale in comparison to that of a man? Aren't you ashamed? Coward! A commander ought not to recklessly throw themselves into the fray. My advance was merely a result of insufficient combat power. I scoffed inwardly. Yet as long as it served as fodder for provocation, I had no qualms. What did you just say? You may have made a grand entrance, but it seems desperation has driven you to act like a headless chicken. Though you may not excel in battle, you certainly know how to put on a show, don't you? How dare you? You foul man. I will show you your true worth. Count Diesel, in a fit of fury, brandished her battle axe. Excellent, excellent. The atmosphere was invigorating. My strategy was to impede their advance through a duel, thereby buying time for my forces to reload. Meanwhile, our infantry were busy dealing with the fallen knights of Count Diesel's army. I needed to conclude this battle swiftly and transition to the next phase of our operation. If you're not a coward, you would not refuse a duel, would you? You claim to wish to cleanse the disgrace of your niece and daughter. Surely that cannot be a mere fabrication. Speaking of which, where had that daughter gone? A glance revealed her at the rear of the ranks, a notably petite figure among the knights, having just fled in a panic. It was surprising to see she still possessed some grit. Very well. I shall entertain you. Count Diesel, now enraged, leapt down from her mount. Perhaps she had not entirely lost her composure. Should it come to a one-on-one mounted duel, I could once again employ tactics to force her off her horse. Reluctantly, I too dismounted. "Why, Lord Albert, please take this Thank you." A retainer presented me with a pistol, which I gratefully accepted in exchange for my own. Now devoid of ammunition, though it was not my usual revolver, but rather an antiquated single-shot firearm. The difference between having one and not was substantial. "Now, it is your turn," I said to Sonia, who lifted her visor to reveal a smile. She then patted the holster at her side and nodded firmly. "Wishing you great fortune in battle. Engaging the enemy cavalry in a one-on-one confrontation would result in less collateral damage. If I were victorious, the enemy commander would be felled, effectively securing our triumph. Even in defeat, I could buy time for the gunner squad and the knights to reload. As long as we could concentrate fire, 20 knights would pose little challenge. However, I was currently in a state of utter exhaustion, and it was almost certain that I would be bested by the Count. Would that be acceptable? Even conceding that I might lose the duel, the prospect of being slain outright was terrifying. Ever since earlier, I had been forced to engage in a battle that felt akin to gambling, plunging my spirits into a deep gloom. All this was due to my insufficient combat prowess. How towering she is, standing face to face with Count Diesel. That thought echoed in my mind. First and foremost, her stature was imposing, evidently exceeding even Sonia's height, likely surpassing 2 meters. Not to mention, the armor covering her chest was remarkably pronounced. It was truly astounding. It is too late to be frightened now. Do you understand? Is this what a woman, who has been too afraid to step forward until now, would say? It seems you possess a grand physique. Yet your mind and courage are rather diminutive. The same could be said for you. Despite your great size, your words are rather grandiloquent. Count Diesel's voice rumbled low. Indeed, the formidable presence of a great noble was no mere facade. The aura she exuded could intimidate even the most hardened brigand into retreat. Were it not for the ongoing war, I might have found myself apologizing. "Forgive me, I have let my pride get the better of me," and fled. Such was her fearsome nature. Yet, regrettably, I could not afford such a luxury. This was a time of war. I was a soldier, compelled to act in a manner worthy of being lauded as in all the battles of our lives. We have never lost our courage, why words, intellect, and skill with the blade surpass yours. Only in stature do I concede to you. Enough of your nonsense, you little brat, Count Diesel roared, raising her massive battle axe. Such a weapon, wielded by such an enormous frame, was truly formidable. While I too donned enchanted armor, I could not shake the feeling that I would be cleaved in two to how bothersome. The correct approach would have been to encircle her and strike with firearms. Oh, how I wish she had revealed herself sooner, so I could have avoided this duel altogether. Alas, further lamenting would be futile that I clenched my jaw and gripped the hilt of my sword, raising it to my face. The blade pointed directly skyward. "Then let us engage in a fair fight, Gaiwa." With Count Diesel's battle cry, I charged forth with a bizarre sound. The first to strike is often the victor. This was the only tactic I knew in a duel. I propelled myself forward, enhanced by physical reinforcement magic, closing the distance to Count Diesel in an instant. "Your tactics mirror my expectations, knight." Ignoring her words, I poured my all into a downward slash with my sword. In response, Count Diesel neither parried nor defended, but instead evaded with remarkable agility, surprising for one of her considerable bulk. "Guh?" My full force strike severed the left arm encased in her gauntlet, sending the lower portion of her limb flying as if it were a jest. However, that was merely the beginning. Possessing resilient life force, the half-beast would not be incapacitated by the loss of a single arm. "Well done, knight." Count Diesel's eyes gleamed with a predatory glint beneath her visor. The battle axe she gripped in her right hand swung toward me, reminiscent of a guillotine descending. Ugh! As the weighty blade approached, the words of my former swordsmanship master echoed in my mind. "As long as you withstand the first strike. Being struck by a second is a disgrace to your clan. As long as you draw breath, continue to swing your sword. You must vanquish your foe. Gaiwa." Defense? Evasion. Those were luxuries I could not afford. I had to attack with all my might. I swiftly reversed the blade of my sword and stepped forward, just as the battle axe was about to make contact with my body. My sword lunged toward Count Diesel. Even Count Diesel seemed taken aback by my strike, reflexively twisting away. Yet, she was too late, as her battle axe swung wide, crashing into the ground. My blade sliced through the armor at her abdomen. TSK, but it was too shallow. From the sensation, I had only cut through muscle and armor. The blade had not reached the vital organs. This would not suffice to bring about her demise. If the second strike fails, then I would have to rely on my next move. I had closed the distance to within the striking range of my sword that I unhesitatingly relinquished my sword, drawing my pistol from my waist instead. And with a swift motion akin to that of a dagger, I pressed the muzzle against the seam of Count Diesel's visor. Thrust. Without a moment's hesitation, I pulled the trigger. The reliable sound of the explosion reverberated, accompanied by a jolt of recoil. However, the gun itself shattered like a flower in bloom. It appeared that the bullet had failed to penetrate the gap, causing the weapon to rupture under the abnormal chamber pressure. Cursed be the sturdy helmet he donned. I cursed inwardly, yet did not falter my actions. The Count's arms and abdomen were lacerated, and combined with the shock of blood loss and the impact of the bullet to his head, it seemed he lost consciousness for a fleeting moment, that I would not let this opportunity slip away. "Yoo-hoo!" I seized Count Diesel's belt and hurled him aside, though the weight nearly shattered my waist. I managed to endure, bolstered by the enhancement magic coursing through me, that I fixed my gaze on the enormous form of the girl who rolled across the ground with a jarring metallic clang, simultaneously drawing my short sword. "This shall be the end," I shouted as I mounted the Count, just as I intended to plunge the short sword into the gap of his neck armor while he lay defenseless. "Mother!" The petite figure encased in armor charged towards me with the force of a cannonball. My attention was entirely consumed by the Count, and I could not evade entirely. I was sent sprawling, crashing to the ground alongside the girl. The force caused my short sword to fly from my grasp. "Now's our chance." Everyone commenced the attack. I heard Sonia's voice in the distance, followed by a barrage of gunfire. However, I had neither the strength nor focus to heed that direction. The girl, Karina, with her eyes glimmering, leapt onto me. If this continued, I would surely meet my end at her hands. Gaiwa! The effects of the magic began to wane. But I urged my waning body to respond and deftly rolled over. Although Karina possessed extraordinary strength, her grappling skills seemed lacking. She let out a startled eek as she tumbled clumsily to the ground. I seized this opportunity, discarding her helmet and encircling my arm around her neck. The enhancement magic would fully dissipate in mere moments. Having overexerted myself today, I risked losing the ability to move altogether. Before that could happen, I needed to neutralize this girl. Eek! As I tightened my grip on her carotid artery, Karina's eyes rolled back as she promptly lost consciousness, whether in this life or the last. I had undergone this training countless times, so I was well versed in the procedure. Ugh! Though I had subdued Karina, I was nearing my limits and my vision flickered in and out, and my entire body felt drained of strength. I'd hoped to hold on through sheer willpower, but it proved futile. I had assumed that as long as I did not exert myself continuously, I would not lose consciousness. It appears I was overly naive. The toll of continuous battle had rendered my body too fatigued to withstand the backlash of the enhancement magic. Very well, I would leave the rest to Sonia. Subsequently, as I had anticipated, Sonia showcased her prowess. Seizing the moment while Count Diesel lay incapacitated, she launched a full-scale offensive. The Count's forces faltered, unable to withstand her assault, and fell into a state of complete retreat due to the collapse of their cavalry and the defeat of their commander. However, a complication arose. The narrow streets hampered their retreat, and devoid of radio communication in this world, the rearguard was unable to receive withdrawal orders in a timely manner. Consequently, a hellish bottleneck ensued between the retreating rearguard and the vanguard. It was reported that many soldiers perished under the crushing weight of the retreat. I had already succumbed to unconsciousness by then, learning of these events only after the dust had settled. Yet, it was precisely this condition I had anticipated, which led me to entice the enemy into such a predicament. After all, the enemy's numbers were so great that even exhausting our ammunition would not suffice to annihilate them. Without employing firepower or close-quarters combat to diminish their fighting capability, they would eventually overwhelm us through sheer numbers. My operational plan was to have their strength within the initial 5 days, then proceed steadily with a war of attrition. Thus, on the following day, under an annoyingly clear sky, I dragged my weary body to work. The aftereffects of the enhancement magic lingered, leaving me feeling exceedingly unwell. To describe the discomfort, it was akin to the morning after indulging too liberally in whiskey, a sensation barely short of death itself. That said, I was already one who had collapsed before the decisive battle, having removed myself from the front lines. Therefore, I could not afford a rest. There were tasks aplenty for a commander to attend to. What is the extent of our losses? The Valerie Mercenary Corps suffered 14 fatalities and 30 severe injuries. As for our knights, Daniela has perished. Macolita, Monica, and Pierrette are gravely wounded. I see. Daniela has fallen. The members of the knightly order were childhood companions from my days in the Knight Academy, and I knew her well. Daniela hailed from a modest, knightly family, yet she had a penchant for revelry, often depleting her purse in brothels only to come to me for loans. She was quite the rogue. Nonetheless, the liquor shared with her was always delightful. I felt a disconcerting sensation, as if the ground beneath me were crumbling. This was dreadfully unfortunate. Nonetheless, it was not my first experience with the loss of subordinates, both in this life and the last. I had encountered such sorrowful events numerous times. While it was distasteful, I had grown accustomed to it. I temporarily closed my eyes in silent prayer, striving to shift my mindset. The war was far from over. Should the commander waver, a battle that could be won might slip from our grasp. What of the wounded? They are stable, with no immediate threat to life. However, it seems unlikely they will return to the front line in this battle. As long as they live, that is sufficient. That I breathed a sigh of relief. And what are the enemy's losses? Though accurate figures are yet to be compiled, there are already over 200 corpses. A bountiful harvest indeed. With the Count's forces unable to regroup, we advanced once more to the first defensive line. Yet, Within the trenches we reclaimed lay a multitude of lifeless bodies. These were the souls who had been crushed during the retreat, as well as those who had perished in the flames cast down by wyvern cavalry. Recognizing this as an opportune moment to escalate the flames of war, I had prepared to convert the wyvern cavalry, originally focused on reconnaissance, into an attacking force that it seemed that Sonia had effectively capitalized on this strategy. The first defensive line, littered with trenches and barbed wire, had likely experienced severe traffic congestion during the retreat. Though they were our foes, the scene was undeniably tragic that, in essence, we sacrificed one to fell 10 of them. Even when surveying the annals of military history, it is rare to encounter such an overwhelming victory. Rather than a war, it feels more akin to a massacre, Captain Valerie mused, puffing on a paper cigarette that I too wished to indulge, hoping she might relocate to smoke elsewhere. Tea was a rare achievement for me to have refrained from smoking since my reincarnation. Moreover, the enemy's commander and her third daughter have been captured, correct? In this war, we have effectively emerged victorious. The Countess' forces had failed to carry away Count Diesel. Defeated in our duel, she now became a prisoner of our army. The medics attending to her reported that although she bore grave injuries, her life was not in jeopardy. Truly, orcs proved to be remarkably resilient. Who can say, from a military standpoint, the Count's forces have virtually no chance of recovery. That said, I did not believe they would immediately raise the white flag and surrender that a defeat of such magnitude would likely prolong the conflict, until we could devise a means to secure a victory. One could not predict what terms they might propose. War, much like gambling, tends to ensnare one deeper into a quagmire the more devastating the loss. If we were to propose the safety of Count Diesel as a condition, would they truly acquiesce? Even if this ended the war, the Count's house would not find peace. As a noble, being bested by a mere male knight, and without the means to exact revenge, would be a fatal blow to their reputation. They too would likely seek a tangible victory, that I have a feeling this matter will not conclude so easily. Remain vigilant. Understood. Captain Valerie nodded solemnly before breaking into a smile. However, I have always considered you quite capable. Yet you still manage to surprise me. You aren't by any chance the reincarnation of a war god, are you, Lord Al? In my past life, I was merely a captain, albeit one adorned with numerous medals. All I did was command and prepare in advance. The true effort lies with the soldiers on the front lines. Are you implying that my soldiers have unknowingly been replaced by legendary heroes? That is indeed a masterpiece. Captain Valerie spoke with an expression that was difficult to articulate, then let out a bitter smile as he extinguished his cigarette with the sole of his shoe. But let us cease the jesting here. We have pressing realities to confront, namely the mountains of corpses. How do you intend to handle these remains? Even if we were to incinerate them, it would be an extravagant waste of fuel. Such matters can only be left to the opposing side to manage. He continued that it was early summer, and if corpses were carelessly discarded, they would soon begin to decompose, avert a breeding ground for infectious diseases. They must be dealt with swiftly. However, the enemy's dead far outnumbered our own combatants. To bury or burn each one would require more time, resources, and manpower than we possessed. When you approach the enemy to suggest surrender, perhaps you could also request them to reclaim their fallen. Simply state, how can the House of Diesel disregard those who have died in loyalty to their lord? Does honor not exist within your ranks? I doubt they would refuse such a request. I did not believe the enemy would simply relent, but since we had captured their commander, there was some merit in attempting a surrender. I intended to ask her to manage the bodies of the fallen. My Lord Al, you truly possess a heart of stone, though I imagine they are not in the best of spirits at present, she remarked. After all, the Earl's forces were in disarray, coupled with the casualties from the first day. Their losses likely exceeded their original troop strength. In military terms, such a level of damage could only be described as a rout. With their commander captured, the Earl's staff must have been pale with despair. Therefore, it is best to undertake tasks that the enemy would find most distasteful. You speak wisely. I shall act according to your instructions. Leave it to you. That I waved my hand dismissively, and Captain Valerie nodded with a wry smile before hastening away. The immediate priority was to address the remains of both our own and the enemy as soldiers, and it was imperative that this be done swiftly. Captain Valerie seemed to grasp this urgency as well. My lord Al, the enemy shows no signs of leaving their camp at present. We still have ample time. Would you like to take a brief respite? Sonia gazed at me with concern that I truly wished to rest. But Sonia and Captain Valerie must be equally fatigued. It would not do for me to be the only one to slack off. I ts nothing. I am accustomed to this level of exertion, and my body can still function. After all, feeling close to death was a common occurrence for me. I did not undergo rigorous training for nothing. Even if my physical condition was not optimal, I could still perform my duties. However, I recognized that my allocation of stamina during this battle had been misguided, and I must reflect on that. Changing the subject, regardless of the Earl of Diesel. What shall we do about that girl? Perhaps out of consideration, Sonia asked me with a sudden expression of realization. That girl, I pondered. Was it Karina von Diesel? She had fled in the midst of battle, disrupting a duel, exhibiting behavior unbecoming of a knight. It might be best for her not to return to the Earl's forces. After all, she would undoubtedly be viewed as a scapegoat for their frustrations. Even someone like her may still hold some value, considering we have captured her at great effort. That is a valid point. By the way, should we not pay her a visit now? Perhaps meeting with her will yield some useful insights. She could not genuinely be concerned for the captive. This was undoubtedly a roundabout way of suggesting that I remove myself from the situation, likely intending to offload trivial tasks onto me so that I might rest. Such thoughtful gestures were characteristic of her. Since the opportunity had presented itself, I might as well acquiesce. Hey, is this everything? Seems suspicious. Did she hide something valuable somewhere? Karina von Diesel, found myself stripped bare by the soldiers of the Lisbon army. I am asking if you've hidden any other valuables. One of the wolfmen prodded me with the butt of his short firearm. Considering I had even lost my undergarments, this modest assault was excruciating. Drawing tears to my eyes, I haven tea. You've taken everything. I have nothing left. Stop lying. I was kicked and sent sprawling to the ground. With heavy shackles on my feet, I could not resist. As I lay there, covered in dirt, memories of the past flooded back. It was the first time I'd been taken to the battlefield by my mother as a soldier. Thanks to her remarkable performance, we achieved a resounding victory and captured numerous knights. The captured knights had all their armor and undergarments seized as spoils of war. Furthermore, those who could not pay a ransom were executed without mercy. At that time, I had merely thought, how pitiful, feeling detached from the situation. But now, as I found myself in a similar predicament, I understood the terror that I clenched my teeth, yet could not suppress the tears that streamed down my face. I have nothing left. Please spare me. This one is actually crying. Before the battle, she dared to boast so boldly. I recall this one threatening to violate the local lord. Truly a scoundrel unworthy of the title of knight. The soldiers mocked me, poking me with their weapons. The pain, coupled with the humiliation of being toyed with as the third daughter of the Earl of Diesel, caused my tears to flow uncontrollably. I felt both regret and shame, my fists tightly clenched, but it was futile. I'm sorry. How foolish a wretch like her dares to act high and mighty. Unforgivable, right? Wouldn't be out of line to break a bone or two. Upon hearing the soldier's words, I began to tremble, despite the warmth of the day. However, upon witnessing my state, the Lisbon soldiers seemed to find it amusing. Stop. Yet, someone intervened. It was a voice distinctly out of place on the battlefield. That amended, I hurriedly turned to look at the source of the voice. And indeed, there stood Albert, dressed in civilian attire. Something more terrifying than the soldiers had arrived. My mind went blank, and I nearly fainted. I could hear a dripping sound from beneath me, and the mud around my rear became sticky. I seemed to have involuntarily lost control of my bladder, but I had no time to concern myself with that. For whoever could cleave a man clad in magical armor in two was no longer human. Moreover, I was hindering this monster's duel. This time, I would truly be killed. No, please don't kill me. I apologize. Spare me. How could I senselessly slay a captive? Albert whispered, revealing an expression that was entirely different from what I had anticipated. He showed no signs of drawing his sword from his waist. Could it be that I was saved? Lord Mayor. All the spoils taken for her are in that basket over there. After all, it was Lord Mayor who defeated this one, therefore, all rights belong to Lord Mayor. We haven't pocketed a single brooch, so rest assured I see. Thank you for your hard work, Albert replied with an expression of great discomfort as he approached the soldiers. Then he glanced at me and continued. Let this matter slide. But while in my unit, could you treat captives with a bit more courtesy? Such behavior is rather unsettling. Although I understand your desire to vent, next time I will ensure that supplies include more alcohol and cigarettes. So I hope you can exercise some patience, Dada. I truly apologize. Upon reflection, how could the naked form of a stinking little brat, drenched in urine, be presented before a gentleman? My apologies. Living on the battlefield for an extended period can dull one's senses. Haha, that is not what I meant, Albert replied, displaying an expression of discomfort towards the soldiers who were laughing heartily that it was a visage that bore no resemblance to the fierce warrior he was on the battlefield, now transformed into an ordinary man. Well, that is true, we certainly cannot leave you in such a state, Albert responded, casting another glance my way. His face reddened, and he quickly averted his gaze. What was this? Please do not make such lewd gestures. Even in such a situation, I found myself unable to suppress inappropriate thoughts. This was troubling. Though my life was still in peril, I was alarmingly excited. Was this what that wretched Mihai meant when she said, "The most pleasurable violation occurs when one is on the brink of death, battered and bruised. My original clothing is in tatters." Albert turned back, oblivious to my reaction, merely gazing at the spoils stripped from my body. Muttering to himself, the stage when my armor was stripped away, I had already endured considerable torment at the hands of the soldiers, and my clothing, naturally, became utterly disheveled. Moreover, it was already dampened by sweat. There's no way there are spare clothes. You must endure this for now, or perhaps, would you prefer to take a shower first? After uttering these words, Albert removed his shirt and offered it to me. With only his undergarments remaining on his upper body, the scent of male perspiration emanating from the garment he handed me further ignited my desires. Was this man attempting to seduce me? Perhaps I should simply push him down. Just as such thoughts crossed my mind, nearby soldiers shouted, "Ah, my lord, you must not. A gentleman cannot expose his skin in such a place." "Hey, you little rascal, what are you getting excited about? Dare to touch a single hair on my lord, and you'll find your head rolling. I'm sorry." Such tantalizing bait. Following this, I was granted permission to bathe AS for clothing. Regrettably, I could only don the loose-fitting attire that a retainer had procured from an unknown source. Truth be told, I felt an overwhelming sense of loss. No, that's not right. How could I allow myself to indulge in such thoughts in a situation where my life could be forfeit at any moment? Even I found my behavior somewhat peculiar, and thus I slapped my cheeks in an attempt to regain focus. "Have you eaten?" Albert's tone was remarkably composed, completely oblivious to my emotional turmoil. What is wrong with this man? I could hardly believe he was the same person who had been making a ruckus on the battlefield. More importantly, what of my mother? What has happened to her? This was my foremost concern. Having interfered with the duel, my knightly career was effectively over. Moreover, I had a history of fleeing in the face of danger. I had forsaken my honor, and I could only imagine being ostracized by the noble society. It was all over. Even so, I did not regret it. No, to be honest, I felt a deep regret. Yet, this was still preferable to my mother being killed that I truly could not muster the courage to proclaim. I died like a knight, brave and noble. She is still alive, and like you, she has become our captive. I hear she has been clamoring for food and drink, causing quite the ruckus. Honestly, despite her severe injuries, she still possesses quite the spirit. That's wonderful. Tears welled up in my eyes, and I clenched my teeth, hastily wiping them away with my sleeve. I did not wish for this man to witness my tears. In any case, that is the situation. Your sacrifice has not been in vain. Rest assured. What's going on? What manner of man is he? He neither scorns me nor looks down upon me. Why is his demeanor like this? I utterly failed to comprehend he had been so cold and ruthless on the battlefield. In any case, knowing that my mother was safe brought me solace. However, the fact that this man was an enemy of Michael remained unchanged. To be frank, it was likely due to my pre-existing disdain for him that my hatred was not more profound. Even I felt a twinge of cruelty within myself. By the way, have you eaten? You haven't had anything, have you? No, do you have an appetite? How should I respond? Although I long to answer no, This man had witnessed me soil myself twice. Just recalling it made me feel mortified to the point of death. At this point, it would be futile to put on airs that I'm hungry, that I want to eat something. Very well. Although I cannot serve you anything too exquisite, I will ensure you eat to your heart's content. Upon saying this, Albert smiled. A point 30 minutes later, I found myself in a corner of the camp, consuming a bowl of gruel, though it was merely hard bread tossed into a pot of dried vegetable soup. The simplicity of it was overshadowed by my hunger, making it quite delectable. Speaking of which, big brother, what's the deal with this cowgirl? A squirrel beast man in a serving uniform looked at me with a puzzled expression. Although this squirrel beast man had brought me my gruel, he did not leave after serving, but instead sat beside Albert, engaging him in a friendly conversation, which startled me. She's wearing shackles. Is she a slave? It was self-evident that I was still shackled. The design of the shackles connected the rings around both ankles with a short chain. Walking was manageable, but running proved somewhat challenging, to be honest. This was quite bothersome. Indeed, she's the third daughter of Count Diesel, so she's the envoy who suddenly came to stir trouble. Big brother, why on earth did you bring her here? Was your sister also a sudden source of trouble? No, that was due to your employer. Albert seemed to have said something, but I was too preoccupied to care. Although it had only been a few days since the incident, I had no desire to revisit it. I had boasted so much, and now here I was in this predicament. I found myself shedding tears and mucus once more, clutching the bowl of gruel that still had more than half remaining. I fought to hold back my tears. Upon seeing me like this, Albert wore a wry smile. Hey, don't bully her, no. Since Big Brother has said so, I have no right to complain. With that, the beast man clapped his hands. Speaking of which, I've heard. A fool fled before the enemy and even interfered with his parents' duel. They probably won to pay the ransom, so they're letting you enjoy yourself before the execution. How very kind. What? Is that how it is? Upon reflection, my family would absolutely not pay the ransom. No, even if they were willing, I could not face them again. However, if they did not pay the ransom, I would be executed. I will not be executed. Did I not tell you to stop bullying her? That hurts. Albert's hand chop struck the squirrel beast man's head directly. Nevertheless, his movement was exceedingly gentle, although the squirrel beast man cried out in pain. A smile lingered on his face, rendering his protest utterly unconvincing that I would never commit the wasteful act of killing a precious knight with such potential, since they won to pay the ransom. That works out perfectly. You can work for us and use the money you earn as your ransom. That way, you will be free. Is that possible? Yes, thanks to you rushing in, I was able to avoid killing your mother. There should still be room for us to improve our relationship, don't you think? Thank you. Why is this man treating me so well? To be honest, it seems I've only done things that would make me disliked or scorned. Could it be that he has developed feelings for me? Is this what they call love at first sight? Beyond that, I can think of no other reason for his kindness that can't be possible. Can it? Yet if that were true, I might feel a bit pleased. She has indeed succumbed. Just as I anticipated that I, Sonia Swola, gazed from afar at Lord Albert and his companions while murmuring to myself, in my line of sight. A young bull knight wore a rather smug expression. I currently found myself in the commander's tent, feigning to read a report while observing Lord Albert and the young bull knight. That fellow was ostensibly a captive. Making it possible for him to suddenly go berserk, I had my sword at the ready, prepared to protect Lord Albert at any moment. Well, she is still at that age, being treated gently by an admirable man like Lord Albert. It is no wonder she would fall so quickly. After all, the contrast between her battlefield demeanor and her current appearance is quite stark. My fellow knight, Rogina, replied while holding a cup of herbal tea. She appeared quite fatigued, likely still recovering from the battle the previous day. But what benefit is there in winning over such a little one? Lord Albert's kind nature meant he could not treat captives with cruelty. Moreover, the young bull knight also seemed devoid of resentment toward us. Given that, I believe that if they were to meet, she would naturally be won over to that end. I had prepared measures in advance. I had given the soldiers money to ensure they would treat the captives with some measure of kindness, preventing them from inciting hatred against us, allowing them to experience being saved by Lord Albert. After that, it was up to the captives to become enamored with Lord Albert. Though the method was rather crude, The risks involved were minimal even in the event of failure. Should it be successful, the benefits would be considerable, and there was no reason not to proceed with the plan. Personally, I despised that little girl, but if it could bring benefits to Lord Albert, I could endure the unpleasantness to some extent. Having someone on hand who is well acquainted with the internal affairs of the Diesel family is a significant advantage. As long as Lord Albert is working in Lisbon, we can continue our relations with them. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome, considering the considerable effort we expended to bring them down to this point. Indeed, after all, we have also lost Daniera. War is merely an extension of diplomacy, as taught by Lord Alda. Having inflicted such significant damage upon them, the family of Diesel will no longer underestimate Lord Alda and us. Future diplomatic endeavors should become markedly easier. However, if the Diesel family were to collapse and another clan were to assume the role of neighboring lord, we would have to re-establish diplomatic relations, which would indeed be troublesome. After all, there are many who, simply due to their masculinity, look down upon Lord Alda, or women. To clarify their position, we may very well need to engage in another battle. Indeed, if this conflict were to be fought in vain, I would feel remorse for her. Although Daniela may be deemed ineffectual, she remains our companion, and I cannot allow her sacrifice to be in vain. Yet I must commend your restraint. Hasn't your competition increased? Regina grinned, as if to dispel the heavy atmosphere. What? Competition? What are you implying? Even if that little one harbors feelings for Lord Alda, what of it? What I seek is not merely ephemeral intelligence useful during this war, but rather a long-term source of information essential for establishing a sustainable diplomatic relationship with the Diesel family. Hence, I have adopted this indirect strategy. It is far more challenging to betray bonds forged in goodwill than those bound by fear. That little fool, whose mind is filled solely with carnal desires, poses no threat to me, regardless of their infatuation with Lord Alda. After all, I am Lord Alda as childhood friend, his one and only confidant, the finest aide-de-camp, and his most formidable protector. That insufferable brat cannot hope to rival me, though the risk of that individual attempting to assault Lord Alda exists. Vigilance will avert calamity. He is, after all, an immature knight, both physically and skill-wise. If it were me, I could subdue him in less than a second. Your own thoughts are not so different, filled with desires as they are. Incorrect that my mind is occupied with respect and affection for Lord Alda. When was the last time you captured a photograph of Lord Alda? This very morning. Even his distorted visage in the throes of a nightmare is beautiful. I could not bear to leave him alone, so I stayed by his side as he slept. No, while I did lie beside him, it was not an act of intrusion. That it was certainly not due to the prolonged battle igniting passions within me. Nor was it the tragic demise of my foolish sister that left me feeling lonely. This was purely an act of solace for Lord Alda, who was tormented by nightmares, that I held him tightly, stroking his hair, and his sleeping face became significantly more tranquil. Thus, I have committed no wrongdoing, and no wonder you went to such lengths to dismiss everyone early this morning. Regina appeared flabbergasted, but what harm is there in sharing a bed without any ulterior motives? Moreover, I ensure that I retreated before he awoke, albeit with a secret kiss at but it was truly delightful. For the time being, I need not worry about lacking companionship. In truth, upon returning to my own quarters, I possess an abundance of diversions that could last a lifetime, that a little excess would matter not. Yet recently, I have scarcely had a moment to indulge myself, which is quite vexing. Why do those fools not surrender swiftly? It is utterly intolerable that I say, you will inevitably be discovered, and the consequences will be dire. Perhaps you will be forced to carry 100-kilogram burden for 100 kilometers, since it is Lord Alda's command. I would gladly undertake this trivial task. Fools are beyond redemption. This woman dares to utter such outrageous words to her childhood friend. Were we not companions, I would have certainly struck you until you wept. 3 days later, as anticipated, the Earl's army did not accept the terms of surrender. Although we had hoped to use Earl Diesel as a bargaining chip, we received the merciless response of the Earl met a glorious death in battle. As expected, the war appears set to continue. Continuing the fight is undoubtedly disadvantageous for us. Yet the opposing side must also acknowledge the issue of face. How troublesome. That said, We lack the resources to mount a further offensive. After 2 days of intense combat, our ammunition has been significantly depleted. Prior to the arrival of reinforcements from Chancellor Adelaide, we can only fortify our defenses and adopt a strategy of attrition. Well, well, have I met my demise? Earl Diesel exclaimed, holding a wine glass and laughing heartily. His body was wrapped in bandages, an eye patch covering one eye, with bullet fragments seemingly embedded in it. And he was left with but one arm, yet his demeanor remained remarkably jovial. In summary, as the situation on the battlefield stabilized, I approached the captive Earl Diesel to convey the outcome of our negotiations with his army. After all, both our forces and the enemy were preoccupied with reorganization and attending to the dead, leaving no time for further conflict. In recent days, the sounds echoing across the battlefield were not those of war cries or gunfire, but rather the tolling of mourning bells and the prayers of the accompanying clergy. After all, our men are not fools. Indeed, at this point, my death would be more convenient. If I were in the position of my aides, I would likely reach the same conclusion, the Earl declared, draining his glass of whiskey in one gulp before handing it to me for a refill. Both the Earl and I share a fondness for spirits. What began as a serious discussion had transformed into this, in a world so relaxed in various aspects. Such occurrences are commonplace. However, that is not how one ought to consume fine liquor. That was my treasured high-quality whiskey. If it were to be consumed in such a manner, I would rather it be replaced with vodka or shochu. No, I have never even encountered shochu in this world. Please indulge. I offered him a bottle of inexpensive wine I had prepared in advance. Wine is not liquor. It is merely grape water, Earl Diesel retorted, yet he accepted the bottle and swiftly drained it. How bold! I often yearn to drink in such a manner, but I have restrained myself to maintain the image of a dignified knight. However, as I shout Yaya, and charge at the enemy, that image may have already been obliterated. Now, who has taken command? It seems to be a person named Luna von Diesel, acting as a temporary Earl's representative and assuming command. She is my sister, Earl Diesel groaned, handing me the empty glass again. You are a captive, after all. Reluctantly, I poured him another glass of whiskey. The Earl appears to prefer it neat, having not touched the water pitcher on the table. To initiate a fight and end up utterly defeated, losing even in one-on-one combat, failing to achieve a glorious death, and ultimately becoming a captive, my authority has been utterly shattered, and my subordinates are likely thinking that, rather than live in disgrace, they might as well die quickly. Indeed, this is the truth, and I shall not deny it. I sipped my whiskey nonchalantly. The strong aroma of smoke brought me comfort. The whiskey I brought today ranks among my top 3 favorite brands in this world. At this juncture, I suppose I should say, well, kill me. Cough, cough. How harsh. I couldn't help but spit out the whiskey, which shot up my nose, bringing tears to my eyes. Earl Diesel erupted into laughter at my predicament. This rascal. No, I would never say that. Well, kill me is a knight's privilege, and I cannot take that from you. What an irritating privilege. If I were to choose, I would prefer, well, kill me, over, well, kill. Well then, let us cease the jesting. Since my forces have chosen to completely disregard my presence, I fear I am of little value now. What do you intend to do? If possible, I hope you will spare my life. I shall not take your life. Karina is in a precarious position in every sense. Yet Earl Diesel holds considerable utilitarian value. Since I have no intention of harming the former, it follows that I shall not do so to the latter. Then how about this? The noble knight employs nocturnal methods to ensnare my senses, only to liberate me directly afterward. In this manner, the Earl's house would become your puppet. The Earl gazed at me with seductive eyes, articulating such words. Her alluring demeanor made it hard to believe she had consistently presented herself with boldness and candor until now. I nearly let my gaze wander to her ample bosom swaying before me. After all, I have accumulated quite a bit of interest, but I managed to restrain myself. After all, she is a married woman, and in terms of preferences, both infidelity and NTR are off limits. Could you refrain from requesting a virgin to employ such methods? A virgin! A virgin! How splendid! Ha ha! I feel even more aggrieved by my loss. Had I won, I could have savored the taste. That would be rather unfair to your husband. True enough, it is not merely a matter of receiving a beating. Oh dear, how terrifying. How terrifying. Ha! She is quite intoxicated. Is it acceptable for her to indulge in such copious amounts of alcohol despite sustaining such grave injuries? If she were an ordinary mortal, it would certainly be a fatal wound. After all, demi-humans, particularly certain orcs and drago, possess extraordinary vitality. Frankly, I find myself envious. If I were endowed with such remarkable endurance, perhaps I would not have perished in my previous life. No, that seems impossible, considering that half of my body has been reduced to a mushy pulp. However, Virgin, I have a once-in-a-lifetime request. Could you possibly send that fellow to Karina? He has also become a captive. Hasn't he? I cannot. It's not a matter of refusal, but rather an impossibility that I end this world. The concept of chastity dictates that women may frequent brothels, while men are sternly admonished against engaging in relations with anyone other than their wives. Engaging in such acts within the military camp, where one is perpetually under scrutiny, would be inevitably discovered. Regardless of the partner, once such an act is committed, it becomes irrevocable that I would be labeled as promiscuous, and only a handful of lecherous individuals would deign to associate with me. Consequently, any hope of marriage would be extinguished as a noble. This is a future I must absolutely avoid, that is only to be expected. That child has committed such an act, and I have become like this. I can no longer shield her, and thus her future as a noble is effectively severed, even if our army miraculously turns the tide of battle thereafter. I would imagine so. Merely fleeing from the front lines is already deplorable, and she has even interfered with one-on-one duels that we are left with no options. A severed relationship is already a grave matter, and generally, it is tantamount to a death sentence. This is the sentiment that lingers. Given the circumstances, it is only logical that I would consider adopting her. Faced with a mother's crisis, the willingness to sacrifice one's own life and experiences to save her is undeniably admirable. Perhaps she is ill-suited to be a knight, yet she possesses the qualities of a soldier. I aspire to gather capable individuals around me as much as possible. Moreover, that girl has a knack for maintaining her appearance. That said, I do hold a great affection for that child. After all, she risked her life to save me. Although as the head of a noble family, I am compelled to adopt a stern demeanor. As a mother, I am profoundly moved that I wish to find ways to ensure her happiness. I understand your sentiments. Thus, it is you that in our previous skirmish, I recognize your extraordinary talent. Furthermore, based on your conduct during your time as a captive, your character is commendable. No sarcasm intended. I mean it in the most literal sense. Count Diesel smiled faintly, bringing his goblet to his lips. In any case, I also acknowledge that you are not a cruel individual. Karina is no longer in a position to be married off as a noble. She can only seek a husband. Regardless of whether we win or lose this war, I hope you will marry Karina. Perhaps out of leader's pride, Count Diesel refrained from explicitly stating that we would lose. However, we are indeed at a significant disadvantage, although the outcome remains undecided. That I must admit, I am personally quite anxious. From experience, once one is overly confident in victory, it often leads to misfortune. The battle in my previous life, where I met my demise, was a prime example. It transformed from certain victory. I shall take a bath scenario into the most disastrous of outcomes in an instant. Moreover, this is a fantastical world, and the enemy may suddenly unleash an unforeseen trump card, wild card. I must have killed quite a few of your people. Do you harbor any hatred towards me? Of course, as you have slain my important soldiers and kin, how could I not resent you? However, we too are not without our transgressions. Do you have any idea how many enemies and enemy commanders I have dispatched to their demise? At this point, I cannot present myself as a victim. Furthermore, this time, we initiated the conflict. That is a valid point. If we were to tally the number of enemies slain against our own losses, I would undoubtedly lean towards the former. Regardless of what the opposing side has done to me, I cannot adopt the guise of victim. Naturally, necessary retribution must still be exacted. However, so what do you say? Would you be willing to marry my daughter? If circumstances permit, I would certainly wish to. After all, as a male knight, finding a suitable spouse is quite the challenge. However, since I am a mortal, noble, my wife must also be of mortal, lineage. Then, what of my illegitimate daughter? You digress, Lord L. Suddenly, Sonia, who had been quietly standing behind me, interjected. With an expression of displeasure, she seated herself beside me. I have numerous inquiries to pose to Count Diesel, such as the background of this war. There is no time for idle chatter now that I see. Indeed, Duke Orion must have leaked certain information to Count Diesel, which likely served as the catalyst for this war. A thorough investigation is necessary to uncover the nature of the information and how it reached Count Diesel's hands. Subsequently, we continued our days in a standoff against the Count's forces, although there were occasional small units conducting armed reconnaissance. There were no significant movements that it must be the effect of a change in command. The enemy's morale seems to have waned. The knight at the command post grumbled, his face openly displaying his boredom. Recent days have been spent merely observing the enemy's movements, leading to an inevitable sense of ennui. Advancing would invite fierce resistance, while retreating would earn scorn for being a weakling incapable of defeating even a single man. Stuck in a dilemma, we can only remain stagnant. That was Sonia's preamble before I could speak. That my sentiments aligned with hers. The Count's forces appeared to be struggling to determine their future course, lacking consistency in their actions. Once the reinforcements from the Central Command arrive, we shall be able to mount an aggressive offensive. Until then, we must endure. Ugh. The knight nodded, his expression reflecting an indescribable mix of emotions. So, when will those reinforcements arrive? Probably in about 2 weeks. I see. The knight's face contorted in distaste, but it was an unavoidable situation. Did he truly believe the distance from the royal capital to Lisbon was trivial? I was in regular correspondence with Chancellor Adelaide, utilizing wyverns to exchange letters, thereby ensuring that Central Intelligence reached me. Reinforcements should have arrived sooner. After all, Duke Orion seemed poised to dispatch aid during our collapse. Intending to take credit for rescuing Lisbon, that he had prepared a rapid response force from one of his vassal lords who held territory in close proximity to Lisbon. If the unreliable allies arrive, they seem to come immediately. No, it's nothing. Forget I said anything. That I would never summon Duke Orion's reinforcements. Regardless of how one looks at it, they would undoubtedly play a cruel prank, and I have no desire for Duke Orion to discern my capabilities. An enemy masquerading as a supposed ally is far more troublesome than one who is clearly an adversary. Chancellor Adelaide is aware of this as well, which is why he will do everything in his power to obstruct the deployment of that lord. I await the royal army commanded by a general from the Chancellor's faction. If it is them, I can safely entrust my rear to them. I shall check on the mercenaries. They seem to have grown somewhat complacent lately, and I wish to provide them with a bit of encouragement. I appreciate your assistance. The knight, seemingly sensing something amiss, exited the command trench with a serious expression. Although we currently hold the advantage, we must remain vigilant. Duke Orion's schemes are likely far from over, and the Count's forces may unleash unexpected tactics. An army cornered into a desperate situation is a formidable FOE. By the way, I have reviewed Count Diesel's investigative report. It appears the source of the leaked information was indeed a former official. Sonia quickly leaned in, whispering into my ear. Her slightly husky voice was quite pleasing to the ear. It seemed so that in an attempt to explore the silver mine, former official Aristine collected the necessary excavation tools. It appears she deliberately leaked these tools to spies of the Diesel family, upon discovering that the Lisbon territory had unearthed a certain mineral resource. Count Diesel resolved to seize it before the existence of the mine was made public and before the garrison was bolstered, thus launching his campaign. This is how the war seemingly began. Whether it be matters obstructing me or the leakage of information, it was Miss Aristine who orchestrated it all. This is likely to ensure that, in the event of a failed conspiracy, she bears the full brunt of the blame. As long as Aristine is labeled as a spy for the Holy Empire, the responsibility borne by Duke Orion himself can be minimized. This is what one might call a self-preservation strategy. Even so, I still believe he bears some responsibility, but he is a cunning and seasoned noble, adept at evading accountability. He will not easily lose his position. However, as this is a power struggle among politicians, we, the grassroots, are powerless to intervene. Though it is with great reluctance, I must fully entrust the matter to Chancellor Adelaide. Of course, all the invaluable intelligence I extracted from Count Diesel and the other captives has been delivered to Chancellor Adelaide. I hope he can utilize that information to devise a way to avert the impending calamity that may befall us. Lord Al, the pterodactyl cavalry has reported. At this moment, a knight rushed in. Clutching a communication tube, his expression fraught with panic, I nodded to Sonia and accepted the parchment he offered, skimming its contents. The information inscribed was alarming. New forces have appeared within enemy territory. Their numbers amount to 2 squadrons. Presumed to be reinforcements for the Count's army. Reinforcements? It seems the enemy is indeed not wasting time. Sonia murmured, gravely point 2 squadrons. While not an insurmountable number, it is concerning. Logically, such a minor increase in forces should not be particularly alarming. The Count's army has suffered significant losses. Even with 2 squadrons added, their combat effectiveness would not return to pre-war levels. Though ammunition has been considerably depleted, we can still withstand another defensive battle, repelling the enemy as we did a few days prior with a barrage. Yet, an inexplicable unease gnawed at me, a foreboding sensation that often materializes into reality. Summoned Captain Valerie that I need to reassess our defensive strategy. I drew the short straw that I, Loon von Diesel, lamented internally. Under the assault of the Lisbon army, nearly half of Count Diesel's soldiers have perished or been wounded. The remaining troops have lost both morale and discipline. Reports of flight, brawls, and theft have come pouring. I end at 8T this rate. Our combat unit would be utterly decimated. Everything is over. This disarray makes it impossible to overcome the Lisbon army if we abandon everything and return to our territory. There will be fierce disputes over who bears the blame for our defeat. Amidst the clamor, neighboring lords will find excuses to invade our Zudenberg territory. While it may appear as a holy empire, it is merely an assembly of independent lords. The moment we show any sign of weakness, the spearhead of invasion will undoubtedly be directed at us. That is the most terrifying prospect that Count's representative. Hilda's squad has reported further desertions. Not again that I nearly buried my head in my hands. Without combat, our fighting capability has been steadily declining, that if this continues, we may soon be unable to maintain the army structure. What do they mean by Count's representative? My true role should be to assist my sister, Roswitha, that I lack the capacity to lead a family, though I fervently hope my sister, who should still be alive, returns swiftly. To prevent the dissolution of military discipline, I must publicly declare that she has perished in battle. I clench my teeth. Like the soldiers, I too yearn to simply flee. Yet, I cannot afford such a luxury. Upon returning to our territory, I have a husband and children to consider. What fate awaits my family if the Diesel family transforms from the victim into the aggressor? The mere thought of it compels me to endure. No matter how dire the situation becomes. Representative, what is it? Do you wish to flee? Engage in battle? Or have we already encountered a rebellion? I forced a self-deprecating smile at the soldiers. Truthfully, I am at my limit. No, the Crow Mercenary Corps has arrived. They wish to pay their respects. Oh, it seems I did summon such individuals. The original plan was to suppress the Lisbon forces and then intercept the Gallia Kingdom army along the mountain roads at the border. To bolster our forces at that time, we decided to hire a mercenary corps. Ironically, we now find ourselves ambushed along those very mountain roads, suffering devastating losses. The mercenary corps we recruited comprises 2 squadrons. Honestly, given our current predicament, even such reinforcements would be but a drop in the bucket. Nevertheless, they remain a valuable asset. Whether we advance or retreat, having additional fighting power is always advantageous. Very well. Let them in. Yes, the soldier nodded before departing the command tent. After a brief interval, he returned accompanied by 2 mercenaries. Point one was a burly man, as imposing as my sister, clad in pitch-black armor. His face was obscured by the visor of his helmet, leaving me to wonder what manner of being he might be. No, perhaps he belongs to another race altogether. It is profoundly disrespectful to conceal one's face before an employer, yet I am too preoccupied to dwell on such matters. The true concern lies with the individual beside him. This man, garbed in a robe and resembling a magician, is unmistakably human, and moreover, he possesses a slender physique and strikingly handsome features that could captivate anyone's gaze. I apologize for greeting you in this manner. Due to past battle scars, my face has become quite unsightly. I am Crowan, the captain of the mercenary corps. Crowan addressed me without lifting his visor. This raises more than mere suspicion. I cannot help but question this individual's integrity. Moreover, I remain uncertain whether his claim of battle scars holds any truth. However, given the current circumstances, I dare not voice any potentially offensive remarks that might offend him. I can only nod reluctantly. I am Loon von Diesel, representing Count Zudenberg. You are aware of the situation, I presume? I deliberately ignored the presence of the man beside him and directed my inquiry solely at Crowan. Surely he must be the woman's lover or some such distraction. It is exceedingly disheartening to bring such matters to the battlefield that I do my utmost to avoid glancing at the man. Indeed, the Lisbon army appears rather formidable. I have heard that our vanguard has been entirely annihilated. The Crow Mercenary Corps had previously lent us half a squadron's worth of fighting power. During the recent offensive, my sister utilized them as a flanking force against the enemy. But the results were devastating. Only a handful returned. The enemy is entrenched in a position fortified with trenches and peculiar barbed wire, employing cannons and exceptionally long-range rifles for defense. That is a stronghold that is terrifyingly difficult to breach. I have received reports from the survivors of the vanguard. They are indeed a rather intriguing foe. What is intriguing about it? What a ridiculous notion. Had the circumstances been different, I would have struck him for such a comment. They are opponents that cannot be overcome with half-hearted measures. I presume. Excellent. They are worthy adversaries. Leave it to us, my lord. Simply observe as we elegantly breach that stronghold for you. Are you jesting? A stronghold that even the Count's army could not penetrate with all its might. And you believe 2 squadrons can achieve this? Of course we can, for we have him. The Black Knight proclaimed, patting the shoulder of the man beside him, out on the very day the Mercenary Corps arrived at the Count's army's encampment. The front lines experienced a significant shift. 2 griffin beasts have appeared. They are pursuing our pterodactyl. A messenger burst into the command chamber, his face pale, causing my heart to race. The griffin is a chimera with the upper body of an eagle and the lower body of a lion. And it is one of the most frequently utilized aerial forces of the Holy Empire. Though slower than the pterodactyls of the Gallia Kingdom, griffins possess remarkable strength and prowess in low-altitude combat, making them a perilous adversary. Only now do the griffins make their appearance. At this stage, one of the knights muttered, "Since the war commenced, this marks the first confirmation of griffins. If the enemy possessed such creatures, they would have deployed them on the first day, eliminating the need for pterodactyls. That is possible that these individuals belong to the newly arrived Mercenary Corps. That Mercenary Corps must be quite affluent. Both pterodactyls and griffins require considerable resources to rear. It is unlikely that a mere Mercenary Corps could easily possess them. Nevertheless, there is no time to ponder such matters. The enemy has 2, while we possess but 1. If we neglect this, our pterodactyl will be downed in an instant. Regardless, we must act before our pterodactyl is brought down. Fire the blue signal flare. I aim to communicate the battle plan amidst the urgency of the moment. As I issue the order, I seize the cavalry gun resting beside me. The second contingent of knights proceed to the preparatory command trench. Move swiftly. Upon issuing this command, I hastened toward the preparatory command trench, and the knights began to gather from various trenches. The preparatory command trench, surrounded by earthen walls, is relatively spacious. Since the main command trench is currently occupied, it lacks tents, giving it a rather desolate ambience. In the center of the trench, I instructed the knights to form a square formation. "Prepare for aerial combat," I shouted, simultaneously retrieving 2 metallic objects resembling small rulers from my waist pouch. I meticulously affixed these 2 components to the sighting apparatus and the front sight of the cavalry rifle. The surrounding knights were engaged in a similar endeavor. Is this the first instance of anti-air fire in actual combat? Will it proceed smoothly? You shall undoubtedly succeed. These components serve as sights for anti-aircraft shooting. According to the records from my previous life, anti-aircraft fire from rifles was extensively employed during World War II and the Vietnam War, resulting in numerous aircraft being downed. However, it must be noted that we were utilizing only single-shot rifled guns, which had a virtually non-existent capability for rapid fire. Even if we attempted anti-aircraft shooting with these, the effectiveness would likely be minimal. Yet, lacking any alternative means of aerial assault, we had no choice but to make do. After all, despite being in a world of swords and sorcery, there were no convenient magical missiles with automatic tracking capabilities. "Incoming!" A sentry shouted, In the northern sky, two griffins were seen pursuing a wyvern. Engaging in a one-on-two scenario indeed appeared to be quite taxing, as the wyvern's escape speed could only be described as a frantic scramble, but if we did not address this issue promptly, the situation could turn dire. Having equipped the anti-air sight, I loaded the primer into the firing pin and fully cocked the hammer from its half-loaded state, completing the preparations for firing. Once I confirmed that the surrounding knights were also ready, I bellowed, "Fire another blue signal flare." The signal flare, launched from a lightweight mortar resembling a fireworks launcher, illuminated the sky with a brilliant blue light. Observing this radiance, the wyvern accelerated with ferocity, rapidly descending towards us. I had previously informed the wyvern cavalry to engage with firearms upon the appearance of the griffins. The recent flare was intended to notify them that we were prepared for anti-air fire. "We shall lure them in, do not rush." Even from a distance, hitting them would be an impossibility. I reminded my subordinates. I kept my gaze fixed on the movements of the wyvern and the griffins. The two griffins relentlessly pursued the fleeing wyvern, as if engaged in a competitive chase. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them had closed to the point where the sound of their wings flapping was clearly audible. Peering through the anti-air sight, I exhaled softly. Not yet. It was still too early. The target is the leading griffin. The wyvern emitted a piercing sound as it passed directly overhead. A powerful gust of wind buffeted my entire body, disrupting my aim. Just as I found this moment bothersome, the massive form of a griffin came into view. "Shoot!" I instinctively shouted. The cacophony of gunfire ensued. One griffin was struck by several bullets, losing its balance mid-air. It failed to regain its footing and, with a thunderous crash, plummeted to the ground. Our adversary is the griffin. It will not succumb to just a few bullets. Infantry, deliver the final blow. While issuing orders, I glanced at the remaining griffin. The sudden loss of its companion sent the griffin and its rider into disarray, their movements becoming erratic. The wyvern cavalry seized this opportunity. Folding its wings, it executed a rapid turn in midair. As it brushed past the griffin, it thrust its slender lance towards the griffin's snout. A horrific roar echoed across the battlefield. Even the griffin could not withstand such an assault. It tumbled through the air and crashed to the ground. The infantry surged forward, delivering a final blow to the writhing griffin that, if the rider is still alive, retrieve him. I wished to ascertain their affiliation that I commanded, and a signal tube equipped with a parachute floated down from above. It was tossed by the wyvern cavalry that I hastily retrieved it and pulled out the note inside. Signs of an impending offensive from the enemy. Indeed, it seems so. The enemy's intention to target the wyvern was to eliminate our eyes and ears before launching their offensive. After all, the reconnaissance provided by the wyverns was a significant factor in our advantage. Having swiftly dealt with the enemy's aerial combat capabilities, I pondered whether we would be able to effectively respond if the griffins re-emerged. Forming an anti-air shooting formation amidst battle was no simple task. Although worried, overthinking would serve no purpose. We could only make the best judgment based on the circumstances. Leave this to the infantry. All knights return to your posts. However, at this juncture, would the enemy indeed initiate an offensive? They must surely realize that a reckless charge would be futile. What method did they intend to employ for their attack? I hurried back to the command trench, deep in thought. Upon returning to the command post, I surveyed the enemy ranks through my binoculars, just beyond the range of the rifle, barely visible through the lenses, was a group of heavily armored infantry. Their raised banners bore the insignia of sword and shield. It appeared to be a force distinct from that of the Count's army. I asked that a mercenary group coming to reinforce them. "They seem far superior to the Valerie mercenaries," murmured a nearby young mercenary. She was the new recruit named Colette. Her observation was indeed accurate. The equipment of the enemy mercenary group appeared more advanced than that of the average regular soldiers. The polished armor gleamed in the sunlight, shining brightly, in stark contrast to the Valerie mercenaries, most of whom lacked even leather armor. "I don't hear the sounds of trumpets or drums of march," I remarked, though I felt a twinge of reluctance to agree with Colette's statement. So I feigned ignorance and changed the subject. "They seem poised to charge at any moment from this vantage point." The enemy was clearly arranged in an assault formation, ready to surge forward at a moment's notice. Yet the mercenary group had yet to make a single move. Though they are newcomers, they must have heard about our tactics from the Count's army. One night, Muse.t present. The first line of defense had been repaired after the breach in the barbed wire, restoring a semblance of initial defensive capability. Additionally, we had modified the area in front of the barbed wire by digging small trenches to prevent the breach of enemy horse-drawn carts. Due to a lack of gunpowder, we could not lay landmines. However, if they merely charged blindly, we still had means to contend with them. If it's merely a stare down, I could entertain them for days. Nonetheless, the enemy had assumed an assault formation. What were they truly plotting? An assault without firing support would only result in needless casualties. At that moment, I suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with the appearance of the enemy troops. They maintained their assault formation, seemingly waiting for something. That I had witnessed such a state of readiness in an army before, but not in this life. Rather, in my previous one, prepare to fire, according to the military wisdom of my past life. Infantry should first bombard the enemy ranks with artillery before sending soldiers into charge. Their demeanor suggested they were awaiting such a preliminary attack. This was troubling. I felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding. Notify everyone. An attack of siege magic level may be imminent. Assume a defensive posture. Almost simultaneously, as the messenger hurriedly approached, a figure emerged from the enemy ranks, a man clad in a simple robe, resembling a magician. Only one magician? Generally speaking, to bring down a castle wall with siege magic, multiple magicians must collaborate to construct the spell, known as a concerted technique. Without such cooperation, the magical energy would be insufficient. The use of multiple magicians for siege magic was inherently a complex endeavor. Regardless, I had an extremely ominous premonition. While immediate countermeasures were necessary, our available forces were incapable of swiftly neutralizing that magician. The distance was too great to rely on the accuracy of the rifle, and the artillery shells were unpredictable. Rather than recklessly attempting to thwart the attack and risk being unable to defend ourselves, it would be more prudent to prepare for the possibility of enduring a single bombardment. At its coming, everyone braced for impact. As I contemplated these matters, the magician raised his staff. The next instant, an astonishing flash erupted. Whoa! Simultaneously, I felt a force akin to being bombarded at close range by a heavy artillery shell. A deafening roar, blinding light, shock waves, and hot winds all surged towards me, nearly propelling me off my feet. At that moment, something leaped onto me, attempting to hold me down, but the force of the impact was overwhelming, leaving my mind in a daze, rendering me incapable of comprehending anything further. Report the damage status. As the shock subsided, I shouted, but I could barely hear my own voice. It felt as though someone had stuffed powerful earplugs into my ears, and my hearing was dulled by the deafening blast. No, it was possible that my eardrums had been damaged. I struggled to move my heavy body, spat out the dirt from my mouth, and managed to rise. The weight pressing down on me rolled away. Colette, did you save me? It was the rookie, Colette. It appeared that she had thrown herself over me during the enemy's assault, shielding me from harm. Her body was drenched in blood, her expression weary, her lips moving as if to speak. Yet, my hearing had failed me, rendering her words unintelligible. That a sensation akin to my heart being tightly gripped surged within me, feeling that no amount of apology could suffice. This was my second chance at life. How could I presume to take the place of a mere child who had lived barely a decade? Hey, are you all right? She must have been struck by flying debris, her body battered as if hit by a shotgun blast. Perhaps a large rock had twisted her right foot at an unnatural angle. Though I can't comprehend your words, it's just a minor injury. Don't be so downcast. This was, of course, a lie. Apart from her fractured foot, blood was oozing from various wounds across her body. By all appearances, she was gravely injured. However, experience dictated that telling someone severely wounded, "You are in critical condition," would only serve to demoralize them, exacerbating their plight. Thus, it was better to fabricate a less severe narrative. While my concern for Colette weighed heavily on me, I could not afford to lose sight of the bigger picture. Yes, Commander. I bore the responsibility for all our troops. That I took a deep breath, murmuring loyalty at all times. This mantra served as my calming spell. Damage report. How are we faring? I shouted, surveying the chaos around me. My hearing gradually returned, allowing me to catch the sounds of groans and screams echoing throughout the command post, which lay in ruins as if entombed alive beneath the earth. One knight cried out. Our right flank has evaporated. What? I quickly leaned out to confirm. Indeed, the trench line on the right had been struck directly by a meteorite, creating a crater. 10 riflemen and several infantrymen had been stationed there. But their annihilation was evident. The command post, situated a distance from the right flank, had sustained severe damage that I couldn't help but worry about. Sonia, stationed to the front-line artillery trench, that a wave of anxiety washed over me. And I gritted my teeth, forcing a smile. Things have certainly taken an interesting turn. This was dire. I turned my gaze towards the enemy lines, and, as expected, they were rallying with war cries, preparing to launch an assault in our direction. Given our current state, engaging them would surely lead to our swift defeat. That sorceress had single-handedly turned the tide of battle, possessing a destructive power likely surpassing that of a 1,000-pound bomb. Such tactical-grade magic could typically only be unleashed by a gathering of 10 elite mages. See, it wielded by one individual was nothing short of outrageous, despite my anger boiling within. I clenched my fists and endured. Soldiers always look to their commander. Displaying weakness would shatter morale in an instant. Those who can move, assist those who cannot. We must regroup and execute Plan C. The impact of the bombardment had visibly diminished the soldiers' spirit. The poorly trained mercenaries could not swiftly recover from such a shock, coupled with the critical drop in firepower from the rifle squad. We could no longer maintain the same defensive posture. Fortunately, perhaps to avoid rifle fire, the enemy's point of assault was relatively distant, but we still had a moment before they reached our lines. Launch the green signal flare immediately. Understood. I had prepared a contingency plan for such a scenario that I glanced at the knights beginning to unearth the buried light howitzers, then shifted my attention back to Colette. Hey, I apologize, but I'll tend to your injuries later. It might hurt a bit, so bear with me. I reached for her hand. Colette, tearful and snot-nosed, implored, please, just go. What? My foot, I can't move it. Right now, I'm just a hindrance that I can see that. So what? If we delayed in evacuating and receiving proper medical attention, her bones could heal incorrectly. There was no time for dawdling. From an outward perspective, she seemed to have merely a fractured foot, with the rest being scrapes, far from life-threatening. However, if left unattended, her condition would surely worsen. Generally, rookie soldiers who could not be ransomed were not taken prisoner. With my foot in this state, I can no longer assist you, sir, abandoned by my parents. If I could die for someone like you, it would be a fulfillment of my wishes. That I instinctively wanted to shout at her, but held my tongue. Instead, I pressed my lips against hers. That I've heard that kissing a virgin ensures one will not die on the battlefield. Right? While what? Colette's pallid cheeks flushed crimson. Though I had initiated the kiss, would she later accuse me of harassment? No, surely not. In any case, I needed to invigorate this rookie. Otherwise, it would be a headache. The battlefield was no place for those who had lost their will to survive. Listen well, you will not die. With that, I lifted Colette into my arms, a princess carry. For a 15-year-old girl, she was remarkably light, perhaps due to malnutrition. The thought irked me. Once the war concluded, I would ensure she was fed to her heart's content. Because Marlin will never abandon a comrade. That my former army took pride in never leaving a comrade behind. Even in this new life, I had no intention of shedding that pride. That I will not allow you to die. If you understand, obey me without resistance. Any defiance is futile. Yes, very well. As I nodded, the green signal flare ascended into the sky. This signaled our retreat, though this marked my second withdrawal from the front lines. The first had been a strategic maneuver for an offensive. This time, however, the retreat was purely defensive. The enemy held the initiative, which was deeply unsettling. That in our current state, confronting the enemy head-on would lead to our annihilation. We must buy time with our elite troops and withdraw to the plateau to regroup. There was no other path forward. The key lay in calming the soldiers for the moment. Remember this well. You wretched beings of the Holy Empire, I murmured under my breath, my voice inaudible to those around me. Since this was my second retreat from the front lines, the process went relatively smoothly. I carried Colette, managing to navigate the cutoff and successfully retreat to the plateau. Sonia. Upon spotting my reliable aide, I called out loudly. Her once gleaming armor was now caked in dirt, a disheveled sight. Yet her movements seemed unhampered. The relief almost made me collapse. but I managed to hold myself together. She was truly safe. How wonderful. Are you all right? Like me? Her typically calm demeanor had shifted, joy lighting up her eyes as she glanced at Colette. What about her? She became like this, protecting me, but Sonia's face broke into a grin of admiration. For a rookie, she has quite the resolve. Indeed, she's a talent who should not be lost here. Thank you, Colette stammered, her face flushed. Being carried in a prince's embrace had drawn the attention of those around us. Given this world's moral standards, she should be mortified, but I hope she could forgive me for the urgent necessity. Though it was too late to say so now, carrying her was certainly preferable to dragging her. I sincerely apologized, sir. Leave that one to me. One of the mercenaries stepped forward. Upon closer inspection, it was the wolf beast man who had brought Colette to see me earlier. I can handle her without issue. I'll leave it to you. You may retreat to the rear and tend to her wounds. Understood? I'll take care of it. Once I've handed her off to the medics. ILL returned immediately. I entrusted Colette to the nodding mercenary and turned my focus back to Sonia. While I was concerned for her, our immediate priority was to suppress the enemy. In any case. If we continue on this path, we will accomplish nothing. The initiative in battle is clearly in the enemy's hands. I was too preoccupied with directing the artillery's withdrawal to grasp the situation. Could you please provide an overview? Sonia spoke with a tone of self-reproach. That being said, successfully withdrawing personnel and artillery from the artillery trenches position of the front line is undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Particularly the artillery, which is an absolutely indispensable element in the current operations I am contemplating. I truly cannot bring myself to blame her. With a gentle smile, I nodded and remarked, currently, a mixed force of knights and mercenaries is responsible for the defense. If reinforcements are not dispatched promptly, the likelihood of our defensive line being breached is exceedingly high. The knights must devote all their efforts to the conflict over there. The enemy's level of training appears to surpass that of the Earl's heavy infantry units, and the situation has devolved into a fierce struggle. Although we are managing to hold our ground thanks to the advantageous terrain and the remnants of our riflemen, if we remain complacent, we could very well be overwhelmed within the hour. When faced with elite troops, we can only send our own elite forces to confront them. However, what manner of mercenary group is this? Whether it is their use of griffin beasts or the exceptional training of their soldiers, it is decidedly unusual. This is troubling that if we allow the knights to focus solely on defensive combat, our options will be severely restricted. Indeed, it is quite disheartening that, to be honest, it is not just disheartening. It is utterly tedious. If I could, I would love to unleash a furious outburst of damn it. The reason we achieved such resounding victories in the initial battles was due to our implementation of new tactics and weaponry, forcing the Earl's forces into a reactive stance and depriving them of the resources needed to take initiative. Conversely, we are now cornered into a position where we can only act defensively. And this is far from ideal. That said, we can only endure for now, as the strategy of luring the enemy to the plateau for a counterattack is no longer viable, given the enemy mercenaries' awareness of our rifles' range. They must have shared battlefield lessons with the Earl's forces. They cannot possibly replicate our previous defeat in its entirety. Furthermore, with our rifle firepower evidently waning, we are unable to engage in combat identical to that which led to our earlier success. Thus, we need Plan C. I have not yet given up on victory. Although this will be an exceedingly risky gamble, I hope you will join me in this endeavor. Plan C is a contingency operation devised to attempt a single, decisive reversal when all else seems lost. Naturally, the chances of success are not high. At best, it is a slight improvement over surrendering without a fight. Of course, that is not a problem. I am the aide to Lord Owl, and I shall follow you through triumph or into the depths of hell. Humph, your words are quite uplifting oh, do not say that. I nearly shed a tear. This aid is simply too much. Well, then I must apologize, as I am entrusting you with the overall command. I truly feel a pang of guilt. However, there is one enemy that must be eliminated. You understand. Are you referring to that sorcerer? Precisely. I pouted and crossed my arms. The tide of battle was turned by that individual. I cannot allow them to unleash that exaggerated siege magic once more. It is my responsibility to eliminate that person. Should that magic be unleashed again, my troops would truly be left with no option but to retreat. While I suspect that such powerful magic cannot be easily cast in quick succession if the battle drags on for 2 or 3 days, the enemy will likely return to the front line. Moreover, one can never be too certain of unforeseen circumstances. Eliminating that individual is essential. That I understand. Leave it to me. In times like these, Sonia immediately discerns my intentions, which is one of her remarkable traits. She nodded with a resolute gaze. By the way, what means do you intend to employ to take down the sorcerer? That individual is likely the enemy's rearguard, making it exceedingly difficult to approach him. I certainly do not intend to approach him. Rather, I will engage him head-on with a sniper shot. Although I do not wield strategic-level magic, I am confident that I excel at marksmanship beyond anyone else in this world. To eliminate a person, one does not require grandiose magic. A single bullet will suffice. Since the initiation of the siege magic, it has been half a day since our first defensive line fell. During this time, under Sonia's command, our forces have displayed an unusual fighting spirit, barely staving off the enemy's invasion of the plateau. Both sides are engaged in a back-and-forth struggle along the narrow mountain paths. However, the enemy's combat prowess is extraordinary in terms of both equipment and training. They are on par with the elite forces of major nations. Should we engage them head-on, our forces would undoubtedly suffer devastating losses. Even so, we are managing to hold our ground in this prolonged conflict, all thanks to Sonia's adept command. Listening to the clamor of the battlefield, I clench my teeth. While my subordinates are fighting valiantly, I can only stand by idly. The sorcerer has yet to make an appearance. Perhaps he is waiting for his magic to regenerate. That I, along with one subordinate, lurked in a mountain's distance from the battlefield. I was not clad in my usual armor. Rather, I wore a robe that blended seamlessly with the surrounding rocks, my face smeared with dirt for complete camouflage. After all, I was operating alone, far from my forces. If discovered by the enemy, I would surely be surrounded and perish in an instant. The wind has shifted. Let us move, suggested my subordinate, the knight Josette, who is responsible for reconnaissance. Given that the enemy hails from an Orcish nation, it is highly probable that they have wolfmen among their ranks, known for their keen sense of smell. That if we do not remain downwind, we risk exposing our position due to our scent. Understood. The area was devoid of even the slightest vegetation, and moving about too brazenly would undoubtedly alert the enemy that we could only crawl stealthily behind the rocks. After a prolonged period of crawling on the hard stones and sand, my entire body was in agony from the friction. As I dragged my body forward, I reflected on the peculiarities of being a sniper. It is not only arduous and uncomfortable, but more importantly, solitary. Straying from my forces and approaching the enemy with so few comrades instilled a significant amount of pressure upon me. In truth, I had not received formal training as a sniper. However, I had commanded snipers before, and based on the knowledge I had gleaned from those experiences, I should be able to mimic the actions of a sniper, albeit with considerable uncertainty. Yet, I could think of no alternative method. So, I had no choice but to proceed. As I pondered these thoughts, we reached our next waiting point. We nestled our bodies into the crevices of massive rocks, hidden from the enemy's sight. Josette silently peered through her binoculars, and I followed suit. It appears quite strenuous. This location provided a side view of the battlefield, allowing us to grasp the situation clearly, facing the enemy mercenaries, who advanced with an imposing demeanor. Our soldiers struggled to hold their ground with a combination of spears and rifles. Yet, the circumstances were indeed unfavorable for us. The bodies lying on the ground were predominantly those of our soldiers. I longed to abandon my post and rejoin my comrades. Those brave souls are fighting tooth and nail, and here I am, merely standing by. The voice of my conscience, reproaching me for neglecting my duties as an officer, echoed in my mind. My judgment sound. Even if I alone can mimic the actions of a sniper, is it not absurd for the commander to abandon the field and act independently? How am I to deal with that damned, cheating sorcerer? I cursed silently, and suddenly, the face of my former swordmaster, resembling a roof tile, floated into my mind. Instead of pondering aimlessly, you should strike first. My master was right. I needed to concentrate on dealing with that wretched sorcerer. Look, behind the enemy's ranks, there is that sorcerer. Just as I was lost in my thoughts, Josette suddenly shouted in alarm. I quickly raised my binoculars toward the direction she indicated. That unassuming robe indeed belonged to my target, the sorcerer. Beside him stood a towering knight clad in pitch-black armor. The two were calmly making their way toward the front line. How has he returned to the front line so quickly? I had expected him to rest for at least a few days. While it is fortunate that the target has appeared so soon, has he already regained the ability to wield that tactical level magic once more? If that is indeed the case, it would be utterly terrifying. I cannot allow him to act with impunity. Excellent. We shall resolve this today. Had the sorcerer not appeared on the front line today, we had planned to approach the enemy's encampment under the cover of night. While that approach would have ensured the capture of the enemy sorcerer, the risks involved were far greater than the current situation. Although the cooldown time for tactical level magic might be exceptionally brief, the difficulty of the sniper shot has decreased, allowing me to breathe a sigh of relief. We are getting closer. Shooting from here would certainly miss. For safety's sake, we remained approximately a kilometer away from the enemy, poised to ACT this distance. Even top-tier snipers would require specialized rifles to make a successful shot. Moreover, with my skills, firing would merely waste ammunition. We proceeded cautiously, both of us fully aware of the gravity of the task at hand, and of course, we crawled forward. Like caterpillars, we gradually closed the distance to the enemy. Objectively speaking, this appearance must have seemed rather unimpressive, that we were unable to move with the same grace as the special forces depicted in films. The distance that could be traversed in mere minutes on foot took me an excruciatingly long time to cover. My arms, abdomen, and legs scraped against the ground, causing immense pain. I was likely bleeding, the metallic scent of blood heavy in the air. Would it alert the enemy with their keen sense of smell? No, the battlefield was replete with the stench of corpses. It was unlikely they would discern it. I reassured myself with this thought. After a while, I finally ceased my crawling. The distance to the enemy had decreased significantly. The clashing of swords, the cries of agony, and the roars reverberated in my ears. Although I was camouflaged, the proximity was such that a careful glance would reveal my presence. Time to move. I thought, as the enemy's sorceress reached the front line, that I could faintly hear the melodious incantations flowing like a song. Her voice was somewhat low for a woman. Perhaps she was male. Besides myself, there were other men on the battlefield. A first-time experience for me. Yet, there was no time to ponder such thoughts. I utterly disregarded them. Gunfire erupted in succession. The infantrymen fired at the sorceress. However, their bullets failed to find their mark, a towering black knight. Brandishing an enormous tower shield, stood resolutely before the sorceress, deflecting all assaults as if he were a living wall. Even as he was shot at, the sorceress did not cease her incantation. Wind direction, north-northwest. Wind speed, light breeze, distance to target, 500 meters, Josette whispered as she licked her fingers to gauge the wind. After all, this world lacked anemometers and laser rangefinders. Crucial data for sniping could only be gathered through traditional means. Wind direction and speed were assessed by feel, while distance was estimated visually. I retrieved the firearm strapped to my back, unwrapping the camouflage cloth entwined around it. What emerged was not the usual rifle, but a long-barreled hunting gun. This weapon was one I often used during noble hunting excursions, and I was well acquainted with its ballistic characteristics that I deliberately regulated my breathing as I loaded the shotgun, then slowly raised it. Regrettably, it was equipped with a rear sight resembling a ruler rather than an optical sight. Although telescopes existed in this world, inscribing a proper crosshair on a lens was exceedingly difficult. It was preferable to use the familiar rear sight rather than an incorrect optical sight that I pulled back the hammer and aimed at the sorceress. Fortunately, the Black Knight was preoccupied with defending against the onslaught in front of him, leaving the sorceress completely exposed from my vantage point. There was no need for the precision of threading a needle. As long as I struck any part of her body, she would likely be unable to continue her incantation. However, this gun was single shot. With no time to reload, I had to ensure that my first bullet struck true. Moreover, aiming with the rear sight at a distance of 500 meters was exceedingly daunting. Come on, divine beings, bear witness. No, I had to hit her regardless of the cost. If I missed, although I assured Sonia I would not charge into the enemy's midst, that would be a lie. I must charge with all my might and pierce her chest with my bayonet. This may be the worst course of action for a commanding officer, but if that magic truly required only half a day to cool down before it could be used again, I would have to resolve to take her down, even at the cost of my own life. That I had to pierce her chest. That was my resolve as I held my breath, aimed, and squeezed the trigger. Nicholas, I apologize for troubling you once more. Can you take the field? I, lying in the corner of the tent, heard this from Nicholas Balza, who instantly furrowed his brow. It had only been half a day since he launched the siege magic, and his body felt as heavy as lead, accompanied by a fierce headache. These were classic symptoms of magical exhaustion. To say nothing of the battlefield, even the slightest movement felt burdensome. Not a problem, Lord Crowan. Even so, I mustered my strength, offering a gentle smile in response. I did not wish to disappoint Crowan, who had a knack for commanding others without demanding too much of my physical state. In that regard, she was far preferable to past sponsors who forced me into dreadful actions at the slightest provocation. That I was a sorcerer, not a male prostitute. I had asserted this countless times and had been trampled upon just as many. I would never forgive those ravenous beasts. Though a thick whirlpool of resentment churned within me, I certainly did not let it show. This is my subordinate. The guards of Lisbon are quite formidable. I initially thought that a single grand spell would leave them trembling. She mused. The enemy's commander must be an exceptional individual. Given that Crowan still donned a full-face helmet, I could not glimpse her expression. But her voice was unmistakably filled with excitement. She was an extreme talent enthusiast, eager to surround herself with those of ability, regardless of who they were. She must have been contemplating how to entice the enemy commander. Lady Crowan, I sincerely apologize, but I am currently unable to employ solar flare. Given my magical reserves, a mere human spell is the utmost I can manage. However, such matters were inconsequential. Crowan was merely a convenient stepping stone. I had no interest in her inclinations. As long as I remained in her proximity, I would not have to sell my body and could fight as an ordinary sorcerer. Most importantly, I could leverage her connections to establish my own reputation. While she was indeed a remarkably convenient employer, I still harbored a dislike for Crowan. I understand completely. You need only cast any flashy spell from the rear. The recent siege magic should have left the enemy with a profound sense of Nicholas's power. Just your presence on the front line will surely demoralize them. In simple terms, was I to be a mere scarecrow? How humiliating. Yet this was the sponsor's command, and I had no choice but to comply. I nodded and followed Crowan out of the tent, where female warriors clad in full armor silently surrounded us. They were Crowan-esque guards, due to the battlefield's treacherous terrain, riddled with deep pits. We could not ride horses. Thus, we had to proceed on foot to the front line. Though I nearly faltered, I persevered through sheer willpower. To show weakness would invite ridicule. This is how men are. Why pride would not allow such a thing to transpire. By the way, have you heard? The enemy commander seems to be a male knight. Is that so? I deliberately replied in an uninterested tone, though I was genuinely surprised. I had not expected that besides myself. There would be other peculiar men willing to venture to the battlefield. I was acutely aware of how arduous life could be for men in a society dominated by women. That knight must be enduring a similar struggle. Perhaps it was time to adjust my strategy, by revealing my intentions. He might become my ally. I needed to be cautious not to inadvertently kill him. Even if we are capture him, please do not be rough. How could my glorious personal guard possibly do such a thing? We are ladies, after all. Though Crowan laughed as she said this, it still felt suspicious considering she had not ordered me to serve her. She was indeed a lady. Yet her demeanor and actions irritated me, perhaps due to the arrogance exuded by those who had never experienced a lack in life. As we conversed, we had already arrived at the front line. The Lisbon soldiers, lacking even leather armor, formed a line to barely withstand our forces' assault. Though they were our enemies, I found myself admiring their resolve to fight in such inadequate gear. However, we were similarly lacking in proper armor. Metal would obstruct magical energy, rendering it impossible for sorcerers to wear metal armor. Only those who wielded internal type magic, which affected their own physical form, were exceptions. I, being an external type sorcerer skilled in offensive magic, possessed only a robe made of hardened leather as my sole protection. Such attire would offer no defense against bullets or arrows. You have the strongest knights of the Holy Empire with you. You should remain unscathed. Then I shall rest easy, I replied with a smile, though my heart was far from reassured. Nevertheless, I persevered onward, determined to prove that I, as a man, could fight. Then, I would make those who regarded men as mere beasts take notice. This vicinity will suffice, I declared as I halted, prompting Crowan to nod. He stood before me. Upright, plunging his massive shield into the ground, I began to chant my incantation in a resonant voice. Oh! At that moment, a series of cracking sounds echoed, accompanied by the noise of something striking the shield's armor. Though my shoulder trembled slightly, I summoned all my mental fortitude to continue chanting the incantation. This is incredible. From that distance, it's almost a sure hit. I must acquire that new type of firearm. I heard Clown S. Day's voice. What a repugnant fellow. Nevertheless, the gun, although it was my first encounter with such a weapon, was quite formidable. If such things became commonplace, would attack-oriented sorcerers be driven out? Just as this thought crossed my mind, I suddenly found my left leg unable to support me, causing me to topple over a split second later. The sharp crack of a gunshot rang out. As I rolled on the ground in a panic, I frantically scanned my surroundings. Then, I noticed a foot resembling that of a human lying nearby. The moment I beheld that foot, a severe pain shot through my lower half. Could that foot possibly be mine? Target down. When Josette shouted this triumphantly, I was nearly overcome with excitement, ready to strike a victorious pose. However, the ensuing situation was dire. The characteristic billowing white smoke of black powder immediately revealed our position to the enemy. What followed was even more brutal. We were relentlessly pursued by a horde of assailants and faced 5 life-threatening situations. Even so, we managed to return to our comrades' lines, thanks to Sonia's precise command, which allowed us to counterattack at the opportune moment when the enemy sorcerers fell. Lord Dykan, I was just wondering why I hadn't seen you. It turns out you were the one who took down that sorcerer. A mercenary exclaimed, his eyes wide as he greeted our battered group. Indeed, having such a character swaggering on the battlefield would certainly be a nuisance. I replied with a grin, though inwardly I felt a twinge of unease. After all, the bullet had struck his foot. I hesitated for a moment about pursuing, but ultimately chose to retreat, having taken his foot. Even a resilient demi-human will be temporarily unable to return to the battlefield. Since we had achieved our minimum objective, that would suffice. Moreover, if that sorcerer truly was a man, his race should be the same as mine. Mortal, human. If he were a demi-human, it would be one thing, but for a mortal human, losing a leg would likely be a fatal injury. With large blood vessels running through both limbs, an injury could easily lead to hypovolemic shock. Surely, he wouldn't return to the front lines? I fervently hoped he would not reappear. Rather, I wished for him to perish just like that. However, there should be a limit to how much the commander leads from the front. I was worried when I hadn't seen you for a while. I thought you might have been injured, the mercenary remarked with a complex expression that was a mix of astonishment and disbelief. My specially prepared camouflage cloak was stained crimson with the blood of the enemy, and half of my hunting rifle was distorted, having been used as a bludgeon against the enemy soldiers. Josette was similarly attired, appearing as though he had endured a fierce battle. Yet he seemed to believe that my absence from the front lines was due to injury rather than cowardice, which brought me a measure of happiness. He likely thought I was not the type to abandon my subordinates, that I could not betray that trust. This man always acts so recklessly, a knight commented as he pushed a cart towards us. Upon the cart's platform lay a complete set of armor for both me and Josette. Although it was said to be a post-battle scene, the fighting at the front lines continued unabated. I was utterly exhausted and yearned to collapse onto a bed immediately. Regrettably, there was no time for rest, and I had to return to the battlefield at once. We couldn't even conduct a proper personnel handover. The issue of insufficient manpower was indeed severe. Once this battle concluded, could we find a way to bolster our forces? No, it was strange to think that merely relying on enhanced squad could suffice on such a harsh battlefield. Well then, pardon my intrusion. The attendants emerged swiftly to help me don my armor. If I were to do it myself, it would take quite some time. They even set up a makeshift changing room with tent fabric to shield me from prying eyes while I changed, demonstrating an attention to detail that was almost excessive. This was beyond mere kindness. For me, such measures were unnecessary. Amid their bustling efforts, I quickly donned my armor. However, one attendant grinned mischievously as she produced something. Additionally, we have prepared this for you. What do you think? It was a coat designed to be worn over the armor, commonly known as a battle haori, adorned with blue roses embroidered on a white background. It initially appeared quite ordinary, but upon seeing the interior, I couldn't help but chuckle. This design is quite clever. Did you come up with it? Yes, that I thought of it after witnessing Lord Al often being beset by numerous foes in the recent duel. I figured this would be quite convenient in critical moments. Indeed, that I replied with a wry smile. I did not relish engaging in close combat. How does one wear this? There's a short cord running through the left sleeve. Right? Please pull that cord, my lord. I see. Let me give it a try. Nodding, I donned the battle haori. The attendants shielded me from view as they quickly dispersed. I expressed my gratitude to them and, in an effort to bolster my own morale, shouted, "All right, let us move out." I invigorated my weary limbs and advanced towards the front lines. The enemy faltered slightly due to the sorcerer being struck, allowing them to retreat a bit. Our infantry formed a defensive line in the narrow mountain pass, creating a phalanx to hold back the enemy. From a lookout position behind us, the musket troops were unleashing a fierce barrage upon the enemy. Lord Al, thank goodness you're safe. The person who approached was Sonia. When we parted earlier, she had been caked in mud, and now, stained with the blood and other remnants from the enemy, she appeared even more disheveled. It seemed she had also been through a fierce battle. We clapped each other on the shoulder, sharing smiles, but there was no time to leisurely savor our reunion that I immediately lowered my visor and inquired. So what's the situation? Though we are enduring through relentless attrition, we are managing to hold on today. However, by tomorrow or the day after, our combat effectiveness will diminish significantly. By the time she spoke the latter half of her statement, her voice had dropped to a whisper, audible only to me. Almost all the enemy mercenaries were clad in enchanted armor. Due to our poor shooting effectiveness, we could only engage in close combat, where it was easier to target the gaps in their armor. Yet our mercenaries were not highly trained, meaning we had also sustained considerable damage. Had we deployed these individuals during the initial skirmish, we might have fared more safely. Our supply of grenades and landmines had long been exhausted, which was infuriating. That said, because Lord Al took down that sorcerer, our morale has not only held steady, but has actually risen. Our combat strength remains quite robust. Although she said so, it was evident that we had suffered considerable losses, yet our side still brimmed with vigor, all thanks to her efforts. After all, it was she who quickly reorganized our forces when we were under siege by siege magic, thrown into a state of disarray, not me. However, the situation on the battlefield was truly perilous. If this continued, we would surely lose. We needed to find a way to undermine the enemy's will to attack and prepare for a decisive confrontation. Though it was a gamble, it was better than doing nothing at all. I retrieved my pocket watch. There were about 2 hours left until sunset. Would the enemy retreat by nightfall? It was hard to say. If possible, I wanted to shift the battle into the night, but the enemy commander might also adopt a cautious strategy to prevent things from evolving into that. I would intentionally expose a weakness. All right, let us advance plan C to the next stage. Are the cannons ready? Yes, of course. Very well. Then let us determine the outcome today. After that, I joined the fray, continuing the push against the enemy soldiers. The enemy mercenaries proved to be formidable. In terms of training, they seemed even superior to the elite troops of the Count's army. They must have been private soldiers of some great noble. Why would such individuals participate in a regional conflict in this rural area? Was the Duke of Alida orchestrating this from behind the scenes? Though these thoughts flickered through my mind, there was no time for slow contemplation. After all, the enemy outnumbered and outclassed us. Unlike our clashes with the Count's forces, our casualties were steadily rising. The battlefield was extremely narrow, allowing us to barely hold our ground, and if we were to find ourselves in a more spacious area, we would likely be flattened in an instant. There's no way back now. I signaled a volley of shots at the enemy pikemen, while Sonia whispered softly beside me. Under pressure from the front, our forces were being pushed back inch by inch, ultimately cornered into a narrow passage. On the other side of this passage lay the plateau where we would confront the Count's forces the following day. If we were driven there, it would spell our doom. Due to the siege magic, half of our infantry has perished. If we are to replicate the tactics of yore, our firepower will be insufficient. However, Even if we were to directly employ the successful strategies of the past, the enemy would undoubtedly devise some form of countermeasure. Shall we hold them off for a few more minutes? 15 minutes. Very well, that IT is indeed a torturous ordeal. Thus far, our combat has been a retreat while fighting, which has mitigated our losses. Yet if we were to remain steadfast in our positions, I can scarcely fathom how many comrades would fall. Our forces are already battered, and it is highly probable that we would incur fatal damage within that brief span of time. What should we do? We must sustain enough strength to shift from defense to offense while holding out for another 15 minutes. This is exceedingly challenging. I cannot conceive a viable offensive strategy, and if I were to provoke the enemy, would they even agree to a duel? Although it feels as if there is a chance. We have already employed the tactic of delaying through single combat once before. There is no other choice. Nevertheless, the worst-case scenario would be the enemy concentrating their attacks on me, thus creating an opening. After all, as a male knight of an extremely rare class, many foes would likely attempt to capture me alive rather than kill me. This presents an opportunity. As I pondered these matters, the cacophony of the battlefield gradually faded into silence. I gazed towards the enemy ranks, only to witness their soldiers retreating like a receding tide. Before I could even process my confusion, a towering figure stepped forward, dressed in uniquely dark armor. He was the Black Knight. Is Albert Blondin present? If so, step forth? Oh, a direct summons that I exchanged a glance with Sonia, who nodded quietly. If the enemy is willing to waste time, then it is a boon for us that I pushed aside the infantrymen wielding long spears and stepped forward. I'm Albert Blondin. What business do you have? It is, of course, to urge you to surrender. Your forces are in disarray. Surely you do not intend to fight to the last man. The Black Knight proclaimed in a resounding voice. Is this fellow the leader of this mercenary band? Even if he is not, his demeanor clearly suggests he holds a position of authority. If I can toy with him, I should be able to buy some time. I refused. We are merely a ragtag band of petty mercenaries and impoverished knights. The number of those who can afford a ransom is but a handful. Even if we were to surrender, most of us would likely be executed. I assure you, I would never stoop to such an act. I guarantee your safety by my honor. Who would believe in your honor when you do not even reveal your name? Who exactly are you? Given the well-equipped and organized nature of this mercenary band, they must be formidable. Yet, how rude of me that I am Crowin, the leader of this mercenary band, that a jester. This alias is far too obvious. You are quite right. I do not casually reveal my true name. But since you do not believe me, there is little I can do. You appear to be a person worth preserving. The Black Knight signaled to the rear, and a soldier bearing a grand banner promptly emerged. The soldier unfurled the flag, wrapped around the pole, and raised it high. The emblem upon the flag depicted a golden lion that I recognized as crest. No, it should be said that in the western regions of this continent, there is no noble who is unaware of this insignia. The crest of the Richthofen family. The Riehoff family. This lineage has monopolized the imperial throne of the Holy Empire for 2 centuries, making them a paragon among noble houses. For us Knights of Garia, they are akin to arch-rivals. Seeing this emblem, which I could never have the opportunity to witness in our border regions, sent chills down my spine. My true name is Alexia von Riehoff, the former empress of the Holy Ord Empire. I cast a glance of disbelief at Sonia, who merely shook her head in silence. If this is a lie, she would surely face severe punishment. A rogue claiming to be the former empress, wreaking havoc with a mercenary band. If the royal family of the Holy Empire were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly stake their honor on utterly annihilating us. What could possibly be gained by bearing such risks and falsely claiming to be the former empress? Moreover, with her exceptional combat skills, elite equipment, and the ability to independently cast tactical-level magic, this charade seems far too earnest. Regrettably, I must concede that the words of this woman, who claims to be Alexia, are likely true to the not jest. I could not help but groan. The Count Dieserber family is already troublesome enough. Why must it come to this? I understand that you are indeed the former emperor. However, why would a person of such nobility be found in a place like this? Given that it is a hypothetical enemy nation, I do possess a certain level of understanding regarding the movements of the Holy Empire. The name Alexia lingers in my memory. She assumed the throne at a young age, enacting military reforms with an iron fist. Years ago, She ceded her throne to her sister and subsequently vanished from the public eye. For a con artist, this would be an ideal identity to impersonate. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of griffins or tactical-level sorcerers, I would likely have scoffed at this notion. Would you like to inquire? Alexia lifted the visor of her helm, revealing a smile that was a noble visage that blended both majesty and beauty. This distance. I should be able to take her down with a single shot, should I choose to act. Perhaps it would be best not to do so. I have heard that Alexia is the foremost swordswoman of the Holy Empire. She may very well have the confidence to deflect a bullet. For now, we should focus on conversing with her to buy time. You make a valid point. When that sorceress was sniped, she was likely observing from nearby. Even so, she deliberately revealed her face, perhaps confident in her ability to withstand a bullet. I have a dream of uniting this holy empire. Despite knowing that we were whispering among ourselves, Alexia continued unabated. What a stubborn individual. I believe you are well aware that the current empire is merely a collection of numerous regional lords. They disregard the emperor's commands, backed by their autonomy, and even allow our brethren, the beastmen, to slaughter one another. I am convinced that as long as the barriers between neighboring states remain and a truly unified nation is not reestablished, the empire has no future. I see that in simple terms. This person seeks to establish a modern centralized state, that I can understand that. However, why would she be loitering in such a desolate rural area? It seems rather peculiar. I see. It appears you possess quite an ambitious plan. However, this does not answer my question, does it? Of course, this is also a preliminary step toward unifying the empire. I must survey each territory to witness the current state of affairs firsthand. Should conflict arise, I will intervene, showcasing the might of the royal family. Ah, I see. She is emulating the famous Mito Komoin. In other words, we are mere rogues employed by a tyrannical governor. So, your involvement in this battle is purely coincidental? I became intrigued upon hearing that a man was leading the troops. That is the only reason. How absurd. I nearly shouted in exasperation. This is akin to venturing to exterminate goblins only to encounter a dragon. A former head of state from a great nation should not so casually involve themselves in regional conflicts. I felt a surge of frustration. Should I resent my misfortune or this woman's unreasonable demeanor? No, I must not take the enemy's words at face value. A former emperor cannot simply appear for such trivial reasons. Lisbon was already burdened with a volatile situation surrounding the mithril mines. Yet regardless of any underlying motives, it is irrelevant now. As long as the status quo remains intact, there is no room to ponder political matters. My subordinates are all selected from the royal guard. Fierce warriors indeed. Even if you were to surrender, there would be no dishonor. Rather, you would be commended for your prowess in battle. The royal guard. Naturally, they must be formidable. I was beginning to feel the urge to raise my middle finger. This insufferable woman, this libertine, wait, hold on a moment. The elite forces of a great nation are participating in such a trivial skirmish in this rural locale. I found a glimmer of hope. The enemy, complacent due to their equipment and training, is advancing without strategy. Conversely, we have been prepared from the outset to counter the enemy's approach. This presents a prime opportunity to annihilate their elite forces in one fell swoop. The purpose of this journey is also to identify capable individuals across various regions and employ them. I hold you in high regard. Surrender and become one of my own. Albert Blondeau. In any case, I shall arrange for you to hold the title of Duke in my court. What say you? Though I have received high praise from the former emperor, I currently have no time to consider such matters. I am exerting every ounce of mental energy. The enemy should be well aware that this battle holds little significance. Unlike the forces of the Count, they are not directly involved in the conflict. Nevertheless, as long as victory is achieved, all is well. However, what if they begin to harbor concerns about potential defeat? Their morale would undoubtedly plummet. This is the enemy's Achilles heel. In truth, we do not need to gain a tactical advantage. We merely need to overwhelm them on a psychological level. To this end, I have prepared meticulously. Instilling fear and despondency in the enemy was a fundamental element of our battle strategy from the outset. The crux lies in the disparity. First, we will lead them to believe they are assured of victory, only to expose them to the terror of death. Even the most elite troops, once faced with a sudden turn of events toward the worst possible outcome, will find it difficult to adjust mentally. I must seize this opportunity. That I refuse. The operational directive has been established. From this point forward, it is merely a matter of laying the tracks toward victory. I formulate a plan in my mind while simultaneously responding, "Oh, why is that?" Alexia inquired with a look of genuine confusion. "Because I have no intention of serving an incompetent individual." "Incompetent? Are you referring to me?" "Indeed. Utterly incompetent, I see. So I am deemed incompetent." "Ha!" I initially intended to provoke her, yet Alexia responded with genuine amusement. Although her reaction was unexpected, it mattered little to me. Regardless of her response, my focus remains on the individuals behind her, namely the elite forces of the Holy Empire's Royal Guard. For future reference, may I ask you a question? Why do you hold such a belief? It's quite simple. You mentioned that your subordinates were selected from the Royal Guard. The C. Army de las Army, correct? Indeed. And what of it? I raised my visor, attempting to maintain an earnest expression while glaring at Alexia, as I felt the threat of arrows or crossbows aimed at me, making me reluctant to reveal myself at the front lines. However, since they have exposed themselves, if we were to continue concealing our identities, the situation would become quite disadvantageous. We have our own dignity to uphold. To lead such an elite force into a battlefield devoid of honor and dignity, where knights perish, their gravestones will read, "Slain by an incompetent knight, leading a band of desperate mercenaries. Here lies a knight of disgrace." Do you not find that profoundly tragic? This is not the conduct expected of a capable officer. The knights behind Alexia stirred slightly. Although our casualties were significant, the enemy was not unscathed. There must be a considerable number of deceased among them. After all, in this world, male knights are often perceived as figures from risque literature. To be slain by such individuals would undoubtedly be a source of eternal shame. Though I am male, I am also a knight. I would gladly accept a glorious death in battle. However, is there any glory to be found on this battlefield? Only humiliation and regret abound, and I do not wish to perish in such circumstances. I imagine the knights of the Empire share a similar sentiment, that I am acutely aware of the humiliation of being slain by what one perceives to be a weaker foe in my past life. It was undoubtedly untrained anti-government guerrillas who brought about my demise. Such disgrace moved me to tears. Even now, in this new life, I frequently dream of that moment. The esteemed magician fell by that wicked bullet. Surely does not deserve to die in such a place, that he is still alive, having received timely treatment. Damn it, is one leg truly insufficient? By the way, were you referring to him? Is he truly a man? I was taken aback. I had no idea there were other men aside from myself on the battlefield. What a dandy. Regardless, you have driven a significant number of your subordinates to a dishonorable death. If that is not incompetence, then what is? No, I understand what you are insinuating. However, the deceased are not so numerous as to be termed significant. That will soon change. Many shall perish, for I intend to kill at least half. Ah, the instant Alexia tilted her head in confusion, a deafening explosion erupted. A massive pillar of fire soared from the rear of the enemy forces, and small stones propelled skyward rained down upon the surroundings. The tremors of the explosion shook our bodies, rendering everyone speechless. Though the timing was impeccable, was it not a bit premature? According to the planned schedule, it should have detonated in another 5 minutes. Sonia responded with a look of guilt after checking her pocket watch. It seems the fuse was adjusted too loosely to I in this case. It works out perfectly. I offered a slight wry smile before lowering my visor. The enemy before us was visibly shaken. After all, they had witnessed the sorcerer's siege magic up close. Hearing the tremendous explosion from their own ranks likely conjured terrible images in their minds. If we are to attack, now is the moment. Execute Plan C, final phase. Charge with the card bomb. The source of the explosion was an improvised bomb fashioned from cannon, though it was merely gunpowder packed to its limits and sealed at the muzzle. Its enormous size rendered it immensely powerful. I feigned a cart malfunction. Positioning along the route of the first defensive line. It was essentially a roadside bomb. In my past life, I had been thoroughly vexed by such weapons. But now that I wield it myself, I find it to be a remarkably convenient instrument of war. Including Alexia, The enemy soldiers halted their movements, stunned by the sound of the explosion and its ensuing shockwave. Much as we had when struck by the siege magic. The cart is approaching. With such a shout, several soldiers pushed a cart devoid of horses toward the enemy, since the road sloped downward. Even if the soldiers released their grip, the laden cart would continue to accelerate. Our soldiers stationed in the path of the cart hastily cleared away. Whoa! The accelerating cart barreled into the enemy lines. A few unfortunate foes were knocked aside, but the tragedy did not end there, as the barrels of gunpowder stacked atop the cart detonated simultaneously. The resulting explosion was astounding. After all, I had included all the stored gunpowder within. I witnessed several enemy soldiers engulfed by the explosion, their bodies flung into the air. What a satisfying sight. I hope Alexia was not caught in the blast. I cannot allow the royal guard to slay her in the name of vengeance. That is my greatest concern. However, there is no time for contemplation. Plan C is a high-stakes gamble to resolve the conflict in a short time, for we are committing all available resources. Once this operation concludes, we will be utterly devoid of the capability to continue fighting, that we cannot afford to give the enemy an opportunity to regroup. We shall launch a counterattack next. Everyone, advance with me, I shouted loudly, brandishing my cavalry rifle, now affixed with a bayonet. The call to charge rang out, and the surrounding soldiers joined in a war. Do not fall behind, esteemed officer. Those scoundrels of the Empire dare to underestimate us. Slaughter them. Meanwhile, the enemy's formation was gradually shrouded in white smoke. The cart was not only laden with explosives, but also contained smoke bombs. Visibility was now entirely obscured. Prepare to receive my wrath. Just before plunging into the enemy ranks, some soldiers retrieved items from their waist pouches and hurled them forward. A series of thunderous explosions followed. The objects they threw were firecrackers, while they naturally lacked lethal power. Their psychological impact was extraordinary, particularly now that the enemy was deprived of visibility. Sure enough, the air was filled with mortified screams. For the enemy, the sound of firecrackers and gunfire must have seemed indistinguishable. If they could mistakenly believe they were under fire from a machine gun, it would serve us well. Yeehaw! I located an enemy soldier momentarily stunned in the white smoke and drove my bayonet into her throat. The woman emitted a short, anguished cry before collapsing to the ground. The cacophony of firecracker explosions, genuine gunfire, the call to charge, and the clashing of blades intermingled with shouts of fury enveloped the battlefield in chaos. A burly, heavy infantryman charged through the smoke as though to slice through it with his sword. I immediately aimed my cavalry rifle at him and pulled the trigger. The bullet struck his shoulder, but was deflected by his enchanted armor. Nevertheless, it succeeded in throwing him off balance. Do not think you can succeed. Not letting this opportunity slip, Sonia darted forward like a bullet. With a flash of her double-edged sword, she severed the enemy soldier's head from his body. Well done. As I praised, my gaze swept across the surroundings. Although visibility was poor due to the shrouding smoke, it appeared that relatively few adversaries were as eager to confront us as those soldiers moments ago. Instead, they seemed inclined to flee. The prior mental assault had indeed proven effective. The incompetent knight, slain by a mere male knight, lies here in eternal slumber. The royal guard was undoubtedly composed of the elite among elites. Yet the more distinguished the knights, the more they cherished their honor. To perish in such a place would burden them with an indelible stigma. Being vanquished by an inconsequential male knight was precisely that sort of disgrace. Even the most fearless and valiant knights would seek to avoid such a fate. Rather than succumb to infamy, they would prefer to escape and survive. My strategy was to compel them to make such a judgment. We have heads aplenty. Charge, charge! I shouted to bolster the morale of my allies while venturing forth in search of new foes. Declaring my intent to slay half of them was no mere threat. To deter them from engaging us further, they must be made examples of, akin to a fowl for the fox. Alberte, are you over there? A voice imbued with delight reached my ears, sending a shiver down my spine. Turning towards the sound, there stood Alexia, as expected. Even amidst the smoke, her obsidian armor was quite conspicuous. The oppressive aura she exuded was palpable. While I had never anticipated she would flee at the slightest hint of danger, my expectations were, as anticipated, met. What should I do? I pondered how to assess the situation, that if I were to slay her, the royal guard would undoubtedly find themselves in a predicament. Such a dilemma would greatly trouble me. To surpass this elite force with the strength at my disposal, I had no other choice but to ambush them from behind as they sought to escape. That it is you, Alexia. I shall claim your head. If I were to sever one of her arms, she would likely retreat. Even if she wished to continue the fight, those around her would not permit it. Making this assessment, I cast aside my cavalry spear and drew my saber. Then, Kia, I immediately invoked enhancement magic and charged at her. Alexia, however, awaited me with an air of calm composure. I raised my saber high and swung down upon her. She countered with a sword drawn from her waist. Whoa, grr! Consequently, we both let out cries of pain simultaneously. The sword Alexia raised in defense struck my shoulder with tremendous force, sending me sprawling. Conversely, I did not emerge unscathed from the encounter. Her sword suddenly crackled with electricity. Shocking me through my saber, it seemed to be a magical blade. This the swordsmanship of men. I find myself increasingly intrigued. Alexia executed a graceful flip in mid-air, landing deftly. My breastplate was dented, and my sword was shattered. Yet, that was all there was to it, that I remained very much alive. The prior jolt had sapped my strength during my sword swing, preventing me from executing it properly. In contrast, I found myself in a most pitiable state. My body was numb, rendering me unable to raise my sword again. Naturally, Alexia would not let this opportunity slip by. She launched a fierce grapple towards me. In terms of physique, Alexia held a decisive advantage. I was powerless to resist, sent tumbling to the ground, and then rolling away. My saber had slipped from my grasp unbeknownst to me. This was not good. Even before I could ponder this, Alexia had already settled atop me. Unbeknownst to me, her visor had been lifted, revealing her face beneath. Her expression conveyed considerable excitement. I never expected you had such a trick up your sleeve. It seems I underestimated you. Merely holding the title of a duke is insufficient to allow you to showcase your true strength. She raised my chin, leaning her face closer. The beast-like aura brushed against my cheek. In that case, would you consider becoming my husband? You possess such worth. Let us become the cornerstone of the unified holy empire, Alexia proclaimed, her eyes radiating with brilliance. While this marked the second time in my life I had been proposed to. Yet, I had no time to revel in such joy. Regardless of her handsome appearance or high status, her personality was far too erratic for my liking that I would certainly not acquiesce. I shall not die. Ha ha! That line sounds familiar. However, to slay a man such as yourself, did you think I would utter such words? Who wishes to die, you fool? I had no intention of meeting my to perish while victory was within reach would be the height of folly. As I shouted, I tugged at the short cord on the left sleeve of my cloak. The next moment, sparks erupted from the surface of the cloak, followed by a series of explosions. It turned out that the inner lining of the cloak had been sewn with a multitude of firecrackers. Even Alexia was momentarily stunned by the explosions. Seizing the opportunity while she was momentarily immobilized, I twisted my body and forcibly freed myself from her grasp. During the time I'd been pinned beneath her, the numbness had lessened considerably. How dare you do this to Lord Alberte? Unforgivable. Alexia hastily attempted to seize my arm, but was met with a kick from Sonia, who flew in from the side. The former emperor was sent bouncing 10 meters away. Ugh, cursed. How dare you treat our lord with such disrespect? Kill her. No, I want to capture her alive and make her regret her very existence. Alexia swayed unsteadily as she attempted to rise, but the infantry armed with polearms surged toward her, and no matter how exceptional a swordswoman she was, it was impossible to triumph against polearm-wielding soldiers unarmed. Struck and prodded by several spear tips, she could not suppress her cries of anguish. It hurts. It hurts. You fool, stop. Do you know who I am? Of course you are the finest prize. Hand over your head. I retrieved the saber that a soldier had helped to recover, raising it as I shouted. Your Majesty, please retreat. This battle is beyond salvaging. An imperial knight, with an expression of considerable urgency, grasped Alexia's shoulder as she dodged the advancing polearm soldiers. Subsequently, the seemingly loyal knights gathered around, forming a barrier between Alexia and the polearm troops. Engaging in battle with such headhunters is utterly futile. We must retreat. To think they would label me as a headhunter. Yet, as long as I could intimidate them, their descriptors mattered little. I raised my saber, attempting to instill fear. The Imperial Knights visibly displayed signs of caution, once more pulling Alexia back. However, the enemy troops appeared equally anxious. Their thought processes were wholly inclined towards retreat. Even elite soldiers who could not possibly win in direct confrontation, once caught in such a mindset, became much easier to manage. In battle, what mattered most was not equipment or training, but morale. I too am quite curious about the earlier explosion. Perhaps among the enemy ranks lies a magician of the same caliber as His Excellency Nicholas. Alexia pondered. Indeed, from the enemy's perspective, this was likely their primary concern. The concept of bombs was not widespread in this world. A small-scale explosion akin to a hand grenade might be overlooked, but large-scale detonation would more swiftly be attributed to magic. Thus, the Imperial soldiers seemed to have mistakenly believed that the roadside bomb was also the result of sorcery. There was only one bomb, but as long as the magician retained their mana, they could employ it again. If we were to endure another such attack, having just experienced that terror, the Imperial troops would surely be paralyzed with fear, should we be caught in a pincer movement. Even you, with your status, cannot afford to perish in such a place. Please make a decision. The Imperial Knight implored, sword drawn to restrain the encroaching polearm soldiers. Behind the polearm troops stood rifle-wielding infantry and cavalry. From the perspective of one who must protect their lord, witnessing this scene must have been a source of great distress. It cannot be helped. We can forego the mithril. As for Alberte, I can invite him again next time. Did she just mention mithril? It seems I've been discovered. Which one of those fools leaked the information? Once the war concludes, I must investigate thoroughly. The possibility of a spy among Duke Orange's subordinates seems to be the most plausible situation. Truly, this is giving me a headache. Very well. All personnel, retreat for the time being. Regroup. Upon hearing this command, I could not help but smile. Alexia had misjudged the situation. In such circumstances, the correct course of action would be to withstand our assault head-on before launching a counterattack. Although they might be temporarily suppressed, our forces were limited. Resources would inevitably deplete, and at that point, the tides of battle would turn. The Imperial Guard is merely creating chaos temporarily, of course. Alexia is well aware of this. However, she is unable to make such a judgment. Due to the explosions occurring behind her, she remains oblivious to the truth. The Imperial military is on high alert against our non-existent tactical mages, making it exceedingly difficult to adopt an aggressive strategy. Fire. If we miss this opportunity, our chances of victory will evaporate. I shout this command. Gunfire erupts simultaneously, bullets striking the armor of the Guard Knights. Yet, none fall. Their armor is indeed formidable. Nevertheless, those struck cannot maintain their composure. Though they do not scream, they begin to panic and urge Alexia to retreat. At this juncture, we need only to press forward relentlessly. I shall not grant them the opportunity to regroup. I shall send the Empire's wicked scoundrels to their demise. Everyone, charge. During the preceding defensive battle, our soldiers had accumulated a reservoir of frustration, now unleashing a beastly roar as they surged toward the enemy lines. The enemy, of course, comprises elite troops, and their counterattack is fierce, with our soldiers falling one after another. Yet the mercenaries do not flinch. They tread over the bodies of their comrades, wielding their spears and swords. After all, their opponents are the Empire's finest knights, and should they defeat them, they might even be elevated to knighthood. In stark contrast, the movements of the Imperial soldiers are noticeably lacking in vigor. After all, their foes are male knights. Fighting to the death brings them neither glory nor honor, only derision. They cannot muster the resolve to hold their ground at all costs, and some even attempt to flee at the first opportunity. The disparity in morale is glaring. The spoils of slain enemies will belong to you all. It's reward time, so rally yourselves. I rally the mercenary troops from the rear, inspired by my words. Their assault grows more ferocious. Within a mere 30 minutes, the retreat of the Imperial Guard devolves into a rout that we pursue the fleeing guards, maintaining our relentless offensive, although Alexia attempts to counterattack along the way. The moment has passed her by. We continue our assault, treating the lives of both side soldiers as grains in a mortar, grinding and crushing them. After such a brutal conflict, we finally draw near the stronghold of the Count's forces. Upon regaining my senses, I realize the sun has set, and it is now deep into the night. What tactics will the enemy employ? I murmur, gazing at the enemy lines, which lack even a single campfire. It is a full moon tonight. Even without illumination, the enemy's forms are clearly visible. The enemy soldiers huddle together, brandishing battle axes or long spears, glaring at us that a simultaneous volley from our rifles could easily ensnare them all. However, our ammunition is nearly depleted. Moreover, the number of soldiers capable of fighting has dwindled to fewer than 50. The consequence of our continued perilous offensives has led us to this dire state. At the moment I resolved to execute Plan C, I understood that the situation would evolve into this. While it is to be expected, the damage incurred during an offensive is invariably greater than that during a defense. This is precisely why I had devised a strategy of defense as offense. Yet Alexia's involvement has completely derailed my plans to surrender or to fight to the bitter end. This is the question. Captain Valerie states she is covered in dirt and blood, her body marred with fresh wounds, and her uniform is tattered, resembling that of a ragged soldier. However, all of us, myself included, share this disheveled appearance. Yet, the fire in our eyes remains undiminished. With our supplies exhausted and our numbers drastically reduced, should we miss this opportunity, defeat is assured that if we wish to secure victory, we must charge with the resolve to perish together. The enemy consists of night-blind beastmen. If we launch an assault, we should have a chance to eliminate their commander. However, in our counterattack, we cannot predict how many of us will fall at this stage. We shall not retreat, my lord, a soldier remarks in a flippant tone. We are no cowards who flee at the last moment. If we do not show those lofty imperial knights a taste of defeat, we shall die unsatisfied. They have already shown us various shades of defeat. Have they not? Ha ha, indeed. Muffled laughter spreads among the troops. Despite our circumstances, morale does not wane. This is truly reassuring. However, I am reluctant to initiate an assault. Should we launch this attack, our forces will be rendered utterly combat ineffective. It would indeed be a mutually assured destruction. The greatest concern lies with Alexia's troops. They are in complete disarray, with dozens of their members slain. Nevertheless, they should still possess combat capability, though they may currently be lurking in some hidden spot. It is entirely possible they will re-emerge during the battle to reap the benefits of our strife. Should the situation evolve in such a manner, our fate would be sealed. However, let us extend a gesture of courtesy and urge them to surrender. After all, they did appeal for our surrender in the guise of ladies before the battle commenced. Indeed, that was quite the masterpiece. The soldiers, now laughing heartily, wave their hands, and I lower the visor of my helmet. Bathed in moonlight, I slowly traverse the mountain path, approaching the enemy lines. Continuing this fight holds no purpose. Lay down your weapons and raise the white flag and surrender. We will not mistreat those who surrender. Dante, make me laugh. Kingdom's mage, with so few of you, what can you possibly do? It is you who should surrender. The enemy ranks respond with vehement jeers. However, their voices tremble. They must also realize they have been cornered. Yet this is merely a display of bravado. Speak truthfully, we are equally posturing. Reinforcements from our country will arrive within a week. First, an entire company, followed by 3 platoons. Even if you miraculously defeat us, how much fighting strength do you believe you will have left to contend with such forces? I retort. However, half of my statement is a fabrication. Reinforcements will not arrive for nearly 2 weeks. Yet they, being present on the battlefield, cannot ascertain this fact. Just as I anticipated, unrest begins to ripple through the enemy ranks. They likely did not consider our reinforcements. Those in crisis often focus solely on immediate concerns. This is a form of escapism. The next battlefield is not the territory of Lisbon, but that of Zdenburg. Imagine your homeland's fields trampled beneath the boots of the kingdom's soldiers. Continuing to fight at such a juncture has transcended the realm of futility. It has become harmful. For a considerable time, the enemy lines exhibit no response. Only the murmurs of unrest gradually intensify. However, a torch ignites at one corner of their formation. Before long, Several women approach the forefront. The dim light of the torch illuminates a makeshift white flag fashioned from torn bed linens or some similar material. They appear to be unarmed. Sonia, stationed beside me, reports softly. Indeed, none among them carry swords or axes. They seem to bear the semblance of envoys. Yet we must remain vigilant. Please exercise caution, of course. After all, there's a saying, a cornered rat will bite the cat, and they may well seek to lower our guard before launching a surprise attack with a dagger. I am Lune von Diesel, representing Count Stenberg, and I wish to discuss the terms of your surrender. I understand. Please approach slowly, I respond, ensuring my tone remains courteous, for I too am quite fatigued, and should I let my guard down, I might inadvertently reveal a weakness. However, the envoy represents a count, holding a higher status than I, a mere noble. Even as the defeated, we must accord them the respect they deserve. The count's envoys, bearing the white flag, approach slowly as instructed. I recall that she is the sister of Count Diesel, Roosevelt. As expected of siblings, she possesses a similarly imposing stature. Yet her face, revealed beneath her visor, betrays an unmistakable weariness and unease. I am Albert Blondin, the Lord of Lisbon. Although I have already introduced myself, the title of Lord is rather perplexing. After all, there is a precedence for female barons in the world I once knew. In any case. Setting that aside, I shake hands with the Count's representative. Her palm, as wide as her build, trembles slightly. Let me be direct. What are the terms for surrender? I will not demand unconditional surrender. However, I hope that you can return all soldiers to their territories. After all, our numbers are few, and should our armies continue to face off, I will find it impossible to sleep soundly. I appreciate that you do not require the disarmament of my forces. Are there any other conditions? After all, my remaining troops number around 50. Ensuring the disarmament of the Count's forces, which likely number in the hundreds, will not be an easy task. Given the circumstances, it would be more prudent to send them back directly. However, the situation with Alexei and her cohort is an entirely different matter. How should we address their disposition? With their nominal employer having surrendered, it seems untenable for them to continue fighting. Yet witnessing the former emperor's erratic behavior instills a sense of unease. Regarding that mercenary group, aside from the higher-ups, I would prefer them to be temporarily stationed in the Zetterberg territory. Should they make any moves, I will interpret that as a violation of the terms of surrender. So please exercise caution. You are indeed vigilant. They are not your ordinary mercenaries, the Count's agent remarked, tilting her head in confusion. Is it possible she is unaware of the true nature of that mercenary group? Perhaps she is merely feigning ignorance, but that is of no concern for now. Let us return to the matter at hand. They have certainly caused us considerable hardship, but setting that aside, I hope Count Lune's agent will come to the Lisbon territory for peace negotiations. Naturally, the escort will also be permitted to accompany him. I understand. The Count's agent nodded with regret. Well, this can be considered a compromise that if we were to make excessive demands, the counterparty might well declare, "We shall not surrender after all," which would be quite troublesome. The actual peace negotiations are scheduled to be conducted by the head of the Gallia Kingdom, rather than myself. Currently, this is all the information I can provide. What are your thoughts? There seems to be no alternative. At this juncture, we have no choice. I ask for your leniency. The Count's agent pressed his lips tightly together and bowed his head deeply. Upon seeing him in this manner, a wave of relief washed over me, nearly causing me to lose consciousness. At last, this conflict may come to an end. The battle has finally concluded, yet I find no time to rest. I must oversee the surrendering Count's army, tally the casualties, compile a detailed combat report, and tidy up the battlefield, tasks that pile up like a mountain. Among them, the most significant task is the peace negotiations. Very well, we shall settle the compensation at this amount. Chancellor Adelaide declared with a cheerful demeanor. He shamelessly proclaimed, "While I may be of no use on the battlefield, I shall not be outdone at the negotiation table." Leave it to me. He then showcased his remarkable negotiation skills, leaving the representative from Count Diesel's side visibly dismayed. The compensation we secured is sufficient to relieve the Lisbon territory from taxes for an entire year. I understand, the representative from the Count's side replied, dejectedly, in a voice barely above a whisper. She had certainly put forth considerable effort, But in the face of Galia's most prominent politician, she ultimately fell short. It appears that the negotiations can be entrusted entirely to Chancellor Adelaide. With nothing to occupy my hands, I sipped on herbal tea and surveyed my surroundings. However, it's truly remarkable how so many individuals can be crammed into this narrow conference room. The venue for this peace negotiation is the only city hall in Lisbon, located in the city of Carrera, which in essence is my home. The conference room, established by the city hall, is naturally cramped and rudimentary, equipped only with the bare minimum of functionality. Nevertheless, those gathered in the conference room are all significant figures. First and foremost is the representative of the kingdom, Chancellor Adelaide, who holds the position of the kingdom's plenipotentiary ambassador. Or so it seems. Besides her, there are the generals of the royal army, noble honorary titles assigned by the Chancellor, also the supreme commander of the Lisbon Rescue Forces, as well as bishops. Among others as for the representatives from Count Diesel's side, they include the Count's agent and several knights, along with the chief accountant of the Diesel family. Frankly speaking, compared to the kingdom's representatives, most of these individuals hold little status. However, among them is one VIP of great significance, Alexei. I shifted my gaze toward Alexei, who met my eyes with a challenging stare. Yet, due to her wearing the full black helmet she had donned on the battlefield, I could not discern her expression apart from the eyes visible through the slit. Notably, she was dressed in a simple gown. Coupled with that full-face helmet, she appeared entirely like a suspicious character. It seems she is attending this meeting not as the former Emperor Alexei, but rather in her capacity as the leader of the mercenary group. I couldn't help but wonder, is this truly appropriate? Nevertheless, should a member of the Holy Empire's royal family inadvertently make an appearance here, it would spell disaster. Furthermore, the decision to conceal her identity and affiliation from the outset likely stems from a compelling reason. This is what one might refer to as an irregular unit. They do not seem inclined to appear in public. Given this, it would be wise not to readily divulge their affiliations. Next, we shall discuss other demands. Chancellor Adelaide continued, seemingly oblivious to the subtle tension between Alexei and myself, as she passionately delivered her address. It is perfectly acceptable to leave this negotiation work entirely in her capable hands. Not only is she reliable, but her physical presence is also quite commanding. She truly embodies my ideal superior. I seriously felt the urge to weep. For the next span of time, the meeting proceeded under a solemn atmosphere. With an intensity akin to plucking the hairs from one's rear, Chancellor Adelaide presented a myriad of demands to Count Diesel's household. Even when the representative from the opposing side refused, he employed his silver tongue to force through his points, which was indeed fearsome. However, since the main force of the Count's army has been shattered, they cannot adopt an overly aggressive stance. In contrast, our own reinforcements, sent to rescue Lisbon, remain largely intact. Although the reinforcements did not arrive in time for the battle, they have proven invaluable during these negotiations. Had our remaining combat power consisted solely of my troops, the negotiations would likely not have proceeded so smoothly. Excellent, excellent. This is a highly meaningful transaction. After presenting a series of demands, Chancellor Adelaide nodded in satisfaction. Yet almost immediately, he adopted a serious expression and fixed a stern gaze upon the representative of the Count's household. However, should you present us with mere empty promises, we would find ourselves in quite a predicament. To ensure the fulfillment of our agreement, we require guarantees. Do you comprehend? Are you suggesting hostages? The Count's agent hesitated, his expression troubled. In this world, it is common for the defeated side to offer hostages to the victors. Yet selecting suitable candidates is no simple task. An unsuitable individual cannot serve as a hostage. Yet surrendering someone of merit could adversely affect the family's operations if there were underage legitimate heirs. The situation would be more straightforward, but aside from Karina, all of Count Diesel's daughters have already reached adulthood. It would seem logical to use Karina in such a capacity. Karina has been disowned, so she cannot serve as a hostage. Regrettably, it appears she has indeed been cast out. After all, she had fled in the heat of battle and had interfered with a one-on-one duel. Present such a person as a hostage would undoubtedly be perceived as an affront. However, this does present an unexpected stroke of fortune. Being disowned means that Karina is now free and can be openly courted to join our side. Therefore, I propose using her sister, Roswitha, as a hostage. What do you think? Using Count Diesel. I couldn't help but retort. She had technically returned to the Count's household through a prisoner exchange, although the Count's household had announced her death in battle. They ultimately suffered defeat that, at this point, it is futile to maintain a fa of strength. Thus they have retracted their announcement. Now, she bears the burden of defeat and remains sequestered in contemplation. Given the turn of events, my sister must relinquish her position as head of the household. In the near future, her eldest daughter is slated to inherit the Count's title. I can only imagine that my sister would find her stay in the territory to be excruciating. It would be preferable for you all to take her in.ic. That makes sense. This is effectively an act of practical banishment. However, she remains a formidable hostage. After all, she was once the head of the household and should be more aware of her family's internal matters than anyone else. Should the Count's household betray her, she might divulge unfavorable intelligence to us. The risk is not insignificant. Very well. Chancellor Adelaide cast a glance in my direction that I nodded, and she shifted her gaze back to the Count's agent. Excellent, I accept this proposal. Thus concluded the peace negotiations. What we secured was a 10-year non-aggression pact, a substantial sum in compensation, the abolition of tariffs and tolls between Lisbon and the Count's territory, and a favorable outcome for the father-daughter duo. Though we did not gain any territory, even if we were to carve out a piece from the Count's lands, it would effectively become an enclave due to the intervening mountains, rendering it difficult to govern. Such land is better left unclaimed from the outset. With that, the negotiations with the Count's side have been resolved. However, the issue lies with Alexei. She wreaked havoc on the battlefield, yet has faced no repercussions, which is utterly unacceptable. While it is unthinkable to demand her life as recompense, we must extract some form of compensation from her. After the negotiations concluded, the representatives from Count Diesel's household departed the conference room. However, Alexei, also known as Kronberg, along with members of the Kronberg mercenary group, remained in the room. That it seems they are not intending to leave Lisbon nonchalantly. If possible, I wish for everyone except Albert and Adelaide to depart. However, that may not be feasible. She mused that of course not. The general replied sternly, his face set in a firm expression. Adelaide and the others had undoubtedly already discerned Clarenberg's true identity. At this point, it was far too late to conceal the truth. I suppose that is the case. Then there's nothing we can do. Alexia sighed, removing her helmet to reveal a dignified and noble visage adorned with ears resembling those of a lion. She was a lion beastkin. The waist of her gown was complemented by a long tail that forked at the end. Her beautiful golden hair was fluffy and soft, resembling a lion's mane from certain angles. Speaking of manes, one typically associates this feature with male lions. However, do female lions in this world also possess manes? If it were a remarkably skilled substitute, perhaps it could deceive our eyes, but you must indeed be the genuine Her Majesty Alexia. She remarked, it has been 2 years since we last met, Adelaide. You remain as capable as ever, which is truly admirable. So, what say you? Would you consider joining the Holy Empire? I have reserved a position for you as the Imperial Chancellor. It seems you are not a substitute. I must, of course, decline. Chancellor Adelaide wore an expression akin to having consumed a whole batch of bitter herbs, shaking her head. It appeared they were familiar with one another, being significant figures from neighboring nations. After all, they must have encountered each other on numerous diplomatic occasions. What a peculiar individual, the general whispered in my ear, his expression one of revulsion at what he had witnessed. It was indeed an unusual act to attempt to poach under such circumstances. She even asked me if I would like to align myself with the Empire. I, of course, refused at a wise judgment. Working under such a superior would lead to ruin before any betrayal could even occur. This observation was quite subtle, and I wholeheartedly concurred. Given the current situation, a preamble is unnecessary. Let us get straight to the point. What exactly are your intentions in intervening in this war? As I mentioned to Albert, I happened to hear rumors about the Galera Knight during my travels, and I wish to ascertain his true capabilities. Your reason for joining the fray has left us perplexed. The damage you have caused us is nearly threefold what we anticipated. Though I felt a surge of anger, I managed to suppress it without revealing my irritation. I heard you mention Mithril on the battlefield. My future fiancé. Your hearing is quite acute. We are not married. The Chancellor narrowed her eyes. exuding an intimidating aura. Since you have overheard, there's no helping why spies dispatched to your territory have discovered mithril deposits within the realm of Lisbon. Allowing the border lords to monopolize such strategic resources contradicts my intentions, which is why I chose to intervene and stake my claim. Indeed, there's an underlying motive. Yet, this is hardly surprising. The position of the former emperor is not one attained by mere happenstance. Regarding the source of this intelligence, the general inquired with a skeptical gaze. After all, we had only recently learned of the mithril. The fact that it had already leaked to a foreign adversary was quite alarming. I will, of course, maintain silence that I suspected as much. The general nodded, though his expression bore no hint of disappointment. The mere fact that Alexia possessed this information was sufficient to narrow down potential suspects. It was more than enough to serve as leverage against Duke Olai. However, regardless of the circumstances, we have lost. We must bear the corresponding responsibility. Alexia cast me a sidelong glance before crossing her arms. Her voluptuous figure was prominently displayed above my arms, and I nearly murmured, "So grand." That being said, I can only take responsibility as the leader of the mercenary group, Crone, rather than as the former emperor. Alexia, engaging in combat with officials directly under the king of Galera and subsequently suffering defeat, would only lead to detrimental consequences for both parties, would it not? After all, this incident was incited by royalty. A single misstep could ignite a full-scale war between the kingdom and the Holy Empire. While regional disputes could be manageable, should it escalate into a total war, the losses would far outweigh any gains. Both nations would likely wish to avoid such a situation. I believe so. Chancellor Adelaide also crossed her arms, seemingly prepared to oppose me. Although Alexia's figure was striking enough to command attention, Adelaide was not lacking in appeal either. And my thoughts began to drift toward more lascivious notions. After all, it was quite challenging to address one's physiological needs on the battlefield. The best I can offer is probably only a consolation payment. Moreover, it would be an unofficial consolation. Such a handling method should be deemed appropriate. I nodded. While money cannot restore life, I still wish to acquire whatever I could. These consolation payments might serve as compensation for the families of the fallen or as principal for pensions for the wounded soldiers. If possible, I would prefer their heads, especially that magician's. Although I believed he would be unable to fight normally after losing his legs, one can never be too cautious that if he were to act out of vengeance and launch a suicidal attack, the damage could be catastrophic. I had subtly proposed this beforehand. Yet Alexia vehemently shook her head in refusal, her demeanor reflecting an undeniable resolve. While it was regrettable, it was also unavoidable. I apologize. Alexia bowed her head in apology before continuing. No, I truly feel remorseful. Both you and I have lost many excellent subordinates due to this incident. It is an unbearable loss. As you have pointed out, I appear to be someone who can only be criticized as incompetent. Oh, seeing Alexia bow her head deeply in apology once more, I couldn't help but reassess her. I had not anticipated this admirable side of her. Well, it is done now, so there is no point in dwelling on it. I shall utilize this experience for our next endeavor. No, this simply wouldn't do. Her ability to shift her mood was far too swift. While rapid emotional transitions could be considered a virtue for a military officer, setting that aside, I still found it quite distasteful. However, merely this is still too troubling. After all, sincerity cannot be purchased with money. You must demonstrate an attitude that reflects your sincerity, Chancellor Adelaide asserted, her words echoing with an undercurrent reminiscent of the underworld. Indeed, you make a valid point. No, you are absolutely correct. After all, I wish to maintain a certain level of amicable relations with you in the future. It seemed this woman had not yet abandoned her attempts to win us over. Perhaps it was time to give up? Then, how about this? As an individual, I shall grant you one wish. Should you desire me to endure a beating, I shall do so without resistance. If you wish for me to bow my head, I shall comply obediently. Alexia clapped her hands, rising with the demeanor of one who had just conceived a splendid idea. In my capacity as a public figure, that is to say, as the former emperor of the Holy Empire, I cannot acquiesce to any request that would harm the nation. However, if it falls within the scope of what I can agree to as a private individual, I shall grant any request you may have. How does that sound? How does that sound? Please refrain from presenting conditions that leave one at a loss for how to respond. Adelaide, what do you intend to do? Suddenly being told anything goes left me quite perplexed. If I were to request a striptease, would she comply? It seemed plausible. After all, the women in this world appeared rather unconcerned about shedding their garments, whereas men clad in nothing but undergarments would be subjected to scorn. If you were to inquire whether I had any interest in a striptease by the former emperor, I would certainly be intrigued, but formally requesting such a thing would undoubtedly label me a pervert. Moreover, feeling excited by this individual would evoke a sense of inexplicable frustration. Despite her striking appearance, her personality was utterly abominable. Chancellor Adelaide appeared quite troubled, contemplating before leaning in closer to my ear. Speaking in a voice inaudible to the former emperor, to be honest, I detest this person that I wish to take this opportunity to show him a bit of color. I share your sentiment. This individual carries a demeanor of utter ease, even during retreat. I would relish the opportunity to see that smug expression twist in dismay. It seems you have accumulated quite a bit of frustration. Chancellor Adelaide remarked with the eyes of one observing a pitiable creature. This was hardly surprising. After all, this individual had caused the demise of several of my subordinates. Moreover, even if this individual were to lose, he would exhibit no signs of discontent. Although he has clearly triumphed, he does not seem to experience any sense of victory. This greatly vexes me, Dada. I can understand your sentiments. However, this might be a splendid opportunity. Perhaps striking him with a hand chop wouldn't be amiss, that I feel that even if I were to strike him, it would likely have little effect. After all, he is the very one who endured Sonia's flying kick, yet remains sprightly. Even if I were to cast enhancement magic upon him and deliver a solid punch, I am uncertain of the outcome. Perhaps it would be wiser to pursue a path that instills fear within him. As long as it is within my personal capacity, you can certainly agree to my request, correct? Of course that I am a man of my word. Then please, sever a finger. The ring finger on your non-dominant hand will suffice. This is reminiscent of the underworld's ways. If I wish for him to acknowledge his wrongdoing, this should be the most effective method. The Chancellor, Adelaide, emitted a faint whimper of distress. Such a reaction is commendable. Even Alexia, upon facing this demand, would likely struggle to maintain her composure. If it were the thumb, one would be unable to wield a sword. If it were the pinky, it would be quite difficult to grip a sword. In this regard, the impact of losing the ring finger is relatively limited. That it would be difficult to refuse under the pretext of official duties. I see. You have considered this thoroughly, that I initially believed this. Yet for some inexplicable reason, the late emperor responded with an exuberant tone. The autonomy in willingly severing a finger, along with the irreversible nature of such an act, is quite ideal in terms of accountability. If a single ring finger can mend your relationship with them, that cost is quite reasonable. Very well, prepare a short sword for me. This fellow invincible. Observing Alexia's beaming expression, I couldn't help but think so. The officials from the kingdom and the mercenary group, the royal guards, began to murmur amongst themselves. From her demeanor, there was no indication of bravado or pretense. This must be a heartfelt declaration. My calculations have been thwarted. This infuriates me immensely. I truly despise this individual, Dunno. If you are willing to say so, I am quite satisfied and I understand the late emperor's sincerity. I sincerely apologize for making such a provocative suggestion. In an attempt to gain a psychological advantage, I threw out such an extreme statement, but if she remains unfazed, I shall be the one to lose. On the contrary, Alexia would garner higher praise for her unflappable demeanor. This simply will not do. I promptly retracted my proposal. Both sides exhaled in relief. However, Alexia herself bore an expression of dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, I'm the one who must bear the responsibility. Without punishment, I cannot accept it. Bring me the short sword. I'm willing to sever a finger immediately. Wah! Even if I lose, I implore you, spare me. The higher-ups from the opposing side glared at me with expressions that seemed to say, "It's all your fault for speaking out. You're only able to afford to lose just one finger because you possess a position of protection. Frankly, I even consider demanding the heads of all of you." To put it simply, you wish to make a request that would elicit a scream from that woman, correct? Observing my utterly distressed demeanor, Chancellor Adelaide spoke softly. "I have an idea. After stating this, the Chancellor shared his suggestion with me. Will this really work? I do not know. However, it has proven effective with my cat. That creature is a lion beast man, so I suppose it belongs to the feline family, does it not? Chancellor Adelaide, I had no idea you and cat. Once we return to the capital, I wonder if I might have a chance to pet it. Lately, my mental state has been rather unstable, and I find myself yearning for some animal therapy. Aside from the ears, tail, and vigor, beastmen are not much different from humans, are they? I pouted as I said this, yet I had no other good ideas. With no alternatives, I stood and cleared my throat. Then let us proceed according to the initial proposal. I shall strike you. This should leave little room for resentment. After hearing the rumors of you severing someone's finger, I find this method of assuming responsibility rather dismissive. However, if you truly do not mind, I have no further objections. Alexia stated with a somewhat troubled expression, then approached me, opening her arms wide. Come, you may strike at any time. Then I shall not hold back. I flashed a mischievous smile and circled to her rear. Beneath Alexia's skirt, there lay a tail resembling that of a lion. I struck down upon the area above that tail, precisely between her back and posterior. Ah! Alexia emitted a curious sound. I should not have applied sufficient force to cause her pain. It worked. Do it again, the Chancellor exclaimed with delight. Since it proved effective, I decided to administer a few more strikes. I rhythmically tapped Alexia's waist, and her body responded by lifting upwards as if requesting me to continue. Chancellor Adelaide remarked that gently tapping the base of a cat's tail would elicit such a reaction. I found it amusing and continued to strike the late Emperor's waist, but she could no longer endure it. She turned to grasp my shoulders. The strength of her grip caused me a slight discomfort. And no, I apologize, but could you please cease? If this continues, I shall not be able to hold back. Her face flushed, saliva lingered at the corners of her mouth, and her breathing grew rapid. The composed expression she bore moments ago had completely vanished. Although the objective was achieved, the atmosphere seemed rather precarious. Her gaze had lost all focus. Though it may be too late to mention it now, is it truly possible for such actions to provoke such a reaction? I am sorry. I became rather carried away at no. That is not the case. However, this was your request, so I shall not cease. Her manner of addressing me shifted from you to you. This fellow, indicating that she was indeed angered. I pondered this, yet the late Emperor said nothing further and returned to her seat. The surrounding official from the royal guard regarded me with expressions that seemed to ask, is this fellow serious? Moreover, their gazes carried an undercurrent of desire. What on earth have I done? Thereafter, the meeting concluded in an awkward atmosphere. Feeling fatigued, I lingered in the backyard of the official residence. Lost in thought, the backyard, surrounded by a moat and walls, was devoid of people, creating a conducive environment for relaxation. However, due to the former official, Emperor Ernest, having departed with the original officials, the residence itself often felt empty. Speaking of Emperor Ernest, it seems he has been arrested. It is said he was brought to trial and executed on the same day. Even though our country is governed by man, such immediate executions are not common. Regardless of how one looks at it, it is evidently Duke Orion's swift action to silence him. Truly, it is troublesome how quick he is to act in matters such as this. The direct superior of Emperor Ernest sent a rather substantial consolation fee, which is exceedingly vexing. Had the amount been paltry, I might have pursued it further. Sigh. Although the war has concluded, the worries persist unabated. I must return to the capital in the coming days to report on this matter, and my spirits are exceedingly heavy. Nonetheless, I am quite pleased to be able to rest at home, that I've found it. Just as I was lost in thought, someone suddenly pounced from behind, pressing down on my back with her exaggeratedly large bosom. The individual atop me was so tall that I felt as if I might be crushed under her weight. Alexia. I turned to the side, and there was the woman with a classically beautiful face. However, her cheeks were flushed, and her breathing was rather rapid. Clearly in an excited state, I immediately attempted to escape, but my body was firmly pinned down, rendering me immobile. This reaction too much. You were the one who enticed me first. Enticed? What on earth is she talking about? At the very least, I can ascertain that she's not referring to an invitation for a meal or a jog together. Rather, it is safe to say that she is alluding to an invitation for something more intimate under the cover of night. Even as a virgin, I can perceive the atmosphere and expression she exudes that it is abundantly clear what she desires from me. Indeed, in front of so many people, I was indeed taken aback. However, it was not unpleasant. In fact, it aligns with my preferences. I shall accept your challenge. In front of so many people. Are you referring to that action of striking my waist? Ah, I see now that her reaction to that action was such. It seems the sense of danger I felt at that moment was not merely an illusion, that I have indeed stepped on a tiger's tail. However, this individual is not a tiger, but a lion beast man. To be precise, what do you mean? Were you unaware? Beast men who are tigers and lions will enter heat if the base of their tail is struck. In other words, this implies a desire for intimacy. I sincerely wish she would refrain from uttering such words in that sultry tone. Though this fellow's personality is utterly despicable, his visage and physique are undeniably captivating. Having just emerged from battle, my desires are already aflame, and should this continue, the situation could spiral out of control. Indeed, I have no idea. So please, spare me. I hail from a Drago nation, the kingdom of Galeria. Of course, the kingdom of Galeria is also home to numerous beast folk. But they are predominantly commoners. I could be considered the lowest tier of the noble class. Hence my limited exposure to such matters. Do you not realize that this is no longer of consequence to me? I should have mentioned that I will show no mercy. Ugh. Suddenly, Alexia pressed her nose against my neck and inhaled deeply. She lingered in that position for a considerable time before finally withdrawing, exhaling with a sense of intoxication. But how peculiar. There is a scent of arousal. You, the lecherous knight, are excited as well, aren't you? Ugh! From her an overwhelming fragrance of pheromones emanated, enough to render one dizzy. No. Expecting me to remain indifferent is an unreasonable demand. Her voluptuous, tantalizing form pressed against my back, and her sultry voice whispered incessantly in my ear. This is intolerable. This is dire. If we continue like this, I sense that we shall soon be interrupted. So I shall endure for the time being. However, do look forward to the night. I shall drive you to madness until dawn. This cannot be allowed. Your Majesty, are you not married? Engaging in such acts with a married woman is inappropriate. After all, producing an heir is one of the essential duties of the nobility. As a former emperor of a great nation, it is implausible that she lacks a spouse. I find it difficult to fathom. Do not call me your Majesty. Refer to me as Alexia. She refuted my assertion in a petulant tone. Shaking her head, I should have mentioned that I want you to be my husband. I have no husband because I refuse to bear children with weak men, hence I have consistently rejected matchmaking. Ultimately, my sister expelled me from the kingdom, stating that since I am so particular, I should find a husband myself. She even said she would temporarily safeguard my crown, forbidding my return until I produce an heir. What? To be honest, I initially thought seeking a consort would be a mere side task. But it appears that fate indeed exists. I never anticipated finding such a perfect male. She spoke. Alexia slipped her hand into my collar. Nicholas's physique was somewhat lacking, failing to ignite my interest. Ha, but you are different. Your form seems designed to incite my desires. Chest. Oh wow. Just as I was becoming aroused, the thought of that bothersome and detestable woman ignited my fury. I seized her, now completely relaxed, and hurled her away. She crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. I immediately lunged at her, locking her joints. You, who consider yourself a predatory being, dare to take liberties with me unilaterally. It is precisely for this reason that you leave yourself vulnerable. You fool! Alexia attempted to wriggle free from my grasp. But even with her beast-folk strength, once I had her joints locked, she was at a loss. The more she struggled, the more painful it became. Accept your fate? I shouted, suppressing her relentless writhing. Just how much do you intend to provoke me before you relent? My desire for you only grows. Yet, rather than ceasing her resistance, Alexia began to struggle with renewed vigor. I endeavored to maintain my hold, but ultimately, with a resounding pop, her right shoulder dislocated. For the sake of violating you, I would sacrifice an arm or two. I truly did not anticipate she would go to such lengths. As her shoulder dislocated, I inadvertently loosened my grip on her. At this juncture, there was no recourse. The disparity in weight and strength was too great, and in an instant, I found myself pinned to the ground. Although I said I would wait until nightfall, it seems that is no longer feasible. Worry not. Having one's first experience outdoors can be quite thrilling, no? I do not despise being subjected to such matters. But her conduct is utterly atrocious. Had she maintained some semblance of cleanliness, I might have considered her a rival or a friend. Alas, she is not that sort of person. After all, the day after she claimed responsibility for senseless deaths, she devolved into this abominable state. I can never forgive her. In seeking to reverse this situation, all I wish is to sever her throat. Even a resilient lion beast folk would likely suffer a fatal wound from such a bite. What if it escalated into a situation akin to the Sarajevo incident? Yet, I refuse to be a mere victim. I grappled with this dilemma. Two faces emerged in my mind. My former swordsmanship master from a past life, and my mother in this one. The master once said, "In times of confusion, test with your chest first." My mother also advised, regardless of the opponent, if they underestimate you, eliminate them. The course of action is set. Ugh. That being said, the disparity in physical capabilities between a mere human and a lion beast folk is vast. My only opportunity lies in the fleeting enhancement provided by body reinforcement magic. Furthermore, even with such an enhancement, in direct confrontation, a mere human remains no match for the opponent, a lamentable truth that I attempted to create an opening through my struggles. Yet Alexia easily subdued me with one hand. Her perfectly sculpted face drew near, obstructing my lips. Such a sweet taste, simply delightful. What are you doing, Princess Aquin? Alexia released her lips, bursting into laughter, but at that moment, a voice reprimanding her rang out. I swiftly turned towards the source of the voice, discovering a man seated in a wooden wheelchair. His doll-like, perfectly symmetrical face bore a clear expression of anger. I had thought you would refrain from employing such tactics. It seems I overestimated your virtues. The male magician exuded an aura of wrath that even someone accustomed to the battlefield, like myself, found somewhat startling. He glared at Alexia, who was straddling me. If you intend to continue your reckless behavior, I will not hold back. Regardless of whether you are a sovereign or a commander, without the protection of enchanted armor, being struck by wind blades or fireballs would surely lead to your demise. Would it not? Cease this. Even I could be caught in the crossfire. Do you wish to save her or eliminate her? Choose one. That young lady likely believes it better to be killed than to be sullied by an enemy, that I have heard that male knights live by such principles. The male magician spoke with a seriousness that was quite unsettling. Even Alexia appeared somewhat paralyzed with fear. The attendant pushing the male magician's wheelchair exchanged anxious glances with us and the magician. I recalled there being no male attendants in my family's estate. Is this fellow also one of Alexia's subordinates? No, I apologize. After a moment of mutual glaring, it was Alexia who first capitulated. She hurriedly rose and reached out her hand towards me, that I did not take her hand but instead stood on my own. I meticulously wiped my lips while distancing myself from Alexia. She displayed a clear expression of being struck down. Despite having been thoroughly beaten by me on the battlefield, she could still maintain a cheeky demeanor. Yet now, she was visibly affected by this incident. To be honest, I did feel I had gained something from that kiss. Nevertheless, the fact remains that I nearly faced violation. Thus, as a pure knight, I cannot relinquish the appearance of disdain. After all, I am a man living within the confines of noble society. I cannot be perceived as a lecher. Thank you for saving me, that I merely acted in accordance with my conscience. After casting a glance at me, the male magician spoke in a cold tone. After all, I'm the one who shot through the legs of this man, even if he is unaware of this fact. Simply knowing I am the leader of those who took his legs would naturally evoke strong aversion. How to put it, Alexia seemed to have regained her composure. She displayed an unusual level of embarrassment, as if she wished to say something. However, the male magician interrupted her with a sharp "no excuses." In any case, I doubt Lord Albud would wish to see your face right now, to be frank. Neither do, I doubt, if you wish to make excuses. It would be better to wait until we are both calm. No. Personally, I believe that Alexia's current state of turmoil presents a splendid opportunity, and I yearn to leverage this chance to compel her to acquiesce to my various demands. However, The one currently in control of the situation is this man. After all, he saved my life, so it would be inappropriate for me to act on my own. That is true. What I did to you was indeed excessive. I apologize after bowing her head in regret. Alexia shook her dislocated right arm and turned to leave the backyard. She appeared somewhat dejected, more so than I had anticipated. I too had experienced moments where desire drove me to act in ways I later deeply regretted, like impulsively purchasing an expensive adult game that did not align with my preferences. Is her current state of mind akin to what I felt back then? I never expected her to be this kind of person. That I had initially praised her ladylike demeanor. The male magician watched Alexia depart with a heavy sigh. I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Nicholas Balza, a magician serving in Lord Crown's mercenary group. I am Albert Blondin. I redirected my gaze back to the male magician and shook hands with Mr. Nicholas. His palm was remarkably soft, in stark contrast to mine, which had become callous from wielding a sword for too long. Moreover, he was quite handsome. He must be quite popular among women. Soldiers returning from the battlefield invariably become rough around the edges. Their rationality dulls, and they may resort to excessive violence as a defense mechanism of the mind, rendering some of their behaviors beyond their control. Noticing his unabashed disdain for Alexia, I spoke up. Although she had indeed wronged me, she had just returned from the battlefield to some extent. Her actions were also a product of her circumstances. Furthermore, it seemed I had inadvertently triggered her desires. I could not merely assume the role of a victim. I too understood. Those who have just returned from war often struggle to adapt to a peaceful environment, thus increasing the likelihood of problematic behavior. To prevent such occurrences, substantial support from the military and government, as well as understanding from those around them, is essential. Lacking these elements could lead to situations reminiscent of the Vietnam veterans depicted in renowned films. Of course, this does not mean we can excuse all actions. If one commits a crime, they must face the consequences. You are remarkably composed. Despite being treated in such a manner, I have grown accustomed to such encounters. Upon hearing this, Nicholas's gaze softened somewhat. Actually, I did not happen upon this place by chance. I came specifically to find you. The development of events suddenly took a strange turn. This man and I should be meeting for the first time, yet he sought me out for revenge? How troublesome. The customary rules regarding peace talks prohibit the carrying of weapons, so I was unarmed. Given Alexia's earlier actions, I should have worn my sword during the meeting, at least during the break. It is rare to find men in combat roles. I thought you might share similar experiences with me. Experiences? It seemed she was not inclined to discuss any perilous topics, which relieved me. Surely there are many, such as sacrificing one's body to gain promotions. Indeed, to be honest, such instances were not uncommon. The Chancellor of Adelaide, who could be satisfied merely by a touch, was even considered somewhat refined. He had directly invited me to bed more than once. Yet, my chastity remained intact, thanks in part to the support of the Chancellor and the Count of Sulawesi from Sonia's homeland the power of connections. I oppose this status quo. Thus, we are advocating for the liberation of men from being viewed as mere appendages to women. Joining a mercenary group is part of this movement. Oh dear, the atmosphere seemed to take a turn for the worse. The individual behind me is also a comrade in this movement, although we belong to different nations. I believe you share similar sentiments. We hope for your assistance. I could understand what he was trying to convey. However, my thoughts were rooted in the military mindset of a democratic nation. The belief that soldiers should not meddle in politics was deeply ingrained. Yet, in a feudal society where territories were run by soldiers, knights, nobles, speaking such words was merely a fool's dream. Regardless, I was reluctant to involve myself with ideologues, no matter how commendable their beliefs. As a soldier, my duty was to safeguard the safety and property of the citizens, and as an organizer, my role was to ensure my subordinates had food to eat. If I became too engrossed in reform and neglected my original responsibilities, it would be a misstep. Moreover, these individuals were from another nation. While I was grateful for their assistance in a time of crisis, I would prefer they sought help elsewhere. That said, outright refusal also frightened me. They were powerful magicians, while I was empty-handed. For now, I should change the subject to buy some time. To be honest, I am surprised we have done things for which you could justifiably harbor resentment. Yet you are willing to speak such words. I inquired, glancing at Nicholas's feet. Below his right knee was missing, having been blown off by my gun. After all, that was a hunting rifle meant for large beasts. If it hit a vital spot, even a bear could be taken down in one shot. Its power was excessive even against humans. Had I aimed for his torso, I could have certainly eliminated him. Indeed, I lost a leg because of you that I cannot say I feel no resentment. However, Nicholas averted his gaze, his expression tinged with melancholy. Even such a gesture was executed with grace. This beautiful youth was truly remarkable. Almost like a painting that I have dreams as well that fulfill those dreams. I shall let go of the resentment over a mere leg. Dreams that are dreams, a word not easily cast aside. After all, I had died once yet continued to chase after the lofty aspirations of a soldier. I understood his feelings. Alas, I was unaware of what his dreams entailed. If he merely sought to support me quietly from behind, that would be fine. But if he expected me to provide funding or troops, I would refuse without hesitation. Such a level of resonance was too cheap for me. But wait, could they truly lack any value and support? Upon further reflection, there were typical elements of danger that in the military-political landscape of the Holy Empire. Women were likely in charge. Under such circumstances, pursuing radical reforms would inevitably invite backlash. With the right incitement, an intriguing situation could potentially arise. Yes, this idea holds promise. For now, I should be cautious not to be led into a trap. Respond appropriately, and later discuss matters with Chancellor Adelaide. There was no need for me to take the lead. Such significant issues were best left to my superiors. I see. You possess such grand ambitions. I, Albert, am truly impressed, if convenient. May I inquire further? After dealing with various chores, I returned to my chamber and lay on my bed, letting out a deep sigh. The tea was already late at night. Dinner had been served in the form of a peace treaty commemoration party. However, despite being a party, the atmosphere was rather dismal. With victors and vanquished seated at the same table, to be honest, my mood was quite heavy. Yet this was customary, so there was little I could do. I had also reported the matters concerning Alexia and Nicholas to Chancellor Adelaide. Upon realizing that my suggestion had placed me in a precarious position, the Chancellor appeared quite flustered. I merely intended to play a harmless prank. Yet I never anticipated that the lion beastmen would possess such tendencies. That I am truly sorry. Yes, he repeatedly bowed in apology. I felt remiss not to forgive him that in truth, I had discovered the enemy's weaknesses because of this. So whether this incident was good or bad, I deemed it fortunate. Moreover, I had learned of Nicholas's intentions. He seemed to believe that men are looked down upon because they cannot fight. His perspective held some truth. The notion that those incapable of combat lack a voice had persisted for a long time in my previous world. His current objective appeared to be the establishment of a male-centric power organization within the empire. Through this organization, he aimed to support Alexia's plan for unifying the empire, thus gaining a voice. While this idea itself is not flawed, whether it can be executed smoothly remains uncertain. Regardless, should Alexia seriously pursue her unification plan, this nation would undoubtedly descend into chaos. Consequently, it would significantly impact the neighboring nation of Galeria to gather intelligence. Placing a dialogue partner within the enemy camp is not a bad strategy at all. Let us set aside the question of whether actual assistance is to be provided. It is my conclusion, along with that of Prime Minister Adelaide, that continuous communication between both parties is essential. That said, an overwhelming series of events today leaves me utterly fatigued. Despite being tempted by the lascivious orc, igniting a raging fire within my body, my mind insists that I should hasten to bed. As I grapple with this dilemma, while selecting a bottle of wine for a pre-sleep indulgence, I am suddenly startled by a series of knocks at the window. Without uttering a word, I swiftly don the sword belt hanging by the wall. The knocking does not emanate from the door, but rather from the window. The sound carries a hint of apprehension, albeit intermittent. This room is situated on the second floor. Thus, a visitor appearing in my window in the dead of night is likely no ordinary individual. The window of this official residence is not adorned with expensive glass, but fitted with sturdy shutters, rendering any view of the outside impossible. Mindful of the potential for the shutters to be forcibly breached, I take care not to stand directly in front of the window while my hand instinctively reaches for the hilt of my dagger. Who goes there? It is that manner of self-reference is unfamiliar to me. State your name. My knowledge The only one who refers to herself in such a manner is Her Majesty, the late Emperor Alexia. Yet, I deliberately posed the question, partly to provoke her eye, are by the way, the cadre of the Kren Mercenary Corps, led by Her Majesty Alexia, is currently residing in the opulent mansions of the town as elite. I have no desire to share a roof with that fool of an emperor, hence I concocted a flimsy excuse to have them all sent away. It is Alexia, I see. Have you come to mount a nocturnal assault? Now that I mention it, she did indicate that her formal engagement would commence at night. Does she intend to drive me to madness until dawn? I find myself quite intrigued if we were devoid of any positional concerns. I would even wish to kneel before her, pleading for her to allow me to do so. However, reality is often cruel. Not at all that I have come to apologize. There is no need to open the window. Even if you merely listen to my words, I would be grateful to, her sincerity is rather commendable that I reflect on this with a hint of admiration. Alexia did not attend tonight's banquet, claiming to be unwell. Yet I suspect it was more about not wanting to reveal her injured state. For an orc, a dislocation should be considered a minor injury. However, even if the joint were to be swiftly reset, her movements would still appear somewhat unnatural. A seasoned knight would undoubtedly notice. She is injured. Listening to you should not pose a problem. I never intended to go that far. Alexia replies in a rather bitter tone. She seems to express regret for her actions. However, it appears I possess a personality that becomes increasingly exhilarated the more one resists. My rationality has truly been cast to the winds that I am sincerely sorry. Is this a trait inherent to carnivorous orcs, or perhaps a unique affliction of returning soldiers? It is possible that both factors contribute to her behavior, though this may serve as an excuse. I must admit that it is the first time I have lost myself to such an extent. While many describe me as free-spirited or capricious, I pride myself on understanding at least the bare minimum of restraint. Is that so? No. Speaking of this now is futile. Coupled with the matters of war, it seems I perpetually engage in actions that irk you. Nevertheless, I genuinely hold affection for you. Only you are worthy of me. I can now affirm this that to treat someone harshly only to apologize with a gentle demeanor is a tactic often employed by abusive husbands. While it is difficult to ascertain whether her behavior is a conscious ploy or an inherent trait, it is undeniably adept. Were I a gullible damsel in a game, I might have immediately flung open the window to enact a reconciliation scene that in truth, even a virgin can be equally naive in such matters. I cannot help but feel that allowing her to come in would not be so bad. How terrifying. Am I too easily deceived? How shall I put it? I am truly sorry to know. Should I say I apologize for instilling fear in you? May I pose a question? What question? You mentioned that I frightened you. Yet during your assault, I felt no fear whatsoever. After all, if my opponent were of such a caliber, I am confident in my ability to turn the tables. This is my honest sentiment. While there is indeed a disparity in physical prowess, Alexia has rendered herself vulnerable through her desires, leaving her full of openings that I possess roughly 70% confidence in my capacity to slay her. You reverse the situation from that state? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing my words, Alexia burst into genuine laughter, not one of derision, but rather one filled with admiration. Truly, indeed, for you are rife with vulnerabilities that I previously mentioned. You regard yourself as the predator, which has bred an overconfidence within you that it is quite simple to take advantage of that. I see. Since you say so, I must truly be full of flaws. Ha ha ha. Indeed, precisely so. Whether one is a lion or a master swordsman, once pride takes hold as it has with you, one becomes no different from an infant. TOC's victory from your grasp would be a trivial matter. While suggesting that Alexia is akin to an infant may be an exaggeration, a small act of retaliation for her behavior seems justifiable. However, even after such a retort, the late emperor shows no sign of anger. Rather, she seems to revel in the exchanged ha ha ha. I apologized. I underestimated you that a man of your caliber could never be so easily frightened. I have indeed been too arrogant. It appears I must learn a touch of humility. You speak wisely. Though I echo her sentiment, Alexia feels she has miscalculated. She is my adversary. If her arrogance were persist, it would make matters easier for me. I comprehend now. In any case, I bear the fault this time. I sincerely apologize to you. Should I decide to assault you again, I shall comport myself more like a lady. I assure you of this. No, please do not assault me again. I cannot acquiesce to that. After all, you are my husband. I must have you, no matter what. Perhaps it would be best to eliminate her. She shows no inclination to reflect upon her actions. However, I concede this time that I shall withdraw gracefully. But do not expect the same leniency next time. Do you understand? Please do not return. Next time, I shall surely kill you. Your words bring me joy. I look forward to it. I see. Since Alexia thrives on resistance. My declaration of I will kill you only serves to invigorate her. Surely, there must be limits to her invincibility. I plead for mercy. Let us conclude for tonight. May I bid you good night? If you do not mind kissing a lead ball. I shall kiss you now. Drawing my pistol from its holster, I cock the hammer. Upon hearing this action, Alexia bursts into laughter. Ha ha ha, merely jesting. Well then, my groom, until we meet again. With that, Alexia leaps from the window frame. I hear the sound of her landing, followed by a cry from someone being kicked away, and Sonia's shout. Sonia? Salahati, impressed against the wall of my room, concentrating all my senses on the sounds emanating from Lord Al's chamber next door. Of course, I still clutch my beloved camera. Lord Al is but a man, and men possess desires, especially on a night like this, following a battle. He is likely to be more open, presenting a splendid opportunity for capturing exquisite photographs. Should any suspicious sounds arise, I must swiftly make my way to the peephole I have previously carved into the wall during my work breaks. That said, there are no signs of such occurrences yet. Like a bug, I cling to the wall, closing my eyes to heighten my hearing. Though I yearn to observe the happenings in the room next door through the peephole, I restrain myself. After all, Lord Al is a master swordsman, with an acute sense of awareness. Should I persist in my peeping without restraint, he would surely catch sight of me. With my eyes closed, I contemplate Lord Al's demeanor following the conclusion of today's meeting. Upon returning from his break, his formal attire bore traces of mud, and he exhibited a peculiar attitude. Something must have transpired. I can surmise the cause of this incident with reasonable accuracy. I fear it was the lecherous cat, the late emperor's concubine, who launched an assault. After the meeting, Alexia abruptly vanished and has not been seen since. It is highly probable that she was accosted by the feline and subsequently repelled by Lord Al. Had I been present at that moment, there would have been no need to trouble Lord Al. Reflecting on this, I am filled with remorse. That time, I was preoccupied with an overwhelming tide of trivial tasks. Scurrying about the estate. It is precisely because such incidents may occur that I yearn to remain by Lord Al's side as much as possible, yet the current lack of personnel prevents me from doing so. Sigh. Although this situation has been managed with some difficulty, I still wish for Lord Al to be perpetually accompanied by a guard. Ideally, I would prefer a trustworthy and seasoned knight in any case. The shortage of manpower is truly dire. If only there were at least one more commander-level individual adept at reading the room, my time spent alongside Lord Al would increase significantly. Just as I was contemplating this, a series of chirping sounds reached my ears from outside. It resembled the sound of someone scaling the wall. I quickly moved away from the wall, placed my camera by my pillow, and drew the short sword I had sheathed at my waist. I silently approached the window. If the intruder were indeed an assassin, the target would most likely be Lord Al. I planned to ambush them as they attempted to enter through the window. The chirping sounds ceased as anticipated, halting near Lord Al's room. Just as the intruder began to unfasten the latch and open the shutters, I heard a knock on the door from the adjacent room. My actions froze in place. No assassin would enter a room after knocking. Could it be? Who is it? It is up. The familiar voice echoed in my ears. As expected, it was the lustful feline. Alexia, my instinct told me she intended to launch a nocturnal assault, so I prepared to rush to Lord Al's room and hurl her out the window. However, after overhearing their conversation, I realized the situation was not as I had presumed. Listening intently to the dialogue between Lord Al and the she-cat, I grasped the unfolding events. As I had suspected, that scum, the late emperor, had seemingly attacked Lord Al during the day. Tonight, it appeared he had come to apologize for his actions. If he wished to express his contrition, he should do so openly. What a perplexing woman she is. Nonetheless, since her sole intention was to apologize, I ought not to interfere. After all, she might present some form of compensation. In any case, she is the former empress of a great nation. Surely, she would not come out a loss. I sheathed my short sword back at my waist. Tonight, I shall take my leave. But may I ask one final question? May I bestow upon you a good night kiss? Yet, Alexia disregarded my goodwill. She first transformed her desires into words, lavishing Lord Al with an extensive monologue, and ultimately intended to depart without offering anything in return. Did she believe I would refrain from forcibly stopping her due to my position? Such behavior is utterly unforgivable. I heard the she-cat leap to the ground. I flung open the window. Confirming that Alexia had landed in the backyard, I propelled myself off the window frame and leaped into the air. Who goes there? Do not think you can leave unscathed. Gah! I descended from the second floor, delivering a fierce kick that struck Alexia mid-air. Caught off guard, she flew like a ball out of course. I had no intention of allowing a mere kick to suffice. I landed in a defensive posture and, like a spring-loaded toy, sprang back up, straddling the fallen Alexia. Ugh, ugh. Are you Sonia of Sulahadi? This is a misunderstanding. I merely came to explain. I will not accept any excuses. I straddled her, delivering a powerful punch to her face without hesitation. I put forth all my strength. There is no need for mercy towards those who would dare to act against Lord Al. Even if it were merely an attempted assault, rumors of Lord Al being accosted could spread. Naturally, Lord Al will ultimately marry me, so even if such rumors circulate, I would not be troubled. Rather, I would find relief in the diminishing presence of such nuisances. Yet, none of that matters now. The most critical concern is Lord Al's reputation. In safeguarding it is my duty as his aide that I cannot allow this woman to return unscathed. Ugh, what a powerful punch. You truly are no ordinary knight. How about becoming my personal guard? Silence. My master is none other than Lord Al. I had no desire to hear the words of that contemptible king, that I simply wished to teach him a lesson. However, if I were to kill him, that would complicate matters. Yet Lord Al has mentioned that a human possesses 215 bones. Even if I were to break one or two, it should still be considered a minor injury. Such a degree should not pose a problem. What good is a goodnight kiss? You lecher, I have never even received such a thing. Indeed, I have yet to experience a kiss from the awake Lord Al. How vexing. That new recruit who was kissed in order to protect Lord Al is truly enviable. Yet, I cannot chastise a soldier willing to sacrifice their life for Lord Al. I can only use this foul cat before me to dispel the jealousy that wells up within my heart. Do you not think you can return to your domain unscathed, you wretched woman? I delivered another punch to Alexia's face. After being thoroughly beaten by Sonia, Alexia was ultimately apprehended by the guards. Although she claimed, I did not enter the room. We merely spoke for a moment. And he suggested I leave. The guards asserted that merely visiting a man's room at such an hour constituted a criminal ACT. As a result, Alexia spent an entire day in the detention center and was eventually compelled to pay a hefty fine. At that time, the accountant of the Crow Mercenary Corps lamented, at this rate, our operational funds will. This incident left a profound impression on me. How arduous it must be to have such a foolish superior. After that incident, several days passed without any major troubles. The details of the agreement were smoothly concluded, and the peace treaty was formally established. Tomorrow, the head of the Earl's household and the Crow Mercenary Corps will embark on their journey home. The aftermath of the war has finally reached a conclusion. Celebrate our victory. Cheers. The ever-cheerful Chancellor Adelaide led the toast, taking a sip from her wooden cup filled with beer and wine. She downed the cheap, sour beer in one go, slamming the cup down on the table with gusto. Ah, delightful. Even the cheapest wine is still a celebratory libation. My spirits soared. We had reserved an izakaya situated in the heart of Carlira City to host a gathering of appreciation. The narrow establishment was packed with my knights, the officers of the Valerie Mercenary Corps, and the dignitaries from the Kingdom of Gallia who attended the peace conference, all enjoying food and drink together. Although this establishment may be somewhat humble for a major nation, there is no better place in Lisbon, so we had no choice. Chancellor Adelaide herself remarked, the essence of drinking lies not in where one drinks. but with whom, expressing no complaints regarding the establishment's caliber. In this regard, she truly exemplifies the qualities of a superior, by the way. Not only those present, but we also distributed numerous barrels of alcohol and temporary bonuses to the lower-ranking soldiers of the Valerie Mercenary Corps. So they should also be celebrating somewhere in town. Oh dear, you have worked hard, Captain Valerie remarked with a cheerful smile. As a mercenary captain, she naturally did not participate in the peace conference. Perhaps due to having rested well, her complexion appeared exceptionally radiant. Thank you. Indeed, it has been a long journey. In contrast, I was utterly exhausted. After all, I had been commanding operations on the front lines from start to finish, then directly transitioned into the peace conference. I had no time to rest, either physically or mentally. You have truly exerted yourself, Al. The results are remarkable. I take great pride in having a subordinate like you. No, this is all thanks to Chancellor Adelaide's assistance. I spoke. I poured more wine into Adelaide's cup. She nodded with a broad smile and took a sip that I watched her drink while pouring the remaining beer from the ceramic jug into my own cup. We engaged in casual conversation for a while. I sliced the roasted goose that lay at the center of the table and took hearty gulps of my drink, although my manner of eating was rather bold. The flavor was quite delectable. Speaking of which, just as I had nearly finished half of the roasted goose, Captain Valerie turned to me and inquired, "What will you do next, Your Excellency, given such a significant achievement? You should receive some reward. Will you continue to serve as the acting governor of Lisbon?" "Well, I doubt they will allow me to continue in that capacity." Yes, the Prime Minister of Adelaide raised his head from his dish of fried beans. He nodded slightly. It has only been about a month since I officially took office as acting officer, and now I'm already facing dismissal. This seems rather hasty, leading a small contingent to defeat an enemy force 5 times stronger, while keeping the populace unharmed. Such an accomplishment is certainly worthy of elevation in rank. I surmise that a portion of the domain of the king will be granted to you. But Lisbon is your territory to defend. It is only logical for you to govern it. I intend to advise His Majesty the King to bestow the land of Lisbon upon you. A sly grin spread across the face of the Prime Minister of Adelaide. For Lisbon harbors veins of mithril. Once I become the lord of this land, the Prime Minister, as my superior, would naturally reap considerable benefits as well. The original plan of Duke Orleans was to lure the enemy into the territory of Lisbon and seize it by defeating them. In effect, I have usurped that strategy. Need it even be said, should I be offered a paltry reward, I might very well resort to treachery. Sonia exclaimed, her face flushed with fervor that I quickly covered her mouth. Such a statement was far too perilous. Both the Prime Minister of Adelaide and Captain Valerie wore wry smiles. It seems Sonia was utterly intoxicated. Her resistance to alcohol is rather weak. A single beer sends her into a state of revelry. It is quite common for her to fall asleep during feasts. Although I had cautioned her not to overindulge, she appears to relish the sensation of inebriation. However, she only transforms into this state during gatherings with comrades. And her drunkenness poses no real danger, so I shall let it be. Ergo, my duties remain unchanged, correct? I clear my throat, regaining my composure to inquire. Being dispatched to various locations in such a short span is no trivial matter. I had only just begun to acclimate to life in Lisbon. Indeed. However, you must return to the royal capital for a time that I have arranged for you to first report the battle's outcomes to His Majesty, after which the territory will be granted to you on the spot. Fear not. We have the wyverns that we should be able to return to Lisbon swiftly. I see. Thank you. How delightful. I am now the lord of a nation and a city. Surely my mother would be pleased for me that I eagerly anticipate returning to the royal capital. That is indeed commendable. Speaking of which, I have a proposal. May I share it with you, Lord Al? Captain Valerie inquired, seemingly gauging my reaction. Judging by his expression, he must have introduced this topic to entice me into discussion. I moistened my lips with beer and nodded, only to listen to you have any intention of recruiting us as regular troops? Alas, due to this war, our numbers have dwindled significantly. Before the recruitment concludes, we are unlikely to find new work. If this continues, we shall struggle to survive the winter. My subordinates are pressing me that I have already compensated the Valerie Mercenary Company far above market rates. Moreover, I have acquired spoils from the Crow Mercenary Company. In terms of finances, even if I were to upgrade the equipment of the entire mercenary group, there should still be a surplus. No. To be frank, some among my subordinates have become quite infatuated with Lord Al. They claim they would follow you even if they left the mercenary company. Should our numbers continue to dwindle, the mercenary group will indeed face the threat of dissolution. Really? I consider my command to be rather poor. I am surprised you would wish to follow such a commander. However, this must be Captain Valerie's flattery. Without war, mercenaries earn no income. Conversely, regular troops receive a steady salary each month. It is only natural for mercenaries to seek to become regular soldiers. Captain Valerie is undoubtedly trying to promote himself at this opportunity. Yet, from employers' perspective, mercenaries who can be dismissed at will are far more convenient. The maintenance costs of regular troops are quite high. Thus, nearly all lords prefer not to exceed the minimum requirement for regular soldiers. Ultimately, hiring mercenaries only when necessary proves to be the most economical approach. Poor command. You jest. You're the one who carries injured recruits to safety. Even though I recognize it as a compliment, being praised so directly is rather embarrassing. I took a silent sip of my drink. Observing my reaction, Prime Minister Adelaide chuckled with delight. Nonetheless, I find this proposal rather appealing. Although we have repelled Count Diesel, the land of Lisbon remains perilous. Relying solely on your knights for defense will prove challenging. Additional manpower is essential. This is indeed true. The threats for barbarians and the lords dispatched by Duke Orleans remain numerous. Even if the war has concluded, maintaining and expanding our military strength is a pressing necessity. Fortunately, we have acquired a significant sum of money. The weakest equipment of the Valerie Mercenary Company can be immediately upgraded. Moreover, they have fought alongside me on the battlefield. They persevered until the very end, even in adverse conditions, and thus they are undeniably trustworthy. Should they be willing to join my side, it would be nothing short of splendid. Indeed, that is a valid point. Captain Valerie, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Very well, leave it to me. I extended my hand, and Captain Valerie returned the gesture with a broad smile. 2 hours into the banquet, everyone was thoroughly intoxicated. Sonia lay sprawled across the table, fast asleep, while Captain Valerie sang a discordant tune amidst the surrounding cheers. And what of our other companion, Prime Minister Adelaide, reeking of alcohol, was pressed closely against me. She caressed my body with lewd gestures, her ample bosom pressing against my back. She murmured, "Your physique remains as splendid as ever. Cease your resistance." What does it matter? What does it matter? Prime Minister Adelaide is a human, unlike the towering, muscular Drago and large beastmen. Her form is slender and supple. With her body pressed against mine, I certainly feel fortunate. I too had indulged to a considerable degree. So although I uttered "Please, don't do that," I made no move to push her away. She is a beauty, with ample physical contact and a reliable business partner. Truly, the Prime Minister is the ideal superior in my eyes, though she would make an ideal spouse. She likely regards me merely as a plaything. How lamentable! If my status were a touch higher, I might have dared to propose to her. Yet even if I did, it is likely I would meet a tragic end. Lord Al. However, the blissful moment did not last long. Suddenly, Sonia sprang up and lunged at Prime Minister Adelaide. In an instant, she flung me aside and embraced the Prime Minister, tumbling to the ground. Ugh, let go of me. Stop it, Guga! Adelaide struggled in Sonia's grasp, but despite her deep slumber, Sonia showed no intention of releasing her. The Prime Minister had unwittingly become her pillow. After all, Sonia is a towering woman, over 190 centimeters tall. Prime Minister Adelaide, being an ordinary human woman, could not possibly escape her clutches, even with minimal resistance. Since this is the case, you shall hold her until she awakens, Adelaide. Drunken Sonia has a tendency to embrace others. I have had several similar experiences with the esteemed Prime Minister. That exquisite sensation of being held is, in truth, quite pleasant. Prime Minister Adelaide, might you wish to trade places with me? No, I must not lose control. I need to maintain my composure. What? Oh dear, someone wake this foolish girl. I will give it a try. I grasped Sonia's shoulders and shook her, yet she merely emitted a peculiar sound, showing no signs of waking. It seems she cannot be roused until her intoxication subsides. Indeed, it appears futile. Curse it! I watched the flustered Prime Minister Adelaide as I drained the remaining wine from my glass. The sight of the two dissimilar figures entwined together evoked a sense of warmth. It was quite amusing that, is this truly acceptable, Brother Shung? The question came from the bare beast man, Valvag. She had lost to me in a duel, becoming my subordinate, and I had heard that she had made significant contributions during this war. Thus, she had joined my knights for this banquet. Until recently, she had been in a corner of the tavern drinking with the knights, but it seemed they had run out of alcohol, and she was now carrying a barrel on her back. Do not worry, for Sonia is gentle and will not suffocate you. Gentle? Gentle? Prime Minister Adelaide and Valvag echoed in unison. No. While she may be a tad tempestuous, she is still quite gentle, is she not? Moreover, she is exceedingly considerate, a vice that makes her an unfortunate match for me. Brother, you are intoxicated and beginning to babble, she remarked. This mad dog, or rather, this mad dragon, how could she possibly be gentle? Al appears to be in a state of delirium, whispered the Chancellor, cradled in Sonia's arms, to Valvag. Though she seemed to be asleep, her presence was right there beside them. It was quite audacious of them to speak in such a manner. Even if I were to be soundly beaten, I could hardly voice any complaints. Was it not their incessant provocations that led to such a fate? Al, perhaps you should sober up, one suggested. How about a breath of fresh evening air? I believed I was not so inebriated as to warrant concern, for I had been rather moderate in my drinking. Nevertheless, the seriousness in their gazes led me to concede that a moment of fresh air would not be amiss. I nodded with a rueful smile. All right, I understand. Navigating through the throng, I made my way to the exit. MY steps were steady, convincing me that I had not yet succumbed to the depths of intoxication. I exhaled softly upon stepping outside. The cool evening breeze caressed my cheeks. Though it was indeed the height of summer, the temperature dipped pleasantly after nightfall, and this gust of wind brought relief to my slightly heated body. This tavern was situated in the bustling heart of Carliera. It still bore the hallmark of a rural locale. The streets, illuminated by the moonlight and stars, were devoid of any passers-by, with few establishments still lit. In this somewhat desolate scene, a suspicious figure emerged at a tall woman, her hood drawn low, approached me hastily upon spotting me. Instinctively, I grasped the hilt of my sword, taking a stance ready to draw my weapon, and glared at her. Wait, hold on. I am not a suspicious character. It is I, she exclaimed. Ah, it is you. The voice was familiar. It was Alexia. Under the moon's gentle glow, her appearance seemed rather tragic. Her face was marred with bruises, and her right arm was suspended in a sling. These injuries must have been inflicted by Sonia, for it seemed she had suffered a harsh beating just the other night. What brings you here? Have you come to avenge Sonia for the injuries I caused her? No, that is not the case. That I bear no ill will towards her, Alexia replied, shaking her head vigorously. They'll put it differently, although it was a surprise attack. That woman managed to subdue me single-handedly. I even considered bringing her, along with you, under my command. You remain unchanged, I observed. This particular trait of hers made it difficult to discern whether it was a virtue or a flaw. While it was certainly preferable to being persistently pursued by her, there seemed to be a limit to its appeal. So, why have you come here? I inquired, suspecting she did not seek an invitation to the banquet. Given her lack of entourage, well, Alexia averted her gaze, a hint of shyness coloring her expression, that we plan to leave this city tomorrow morning. Tonight is our last opportunity for a proper face-to-face meeting. Therefore, before I depart, I desperately wish to receive your kiss. What? Even though she had suddenly approached me to demand a kiss, I found it perplexing. Merely having her invade my room late at night had already resulted in a painful encounter. Did this person not possess the concept of learning from experience? Or perhaps, after being beaten too many times, her mind had become addled. Then again, she had always been rather eccentric. Please do not make that expression, Alexia said, shaking her head sadly upon seeing my rather nuanced reaction. No, I understand and I realize you dislike me. Then why persist in this manner? Alexia's dominant right hand was incapacitated, and with my sword at my side, I was confident I could defeat her if she charged at me. Even so, I remained on guard, ready to draw my blade, and retorted, a few days ago, I kissed you, did I not? Indeed. Afterwards, your action of wiping your lips struck me harder than I had anticipated. For some reason, I keep recalling that moment, which plunges me into a dismal mood. That's so. I had not expected the former emperor to be so affected by such a trivial incident. I truly wished he could discern whether his psyche was made of steel or of tofu. I, too, had been emotionally impacted by minor gestures from the opposite sex in the past. Every night, as I lie in bed, I think of that moment, wanting to scream wah. If this continues, I shall suffer from insomnia. I must find a way to suppress that memory. While I could empathize with her feelings, it baffled me why she would demand a second kiss from the very person from whom she had sought to take her first. If I possessed the mentality typical of men in this world, I would either be enraged or in tears at this point. Could it be that the theme of that night was not an apology, but rather a kiss? Reflecting back, I recalled her mentioning something about kissing. Initially, I thought she was jesting, yet perhaps she was sincere. That is not the case. If I claimed I had no such intention, I would be lying. In the end, I retreated because of my pride. Alexia confessed, regret evident on her face, which somehow rendered her slightly pitiable. Upon further contemplation, I realized this was entirely her own doing. I have one more question, I stated, now more concerned about another matter. After a moment of thought, I decided to voice it directly. What is it, former emperor? Did I not ask you to call me Alexia? Former emperor? You may call me Littleya, if you prefer. This person was indeed difficult to manage. Very well, I shall call her Littleya. If the title Alexia became habitual, the Chancellor Adelaide might inadvertently mispronounce it, which would be quite alarming. After all, the initial character and the number of characters are identical. One slip could lead to a blunder, given his tendency to slip his tongue. Littleya, do you intend to defeat me upon the battlefield? Although it was I who proposed it, Littleya displayed an unmistakable look of confusion. You suggested this. Even if she said, let's not do that, I would not heed her. Regardless of how serious the situation became, I would continue to call her Littleya. She must remember that. Indeed, that is correct. Ideally, I wish to vanquish you on the battlefield and make you my own. For it is the mark of a true ruler to conquer a formidable opponent head-on. If Littleya's penchant was to resist with increasing fervor, then she would undoubtedly hold such sentiments. What a peculiar fixation. Honestly, I felt like advising her to learn from Sonia and adopt a more earnest attitude. However, if that is what Elle wishes, I could concede and marry you in a conventional manner. Once war begins, lives will inevitably be lost, including capable subordinates. Let us set that aside for now, but if I were to listen intently to Littleya, we might talk until dawn, without a second thought. I interrupted her. Let us say I were to be defeated by you on the battlefield and became your possession. In such a scenario, I would, of course, resist with all my might in a fit of rage. I cannot expect to establish a loving relationship akin to that of ordinary spouses with someone who is already so loath to kiss. How could someone who is affected so deeply by such disdain possibly accept that kind of relationship? No, that is an entirely different matter. I had intended to point out the contradiction, but Littleya shook her head resolutely. Simply being disliked is inconsequential. Love and melt the heart of such a person can also be quite intriguing, would it not? However, being regarded as disgusting or being physically repulsed is altogether different. Do you understand? I began to grasp her point that in my past life as a student, I'd often been regarded as nauseating by girls, which was indeed quite distressing. Yes, being deemed disgusting by the opposite sex was incredibly disheartening. I started to feel a twinge of remorse. After all, wiping one's lips was merely an action. Deep down, I felt fortunate to have received a kiss from a beautiful woman. It seems I may have done something to offend you. No, it is not that. It is my fault, but thank you. Littleya visibly relaxed, placing a hand on her ample chest. Nonetheless, even with that in mind, asking me to kiss you is rather selfish, is it not? While I could somewhat understand her feelings, this time it was entirely her own doing. After all, I had been pushed down by her and nearly lost my virtue. The reason I have not been struck down or left with emotional scars is that I still hold onto the values of my past life, which generally would not allow for such a reaction. You are right, Xiaya replied, her demeanor drooping like a withered vegetable sprinkled with salt, a response that took me by surprise. It seems that the act of kissing has had a more profound impact on her than I had anticipated. Where has the iron spirit she displayed on the battlefield vanished to? Not only has it dissipated, but she appears as fragile as tofu. I am aware of such matters. It is precisely because I know this that I have chosen to forsake my dignity as a woman, Xiaoya said with reluctance, retrieving something from her bosom. For a brief moment, I thought she might produce a dangerous weapon, and my right hand instinctively reached for the hilt of my sword. However, do not be so wary. This is a family heirloom passed down through the von Richthofen lineage, and it is the sister sword of the cherished blade you broke. What she presented to me was a short sword sheathed in an ornate scabbard, lavishly adorned, unmistakably a treasure of no ordinary sort. This sword, like my beloved blade, is imbued with lightning attributes. I believe it will be of great assistance to you. I bestow this sword upon you. Pleading for you to kiss me, I implore you. Xiaoya maintained her posture of offering the short sword, bowing her head deeply. No, for all that is sacred, you truly lack self-respect. Such an attitude is unbecoming of a former empress of a nation. To be honest, I was somewhat taken aback, yet seeing Xiaoya in such a despondent state evoked a sense of pity within me. After all, I too have been deeply affected by a single word from the opposite sex, leaving me unable to recover for quite some time. Indeed, I am a genuine, repugnant otaku, one who collects military data and laughs foolishly to myself, a sight that must appear quite grotesque to others. No, I can feel the shadows of my past creeping back into us. So, the former emperor believes I am a man easily swayed to offer my lips for a kiss if bribed. Upon hearing my words, Xiaoya seemed genuinely flustered, her shoulders trembling. Despite being a woman taller than Sonia, she appeared unexpectedly petite. I never imagined I would find myself in such a situation, likening this individual to the stunning beauty before me. No, that is not it. Absolutely not. I apologize, that is not what I meant. Xiaoya's pallid complexion and panicked demeanor surpassed mere pity and bordered on endearing. It is indeed a blessing to possess such beauty. Had I displayed such an attitude in my past life, it would surely have been an eyesore beyond endurance. What would this world think of me? While I consider myself not unattractive, everyone here seems so strikingly beautiful. Honestly, this is precisely why you are disliked, you know? I apologize. Let me clarify. This kiss is not born of affection, but rather of sympathy. Do not misunderstand. Xiaoya responded, and I maintained a stern expression. Please crouch down. Could I crouch down? Yes. With a look of compliance, Xiaoya crouched down. Her height made it quite challenging to reach her lips without her bending, though I'm certainly not short myself. Xiaoya wore an expression reminiscent of a youth anticipating their first kiss as she pressed her lips against Alexis's. Despite her face being marred with bruises from Sonia's blows, upon closer inspection, her beauty was enough to steal one's breath away. Truly, while her visage merits a perfect score, why must her personality be so lacking? All right, it's done. Xiaoya's lips were soft and sweet to the touch. Though I yearned to linger, I swiftly withdrew my face. I'm all too aware of how easily I can be deceived if I were to remain in contact. I fear I would reveal a pitiful vulnerability to shield my face from Xiaoya's gaze. I turned my back to her. Is this sufficient? Hurry back and get some rest. Thank you. I ignored Xiaoya's deeply bowed gratitude as I opened the door to the tavern and re-entered. To mask my flushed cheeks, I would likely need to consume a considerable amount of alcohol. 3 days had passed since Count Diesel and the Crown mercenaries departed from Carorella City. The Lisbon territory had regained peace, and I was living a mundane life, tending to the daily affairs of the local government. Although I would soon be summoned back to the court, I resolved to first stabilize the territory. Prime Minister Adelaide had left with those words before returning to the capital. With the war concluded, I finally had time to spare. I resumed my training regimen to its usual intensity, starting from dawn, relentlessly striking a log buried in the ground with a wooden sword. This splendid exercise not only alleviated stress, but also honed my swordsmanship. Without it, my day felt incomplete. After completing my designated repetitions, I wiped the sweat from my brow with a towel that I had been shouting while swinging the wooden sword, which is the essence of this exercise, so my throat felt a bit strained. It was likely due to my recent hiatus from training. I should acclimate within a week. Nevertheless, the sensation of striking a log in the morning was undeniably invigorating. Shouting while swinging with all my might was the best method to relieve stress. Good morning. You seem quite spirited this early. Good morning to tea that moment. Someone addressed me. I turned to find the former Count Roswitha, accompanied by her daughter Karina, both clad in casual attire. Although Roswitha was technically a hostage, I had granted her a degree of freedom. She could venture outside as long as accompanied by a guard. Neither I nor the Diesel family had any reason to continue hostilities in such circumstances. Imposing excessive restrictions on her movements would only foster mistrust. Good morning. I nearly responded with formalities before quickly correcting myself. Though she was a hostage and a new member, she was a former countess. And as the victor, it was inappropriate for me to speak with such deference. The nobility is quite particular in this regard. To adopt a humble demeanor would risk diminishing the respect of my subordinates. You're not merely swinging aimlessly. You are striking the log. What an intriguing approach in actual combat. The sword only moves as it would during an empty swing. Thus, it is far more gratifying to strike something. I sheathed my wooden sword, which was in fact merely a suitably thick branch, and approached the two women. Karina quickly leaned in, suddenly taking deep breaths. What is going on? Stop it at once, you fool. Yeah. Ross with his iron fist landed atop Karina's head. The young girl's eyes brimmed with tears, unable to utter a word from the pain. You, after all, are someone who was rescued. Such a lecherous little creature. While I can understand your feelings, do try to conduct yourself with some dignity. Woo-woo. I'm sorry. Honestly, you lecherous little thing, where on earth did you inherit that from? Me? What on earth are they discussing? I found myself utterly perplexed by the exchange between the mother and daughter, which seemed to be a private dialogue. Perhaps it is best to let them be, as their camaraderie was evident. Although Karina had been disowned by her family, Roswitha, as a hostage, was in a similar state of semi-exile from her own. There was no hint of discord between them. By the way, I plan to go for a jog next. Would you care to join me? You, after swinging that sword so vigorously this early, still intend to go for a jog? Karina's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, nearly 2 hours had passed since I began swinging the sword. Given that I had been shouting in accordance with the conventions of my style, Karina, who had spent the night in the residence, must have heard everything quite clearly. Upon reflection, this method of training is indeed disturbingly disruptive. The war and meetings have dulled my body. I must properly retrain. Setting aside the meetings, it seems rather odd to claim that the war has dulled your body. Roswitha squinted her eyes in critique. However, although it was termed a war, most of the time was spent on standby or moving, so the time available for training was significantly reduced compared to usual. As a result, my proficiency would naturally decline. In any case, regardless of the circumstances, I have not yet exhausted myself, so I will go for a jog, albeit just a short one that if I were to run for too long, it would disturb others. Moreover, I had yet to eat breakfast, and, as an officer and local official, my position required me to balance training with a multitude of duties I had to attend to. You are indeed quite enthusiastic. It makes sense now. I had underestimated you. Considering you are a mere human and a man, no wonder I cannot prevail against you. Roswitha chuckled wryly, waving her left arm, which was now missing below the elbow. Regardless, for now, I wish to focus on rehabilitation and getting accustomed to life with one arm. I will go for a jog on my own afterward. You should take this girl along. She said this while patting Karina on the back. As a knight, Karina must start anew. Since this fellow is to be entrusted to Lord Albert for the care of the Blondin family, she will require rigorous retraining, won't she? You need not hold back. Train her strictly. No. Please be gentle. Karina momentarily displayed an extremely reluctant expression, but then resolutely nodded as if she had made up her mind. She must understand that if she wishes to become a knight again, this is surely her last opportunity. Personally, I believe it would not be a problem if she chose not to pursue knighthood, but since this is her desire, I shall support her. Very well, no problem. I will train you to become a first-rate Marine Knight. Marine Knight. What is that? A legendary magician. It's called a Marine Corps, the bravest and most formidable army in the world. Now, no time to dawdle. Let's warm up and then go for a run. I patted Karina's back, and she hurriedly began her stretching exercises. Seeing her like that, Miss Roosevelt burst into laughter. As long as you don't die. You can train as strictly as you wish. As a mother, I permit it. How could you say that? Well, since Mother has given her approval, let us train her thoroughly. Aye, Karina lay exhausted on the ground after running a mere 10 kilometers. This was my state that it was quite embarrassing to be so fatigued after just 10 kilometers that I couldn't help but think so. However, there were reasons for this. Firstly, the equipment, the armor, and the entire set of gear, combined with a backpack stuffed full, weighed over 60 kilograms. Next, the climate. Although it was merely a mountain away from my hometown as Dambeck, this Lisbon territory was exceptionally hot. Lastly, the singing. Albert had forced me to sing loudly throughout the run. It was more taxing on my lungs than I had anticipated. After all, it was just 10 kilometers. Honestly, I had underestimated it. I felt a strong urge to punch myself for thinking. This is hardly even a warm-up. Oh, beside me, half dead, was the Lisbon beast woman. Lodi. We were of similar age and had gradually become friends during our captivity. Not wanting to suffer through the training alone, I decided to drag Lodi, who happened to be passing by, into this as well. That in retrospect, I felt a bit guilty towards her. To be this exhausted after such a distance, you soft-legged shrimp sprouts. Albert shouted angrily, despite having undergone the same training as us. He appeared completely unfazed and relaxed. That really a mere mortal. To be able to compete with beast folk in stamina is quite abnormal. Instead of flopping around like a fish washed ashore, you should go drink some water before you dehydrate and die. Albert continuously hurled unsavory insults at us during training that I couldn't help but feel like crying, but gradually understood that he wasn't being serious. Even now, despite his harsh words, he still handed me and Lodi a cup filled with water. Albert truly had a kind nature. I accepted the cup and drank heartily, thinking to myself, the water perhaps contained sugar and salt, as it had a slightly sweet and salty taste, making it more palatable than ordinary water. Having drained the cup, I collapsed back on the ground. The weight of the armor felt as if it were a shackle tormenting me. This armor was likely spoils of war that had been taken from someone, yet she returned it to me as if it were nothing. What a kind-hearted person she is. Oh, it hurts. My feet. My feet. Just as I lamented, Lodi, who had cramped up, began to writhe in agony. You fool, it's precisely because you don't exercise that you ended up like this. Come and train with me for a while. Doing this every day will truly kill me. Are you an idiot? Lodi cried, tears welling in her eyes. However, unlike me, she bore no armor, no sword, and no baggage. It was truly embarrassing for her to be this fatigued, even though she was a frail squirrel beast woman. If she didn't engage in some training, she would become a useless woman unable to protect herself. You are my little sister, and you have no right to refuse. Who is your little sister? It hurts, it really hurts. If we're speaking the truth, you are the little sister here. While Lodi stretched her cramped foot, she uttered such nonsense. If you dare to underestimate me, I will flatten you. It seems you still have some energy left. Good, let's move on to push-ups. I'm sorry, I am sorry. Albert looked at us with a disdainful gaze as he collected the empty beer cups. The scent of sweat wafting from him made me involuntarily take a deep breath. Albert, clad in armor with no skin exposed, only fueled my imagination. What could possibly be beneath that armor? How I wished to indulge in such thoughts. Upon further reflection, having the opportunity to observe Albert, glistening with sweat, up close during this training was quite beneficial. Least I need not worry about a lack of side dishes for the time being. For now, we will proceed with basic training. Lodi is free to join, but with you here, Karina will surely be more motivated. If possible, I hope you both can participate together. Ugh, since Big Brother said so, Lodi nodded with a tearful expression. Seeing this, Albert wore a wry smile. However, you two can have unlimited refills of food, eating until your bellies are full. Really? That's wonderful. As I heard Lodi's jubilant voice, my stomach also let out a tremendous growl. Speaking of which, I hadn't even eaten breakfast yet. Albert was staring intently at me and Lodi, and my face felt as if it were about to burst into flames. After removing your armor, go take a bath first, then you can eat. Yes. Albert wouldn't be going to bathe as well, would he? I wish to sneak a peek. Honestly, I desperately wanted to see Albert's naked form. This man had quite a lenient attitude towards sexual harassment. Surely, it wouldn't be an issue if I just glanced a little, right? While thinking this, I subtly looked towards Lodi. During our captivity, I had spent nearly all my time with her, so we could communicate somewhat with just our eyes now. However, Lodi frantically shook her head and even mimicked a sword-swinging motion. Sonia, indeed, even if Albert might allow it. If I were to sneak a peek, he surely wouldn't let me off easily. Please spare me. Though it was a bath, it was merely a simple act of rinsing off the sweat with well water from a basin. Nonetheless, pouring the icy well water over my head felt rather refreshing. After washing off the sweat, at least the exterior of my body felt much cleaner, but the interior remained the same. It was all Albert's fault for being such a lecher. Wow, such a lavish breakfast so early in the morning. Lodi exclaimed at the table. The table was laden with freshly baked bread, 2 fried eggs, and a summer vegetable salad. While modest by noble standards, it was still a feast for commoner Lodi. Albert remarked, eating well oneself will invite resentment from soldiers. The resentment of food is quite terrifying. Then, let us commence with a prayer before breakfast. Albert led the pre-meal prayer. Yes, I recited the prayer. I discreetly observed my surroundings. Seated at the large table were Albert, Mother, and the knights led by Sonia. Given the circumstances, was it truly appropriate for someone of my ambiguous status to be dining alongside a commoner like Lodi? I felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet no one voiced any complaints. After all, it was Albert who had brought us to this dining hall, so my worries seemed unnecessary. Chew, chew, chew. Once the prayer concluded, I immediately took a bite of the bread. My stomach was already ravenously empty, leaving me no patience to wait. The bread in Lisbon was darker in color and harder and drier compared to that from my hometown, Judenburg. Initially, it was quite shocking, but once accustomed to it, it wasn't so bad. I made sure to eat without being too rude while devouring the meal. After all, I had exerted myself fully since morning, so my appetite was insatiable. I quickly polished off everything on my plate and called for more. First the bread, then the eggs. Having confirmed that I could request additional servings, I held nothing back. Albert seemed pleased to see me like this. By the way, Lord Albert, I heard you're going to the royal capital. When do you depart? However, upon hearing Mother S. words, my hand froze. The royal capital. To someone residing in the Holy Empire like me, it was an unfamiliar term. Yet, I knew it referred to the capital of the Garia Kingdom, Perea City. Departing from this Lisbon territory, it would take over half a month, even by horseback, to be traveling to such a distant place. Considering the time for the round trip, it would mean being away for more than a month. The practical protector, Albert, would be gone for such an extended period, leaving me feeling somewhat uneasy. Although I had not been mistreated, my position remained precarious. This month, I will find a way to address it. If the public perceives that I am overly focused on central matters at the expense of local governance, it would be quite troublesome. For now, I intend to prioritize the latter. Is that advisable? To keep the king waiting for you? No. As a former adversary, it seems rather odd for me to be concerned about such matters, my mother inquired. Her brow furrowed. Well, I plan to ride a dragon to the capital, so a slight delay should be manageable. That one that has been circling above us throughout the war, that I deeply regret not having introduced griffins earlier to save costs. I never anticipated it would be such a hassle to have our skies occupied. My mother sighed, a rare display of palpable frustration. Though she feigned indifference, it was evident that she still bore the weight of responsibility for our defeat. I wished to encourage her, but given my own cowardice, I felt unqualified to offer such words. In silence. Greta patted my back. I turned to her, and she smiled widely, giving me a thumbs up. Honestly, this child, I was on the verge of tears. Regardless, we still have ample time. Though sufficient, it is about time we began preparations. Specifically, we need to select candidates, since it's merely a matter of reporting this incident to His Majesty. 2 or 3 individuals should suffice. What candidates? It would be sufficient for just Lord Al and me to attend. Sonia remarked nonchalantly. No, I apologize, but I must insist that Sonia remains, that if both you and I are absent from Lisbon. Who will take charge? What? I nearly burst into laughter at the sight of Sonia's expression, freezing in shock. It was the first time I had seen her display such urgency. That was a close call. Had she realized I found it amusing, the consequences would have been far from trivial. After all, there is that matter at hand. If possible, I would like Sonia to accompany me, but aside from you, there is no one else capable of safeguarding Lisbon. Well, Sonia, now in agreement, fell silent. Albert stroked his chin, looking apologetic. I truly apologize. We are short-staffed. I will endeavor to rectify this situation while returning to the capital. Until then, I must ask for your patience. Understood. Although she seemed reluctant, she nodded in acceptance. Albert appeared to be wary of something, leaving me, as an outsider, quite perplexed. Thus, you will remain here, as for whom you take. Karina is almost a certainty. What? Me? Just as I pondered this, the spotlight abruptly shifted onto me. I was taken aback, reflexively rising to my feet. No, I am indeed interested in the capital, and traveling with Albert seems quite enticing. I had often wondered if he would take me along. However, this was merely a fantasy. Suddenly becoming a reality was beyond mere surprise. Well, first and foremost, I must introduce you to my parents. Huh? What? Introduce to the parents. Are we reporting a marriage? Huh. Have I unwittingly triumphed? Is this fellow mistaking something? Observing Karina, who was blushing and frozen in place, I thought, the purpose of introducing her to my parents was to adopt her as a daughter. This process is necessary for Karina to once again aspire to become a knight. Karina, you should be aware that you currently have no standing to bear the surname Diesel, correct? Before I could speak, Miss Rosewith extended her assistance. Given the severance of ties, that is only natural. Precisely. T present. You are merely Karina. For someone in your position to become a knight is more challenging than for a commoner. Due to your past, you must at least be able to adopt a noble's family name. Miss Rosewith's explanation was succinct. After all, this endeavor was her request. She had bowed her head, expressing, I hope you grant my daughter another chance. Accompanied by a substantial monetary reward, in truth, this proposal is beneficial for me as well, as long as I treat Karina well. Rosewith would not betray me. She is essentially a bargaining chip. After all, I wish to maintain a cordial relationship with the Diesel family, and having someone aware of my vulnerabilities as an ally is quite fortuitous. So that means, in simpler terms, your name will become Karina Blondin. I intend for Karina to become my parents' adopted daughter, thus making her my stepsister. Although there were options to have her adopted by other knightly families I know, this method is the most straightforward. I assure you, my intention is not to force this arrangement in pursuit of a lovely sisterly bond. It is purely for convenience that I speak sincerely. Essentially, it amounts to a marriage. Did you say something? Little girl, Sonia growled, her expression fierce, while Karina appeared ready to wet herself. Hastily responding, I said nothing to M.Y. Reliable. Aid huffed in dissatisfaction, crossing her arms. This is Lord A.L.'s benevolence. Should you fail to meet his expectations, you should be aware of the consequences. Karina's complexion turned ashen. This reaction cannot solely stem from fear of Sonia. Interfering in a one-on-one duel could be somewhat acceptable, as it would be an act motivated by familial concern. However, fleeing in the face of conflict is unacceptable. For ordinary soldiers, such an act could warrant a death sentence. Should she err again, even Miss Rosewith and I would be unable to protect her. In the event that such a situation arises, I would have no choice but to take your head myself. Though we share no blood relation, you are nonetheless family that I wish to avoid such an outcome. Karina pressed her lips into a thin line and nodded vigorously. Seeing her reaction brought a smile to my face. However, you also have the option of not pursuing knighthood. The battlefield is not a pleasant place. Leaving it behind and pursuing a more conventional profession is also a viable choice. To be honest, I personally hope Karina aspires to a path outside of military service. I am well aware of how brutal the battlefield can be. Galia is not peaceful enough to allow individuals to retire without combat experience. Entering the fray always carries the risk of death. Even those who survive may suffer from severe mental distress. I believe that rather than facing such a grim fate, it would be wiser to aim for a respectable profession as a merchant or teacher. Although our time together has been short, we are comrades who have shared a meal. From now on, we will be sisters. Even if you choose a path outside of knighthood, I will not abandon you. What do you intend to do? Karina remained silent for a moment. Miss Rosewith and Sonia said nothing. Even the other knights, who were chatting and enjoying their meal, fell silent in respect. All eyes at the table were focused on Karina. I want to become a knight. If I flee carrying a stain on my name, I will continue to fall. Please grant me the opportunity to cleanse my name. Karina forced the words out, then stood, Bowing deeply I smiled gently and exchanged glances with Sonia. After all, it seems Karina is rather fearful of her. While it is unnecessary to compel her to befriend Sonia, I hope she understands that Sonia is not someone who treats others solely with severity. Excellent. Then I accept you as our comrade. However, you will need to start as an apprentice. I ask that acceptable, Lord Al. In such moments, Sonia's keen perception of my intentions truly stands out. She spoke in a gentle tone, then shrugged at me. Karina responded with a choked voice, yes. Then sister. Yes, is there something you need, elder brother? Elder brother? I nearly burst into jubilant exclamations that in my past life, I had only brothers, and in this life, I am an only child. Merely having a sister feels like a fantasy, especially one as well endowed as a lowly cowgirl. I asked this paradise. Is this paradise? My excitement was overwhelming, yet I could not let such emotions manifest on my face. I adopted a serious expression and said, the morning will consist of indoor lessons, and in the afternoon, we will begin strength training. I will train you rigorously until you are at the brink of tears. Be prepared. Yikes! Karina's face paled once more, while Lottie wore a cheerful smile. Nevertheless, considering Karina as her friend, you likely cannot remain uninvolved. However, the procedures for training them would not be significantly affected by the addition of one or two more individuals. In fact, having two might even be easier. I shall dedicate myself to rigorously training them. Regardless of whether they are my younger sisters or not, I must not show favoritism, for that would not serve my best interests. I must steel my resolve and provide them with stringent training. That being said, there is much work to be done. Thus I can only entrust the instruction to any available knights. It is precisely for this reason that I harbor a disdain for positions of responsibility. After finishing breakfast, I handed Karina, along with her companion, Greta, over to a knight who was free, and I proceeded alone to the stables. Today is expected to be consumed entirely by inspecting and traversing the rural areas surrounding the city of Carrera. After all, since my appointment, preparations for war have commenced without delay. I have yet to meet with the village leaders, and there are numerous topics to discuss regarding taxes, barbarians, and bandits. Among others, such down-to-earth tasks are indeed among the vital duties of a local official. As I pondered, I wished to set off quickly and return before sunset. I kept my gaze fixed on the busy grooms. Due to a minor mishap, the readiness of the horses appeared to be delayed. Although I felt a sense of urgency, exerting undue pressure on those present would be counterproductive, that I deliberately maintained a relaxed expression, allowing my thoughts to drift into contemplation. Lord Al, a familiar hoarse voice called from behind. I turned to find Sonia, her face betraying a look of distress. It seemed unrelated to Karina. I had already discussed that matter with her beforehand. I asked about the journey to the capital. Indeed, Sonia nodded deeply, just as I had anticipated. Her expression spoke volumes that I do not believe Duke Orlon will remain idle. Knowing that your life is in danger, I am unable to accompany you, she said in a tone barely audible to those around us. As if mindful of prying ears, her slightly husky voice possessed an inexplicable allure, especially when whispered so close to my ear, making it quite tantalizing. Indeed, I do not suspect that his schemes end here. He is certain to employ further stratagems. One of the Empire's most notable nobles. He possesses the means to resort to various legal and illegal tactics. An amount of vigilance can be deemed excessive. It would be preferable to have Sonia remain by my side. That said, I cannot neglect Lisbon. There are lords loyal to Duke Orlon in the vicinity, and the barbarians lurking in the forest have inexplicably quieted. They typically raid caravans and villages in search of food and men, yet their sudden calm sends chills down my spine. Prepare for any eventuality. I wish to leave a trustworthy commander in Lisbon. Moreover, we must remain vigilant not only of Duke Orlon. What do you mean? My mother, Countess Sulahadi of the borderlands. She is likely to be in the capital at this time. That is she not our ally? Countess Sulahadi is one of my supporters, governing the Noru borderlands, which borders both the Northern Coalition and the Holy Empire of Alt. Her dominion over these crucial regions, which can suppress two rival nations, is indeed vital for our defense. Moreover, Countess Sulahadi is my most significant benefactor. My position as a subordinate to Chancellor Adelaide came about through her mediation, as she is aligned with the Chancellor's faction. This is his scheme, to feign camaraderie, lower our guard, and then strike with venomous intent. Such is his ploy. We cannot afford to be complacent. Although Sonia argued vehemently, I must admit that I do not harbor such a poor impression of the border countess. Through Sonia, I became acquainted with Countess Sulahati in my youth, and I recall her attentively listening to my words as a child with no accomplishments to speak of. After I came of age, she granted me many conveniences, making her a figure I dare not oppose that, of course, she is not merely generous. Her assistance stems from the benefits she perceives in our relationship, and I have indeed imparted knowledge of rifle and signal flare technology to her. However, given our cooperative relationship, such exchanges of benefits are entirely reasonable. Moreover, irrespective of profit, Countess Sulahati has shown considerable care for me and my family. Whenever she resides in the capital, she invariably invites my family and me to her estate, bestowing upon us lavish hospitality. The Blondin family, merely court knights, finds her willingness to engage with us without pretense quite extraordinary. She is your biological mother. There's no need to speak so harshly. Yet, Sonia's relationship with Countess Sulahati is far from cordial. It is a matter of family. I did not press for details, but I have heard that they are in a state of semi-estrangement. However, were it not for this situation, Sonia, as the eldest daughter of a great noble, would not be serving as my subordinate, a mere knight. Eldest daughter. Indeed, Sonia is the eldest. Originally, she should have been the next Countess Sulahati. With her status, she could have easily commanded me. I find it utterly incomprehensible why she would choose to follow me. It is precisely because she is my biological mother that I say this. Having borne her child for 10 months, I am acutely aware of the darkness within her heart. Even at her age, she remains infatuated. What a wicked woman! I cannot forgive her. From her tone, it is evident that she harbors strong negative feelings towards her father. You are indeed blood relatives. Why not get along? Such irresponsible words I cannot utter. Some parent-child relationships become complex due to blood ties, for not all familial bonds are perfect. Understood? In any case, I will remain vigilant. History is replete with instances of those regarded as allies striking from behind. An amount of caution can be deemed excessive. Nonetheless, there are also many examples of excessive vigilance leading to purges of subordinates, ultimately resulting in one's own downfall. The key lies in finding balance. Indeed, that is correct. After all, there are those who covet Lord Al's position lurking in every corner. Being a person of significance is indeed a matter deserving of deep reflection. Is this what they mean by the nail that sticks out gets hammered down? Should we call it being a prominent figure or a lecher? Her final remark was so softly spoken that I could not discern what she said. However, before I could inquire further, I noticed Martin rushing toward us, and why apologies for the wait. Everything is prepared. Thank you that I shall proceed at once. Today, I am scheduled to inspect several rural areas. If I do not set off soon, I shall not return to Carrera until nightfall. I bowed to Sonia and prepared to mount my steed. Lord Al, what is that short sword you possess? At that moment, Sonia called out to me. Her gaze was fixed upon the short sword at my side, which is the thunder short sword belonging to Xiaoya. Though I initially declined to accept it, I ultimately acquiesced when she insisted on giving it to me on the day of our parting. Given its rarity, I gratefully chose to wield it. It is a trophy, seized from the late Emperor. I see. Sonia squinted her eyes, exuding an aura that felt rather ominous. After casting her an ambiguous smile, I hastily made my exit. The ensuing days passed in a flurry of activity. Karina von Diesel. Correctly, Karina Blondin, was subjected to grueling training that nearly left me on the brink of collapse in the training grounds of the local official residence. I collapsed onto the ground. My training attire, merely tugged slightly, yielded an abundance of sweat, leaving me drenched. Albert. No, my brother's words about making you laugh and cry were not threats. Rather, they were a truthful reflection of the harrowing nature of the training regimen. Roused before the sun had even risen by the morning call, along with my brother's mysterious sounds during sore practice, I was compelled to engage in running, push-ups, swimming, an activity I had never attempted before, nearly drowning in the process, and various other forms of training. Furthermore, during training breaks, I was required to solve arithmetic problems, which terrified me. I heard this was meant to train my mind to function even when fatigued. The training was exceedingly rigorous, with even the slightest wrinkle in the sheets or dirt on military boots drawing reprimands. While this living environment may drive most noble children to madness, I found it immensely fulfilling. I could not help but laugh, my brother's face naturally coming to mind. After all, we are siblings, a bond that can be forgiven. In reality, during our breaks, I would cling to him a bit, and my brother showed no signs of aversion. Although the notion of marriage may have been a misunderstanding, it is indeed quite delightful. I have emerged victorious, after all. Handsome brother, it feels as though I have stepped into a fantastical tale. I thought such things only existed in romantic novels. I boasted to Greedy, who lay beside me. Originally just a mere errand girl, she has unknowingly been treated like a trainee, just like me. Upon hearing that her salary would increase, she readily agreed without hesitation. Karina always speaks in such a manner. Greedy addressed me directly by name. She is of common birth, while I am the daughter of an earl. In the past, I would never have allowed her to speak to me so casually. Yet now, I accept it with ease. Perhaps it is due to my realization that I must start anew. However, I no longer hold a lofty position that aren't you envious? To be honest, I am quite envious, right? Even if I were to embrace him openly, I wouldn't be scolded. I wish you could take my place for a day. That is certainly out of the question that my brother is a lecher. Of course, he is not inherently so. It is merely the aura he exudes. He possesses an inexplicable sexiness, often dressing in a manner that is quite revealing, showing no concern for the level of exposure. He has likely become desensitized from spending too much time in a female-dominated military environment. However, I am in my adolescence. With such a lascivious man before me, it is natural for my curiosity toward lewdness to be piqued. I, too, and Rot are certainly included in this. The protagonist of our indecent discussions is invariably Brother Albert. Oh dear, to be honest, I never had much interest in rugged men, but I have unknowingly come to accept it. One might even say it is preferable to my brother. Having been trained, is quite muscular. He likely falls into the category of those who appear slender in clothing, making it difficult to discern the muscles beneath. Yet in the summer, when clothing becomes lighter, it is impossible to conceal. Both the Holy Empire and the Kingdom of Gallia have a trend that favors petite and youthful-looking in this regard. My brother's appearance may not be widely adored, but possesses an inexplicable sexiness. Despite his pure and beautiful visage, there's an aura suggesting that even if he were to engage in lascivious acts, he would be forgiven. I believe this is what makes our situation peculiar. Oh dear, truly. When I first laid eyes on him, I wondered what on earth this great gorilla was doing. Why is it that women's muscles appear unattractive while men's muscles are deemed sexy? If Mr. Valvades were to hear you, he would certainly give you a beating, I murmured, recalling Greedy's guardian, the bear beast man. That individual's muscles rivaled even those of my mother. I left the mansion this morning, so it is of no concern. Yet, Greedy broke into a silly smile. This child possesses an unusual boldness in peculiar matters. However, even though we are on break, it is inappropriate for us to be discussing such topics so openly in the training grounds. Returning to our previous topic, the ability to touch him must be quite enviable. I longed to gently graze my fingertips along his neck, and then he would emit a somewhat lewd sound. That does sound delightful. To bring a man taller than oneself to the brink of ecstasy with mere technique seems rather romantic. That it is as if one could enthrall him with just a single finger. I also wish to tantalize him, making him beg for my attention. That I understand. As we engage in such discussions, footsteps approached. We hurriedly stood up and found it was Miss Joyce, one of the knights serving as an instructor. You too. I have been listening to you for quite some time. How foolish. We apologize. We were momentarily possessed by a mischievous spirit. Please forgive us. How could we entertain such lewd thoughts regarding our superior? Although my brother's troops prohibit iron-fisted punishment, we might still be penalized with laps around the training grounds. Our faces turned pale. Is this truly the only impression you have of Lord Al? We are sorry. Isn't it rather delightful to have Lord Al serve you? What could be more thrilling than reversing the master-servant dynamic between work and the bedroom? What? I believe there's no more exhilarating scenario than that. Understand, however, I did not expect one of my brother's trusted aides to partake in such foolish discussions, leaving my mind utterly blank. Do you not feel anger about our conversation? In truth, I should be angry. Miss Joyce replied with an irate expression. The members of the night squad, including myself, have trained alongside Lord Al since childhood. Having a member of the opposite sex conversing with you at such a close distance all day. One's proclivities are bound to become rather chaotic. If Lord Al is beset by lust, it is entirely his own doing. Even if I were to reprimand you, all of us, myself included, have at some point entertained thoughts of Lord Al as a mere side dish. At this point, we have no face to preach to you. Indulging in lewd fantasies about Lord Al has become akin to a rite of passage. What an utterly detestable rite of passage. The newly purchased modern bolt-action rifles and ammunition have all been sent back home. After leaving the Lafayette workshop, I continued to accompany Chancellor Adelaide for various inspections and informal discussions, with the backing of the most powerful noble among the Gallia court aristocrats, though still inferior to the likes of Duke Hoyle Innes and the Count of Sulahati, who possess vast territories. Matters proceeded rather smoothly, for which I am truly grateful. At BY noon, Chancellor Adelaide invited me to lunch. It seems dinner will be at the Count's residence, hence lunch is at my home. Naturally, I had no objections. Enjoying a sumptuous lunch prepared by top chefs in the most prestigious district of the capital. By the way, what do you plan to do this afternoon? As we savored herbal tea after our meal, Chancellor Adelaide suddenly inquired. I had intended to bid her farewell in the morning that I planned to visit the Pariae Cathedral. The Pariae Cathedral, located in the heart of the capital city, is the largest church in the nation. It is said to have taken decades to construct, and it is one of the sacred sites visited by many pilgrims from across Gallia. During the noble meeting, it was Bishop Fiorenza who proposed that I become the governor of Lisbon, which piqued my interest. I asked a priest I know to investigate. There is indeed such a matter. Chancellor Adelaide toyed with her herbal teacup, lost in thought. The priest you are acquainted with must be Bishop Fiorenza. She is a living saint who ascended to the bishopric at a remarkably young age. Yes, I believe she may have some insights. After all, the religious authority in this world is quite formidable. Cultivating a good relationship with the clergy can yield numerous benefits. With a mere act of charity, one can obtain tangible worldly gains. Although I find such practices corrupt, I cannot afford to be high-minded, creating unnecessary enemies. Thus, I often contribute a considerable amount as a form of charity to the church. However, the Bishop Fiorenza mentioned by the Chancellor is not that kind of corrupt individual. She is dedicated to alleviating the plight of the poor and managing orphanages. Personally listening to the confessions and concerns of every believer after becoming a bishop, she is indeed a model of saintliness. That one seems rather suspicious. I do not like her, the wealthy and powerful noble. Chancellor Adelaide murmured with a skeptical expression. That being said, she does not have any negative rumors surrounding her, and the believers hold her in high regard. Unlike ordinary, shameless clergy who would demand physical relations or large sums of money, Bishop Fiorenza does not engage in such behavior. Unlike certain chancellors, she would not casually touch my rear. If I were to donate too much, she would outright refuse to accept it. That in itself is rather suspicious. How could a person of such impeccable integrity ascend to the bishopric at such a young age? She must have committed some unsavory acts behind the scenes that I, too, have no right to judge others. For I am also a man who clandestinely sells myself to the Chancellor and the Border Count for personal gain. Based on circumstantial evidence alone, I am indeed guilty. There is no denying it. After all, the rumors of my clandestine activities as a male prostitute have spread, claiming that I sell myself to the Chancellor and the Border Count for personal profit, based solely on circumstantial evidence. I am indeed guilty. There is no escaping that. Ha ha ha. Indeed. How about it? Would you like to sleep with me just once? Perhaps you could rise to the rank of Count in one fell swoop? Please spare me. I have resolved to bestow my virtue upon my future wife. Deep down, I am utterly eager to indulge. Ah, how regrettable. That said, a debauched man who casually shakes his posterior for anyone would never be able to marry a respectable wife. Considering the future of the Blundane family, I cannot allow myself to be led astray by reckless means, The kindness of my mother and father in raising the obviously peculiar child to adulthood is a debt I cannot repay with actions that would tarnish their reputations. Indeed, that is wise that not engage in any acts that would degrade your own worth. The Chancellor seemed to utter something of conscience. If that is your sentiment, then cease your unwelcome advances towards me. The reason my reputation is so poor is largely due to the Chancellor's incessant harassment. 70% of it, to be precise, that it is your fault that no woman wishes to marry me. In truth, I have never even had a girlfriend in my past life, let alone a wife. That said, I truly struggle to comprehend the Chancellor's true intentions, and he has a peculiar penchant for touching my backside, which has not changed even during our travels today or our visits to residences. Yet he insists that I cherish my virtue, that it merely a form of greeting for him. It would not be surprising if he were to say, there is nothing more exhilarating than conquering such a rigid man. And then proceed with his unwelcome advances that my position is perilously precarious. Therefore, you must be cautious of women like Bishop Fiorenza. The more they feign sanctity, the more likely they harbor unspeakable perversions. Even if she extends her malevolent grasp towards the children of the orphanage, I would not be surprised. Perhaps it is due to the doctrines forbidding marriage that the sexual proclivities of clergy become so twisted. An excessive repression of desire leads one away from a sound mind. I see that I recalled the visage of Bishop Fiorenza and nodded. However, I found it utterly impossible to accept this notion within myself. After all, I have known her for quite some time, and she has always embodied the essence of compassion to me. Yet, countering the Chancellor would be futile, so I refrained from voicing my thoughts. First impressions are not easily overturned, that I, in any case, exercise caution that, if need be, take a few of my nights with you. Joist is also an excellent knight, but even one can be overwhelmed at times. The Chancellor cast a glance at Joist, who stood ready behind me, and spoke thus, setting aside the matter of Bishop Fiorenza. Duke Aurelian is still a presence to consider. The more protectors, the better. I shall accept my superior's goodwill. Indeed, that is prudent. I appreciate your assistance. Before long, the day of our journey to the royal capital arrived. We set forth on 3 drakes, 1 from Lisbon and 2 sent by Chancellor Adelaide, commencing our aerial voyage. Consequently, the members journeying to the royal capital were confirmed to be myself, Karina, Greedy, and my subordinate knight, Joist.